There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. It lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Welcome to Maple Street, USA, late summer. A safe, tree-lined world away from the big city. A nice, old-fashioned place to raise a family. Good friends, well-kept lawns, and the laughter of children at play. There's Mr. Steve Brand, who just finished washing his shiny new car, with some help from a good neighbor.
Hand me the rag, will you, Don? I want to polish this baby before the sun goes down.
Sure. Hey, I can get the tires for you.
It's okay. It's almost dark.
Throw me the ball!
If you can catch it. Hey, the ice cream man.
Look at that. Ice cream before dinner.
Why not? They deserve it.
Well, as long as their mothers don't find out.
What'll it be, boys?
Futsicle.
Coming right up.
And a rocket popsicle.
This one's got your name on it, Tommy.
At the sound of the roar and the flash of unearthly light, it will be precisely 6:43, and time for another era to begin in this otherwise perfect neighborhood.
Whoa! Look at that!
What was that?
I don't know. What was it?
Must be some kind of new jet.
What was that? A meteor?
That's what it looked like. I didn't hear any crash, though, did you?
No, I didn't hear anything except a roar.
Steve? What was that?
Beats me, honey. Came awful close, didn't it?
Too close to home, much too close.
What the heck?
A police helicopter?
Did you see how fast it was going?
6:44 p.m. on a late September evening, the last calm and reflective moments before the monsters came to Maple Street.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, starring Frank John Hughes, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Operator? Operator? Bill, there's something wrong with the phone. What are you doing out there?
Trying to start the power mower.
In the dark?
Well, I wanted to finish the lawn. The motor wouldn't work.
Did you plug in the cord?
Sure did.
Steve, where are you?
Right here, honey.
I just washed my hair and the blow dryer stopped. Then I put soup in the microwave, but it's still cold. We must have blown a fuse. Can you fix it?
I don't think so.
Why not?
It looks like the whole block.
The power's off in our house, too. I can't get anybody on the phone, and the TV went out.
Electricity's off. Phone's
I
dead.
tried the radio, but... Computer doesn't even work. Who's that?
Who is that?
I can't tell. It's too dark.
Hi, neighbor.
Oh, hi, Charlie. Who's that behind you?
It's just me, Pete Van Horn.
Still dark down the street?
Yep, all the streetlights are out.
Where are you going?
I thought I'd check it out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll cut through your backyard, Steve, if you don't mind.
Hey, what for?
See if they got power over on Floral Street.
Sure. Go ahead.
You need a flashlight?
Nope, I know my way around.
Well, good luck. Let us know.
All right, be right back then.
We've got some candles in the house. Maybe I should go get them.
Not yet. Give it a few more minutes.
Did you see what was on his belt?
What?
A claw hammer.
Oh, he always carries that.
How come?
He's a carpenter.
Yeah, but what does he need a hammer for at night?
I don't know.
For protection?
From what? Steve, what's going on?
I wish I knew, honey.
You know, it just doesn't make any sense.
How do you mean?
Well, why should the power go off all of a sudden?
And the phone lines.
Maybe some sort of electrical storm or something.
Yeah, that don't seem likely. I mean, the sky was just as blue as anything today. No lightning, no thunder, no nothing. How could it be a storm?
I can't get a thing on the radio. Not even the portable.
So we can't call the power company.
Well, why don't we check with the police?
How?
Well, you could drive downtown to that new car of yours.
I suppose I could.
They'll probably think we're nuts, though. A little power failure and right away we get all flustered and bent out of shape.
It isn't just a power failure, Charlie. If it was, we'd still be able to get a broadcast on the portable.
Well, we ought to do something.
I'll run into town and we'll get this straightened out.
Are you sure, Steve? Maybe we should all stay together.
Just take a few minutes and then at least we'll know.
Do you want me to come with you?
No, you wait here. Go in the house if you want and light some candles.
What's the matter with the car?
I don't understand. It was working fine this afternoon.
Out of gas?
I just filled up.
Well, then it's not getting a spark. Look under the hood.
Well, it could be a lot of things. I wouldn't know where to start, especially at night.
That could be the distributor cap.
But it's new. It's supposed to be under warranty.
What's it mean?
Mean?
All these things happening at once.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just a coincidence. Next time I try the car, it'll probably start just fine.
I don't know. It's as if everything flat out stopped all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's pretty strange if you ask me.
We better walk downtown.
How many? I mean, some of us should stay here and watch the houses.
The two of us can go, Charlie, you and me.
You think it's the meteor?
Well, I really doubt it. I don't see how it could be if that's what it was. A meteor couldn't do this.
Well, then we'll find out. Turn it over to the authorities.
Yeah, they'll know what to do.
They better. That's what we pay them for. Come on, Steve.
Mr. Brand,
Yes, Tommy?
you better not.
Better not what?
Go into town.
Why not?
They don't want you to.
Who doesn't want us to?
Them.
Them?
Whoever was in that thing that flew over.
What?
Whoever was in it. I don't think they want us to leave here.
Fool kid.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
They don't want us to. That's why they shut everything off.
What makes you say that?
Now, isn't that the craziest thing you ever heard?
Tommy, I asked you a question. Whatever gave you that idea?
It's always that way.
Always?
Well, when a ship lands from outer space.
Oh, come on now.
It's that way in every story.
Which story?
All of them. It could be the mothership or just, a scout.
You mean one of those smaller spaceships? Oh, sure. Yeah, a flying saucer, something like that.
They watch everything we do.
Why?
I missed something.
I don't know that either. But they're checking us out.
All the way from outer space.
Sure. That's where they come from. Don't you know anything?
For what reason?
Well, for the invasion.
An invasion from space yet. Sally, you better get that boy of yours off to bed. He's been reading too many comic books or seeing too many science fiction movies or something.
Tommy, come over here and stop that kind of talk.
Go with your mother, Tommy. We'll be right back, and you'll see. That wasn't any kind of ship, for crying out loud. That was just a meteor or something. I guess it did have something to do with these power failures and the rest of it. Meteors can do strange things. I think I read something about it.
Oh, sure. Like sunspots.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing sunspots do. They raise Cain with radio reception all over the world.
That part's definitely true.
And this thing coming so close, why? I mean, there's no telling the sort of stuff it can do. Yeah, you go ahead, Steve. You and Charlie go into town and see if that isn't what's causing it all.
All right, then. We're going.
Mr. Brand, please don't.
Come on. You want us just to stand right here in one spot?
You might not be able to get to town.
Why not?
It was that way in the story. Nobody could leave. Nobody except...
Except who?
He's talking about some video game.
Hold on. I want to hear this. Except who, Tommy?
Except the people they sent down ahead of them. Well, they look just like people. You'd never know the difference. It wasn't till the ship landed
Tommy, please, son, please don't talk that way.
Right. The kid shouldn't say stuff like that. And we shouldn't stand here listening to him. Why, this is the silliest thing I ever heard. He tells us a comic book plot and we stand around listening like fools.
Go ahead, Tommy. I want to hear what you've got to say. The whole thing. What kind of story was this? And what about the people they sent ahead?
That was the way they got ready for the landing. They sent 4 people. A mother and a father and 2 kids who looked just like humans. But they weren't.
Well, I guess that's it then. What we better do is run a check on the neighborhood and see which one of us are really human. How does that sound to everybody?
There must be something better to do than just stand around making bum jokes about it.
Well, like what?
Well, for instance, I wonder if Floral Street's got the same deal we got.
Hey, where's Pete Van Horn?
Didn't he get back yet?
Can't see a blessed thing. Hey, who's that?
It's Les Goodman. See him there across the street? He went out and got in his car just like that.
Now, where's he going at a time like this?
Looks like he isn't going anywhere.
Hey, Les.
Can't you get it started?
No dice.
That sounds like the battery's dead.
It shouldn't be. It's charged up.
Could be the starter.
Oh, this car always works like clockwork. I get behind the wheel in the morning and it goes. It never fails.
Unless it's something electrical.
Such as? Who did that?
Nobody. It just started.
All by itself?
But that can't be. Cars don't just start all by themselves. Do they, Steve?
Of course not.
Not without the keys. I got them right here in my hand.
Well, this one did. How come his car just up and started like that?
How could it?
Yeah, how could it start by itself? He wasn't anywhere near it.
And he never did come out to look at that thing that flew over. He wasn't even interested.
He was too busy.
Busy with what?
Why? Why didn't he come out with the rest of us to look?
He always was an oddball. Him and his whole family. Real oddballs.
What do you say we ask him?
Yeah, well, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
What for?
Let's not turn into a mob here.
Listen to me.
Let him talk.
I don't understand it either. I tried to start it. It wouldn't start. You saw me. All of you saw me.
Sure we did.
What are you telling us, Les? That there's something going on here?
I'm not telling you anything. I don't understand it either. I swear I don't understand anything about tonight.
What don't you understand?
What's happening?
Well, maybe you better tell us the whole story.
What story?
Well, here's the way I see it. Nothing's working on this street. Nothing. No lights, no power, no radio, no TV. Nothing except one car. And guess whose it is? Yours.
Yeah, that's right.
Now don't go jumping to conclusions. We don't have all the facts yet.
He's getting back in his car.
Well, why shouldn't he? It's his.
No, you don't. We need some answers. And we need them now.
Hold it right there. You keep your distance, all of you.
Go ahead, let's hear it.
So I've got a car that starts by itself. Well, that's a freak thing, I admit it. But does that make me some kind of criminal or something? I don't know why the car works. It just does.
We're all on a monster kick, Les. Seems that general impression holds that maybe one family isn't what we think they are. Monsters from outer space or something.
You never can be sure. Could have been a spy plane.
On Maple Street? Right. How'd they get here? Or were they here all along?
Well, that thing, it could have been a missile. You never know.
A bomb, you mean? An ICBM? Did you hear it explode? Did you?
Well, no.
I'll tell you what's going on. You're afraid of anything that's different. Fifth columnists from the vast beyond. Listen to yourselves. You know anybody that might fit that description, Les? On Maple Street?
No, I sure don't.
I don't either. And neither does anybody else.
Look at that!
At what? It's his porch light.
It went on.
Yeah, the only one that's on.
So who turned it on, huh?
Now I suppose that's really supposed to incriminate me.
Take it easy.
The light goes on and off. Something in the wiring. Big deal. That really seals it, doesn't it?
Move back, everybody.
Why should we?
This is Les's porch. His yard.
That doesn't matter anymore.
Sure it does. It's his property.
I just don't understand this. So I've got a bad switch.
You never did before.
Look, you all know me.
Of course they do.
We've lived here for 5 years, right in this house.
Now, where'd you move here from?
Will you let him talk?
We're no different than any of the rest of you. We're no different at all. Really, this whole thing is just weird.
Well, if that's the case, Les Goodman, explain why...
Explain what? Why do I have to explain anything to you or anybody else?
Never mind.
Go ahead. What about it? Explain what?
Well...
Go on. Just say it.
Well, sometimes I go to bed late at night. A couple of times I'd come out on the porch and I'd see Mr. Goodman here in the wee hours of the morning, standing out in front of his house.
Then what was he doing?
Looking.
Looking where? In somebody's window?
No, up at the sky.
What?
That's right, looking up at the sky as if he were waiting for something.
For a signal?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Think. What did you see him do?
I'd like all of you to leave now.
You stay away from us.
Or what? You know, really, this is a bad joke. You know what I'm guilty of? I'm guilty of insomnia. Now, what's the penalty for that? Is that a crime now, too? Well, is it? Doesn't anybody have anything to say about that?
Let it go. Nobody said...
No! Did you hear what I said? I said it was insomnia.
They heard.
You fools. You scared, frightened rabbits. You're sick. Sick people. Do you know that? All of you.
Hey, easy.
And you don't know what you're getting into. You don't have any idea. Because let me tell you, this thing you're starting, that should be what really frightens you. As God is my witness, you're letting something begin here that could turn into a nightmare you can't stop.
Les, I brought you a glass of milk. Refrigerator's off, but it's still cold.
Put the candle out.
Why?
Just do it.
What are all those people doing across the street? Why are they just standing there?
I said put the candle out, now.
Are they still watching our house?
That's right.
What do they expect to see?
A red monkey.
What?
I remember a science article I read once.
Which article?
About an experiment.
What made you think of that?
It was in a laboratory. They set up a kind of zoo with all these monkeys. They made sure they were comfortable, had plenty to eat, let them go about their business. All different kinds of monkeys. And for a while, they all got along just fine.
Les, what does this have to do with
Then one day, the scientists painted one of the monkeys another color. Red or green or something, I don't remember. Just one of them. And you know what happened? All the other monkeys turned on it, and they tore the red monkey apart. Killed it right there on the spot for no reason.
Oh, Les, that is a horrible story.
No reason except it was a little bit too different. I suppose that was enough for the monkeys. Do we still have that gun?
What?
My dad's old service pistol. I had it packed in the attic. I was wondering, do you think it's still there?
I'm gonna wait right here no matter how long it takes.
For what, Charlie?
It just doesn't seem right, keeping watch on them like this.
Well, what else are we supposed to do?
Now, Charlie, he was right when he said he was one of our neighbors. One of our good neighbors. Think about it. Why, I've known Ethel Goodman ever since they moved in. We go shopping together once a week. We've been friends for...
That don't prove a thing.
Well, it's worth something.
Any guy who spends his time looking up at the sky early in the morning, all alone, well, there's something plain wrong with that kind of person.
Haven't you ever looked in the sky?
And why would I do that?
The stars, Charlie. The constellations. I had a pair of binoculars when I was a kid. Knew the names of every one.
Yeah, when you were a kid. But there's something about that, well, it ain't legitimate here. Maybe under normal circumstances we could let it go by, but these aren't normal circumstances. What more do you need? Do I have to spell it out for you?
I guess you do.
Look at the street. Our street. Now there's nothing but candles everywhere. It's like going back to the Dark Ages or something.
Yes, it is.
Where are you going, Mr. Brand?
To visit an old friend. Les?
You don't have to knock. Anybody wants me, I'm right here.
Come on, Les.
Steve, is that you?
Stay right where you are. We don't want any trouble.
No trouble, I promise. Not if I have anything to say about it.
But this time, if anybody sets foot on my porch, that's what they're going to get. Trouble.
Look, Les.
I've already explained to you people.
You people? Is that who we are now?
And I'm not going to explain again.
You don't have to explain anything.
I don't sleep very well at night. Sometimes I get up and take a walk, and I look up at the sky. I keep track of the meteor showers, shooting stars. They come at different times of the year, at odd hours. You can read about it in National Geographic. Don't you know that?
Sure I do.
That's exactly what he does. He always has.
I understand.
Why, this whole thing, it's been blown out of all proportion. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It's some kind of madness or something.
That's what it is, all right. Some kind of madness.
Then what can we do to stop it?
At this point, that is the question.
You best watch who you're seen with, Steve.
Who's that?
You ain't exactly above suspicion yourself.
Or you, Charlie.
Or any of us, it seems, from age 8 on up.
Come inside, Steve.
No. There's no reason to hide.
What I'd like to know is, what are we going to do? Just stand around here all night?
There's nothing else we can do. Till then, we stand watch. One of them will tip their hand. You'll see. They've got to.
There's something you can do, Charlie.
Oh, you're telling me what to do?
You could go home and keep your mouth shut.
Oh, yeah?
You could quit strutting around like a self-appointed hanging judge and just climb into bed and forget it.
You sound real anxious to have that happen, Steve.
Oh, I am.
In that case, I think we better keep a real close eye on you, too.
You do that.
I think everything might as well come out now.
Good idea.
Steve, your wife's done plenty of talking about you lately.
She what?
About your habits. You're plenty odd, too, it sounds like.
And when did you talk to my wife?
Go ahead. Tell us what she said.
Yes, go ahead. What's my wife said? Let's get it all out.
Yeah, let's.
Why not? Let's pick out every idiosyncrasy about every single man, woman, and child on this street and put them under a microscope like bugs.
Are you afraid of the truth, buddy?
You think you know what the truth is?
If you got nothing to hide...
Then why don't we go all the way and set up some kind of kangaroo court? How about a firing squad at dawn, Charlie, so we can get rid of all the suspects? Narrow them down, make it easier for you. And for you too, Don, old buddy.
Hey, look, there's no need getting so upset, Steve.
Then why are you?
Well, it's just that, well...
Well, what?
Myra's talked about how there's been plenty of nights when you spend hours and hours down in your basement, working on some kind of radio equipment or something.
Oh, for the love of...
Got a regular electronics lab down there, she says. Well, none of us have ever seen that radio, now have we? Or whatever it is. How come you never told us about it?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve. What kind of radio set you working on? Shortwave or something else? I've never seen it, and neither has anyone else around here.
It's a hobby, for God's sake.
Who do you talk to on that radio? And who talks to you? What kind of messages you sending, huh? And receiving.
I'm surprised at you, Charlie. How come you're so dense all of a sudden?
What does that mean?
Who do I talk to? Well, who do you think? I talk to monsters from outer space.
There, he admitted it.
I talk to three-headed green men who fly over in what look like meteors. That is, when I'm not talking to other enemies, other aliens.
Steve, please.
Go back in the house, honey.
It's a ham radio, that's all. I bought him a book on it for his birthday. It's just an amateur radio set. A lot of people have them. It's good for keeping in touch with friends all over the world.
Oh, yeah? What friends? In which country?
Does it matter?
It matters a lot.
I can show it to you. Would that make you feel better? It's right down in the basement.
Show them nothing. If they want to look inside our house, let them go get a search warrant.
Look, you can't afford to...
Charlie, don't tell me what I can afford. Stop telling me who's dangerous and who's safe and who's a menace.
Come inside now.
And the rest of you, you're with them too, aren't you? You're standing here all set to crucify, all set to find a scapegoat, all desperate to point your fingers at your neighbor. Well, now look, friends. The only thing that's gonna happen is that we'll all end up eating each other alive. Get your hand off me, Charlie.
That's not the only thing that can happen to us.
What's that? Who?
Tommy, get inside and lock the door.
It's the monster! It's the monster!
No, Tommy!
We may need this.
A shotgun? Give me that.
Don't try to take it away from me.
Put it down. We can't even see who it is yet. It could be anybody.
It don't look like anybody. At least not from around here. It looks tall, real tall and dark, and...
That's because the streetlights are off.
Well, whoever it is, it can go right back where it came from.
Oh, it's an it now, not a who.
Give me the gun.
But you don't know who...
Stand aside if you're not going to help.
Good Lord, will anybody take the time to think?
We've done enough thinking.
Will you people wise up? Even if it is what you say it is, what good would a gun do against something like that? Some sort of enemy? Something you don't even have a name for yet? Something that...
No more words, Steve. You're gonna talk us into a grave. Whatever's out there in the street, you'd let walk right over us, wouldn't you? Well, some of us won't. Some of us are man enough to stand up for what we believe in.
What do you believe?
Quiet! Here it comes!
You got him, Charlie!
One shot! Pretty good, huh?
Take a look.
No.
Take a look. Take a good long look and see what you've done, you murderers.
It's Pete Van Horn.
I thought he was going to go over to the next block to see if the power was on.
You killed him, Charlie. You shot him dead.
But I didn't know who it was. I sure didn't. He comes walking out of the shadows like that. How am I supposed to know who he was?
Then why did you shoot?
Steve, you know why. Tell him, huh? How was I supposed to know he wasn't one of the monsters or something?
You make me sick to my stomach.
Dad, we're all scared of the same thing. I was trying to protect my home and my neighborhood, that's all, like anybody would. Look, all of you, that's what I was trying to do.
Hey, you're the one, not me. You did it.
I didn't know it was one of us. I swear I didn't know.
Look over there.
What is it?
A light just went on.
Where?
In that upstairs bedroom.
Which one?
Charlie. Charlie. The lights just went on.
Where?
In your house.
I don't know nothing about that.
Why did your lights just go on?
Yeah, what about it, Charlie?
Oh, back off.
Hey, how come you're the only one with lights on now?
Yes. Why don't you tell us? It's something I'd certainly like to know. To be honest, I'm curious.
Hey, come on.
You were so quick to kill, Charlie.
It was an accident.
And you were so quick to tell us who we had to be careful of. Well, come to think of it, maybe you had to kill.
Had to?
Maybe Pete there was trying to tell us something.
What do you mean?
Maybe he found out something and came back to tell us who there was amongst us we should watch out for.
No, it's nothing like that. I don't know why the lights are on. I swear I don't. Look, somebody's pulling a gag or something.
A gag? A gag, Charlie? There's a dead man on the sidewalk and you killed him. Does this look like a gag to you?
No, please!
I'll get him.
Charlie, over here in the house.
It must have been Charlie.
We gotta get him.
Well, we'll take care of him.
Charlie, the glass, you're cut.
Get behind me.
I'll get a bandage.
I don't need it.
Quick, they're coming.
Now, all of you, listen.
Listen to what?
Why should we?
You said plenty already.
I swear to you, I swear it isn't me.
Then who is it?
But I know who it is. I do.
Sure you do.
I know who the monster is here.
Who is it?
I know who it is. It doesn't belong. I give you my word. I know.
What are you waiting for then?
Oh, please, Les, come away.
Not yet.
What are you waiting for? A flash of red?
What are you talking about?
The monkeys, Les. Remember, you told me about it. The monkeys.
I want to hear this. Go in the house and wait for me.
I'll go in the house, but I may not be there when you come home.
If you just hear me out.
Come on, Charlie, come on.
Who is it, Charlie? Tell us.
All right, quit stalling. Let's hear it.
It's
Go ahead.
Give us a name.
It's the kid. It's Tommy. He's the one.
No.
How can it be?
It has to be.
Mom?
That's crazy. Crazy. He's a child. He's my little boy.
But he knew. He was the only one who knew. He told us all about it, every little detail. Well, how did he know? How could he have known? Can you tell us that, Sally?
Yeah, that's right.
How could he?
Make the kid talk.
What about Goodman's car, though?
Well, it was Charlie who killed Old Man Horn. Nobody can argue with that. Just shut him up.
But it was the kid who knew what was going to happen the whole time. He was the one who knew.
Have you all gone crazy? Stop it, every one of you, now!
You better shut up, Rance.
Or what?
This.
Charlie has to be the one. He's just lying to save his own skin. It all adds up now. Where's my shotgun?
I'll get the hammer off Old Man Horn.
Maybe Les Goodman is the one. His car started.
Let's wreck it before he gets away.
What about Brand's radio? He's the one who called them.
Smash the radio.
Les!
Give me the hammer. Something.
I got a 22.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Steve, we gotta get out of here.
Too late. It's too late.
Get Steve and Charlie. They're working together.
You better listen to me. It's our only chance. Where's the kid?
No, you stay away from us.
Mom!
Let's go, Tommy. Stay with me. We're going home now.
Hey, he's getting away.
Leave us be.
I could get a shot.
You missed. Give me that thing.
You gotta aim. Here,
What's that?
Where?
the light over there in that house. It just went on.
That's Bob Weaver's place.
And it isn't the kid.
That isn't the Weaver's house.
It's Don Martin's place.
I tell you, it's the kid.
It's Charlie. He's the one.
Hold on, there's lights in the house next door to it going off and on.
And that one.
And that one.
Which one is it?
It's all of them.
It can't be everybody.
It is. Look.
Blinking on and off. Up and down the block like a Christmas tree about to blow.
Look at them down there. They've started a fire. Humans. They didn't last long. They never do. No defenses. Then our job will be easy. Understand the procedure now? Clearly. We stop some of their primitive machines, radios, televisions, telephones, and throw them into darkness for a few Earth hours. A few minutes. Then observe the pattern. This pattern is always the same, with subtle variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find. Their own kind. All we need to do is watch and wait. And I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. And we'll go from one to another, and let them destroy themselves, one by one by one. Time to return to the ship. For now. Tell the fleet we're ready. If we even need them.
The tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and missiles, with explosions and fallout and invading armies. The most dangerous weapons are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices, to be found only in the minds of men. For the record, prejudice can kill and suspicion can destroy. And a thoughtless, frightened search for a scapegoat has a fallout and a contamination all its own. For the children, our children, and those yet to be born. And the vast universal pity of it is that such things cannot be safely confined to the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, starring Frank John Hughes with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Adam Tangway, Mike Aljadeff, Tony Castillo, Laura Russell, Linda Ryder, Turk Moeller, Rick Komanik, Peggy Roeder, Heather Ann Preet, Sammy Giampapa, Anthony Giampapa, Jeff Lubiton, Don Longo, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
.019er, steady and holding.
Fuel consumption, normal.
On course, X6. Hold coordinates.
Oxygen supply? Check.
How does she look?
Beautiful, General. Just beautiful.
Flight path?
Right on the button, sir.
No corrections?
Hardly any. Couple of degrees starboard pitch right after takeoff.
And the crew?
A-okay, sir. A little cramped on the ship, but that's about it.
Good. The White House will be pleased.
About a test flight?
The president's a big fan of the X6. He pushed it through Congress.
Hey, then maybe I'll have a job next year.
You will, Billings. You will. Count on it. This is the first step. She makes it back in one piece, and it's all systems go.
General, I've got the telemetry report.
Send it over to data control.
Right away, sir.
You boys have done well.
So far, so good.
Bring her in smooth, and you can take tomorrow off.
Oh, you got it, General. Couple more hours, and she's headed back home.
Patch me through to the ship, will you? I'd like to thank the crew personally.
No problem. Set frequency.
Roger that.
X6. Calling the X6. Do you read?
Try again.
X6. Do you read? This is flight control. X6. Calling the X6.
Must be some electrostatic interference.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank those boys for a job well done and tell them we'll be waiting with bells on. Maybe not a ticker tape parade this time, but that'll come.
Sir?
Yes?
They seem to be...
Seem to be what?
What's the problem?
Well, I don't know.
Out with it, man. Something wrong?
It's just that I can't find them on the radar screen.
Let me see.
What does that mean?
It means... Well, sir, it means they seem to have disappeared.
What?
Could be a tower malfunction.
I'll switch to backup.
Nope. Main system's working.
Clear skies, no commercial flights in our airspace. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Give me missile tracking. This is General Carstairs at Flight Control. Yes. Do your instruments show a crash? Not just in the desert, anywhere in North America. Are you sure? Then do this. If you register an impact, call me on the secure line. No, I don't expect one, just a routine check. Yes, I'm positive. We have nothing here. Not a thing.
What's going on? It's not on the screen.
It has to be somewhere.
Still sweeping, sir.
Where did it go?
Sir?
If you had the X6 on the screen and you spoke to the men on board...
Less than 5 minutes ago.
Then where are they? A spacecraft doesn't just disappear, vanish into thin air, does it? Well, does it?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Then in heaven's name, where is it?
As you may have gathered, the name of the ship in question is the X6. Her type, a new experimental craft on a high-altitude test above the Earth's atmosphere. Purpose? To gather data for the construction of the world's first space station. Recent history? Unknown, at least to those who weren't on board. But in short order, we're going to meet the crew and hear the story from their point of view, and a very unusual story it is, of a flight that departed from its course long enough to pass through the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, And When the Sky Was Opened, starring Barry Bostwick with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, Doc?
Just a minute, Colonel.
What's the verdict?
Pulse is fine. On the slow side, in fact.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We went through this yesterday, didn't we?
You know the Air Force. Check and double check. They've got a big investment in the X6.
So there's a little glitch. Probably an O-ring.
A little glitch? The hydraulics froze and the soft landing chute didn't deploy. You are lucky to be alive.
That's what all the flight training was for.
Relax your arm.
Doctor.
Hold still, please.
I want to ask you something.
Don't move your arm. 115 over 80. Not bad.
Told you, Doc. I could have phoned it in.
All right. That's all for now. Get yourself some breakfast downstairs. Hey, go easy on the cholesterol, okay?
How's the Colonel?
Who?
Jack Harrington.
You're the only Colonel I've seen this morning.
I get it. You call me in, but he gets to stay home and sleep it off. Pretty nice duty.
Harrington. Where have I heard that name?
You have a heck of a sense of humor.
Did you have a question?
It can wait. I want to, check with someone first.
Well, look, try not to worry about anything. You may be a little disoriented for a day or two. Need any, medication while you're here? Sleeping pill? Muscle relaxant?
Me? Never felt better in my life.
If you experience any headaches, neck pains, that sort of thing, give me a call.
And forget about me. Gart's the one with the busted leg. He's still on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, he'll be in a cast for a while. He's healing fine, though.
3rd floor. Room 14, wasn't it?
Well, you should know. Gonna stop by?
I was thinking about it.
Go ahead. Give him a hard time, just not too hard. Tell him I'll be by on my rounds. Oh, and congratulations, Colonel Forbes, to both of you.
What?
Haven't you seen the paper? You're heroes.
We flew the course, nothing special.
Well, the force is proud of you just the same. The nation is.
Just doing our job.
Here, take this with you if you like.
I've already seen it.
Then give one to Major Gart. They've got copies all over the base. But they're going fast. Colonel, come here. Can I ask you something? If it's not classified?
Yes?
What happened up there?
How do you mean?
When they lost you on radar.
If I could tell you, Doc, I would. You and the General and everyone else. All I know is we must have lost pressure because we blacked out.
For quite a few hours.
The next thing I knew, we were down and the chopper was airlifting us out of there. That's it. End of story.
But you made it. That's what counts.
Yes. Yes. I guess it is.
I want her completely broken down, piece by piece. Whatever it was, we've got to find it.
Doing the best we can, sir.
How's the investigation coming?
Well, so far, everything checks out.
Meaning?
The only damage evident is from the touchdown. She came in on her belly at something close to 300 miles an hour. Must have buckled part of the landing gear. Wasn't fully extended.
That's why the wing looks the way it does?
She plowed through a sand dune just before she stopped.
If you want my opinion, sir.
By all means.
I don't think you're going to find anything wrong.
Well, that may or may not be. But for now, we've got a mystery on our hands. We need answers.
Well, it would be my suggestion.
Yes?
That if you want to unravel this mystery, you better check the crew, not the aircraft.
The crew can't tell us a thing.
How's that?
We had them on radar for the first couple of hours. Everything went strictly by the book. Then they disappeared for 24 hours.
Oh, until they crashed down in the Mojave Desert.
They must have lost consciousness because they don't know anything. The only way we're going to get answers is to dismantle the aircraft.
Unless one of the crew members gets his memory back and fills in the blanks.
So far, they're not talking.
I'll be that as it may. I want to see every nut, bolt, and screw laid out on the hangar floor in order. Every wire, every piece of insulation. If there's anything wrong with this baby, anything at all, we're going to find it.
Yes, sir. On the double, sir.
Dr. Bridges to the infirmary. Dr. Bridges.
Oh, hello, Colonel. I didn't see you.
That's all right, nurse. No harm done.
How are you feeling, sir?
Fine, thank you. How's Major Gart?
Coming along nicely. You can go on in if you like. He'll be glad to see you.
Thanks. I will.
Is that one of the pilots? The ones who crashed?
Yes. Colonel Forbes.
He's cute.
He is. But did you see his eyes?
Blue, I think.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, they've got a kind of far look. Like his body's here, but, I don't know, his mind's somewhere else. I don't know where. I just hope he's okay.
Come in. There he is. And there you are, the prodigal colonel.
Not disturbing you, am I?
Nothing could disturb me in here. More like a prison ward. No Playboys, no hot fudge sundaes.
I was on my way out.
Can't stay away, huh?
Doc wanted to see me.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Me? No, just routine.
I'd offer you a drink, a shot of straight orange juice.
How's that leg?
Can't feel a thing, which is good. One more thermometer, and I'm going to absent myself from this establishment without official leave. Pull a chair over here by the bed. Take a load off, Colonel.
Sure.
Now, go ahead, tell me. What's it like in the outside world?
Great, Bill, just great.
I can't wait to get out of here. Talk to any of the guys?
Yes.
What about the ship? Did you look her over?
It's under wraps. They've got everybody but the president's cabinet checking it out. Bill, did you see the paper?
Sure. We made the front page.
Only page 3 today. Take a look.
Ooh, steady, Colonel. You go off on a toot last night?
Why?
Your hands, they're shaking. You don't look so good.
Thanks.
Little hungover, huh? No big deal. So what's it say?
Bill, I wanted to talk to you about that.
They spell our names right?
First, I've got to get oriented. If you don't mind, I'd like you to answer some questions.
Shoot.
When did I leave here?
Huh?
When did I get discharged from the hospital? Yesterday morning?
Don't you know?
I don't know anything anymore.
Easy, Colonel.
All I know is I need to verify a couple of things. Now, that shouldn't be very complicated. Around 9:30 yesterday morning, I walked out of here, didn't I?
About that time, I guess.
And who did I walk out with?
Are you kidding? How am I supposed to know who you walked out with? Some nurse you picked up in the hall, probably. What's the matter? Can't remember her name?
I mean, when I left the room, this room, who was with me?
Nobody.
That's just it. You say nobody.
I'm pretty sure I was awake, yes. If you remember it differently,
What's today's paper say? Go ahead, tell me. What's it say?
2 astronauts crash in Mojave Desert. Over a picture of you and me before the flight.
What else?
And in effect, it says that 2 intrepid voyagers into the unknown return from the unknown in one slightly dented spacecraft. Sounds about right.
What about the picture?
I've seen better.
What's in the picture?
Look, if this is a literacy test, I can assure you that even though I'm not a West Point graduate, I can read and write, count up to 10.
Gart, don't get wise with me now. What's it say under the picture? Read it.
Colonel Clegg Forbes and Major William Gart just before their historic flight that ended in a mysterious crash.
That's what you remember?
I don't...
You and me. The X-6 taking off. About 2 hours up. We black out, and 24 hours later, we come to in a crashed aircraft in the desert. We don't know where we've been or what's happened. Right so far?
You remember something different?
Bill, there were 3 of us in that craft. There was you, me, and another colonel named Harrington.
What?
Jack Harrington. Don't tell me you've never heard the name. He was 36 years old. He was my best friend. I'd known him for 15 years, and you'd known him for 5. That ship took a crew of 3, and we were the 3. Now, I want you to listen very closely because, Bill, I swear I can prove it to you. I've got to, or I'll lose my mind.
What are you talking about, a 3rd crewman?
They brought 3 of us back to the hospital when they found us in the desert. You, me, and Harrington. Jack and I were just scratched up. You got the busted leg. Yesterday morning, they discharged Harrington and me. There was 3 beds in this room.
Now, wait a minute.
We said goodbye and promised we'd come back today to visit you. Then Harrington and I left to do the town. Now, you tell me none of that sounds familiar?
Clegg, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone named Harrington. Whoever he is, he wasn't on the crew with us. The X-6 carried 2 men, You and me. Nobody named Harrington. Nobody else at all. When you walked out of here yesterday morning, you walked out by yourself. There were never 3 beds in this room. Only 2, yours and mine. Something's happened to you. I mean it, Clegg. This is an after effect of the crash. It has to be. I think you'd better tell the doctor run some tests.
Look, Bill, let me describe to you what I remember.
Go on. I'm listening.
I'll give you a chronological breakdown of everything that happened as of yesterday morning. First of all, I saw the paper.
The one you just showed me?
No, not that one. Yesterday's edition. I saw it on the stands downtown, only it said that 3 men came back. There was a picture of you, me, and Harrington on the front page, taken just before we took off.
That's impossible.
I know, it must be impossible. You say there were 2 of us. Everyone else says there were 2 of us. And now, that's what it says in today's paper.
Well, then, that should tell you something, shouldn't it? A reality check.
But I know there were 3 of us in that aircraft. They picked 3 of us up in the desert and airlifted us in a chopper, and 3 of us were checked over and debriefed. They kept you here because of your leg, and it was Harrington and I who left this room yesterday morning. Then we requisitioned a staff car and got a ride into town together. Bill, you said goodbye to us from that bed, and then you said, Harrington, keep an eye on Forbes. He can't hold his liquor. Those were your words.
I don't know what you expect me to say.
Don't say anything. Just listen. I was standing right at that door, and Harrington went back to your bed and made like he was going to sock you. I swear to you, Bill, it happened. I know it happened.
And Harrington, keep an eye on Forbes, will you? He can't hold his liquor.
Hey.
Why, you? I'm gonna let you have it, you fresh kid. I'm gonna fix this punk's wagon.
I wish somebody would.
I'm gonna tell the medics he's one very sick cookie and they should hold him for observation another 7 years. You think that's long enough?
I don't know.
And every Saturday night, Major Gart, the Colonel and I will phone you from whatever bar we happen to be in, and if you're nice, we might even let you talk to some women.
Let's go already. I hate long goodbyes.
Go on, both of you. Leave me here to suffer in my loneliness and despair.
Take care, Billy. We'll come in tomorrow to see you.
Meanwhile, you can all read about yourself. Better memorize this in case you lose it. See? 3 space travelers return safely. And nothing about your broken leg. Well, that's the press for you.
Get out of here.
I'm going to pick one up for my mother so she can frame it. One time, a fortune teller in a carnival in Des Moines said I'd be famous. It doesn't say anything about you, though.
Out. And did you pick up a paper on the way out?
Why?
You said you had proof.
I should have kept it, but it wouldn't make any difference now.
If you could show me in black and white.
Hold on. There's more to the story. When we got to town, Jack and I hit the bars. The first one was the Plush Monkey on 11th. You know the place, don't you?
Yeah, a dive. Beer signs and bar girls.
And a big mirror behind the bottles. We walked in trying to keep a low profile, but the blondes spotted us.
That's them.
No, it's not.
It is.
Don't stare.
Give me your hairbrush.
Welcome, gents. Take a load off.
With pleasure.
Say, aren't you the 2 guys who was up in space?
Not that far, just the ionosphere.
I thought so.
That and a couple of bucks should get us a beer apiece, right?
You bet your life, but never mind the $2. This is on the house.
Why, thank you, my good man. Very kind of you.
I don't get many celebrities in here, so go ahead, boys, drink hearty. You earned it. I don't even mind you cracking up the ship, and I'm a taxpayer.
I like your attitude.
Got a match?
Not since Superman. A light from my friend here.
Sure, pal, sure. Anything you want.
Evening, ladies.
Hi there, Captain.
Colonel.
Oh, sorry.
She's new in town.
Care to join us?
Hold that thought. I'll ask my friend.
You do that. We ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Jack. Something wrong?
No.
Look at yourself in the mirror there. Not exactly a happy camper.
I was just thinking.
About what?
I'll tell you after I taste the beer. To happy landings, whenever and wherever possible.
I'll drink to them.
Sorry.
Something is wrong.
That's okay. Ain't the last glass of draft in the house, let me tell you.
It just slipped out of my fingers.
Don't worry, I'll clean it up. Get you another one right away, Colonel.
You sick, Jack?
No, I'm not sick. I just got this funny feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I don't know. Odd. Never felt anything like it before.
Maybe we should go.
Don't worry, I said. It was just for a couple of seconds there. It was like I didn't belong here. Like if I were to let myself go,
You'd what?
Like I'd disappear.
Here you go.
Thanks. Happy landings.
You don't like it?
I want to call my folks.
Good idea. I should call Amy, too.
Where's the phone?
All the way in the back.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah. Be right with you. I'd like to place a call. Collect, please. To Des Moines, Iowa. The residence of Mr. James Harrington. That's right. Oh, my number, let's see, Fletcher 90632. That's what it says here. My name, that's Jack Harrington. That's right. Thank you, operator. I'll hold.
I'm sorry about the broken glass. My friend's sorry, too.
Forget it. I can sweep it up as soon as I get my mop.
Clegg.
Yeah?
Come here. Will you come here quick?
Coming.
Please?
Does he need some change?
I'll see. What's up?
I just called home. Called my folks. My mother answered.
Yeah? How is she?
I don't know.
How come?
I told her it was me, and she said she didn't have any son named Jack. That's what she said. Can you beat that? I asked to talk to my old man, and when he got on, he kept saying for me to hang up. He didn't want any practical jokers bothering his wife. Said he didn't have any son at all.
That's weird.
Clegg, what is this? What's going on?
Gag, maybe, or...
No gag. It's part of this feeling, Clegg. The feeling I've got that I shouldn't be here. That none of us should be here. It's as if maybe...
What?
Maybe we shouldn't have come back from that flight. Maybe somebody, something, made a mistake and let us get through when we weren't supposed to.
Stay put. I'm going to get you a good stiff drink to go with that beer.
I have to.
I told you to stay here. Shot of whiskey, please. Make it a double.
Sure. Say, Colonel, you think you could do me a favor?
What?
Sign this newspaper? My boy'd get a big kick out of it.
Wait, where did you get this?
From the machine outside. Here's a pen. Could you sign it to Richie? Right on the picture.
But it's wrong. What is this, a joke? You have it printed up? 2 spacemen return, crash in Mojave Desert?
Huh? That's you, isn't it? Colonel Forbes? The other guy's still in the hospital, right?
Which other guy?
It says right here, Major William Gart.
But there was a third man. See for yourself. He's back there in the...
Back where?
In the phone booth.
It looks empty to me. Nope. Nobody's been in there all day.
What?
Buy me a beer, honey? I'm awful thirsty.
My buddy, the one who was sitting here on the stool next to mine. You just got him another... Hey, where's his beer?
What beer?
My buddy's drink. Colonel Harrington, where is it? The one you gave him in place of the one he dropped on the floor, right here by the...
Nobody dropped nothing on the floor. You see any broken glass? I don't. Dry as a bone, too.
What are you trying to pull?
I don't know what you mean, Colonel. You came in here alone.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy, you know that? Crazy, you hear me? If you think a thing like that, you gotta be out of your mind. What do you want?
Room 8A. Here's your pizza.
Oh, yeah. How much do I owe you?
Let's see. I got the bill right here.
Keep the change.
Thanks. Hey, say, aren't you,
No. Yes?
Ready with your call to Des Moines.
Thank you, operator. Hello?
Hello? Who is this?
Mr. Harrington, this is Clegg Forbes.
Who?
You remember me, sir? I had Christmas dinner with you and your wife last Christmas. You and your wife, and Jack.
Jack who?
Your son.
What is this, another crank call? Because if it is, it's not funny. Who is this anyway?
Perhaps I don't have the right house. Is this James Harrington?
I'm James Harrington, but I don't have any son, and I've never heard of you.
You live at 43 Elm Street?
All my life. Got 2 daughters, both married. One lives in Sioux City, the other moved to Binghamton, New York last year. I should know whether I got a son or not. And don't call me again.
Now what? Look at that face in the mirror. I don't know myself anymore. Operator, I'd like Anderson Air Force Base, please. Commanding officer's residence. That's right. Call me when you get through.
You've got some nerve.
Amy. Amy, honey, am I glad to see you.
Keep your hands to yourself. You, Colonel Clegg Forbes, are a devious, miserable, two-faced, two-timing...
Amy, you won't understand this, but I need your help.
You send me a telegram that you're getting out of the hospital in the morning and that you'll meet me at the station at 2. Well, I was at the station at 2.
Amy, listen to me, please.
I was also there at 3, and I was still there at 4. I could have had my pick of several Marines and an elderly gentleman who owns 25,000 shares of AT&T, but there was a missing Air Force officer named Forbes who didn't have the simple courtesy to leave a message or even a number where he could be reached.
I can explain.
Do you have any idea how many bars I've been to? How many hotel lobbies? Did it ever occur to you to...
Amy, please!
You look terrible, by the way. All right, Clegg. What kind of trouble are you in? And what are you doing in this motel? Are you hiding out?
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. I sent you the wire because I did get discharged from the hospital that morning. Jack and I... The wire. It was in the telegram.
What was?
I told you that Jack and I were getting out. Wait. I wrote down the message when I sent the telegram. That'll prove it. I wrote it on a piece of paper. Now, where?
Wrote what?
Here it is. I wrote it right down here. See? It says, Dear Amy, I'm getting out at 9. No. I was sure of it. I wrote down that Jack and I were getting released from the hospital. Both of us, understand? Jack and I were...
Am I missing something? Who's Jack?
Don't you know?
I don't know any Jack. Who is he?
There were 3 of us in the ship. Gart, me, and Harrington. Jack Harrington. And I was with him, and he just disappeared. But you know him, Amy. You know him. You've met him 100 times. We've eaten dinner together. We've gone to dances together. We've double dated.
Clegg, what is happening to you?
I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know, but... Yes. Put him on, please. Hello, General. This is Clegg Forbes. Yes, sir. That's right. General, about Jack Harrington. Harrington, sir. Well, you know Jack. We were in your wing at the field. We were there for your... Harrington, sir. Jack Harrington. We were on the X6 together. Jack Harrington.
Stop it.
Jack Harrington. Jack Harrington.
You need help. If you'll tell me who to call.
No, I know. This is a put-on. That's what it is. A big, earth-shaking, highly complicated, practical joke. He's still back at the bar. Of course he is. Amy, that's where he is. He has to be. At the bar.
Clegg? Clegg?
Locked. Locked. What time is it?
It's late, Clegg. There's nobody inside at this hour.
Open up. I know you're in there. Come on, Harrington. You gotta be.
Don't!
Jack, you can come out now. Some joke, and I fell for it. Where are you hiding? The phone booth? That's gotta be it. Where are you, Jack? Please come back, will you? Jack! No. No! No!
That's some story.
I don't know what I did then. Just ran, I guess. All the way down the street like a crazy man. I left Amy standing there. I don't even know what happened to her after that.
And I don't know Jack Harrington. I never heard of him before now. He's an illusion or something. He has to be.
He's not an illusion. For some reason, he's been yanked out of here, taken away.
You're letting this get to you.
Didn't you hear what I said? He told me he had a feeling that maybe somebody or something made a mistake and let us get through when we shouldn't have. And maybe they'd be coming back to get us now. Maybe somebody from up there.
Clegg, it doesn't make sense.
And now, I've got the feeling, too. I've got this idiotic, oddball feeling. I don't know how to describe it. It's weird, Bill. It's just plain weird. Like I don't belong. I don't want it to happen, you hear me? I don't want it to happen to me, too.
Clegg! Oh, I gotta stop him. Somebody get him! Somebody!
Hey, did you want something?
Where is he? Where did he go?
Who?
Colonel Forbes.
Colonel...
I saw him run into the hall.
When?
Just now.
I didn't see anyone.
He has to be here. He can't just...
What are you doing out of bed, Major? You know, you shouldn't be walking yet. If the doctor saw you...
Somebody's got to help Colonel Forbes. Somebody's got to help him right away.
Grab a hold of my shoulder. Now, come on.
I'm talking about Forbes. You know, Colonel Forbes. He was brought in here with me.
In here?
That's right. In the other bed, next to mine.
Look, this is a private room.
What?
There's no other bed but yours.
No.
You see? All right, now, lie down. Now, raise your cast. That's it.
What do you mean there's... Oh, no. Dear God. What happened to the other bed?
Okay, try to rest. I'll call the doctor. Here, would you like to look at the paper? You're a hero. Do you realize that?
Spaceman completes journey. Lone traveler returns to Earth. Lands in Mojave Desert.
It's a nice picture of you. Would you like a glass of water?
Major William Gart. Just before his historic one-man journey into space.
Hey, Doctor. I was sorry to hear about that crash. What did they call it? The X6?
Yeah. Well, we do the best we can. When they come back. Sometimes it's out of our hands.
Mm-hmm.
At least it was an unmanned flight.
Well, that's the one consolation, I suppose.
Anyway, I wanted to check the ward. How are we fixed for beds? I've got some men in the infirmary.
Let's see. 2 open rooms at the moment, Doctor.
Great.
Oh, and number 14's empty at the end of the hall. It can take up to 3 if we move some beds in.
Well, that should do. Order some beds up from QM, will you, nurse?
Yes, sir. Right away.
Once upon a time, there was a man named Harrington, a man named Forbes, and a man named Gart. All were officers in the United States Air Force, trained for experimental flights into the upper atmosphere. They used to exist, but don't any longer. Someone or something took them somewhere. At least they're no longer a part of the memory of man. As to the aircraft, the X-6, it's still supposed to be housed in a hangar on the base, or it will be one day. For the record, it hasn't been built yet. It's still on the drawing boards. But be careful. Don't let anyone hear you arguing about the reverse, or they might question your sanity. If you have any questions about the aircraft or the men who flew her, be sure to speak softly and only in the Twilight Zone.
And When the Sky Was Open, starring Barry Bostwick, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a story by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Thalken, Joby Cerny, Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Richard Hensel, Doug James, Vince Amari, Justin Kaufman, Elizabeth Lido, Carl Amari, Jennifer Joy, and Tracy Hernandez. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Shh, I'm trying to sleep. I said I'm sleeping.
What? Oh, what time is it? Wilma. Ow. Wilma.
Oh, leave me alone.
What does the clock say? Huh? 9:17. It can't be. Oh, didn't you set the alarm? Wilma! I've got to be at the bank. Do you know how late I am? Oh, great. Just great. I don't even take my clothes off. No more parties. Never again.
Oh, be quiet about it.
Sure, go on. Get your beauty sleep. You feel lousy. Never mind how I feel. So I'm late for work. So what? No skin off your nose, right? Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have looked in the mirror. You know, I didn't want to go to that stupid party in the first place. It wasn't my idea. I wanted to stay home and read, but no, can't do that. Can't hurt old Petey's feelings, can we? Wouldn't be nice. So I go to work an hour late today, and you sack out till noon. That's fair, yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, my aching feet. Could have at least taken my shoes off, but that would have been too much to ask before you passed out. Oh, boy. Rearranging my stuff again, huh? Okay, I give up. Where'd you put it? Wilma, where's my razor? Would you please tell me that much? Hey, wake up!
Leave me alone!
Snap out of it. I'm late, I said. Come on!
Get away from me!
Never mind the dramatics. Just tell me what you've done with my razor and I'll clean up and get out of here. Then you can go back to sleep for as long... Don't do that! What's the matter with you?
No!
I'm not even touching you. Are you sick or something? Wilma, I asked you...
Who are you?
What kind of a question is that?
How did you get in here?
Well, as I dimly recall, I staggered in about 2 a.m. with you at my side. After that...
What are you doing in my bedroom?
Oh, you mean this isn't the YMCA? I suppose I could have slept on the couch if you wanted me to. Am I forgetting something? Did we have an argument? Because if we did, I'm afraid I...
Get out of this house!
Come on, honey, knock it off. I'm late enough as it is. Just tell me where you put the razor so I can shave, change my shirt.
Out! Out!
I'm in no mood for jokes.
If you don't, I'll scream again, louder.
Wilma!
How do you know my name?
It's on our marriage license, remember?
Mister, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I've never seen you before in my life.
Cameo of a man who has just lost his most valuable possession. He doesn't know it yet, but he's about to find out. In fact, he doesn't even know there's been a loss. Because, like most people, David Gurney has never given much thought to the matter of identity. But he's going to think about it from now on, because that is exactly what he's lost. And his search for it will take him through unknown territory in one of the darkest corners of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Person or Persons Unknown, starring John Schneider with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Did you hear me? Get out!
Because you've never seen me before. Now you don't even know your own husband. Oh, you're beautiful. What a time to go psycho on me.
Now, look, whoever you are, I don't want any trouble. But if you don't get out of here, I am going to call the police.
Easy, Wilma. Take a pill or something.
Stay away from me!
Go ahead. Call the police. Call the fire department. Call the paramedics. Tell them to bring an oxygen mask because there's a man here who's dying of a hangover. Oh, my head.
I'm not bluffing. If you're not off that bed and out of this room by the time I count to 5, I'll make the call. I swear. 1, 2...
Cut it out, will you? I've got a splitting headache.
3, 4, 5.
This isn't funny anymore.
Give me the police. Hello, police? I'd like to report a guy who...
Give me that. Have you gone crazy?
What are you gonna do? Kill me? I'll scream until the neighbors come.
All of a sudden, I'm a stranger? I suppose I didn't buy this king-size brass bed and the lamp and the carpet and the wallpaper to go with it. If I didn't, who did? Santa Claus?
Oh, you're insane!
Boy, this is what I call a delayed reaction. 2 martinis at midnight and she gets drunk the next morning. Go back to bed, sleep it off.
You cannot tell me what to do.
You got it. I won't waste my breath.
Now, what are you doing?
Changing my clothes. What are your panties doing in my drawer?
Your drawer?
Where did you put my socks?
If you don't keep your filthy hands out of my things...
Filthy? Yeah, well, if I had time to take a shower... What in the name of...
Those are my dresses!
So I see. What did you do with my clothes?
Oh... The Lord is my shepherd.
All right, I'll wear what I had on last night, but if anyone says something at the bank, I'll tell them whose fault it is. My darling, brain-damaged wife with her defective sense of humor.
Daily bread and forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass.
I'm going to work now. When I get back, you'd better have things straight again, understand? Do I make myself clear?
The kingdom, and the power, and the glory, now
Goodbye.
and forever. You gotta help me.
Oh, great. No gas, which means I get to work even later. Mr. Miller's gonna love that.
Here's your change. Thank you, sir.
Fill it up on number 3.
Cash or charge?
Put on the card. Here.
You have ID?
Yes, I have ID. Every kind you want. Here, look, I'm in a hurry. Would you run the card while I pump the gas? Morning, Jim.
Morning, sir. Welcome to Federalist Savings and Loan.
Boy, treat the customer like a king. New uniform?
What's that, sir?
Looking mighty spiffy. Hat's on crooked, though.
It is?
Keep up the good work. Don't let any bank robbers in.
If you'll fill out a transaction slip.
Who do I see about a loan?
Morning, Julie. Fred.
Bring back this loan application and I'll begin the procedure.
Well, how long's it gonna take?
Oh, no, not long. We can usually give you a decision in 72 hours.
What in the...
Well, see, I sort of need the money right away.
I'll do my best, Mr. Klein.
May I help you?
George?
I am Mr. Hurtubise, Assistant Vice President.
Of course you are. Who's that?
Sir?
At the desk by the window.
Why, that's Mr. Cooper, our Vice President.
What... Would you mind telling me what Mr. Cooper is doing at my desk?
Beg pardon?
What is he, some trainee of all the...
If you'll wait your turn, sir, Mr. Cooper's busy.
Yeah, sure he is. What is this, George? April Fool's Day?
I don't see why I have to fill this out. I already gave you all the information.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, but without verifying your collateral, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do.
You know how long I've had an account here? And you giving me the runaround? Well, maybe I'll just take my business somewhere else. What do you think of that?
Well, thank you for stopping by, Mr. Klein. If you'd care to reconsider...
Thank you for nothing.
Nice.
I beg your pardon?
You just lost a customer. I could have processed his application in 24 hours.
And you are...
Who the devil are you?
How's that?
I said, who the devil are you, and why are you sitting at my desk?
Your desk?
Yes, my desk. I've had about enough of this today. Get out of that chair.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Friend, you'll get out of that chair, or I'll throw you out.
Yes, I need security over here.
Move.
No need to get upset, friend.
Oh, you don't think so? After the morning I've been through? Here, take this junk with you. Your pictures, your phony nameplate. I said take it!
Trouble, Mr. Cooper.
Would you show this man to the door?
Knock it off, pal. You're the one who's leaving.
Better come with me.
Back off, Jim! This joke's gone far enough.
He says it's his desk.
Come on, sir. Let's settle this outside.
There's nothing to be settled. I want my nameplate back and my pictures. What the hell did he do with them?
Now, sir. Outside, I have to insist.
Go ahead, insist. I'm not budging.
Yes, you are.
You're putting your hands on me? This is too much, Jim. I like you. You're a good security guard. But if you don't let go of my arm, you're out of a job.
Outside.
I said, let go of my arm. There! Now you are fired.
Put your hands up.
Put your gun away and get back to work. What's the matter with you people? Has everyone gone crazy?
Up over your head.
I advise you to do as he says. Mr. Cooper, call the police.
I already have.
Well done.
What?
Now walk 3 paces in front of me. All the way to the door. Don't make me use this.
George, what's going on? Tell me, please.
Outside with him.
Let's go.
Sorry, everyone. Minor disturbance. Don't be alarmed.
This the man?
That's him.
Hands behind your back.
Oh, for God's sake.
Hold still, fella.
Now, get in the car, nice and easy.
Wilma, is that you?
That the same guy?
Yes.
What's your name?
Why don't you ask her?
We did. She doesn't know.
Doesn't know? After 11 years of marriage, she doesn't know.
He's a complete stranger to me, officer. I can't tell you how frightened I was.
Let's go. Wait, Mrs. Gurney, let me introduce myself. I'm David Gurney, your husband. Well, what's everybody staring at me for? That's who I am. Tell him, Jim. I've worked with this man for 4 years. Tell him.
Never saw him before. He just walked in and started a ruckus.
Slide in the back seat. Come on.
Wait, you don't believe I'm David Gurney? I can prove it. Look in my wallet. Go ahead. Take it out of my back pocket. Then we'll see.
No wallet?
Sure there is. Check the other pocket.
Nope. Nothing.
But I had it. Oh, hold on. The gas station. I must have left it on the counter. Everything. Driver's license, credit cards.
Watch your head.
You can't do this! Somebody tell them. My name is David Gurney. David Gurney!
On your feet.
Where's the doctor?
Right here, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank God. You don't know what it's like sitting here listening to those lunatics.
Well, I think I do. If you'd like to come with me?
Let's move it.
I see you people have finally come to your senses. Now you can sign the papers and I can go home.
You're not going anywhere.
Not just yet.
What is this, a jail?
No. I thought you understood that. It's not part of the penal system.
What would you call it then?
An isolation wing at the state hospital. I thought that was explained when you were brought here.
Then if it's not a jail, I'm leaving.
Very probable, eventually. But for now, there's a 72-hour hold. I thought we'd talk a bit first, Mr.
Gurney. David Andrew Gurney.
So you've said. Well, let's go down the hall, shall we? We'll be more comfortable in my office.
You heard him.
You don't have to manhandle me.
It's all right. He's not dangerous.
If you say so.
Please, follow me.
Got a regular loony bin in here.
Oh, let's say a few people who are confused. I think of it as a kind of hotel for the weary mind.
Yeah, only they can't check out.
Actually, most of them will be released. A few are violent, but you're not like those, are you?
Well, I should hope not.
Come in, Mr. I suppose I must call you Mr. X for now.
I told the officers who I am. I've told everyone.
Please have a seat.
Where's the couch?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies. Of course, if the chair is not comfortable.
It'll do. I just want to get this over with and go home.
And where is that?
I've been through this before.
You still insist that you live in Miss Berenson's condominium and that you are her husband. Yet she's unmarried. We've checked. How do you account for that?
I don't care what she says. I know who I am.
No need to get upset.
Everybody's telling me I'm not who I think I am. But what do you expect me to do? Relax?
It must be a challenge to your belief system. But if I'm to help you, then you've got to come to terms with the facts.
And what are the facts?
Couldn't say just yet. The police are running your fingerprints, and then we'll have something to work with. But for now, this person you think you are, we know that he doesn't exist, except in your mind.
Oh, we know that, do we?
It seems that you've invented him, whether out of whole cloth or people you've known.
You're lying.
And why would I do that?
I don't know, but you are. You've got to be. A man can't live for 40 years and all of a sudden...
Is that how old you are, 40?
Yes. And then, just because he loses his driver's license...
We're checking the place where you say you left it. But it wasn't just that. Everyone at the bank agrees that...
You put a lot of stock in everyone else's opinions. How about mine?
Well, we must begin somewhere. Consensus matters, doesn't it? Surely you can see...
I see that they're all lying. That's what I see.
How can you be sure they're not telling the truth? At least as they see it.
That's what I'm doing.
So you believe they live in a different world, a world with different rules, a different history.
I don't have any idea, but I know what I know.
Ah, there's the conflict, you see. We have to resolve it somehow before you can move on. What chaos we'd have if each of us believed in a separate reality.
What about my reality? Doesn't that count for anything?
Epistemology rears its head. You're obviously an educated man. Perhaps if you provide a list of the schools you've attended, we can contact them. Unless you believe their files have all been corrupted somehow.
All right, let's go over it again. I live at 2457 Lime Rock Avenue, Los Angeles, California.
But we've established that Miss Berenson lives there.
Her name is not Berenson, it's Gurney, and she's married to me.
In fact, she is not married to anyone.
Oh, that's a fact, is it?
Her name is on the lease. She has ID, car registration.
Let me see it.
Well, that can be arranged. But for the time being, I'm afraid the burden of proof is on you.
Oh, that's reasonable. How can I prove anything while I'm in here? Could you prove who you are? Could anyone?
But I'm surrounded by a staff who know me. The people in those rooms down the hall, their voices in the wilderness. Eventually, they're going to have to come around, acknowledge the commonly agreed upon reality, or they'll be sent somewhere for long-term treatment. You don't want that, do you?
What choice do I have?
There's always a choice. It's up to you. There's a man here who says his name is Winston Churchill. I've shown him pictures of the real Churchill, but he's sticking to his story. So he won't be going home anytime soon. The same with his neighbor, Florence Nightingale, and her buddy, Jack the Ripper. He thought he was Jesus of Nazareth yesterday. Maybe he'll come around. I hope so, because the sanitariums are full of Jesus Christs. It's a real strain on the budget. So please, don't make it hard on yourself. The choice is yours.
Pretty cut and dried. Either I prove who I am, or I give up my identity in order to get out of here.
You don't have an identity at the moment. That's the issue in a nutshell.
Let me use the phone.
All right.
It's about time.
I'll turn on the speakerphone so we can both hear. Agreed?
Agreed.
Front desk.
This is Dr. Koslenko. Let me have an outside line, please.
Yes, doctor.
What number?
838-2171. My friend Pete. I've known him forever.
Hello?
Hello, Pete.
Yeah? Who's this?
It's Dave. Look, you don't know how glad I am to hear your voice. Listen.
Dave who?
Pete, for God's sake, Dave Gurney. Wilma and I were at your place last night. Don't kid around.
I think you have the wrong number, fella.
But we went to school together. He's my best friend.
Care to try someone else?
Let's just cut through all this. Call 272-3478. Ask for Mrs. Gurney.
Very well.
Yes? Who is it?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Gurney, please.
This is Mrs. Gurney.
Really?
Hello, Mom.
Hello?
Oh, I'm so glad I got you.
Hello? Who is this? Who's on the line?
It's David. Mom, don't you recognize my voice? David, your son.
You see here, whoever you are, I don't have a son. And I don't like practical jokes.
Mom, stop it. Don't do this to me. Don't, please.
That's enough. Ma'am, please excuse the call. It was a mistake.
Well, you see that it doesn't happen again, or I'll report you.
I don't understand.
You're sure your name is David Andrew Gurney?
Yes.
And you have a telephone?
Of course I do.
Unlisted?
No.
Then it's likely you'd be in the telephone directory, isn't it? In fact, there's no doubt.
What do you... Yes. Where's the phone book?
Right here. You'll notice it's the current edition for your area. Go ahead, open it.
Gurney, Bertram J., 26837 Broadview, no. Elizabeth Y., 6578 Logan Street, Van Nuys.
Well?
It's not here.
I believe that's called evidence. Now, are you ready to consider an alternative?
But if I'm not David Gurney, then who am I?
That's what we're going to find out. Now the real work begins.
In other words, I'm crazy, just like the guy who thinks he's Jack the Ripper? That's what you're telling me?
Well, let's say temporarily disoriented. It's not uncommon when one is under stress. I know it must be difficult to accept, but looking at it logically, could there be any other explanation? Sometime last night, you suffered a break, became confused, entered Miss Berenson's apartment.
No, for some reason that's what you want me to believe, but it isn't true. Because in spite of everything, I know who I am. If I don't know that, I don't know anything.
Oh, I was afraid of that. You know, I've been through this a great many times. Too many. And it's what I was trained to do, and I'm very good at it. Always ends up the same way. With the patient either returning to a normal productive life or entering into a lifetime of treatment.
Why? Because they won't break?
Hear me out. We're not playing around in here. I can give you a prescription for drugs, set up a schedule of visits, but it's maintenance, that's all. The bottom line is it's up to you. If you behave that way, you become that sort of animal.
My name is David Gurney. I live at 2457 Lime Rock Avenue.
Look out the window. You see all those people on the grounds walking back and forth? Some of them look normal enough, some of them look like zombies. But all of them are here for the long haul. It's such a waste of time, money, human lives. Don't do this. You're an intelligent, educated man. The system is what it is. You can't beat it. Take my advice. Learn to play ball right now, before it's too late. Or else...
Not this way.
What other way is there?
I have to know. Do you understand? Either I am crazy, or somebody's gone to a lot of trouble to blot me out.
Use your brain. Why would anyone want to blot you out?
How should I know?
What, the CIA? This is not a spy novel.
Whoever or whatever it is, they can rig all the phone books in the world and they can pay off everybody who ever knew me, but there's one thing they can't do. They can't get inside my mind, and they can't think of everything.
What do you mean?
Something even Wilma doesn't know about. I just realized there's still one way to prove who I am.
Well, I'll be happy to take it under consideration.
Sure you will. Stand back. I'm going to make sure I get there first. Get away from the window.
No,
out of my
wait.
way!
All right, everybody, line up. Rec period's over. Back inside.
We better stop him. He's getting away.
Oh, he's already outside.
Get the keys to the gate.
I don't have them.
Man, oh man, look at him run. Sure is in a hurry. I couldn't have done that.
Must not have taken his meds today.
Call the cops.
This is Braywood General. We have a patient over the wall. Put out an APB.
Hey, buddy, get out of the way.
Give me a lift.
Yeah, sure.
I have to get out of here.
Yeah? Well, call a cab.
I don't have any money. Did you help me?
Sorry, buddy.
Get out. I need it. Get out.
Hey, what are you doing?
Then slide over. I'm in a hurry.
Hey, look, man. I don't want any trouble, okay?
Just keep your mouth shut. I won't hurt you.
Hey, who's after you? The cops? Huh? What'd you do?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing.
And what are they chasing you for?
Because I don't believe their lies.
Oh, I get it. You're on the run, right? Is that it?
Something like that.
It's okay, man. I'll play ball. Just stay calm, okay? Turn right there. There's an alley.
Oh, thanks, kid.
Look, where do you want to go?
Downtown L.A. You know how to get there from here?
Sure, but don't take the freeway. Go the back streets. I'll show you.
I hope this is the right address.
So, can I go now?
Now, go on. I can handle it from here.
Can I help you?
Oh, I sure hope so. This is the place where people pick up photos, right?
Sure is.
Good. I thought I got it right.
You have a receipt?
What?
The receipt for the photo. Did someone take your picture?
That's right.
And he told you to come here?
It was in Griffith Park with my wife. We were walking past the merry-go-round. It was last Sunday. A man came by with one of those big cameras.
Dave, that man just took our picture.
Beautiful shot, too.
What are you doing?
Here you go, folks.
I didn't say you could do that.
Oh, there's no obligation. Take this ticket to Photos R Us. Address is right on it. If you like the picture, it won't cost you an arm and a leg. 8x10s, wallet size, 3x5.
He gave you a ticket.
Yeah, but I don't have it with me.
Then I can't help you. We have hundreds of proof prints.
That's what I need. Proof. Hold on. I can almost see the number in my mind. 670. Yeah. That's it. 6708777. I remember because of the 4 sevens.
Maybe your wife's got the ticket.
No, she's forgotten about it. I was going to surprise her.
Sunday, that would be the 14th. I'll check the files.
You found it?
This must be the one.
Hey, let me have it.
Wait, was that 4 sevens at the end or 3?
There's only one way to find out. Yes!
Is that it?
Yes! Yes, that's it! Oh, you don't know how important this is to me.
You okay, mister?
I am now.
That'll be $4.75 for the enlargement if you want extra prints. Hey, mister, you have to pay first.
You.
Hello, Mr. X.
What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question. We've been following you since the hospital. I wanted to see where you'd go.
What is this?
All right, hands behind your back.
Wait!
Have any knives or weapons in your pocket?
I said hold on!
It's all right, officers. I'll take responsibility.
The guy owes me money.
Oh?
$4.75 to be exact, plus sales tax. And do you know what for?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Proof that I'm not crazy.
Really? And what kind of proof might that be?
I told you they couldn't think of everything. Well, I was right.
I suppose you found a signature or some such?
That wouldn't be enough, would it? I could have signed it at any time.
Correct.
Or if it's something else, I could have printed it up or bought it like a fake driver's license.
I doubt that you've had time.
What about a photograph, Doctor? A picture of me, hand in hand with the woman who says she never laid eyes on me before this morning. Is there some way to explain that?
What do you have there?
Go on, open the envelope, take it out and look at it, and then tell me what you think. Well?
And what am I supposed to see?
Me, with Wilma at Griffith Park last weekend. That should establish something.
I don't understand.
What's to understand? You need glasses?
This is a photo of you in front of a carousel, alone.
Let me see that. No, it was different a minute ago. A picture of 2 people, 2. You saw her. Tell him I showed you the picture.
You didn't show me nothing, mister. Just looked at it yourself, then you tried to run off without paying.
But I tell you, she was there. We were there, together.
Come along now. We'll go back and talk this over.
No, we were there together. 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 We were...
Dave?
Together, I tell you.
Dave, honey, wake up.
What? Oh, where am I?
In bed, you were dreaming.
Oh, Wilma, it seems so real.
That's why they call them nightmares. You want me to get you something?
No, that's all right. What time is it?
4 in the morning. Go back to sleep. You have to be at work in a few hours.
Whew, I must have had the nightmare, the granddaddy of them all.
That'll teach you to mix scotch and martinis.
Well, that'll teach me.
Sorry I didn't put you in your pajamas, but I was a little out of it myself. Forgive me?
Oh, sure I do. Don't blame yourself.
You're in a rare mood.
You don't know how happy I am just to be here.
I love you, too. Oh, you better check the alarm. I'm not sure if I set it.
I can't see.
I'll turn on the lamp.
Oh, it was the worst dream I've ever had. I couldn't prove who I was, and you weren't yourself either. You were someone else, or you thought that I was. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince you. It was so...
Well, you're okay now, aren't you? Set the alarm and turn the light off. It's hurting my eyes. Dave? Dave, honey, is something the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
Who are you?
What do you mean? It's me. Who did you think I was? Dave? Dave, darling,
You get out of this bed. Go on. Get away from me. Whoever you are, I swear, I've never seen you before in my life.
Dave? Dave, don't act like this. You're scaring me. You're so pale. Are you sick? Dave? Dave? Dave!
A case of mistaken identity? Or a nightmare turned inside out? A simple loss of memory or the end of the world for someone named David Andrew Gurney? At least he thinks that's his name. He doesn't know much of anything anymore, and he may never find what he's seeking because the truth is he's lost his way. But you can be sure he'll continue looking for it night after night in the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Person or Persons Unknown, starring John Schneider, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Tom McElroy, Roger Mueller, Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Ann Whitney, and Jen Patterson. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, up. There she is. TP. Right where the general said it'd be.
Oh, we're too late.
Well, I can see that.
Campfire's smoking. We better check it out. Still warm. How long do you figure? 3, 4 hours at the most. Any idea how many? A lot of footprints all around. My guess is that if your general's looking for Sue, he's gonna have his breeches full of them before the sun goes down.
That all you can tell us? Thought you were a scout.
Well, they don't leave much behind. That's the Sioux way. Nothing their enemies can use.
And a little ways downriver, that'd be the junction?
Not a ways. Right here. Bighorn, Little Bighorn. This is where they converge.
Right here?
That'd put the Menoconjou fort about 4 miles up.
That's where he's thinking about crossing.
Wonder where they are now. Them Sioux?
I wouldn't be impatient, Mr. Two Stripes. We can go back and tell General Custer that his Indian trail's just as fresh as ever. A little too fresh for my pay.
Give me some of that water.
Go fill your own canteen, Corporal.
I don't mind. Have a drink if you want.
Take cover! Dang Indians! I knew they was around!
Hold your fire! I said hold it!
How's the drive chain, Langsford?
Just a smidge more. There, I got her, Sarge.
Good man, Corporal.
Are we going back to camp now?
That we are. The captain would be glad to hear that. Get him on the horn, will you, McCluskey? Tell him the tank's up and running and we're on our way.
Sure thing, sir.
What in the...
Those were shots, weren't they?
Put it down.
But I heard...
So did I. Easy, Tiger. These are just training maneuvers. If we start to get trigger-happy, it could turn into a real war.
Hunting season, maybe. They still got buffalo around here? Hey, how about it, McCluskey? Want to go shoot some buffalo? Tastes just like chicken.
Let's have a look. Nice and calm.
If it's the red team, I'm giving up. They can tag me POW, and I'll just sit out the rest of these war games. Getting hot as an oven inside this tank.
Why, I am surprised at you, McCluskey. The sergeant and me have had our eyes on you.
You have?
Sure, we were thinking of recommending you for OCS. Outside of the fact that you read a map upside down and you couldn't navigate a plow across a dance floor.
Sounded like those shots came from the other side of the draw.
Now, what was that?
I know what it was.
Somebody's playing games.
That's right, they're funning us. Can't you take a joke, McCluskey?
It was a signal. Just the way the Indians used to do it.
It's a hot June day in the present century. Or, if you prefer, another century altogether. Take your pick. The cast of characters in order of their appearance: a patrol of General Custer's cavalry and a patrol of modern-day National Guardsmen on training maneuvers. What neither group knows is that the past and present are about to collide head-on, as they are wont to do in a very special bivouac area known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Seventh, is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, if you ask me, it could have been a bird or something.
What about the rifle shots?
Listen up. I've been on a lot of these training missions, and sometimes the men get bored, so they play pranks on the other team. But we do our job, that's all. Now let's take a quick look over the rise, make sure everything's A-OK, and get back to base. Got it?
Got it, Sarge. Loud and clear.
I'll check it out.
Go ahead.
Well, how about that?
What do you see, McCluskey?
It's a wigwam. An honest-to-Pete wigwam.
1 million men in the National Guard, and it's just my luck to go riding around in a tank with the last of the red-hot Eagle Scouts. So it's a wigwam, McCluskey. What are you so happy about?
Well, it's real interesting, don't you think? Authentic and everything.
Well, why don't you take a look inside? Maybe there's a pretty little squaw in there waiting to be your fiancée.
Nope. Whatever was here cleaned it out. Don't you think that's kind of strange? Leaving a wigwam made out of real hides, sitting in the middle of nowhere?
Must have been some kind of youth camp or something. Either that or somebody's making a movie.
Out here, Sergeant? On Army training grounds?
That's a point. They never get a permit. Too dangerous. Besides, we'd have been informed.
Sure is interesting, though. Right there's a junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn Rivers. Just a little ways from here is where Custer fought.
Custer who?
General Custer. Didn't you learn about it in school? This is where the 7th Cavalry fought the Sioux Indians.
What do you got there?
Looks like a canteen.
Let me see that.
Not one of ours.
Yeah, maybe there's booze inside. Hey, where'd you get this?
Right here on the ground.
Says 7th Cavalry. Printed right on it. How do you figure, Sarge?
Well, I figure it's in pretty good shape, considering it's been lying around here for 100 and some odd years. Must be a lot of ghosts running around a place like this.
Ghosts?
Either that or somebody planted it here. McCluskey's got one thing right, though. Somewhere along this river they fought quite a battle. George Custer and 200-odd men against a couple thousand Sioux.
Custer's last stand. Didn't you ever hear of it, Langsford?
I heard of it. Maybe next year a museum will send you guys out on an expedition and you can spend all your time picking up antiques. But right now, I thought we were supposed to be a motorized patrol on war games. Me, I'd like to be reconnoitering in some small dark bar right about now. Or maybe the YWCA. Or in a pinch, I'd settle for a...
What was that?
The wind. That's what it was. The wind.
But the canteen and all. Don't you reckon we ought to go back and tell the command post?
Don't you want to wait for the Union cavalry, McCluskey? Now, what were you saying, Sarge? This is where they fought, huh? Around here?
Someplace around here. When I was a kid, I read everything that was ever written about it. Custer and the 7th were the advance guard for a general named Terry. The last thing anybody ever heard from him was that he was dividing his regiment into 3 parties. He was going to surround what he figured was a small group of Indians. There was a captain named Benteen with 3 troops. Went off to the south. Major Reno went to the other side of the creek to follow an Indian trail. Custer was the center column. He rode right into them and got slaughtered.
1876. That was the year.
Right, 1876.
Somebody planted this canteen for a gag then. It's not old. It's practically new. See for yourself. The water's still fresh. This whole thing's a gag. Either that or...
Come on, let's get out of here. I'm serious, you guys. Let's go back to the tank.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Sergeant. I'm asking you, what was that? The wind again?
I don't know.
Yeah, sure, that's what it was, the wind.
There they are.
Finally.
What'd they do, go fishing? They're working on their suntans.
Well, boys, never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
Hey, the captain's PO'd. You better get in a 10 on the double.
How come? I called in a position report.
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Lieutenant, if you had seen what we saw...
Can it, McCluskey? I'll give my report directly to the captain.
Say, any of you good old boys got a cold one stashed around here?
Sergeant Connors reporting, sir.
You may enter, Sergeant.
Sir?
Nice of you to come back, Connors. Did you bring your tank with you?
Begging your pardon, sir?
You were gone so long, I figured you drove it to a used car lot and traded it for a convertible.
We got a little hung up by the riverbed.
Hung up? The blue team was north of us. You went south.
We had trouble with one of the drive tread chains. Corporal Langsford proceeded to repair it with the toolkit, at least temporarily.
Connors, for a guy with as much regular Army time as you've got, you played this one boneheaded from start to finish.
Sir, I can't explain.
Explain? If there was an umpire around, you'd have had your tank crossed off and your men. Missing in action, all 3 of you.
I'm sorry, sir. We heard some rifle fire. We went to check it out.
Rifle fire. According to the lieutenant, you were down by the Little Bighorn. That's 40 miles from tactical maneuvers where you were supposed to be. How could you hear arms fire?
We never found out where it came from, sir, or who it came from.
Oh, that's rich. What was it, the Russians or the Chinese? I'll tell you what I think. I think you guys must have had a bottle in that tank.
Sir, I'm telling you.
See this map? Tomorrow, you'll take your tank, or rather, the United States government's tank, if you can find it, and you'll head up here to Rosebud Creek.
But, sir...
Follow the creek about 15 miles. We figure that by now the blue team has moved across to... What's the matter, Connors? You hungover?
Nothing like that, sir. It's just that Rosebud Creek. That's Custer's route.
What?
When he left Yellowstone River, he went with Major Reno. Reno found an Indian trail along Rosebud Creek.
Sergeant, let's synchronize, shall we? My watch says 2320 hours. My calendar says this century. If you have a thing about Indians, you got here a little late in the day.
We heard them, sir.
You heard what, exactly?
Indians, war cries.
Where? When?
This afternoon, sir, at the junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn. I know it sounds crazy. We found a canteen with 7th Cavalry stenciled on it, and a wigwam close to the river.
A wigwam?
Teepee, whatever you want to call it, but it was there.
Are you bucking for a Section 8, Sergeant?
It was the same teepee that Reno's scouts found the night before the battle.
Mm-hmm. Reno's scouts, I see. Reno being...
Major Reno. When Custer split the force into 3 columns, he sent Reno's to the north.
All right, Connors, that'll do. Line up your patrol and move out at 0600 tomorrow morning. And if you meet any Indians at all, take a deep breath and count to 10. They're probably all college graduates out running tests on the soil.
Sergeant?
What?
You awake, sir?
Yeah, I'm awake. What's the matter?
Nothing, sir. I was just lying here thinking.
Thinking about what, McCluskey?
Well, sir, wouldn't you say it's strange?
The only thing that's strange around here is you. Now, will you knock it off so a fella can get himself a little shut-eye?
Langsford's right. We've got an early detail in the morning.
I know, Sergeant, but the teepee and that canteen and all...
Listen, kid, I'm asking you politely.
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be a drag or nothing, but that sound we heard today, it could have been a signal, don't you think? Indians do that. I mean, they used to. They can imitate anything. Birds, animals, and you can never even hear them creeping up on you. They could even shape change, according to some folks. And then there's the Little Bighorn, General Custer. I read one time that there's no such thing as a coincidence.
That's it. I'm moving my bedroll. Someplace where a man can get a night's sleep.
Will you guys pipe down over there?
Simmer down, Colonel. And you, Private, do me a favor. Put a cork in it.
All right, Sergeant Connors. I'll try. I just want to be responsible is all. It's like they said in training. If you see anything and don't report it...
Shh. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Night, sir.
Good night. What in the blue hell was that?
Where to now, sir?
We follow this trail.
How far? Till we get to frontier land?
About 2-3 more miles.
In other words, Reno's route.
Exactly. We're making good time. We should get there at roughly the same hours.
For Pete's sake, you still on that? Reno this and Benteen that, Custer something else. Haven't you guys had it? You talked about it all night long. Now me, I was dreaming about a cute little private in a miniskirt. See, I was the drill instructor and she had to give me 50 jumping jacks. Only she couldn't get it right. So I put my arms around her from behind, real official-like, just to show her how. Up, down, and I'm whispering in her ear the whole time, and she says to me, "Why, Sergeant," I was a sergeant in the dream, "why, I think I got it." So I start to say, "You've got what?" But before I can get it out, McCluskey here wakes me up because he thinks he hears another hootie owl. I swear, if this kid wrecks my training sleep one more time...
Sergeant, look!
Where?
Over there, the top of the hill.
I don't...
The tall one, see? Smoke rising up in the sky, one puff at a time.
Oh, no.
I don't like the looks of that. I don't like it one bit.
Hold up now.
But, Corporal...
Use your head, boy. That smoke's coming from an incinerator, or it's somebody cooking a cheeseburger.
I don't think so.
Or maybe it's a bunch of Girl Scouts who don't dig Smokey the Bear. But if you don't straighten up, I will...
It figures.
What does?
It has to figure. Reno's scouts found the teepee the night before the battle. The following morning, the column saw smoke signals in the sky.
That's right. You know your history.
Look, you two history fans are really starting to bug me.
And late that same morning, they got their first Indian.
Oh, man.
When the war party went by, one of the troopers shot the last rider.
Come on. Look, I like a good laugh, same as the next guy, but this is too much. This is really and truly too much.
It was for the 7th Cavalry, too.
Sure, next thing you'll be telling me is that up over the hill we're going to run into a war party of Sioux. And if that happens, Mrs. Langsford's little boy is going to report to sickbay and ask for a rubber room all for himself. Just remember, I can always make it a reservation for 3, if that's what you...
We have to arm ourselves.
Get back in the tank. What are you doing? There's nothing out there but a dust cloud.
Yes, but what's behind the dust? You hear it?
We're wasting time.
You stupid moron kid, put that rifle down. What do you think you're shooting at?
Langsford, McCluskey, watch out.
Oh, my dear God.
You saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah, I sure did.
A horse without a saddle, an Indian pinto, and no rider.
That means I killed him. I killed him with my M1. Sergeant, I just fired blind toward that cloud of dust, but I didn't mean to...
That's enough. What were you saying, Langsford? You want to make a speech now? You got something to say, do you?
I got something to ask. Are we all out of our tree or what?
I don't know for sure, but I've got an idea.
We're listening.
See that ravine down there?
What about it?
It's all part of it. Somehow, some way, we're riding the same trail that Custer did. Figure it out. There was a teepee. When did we find it? Yesterday afternoon. Just like the scouts did. There was the smoke signals, just like Reno's column saw the next morning. Then McCluskey got himself an Indian, just like the day of the battle.
All right, let's say you're right. Let's say it's just like you say it is. We follow this trail just like they did.
Yes, Corporal, we follow it.
Well, what's the next thing that's supposed to happen?
We wind up at a massacre.
Hadn't we ought to go back to camp and warn them?
Warn who? It's not our men who'll be under attack. It's Old Yellowhairs.
Old Yellow?
General George Armstrong Custer.
And you mean to stop it?
I don't see that we have much choice. Stop it or join it.
Sure is hot.
Hotter out there.
What do you think happened to him?
Probably kicking back with a fishing pole.
I hear there's trout up here.
They gonna bring some back for us?
Miller,
Yes, Captain.
has Connors reported in?
Not yet, sir.
Get him.
I've already tried.
Try again.
Yes, sir. Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. Bluebird 9. No dice, sir.
Keep trying.
What if they're out of range?
Then they've disobeyed a direct order, and this time they won't get away with it.
Bluebird 9. Come on, guys.
This is Bluebird 9. Go ahead, CP.
They're acknowledging, sir.
Give me the microphone. Connors, this is the captain.
This is McCluskey, sir.
McCluskey, where...
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Private, do you think you might extend yourself enough to give me your position?
We're 4 miles down Rosebud Creek, about to cross over.
You're about to come back here double time. You're about to report to me personally, and you're about to do it inside of a half hour, or you'll be spending the next 3 national holidays in a guardhouse. Do you read me?
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Here's Sergeant Connors. Captain.
Connors, do I have to send a couple of MPs down there?
Captain, we're just a mile away.
Away from what?
From where Major Reno met the Sioux.
Listen to me, Connors. I'll give this to you just once. When these maneuvers are over, you can come out here on a vacation, dig up arrowheads, or anything you like, but right now, I want a government-issued tank back here at the command post and 3 National Guardsmen named Connors, McCluskey, and Langsford right alongside it. You've got 30 minutes to bring her back. Now acknowledge. Connors. Acknowledge. Connors.
He's broken off, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Take a jeep and 3 men. See this line on the map? Follow the creek down here. I think this is the crossing he talked about. Just follow his tread marks and bring them back here.
What if he resists?
Resists?
They don't seem to want to come back.
Well, I'll tell you what to do in that case, Lieutenant. You do whatever it takes.
Sir?
First you apologize to them, and then you shoot each one of them in the leg, throw them in the Jeep, and get them back here. Now, do you read me?
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
So this is what we've been busting our humps for, huh? A big fat nothing.
Nothing, all right.
Nothing and no one. But right down there is the spot.
Don't tell me.
Where Reno had his fight.
Well, all I can tell you guys is you better get a couple of cigar store Indians out here, and you better do it in a hurry. That is, if you want to make a good impression. Because I know a National Guard captain who's probably on his way over here right now with a great big net.
Where are they, Sergeant? How come we missed out?
Missed out? You want to know why we missed out? Let me explain it to you. We missed out because we're looking for dead cavalry, buried Indians in a battle that was over and done with before my great-grandpa was born. Now that's where we missed out. I got it all pegged, you know. I really do. The whole thing is strictly an illusion. One of them heat mirages. That's the straight goods. Out here with the sun beating down, we went and talked ourselves into it.
That's not it. That's not it at all, McCluskey.
What are you thinking, sir?
Do you remember what it was that Reno found before the battle?
I'm not sure.
He even sent a message back to Custer about it.
Sure, the village.
Village? What village? What do I have to do to level you guys off? Tie you to a tank or something?
Reno scouts found an Indian village. An hour after that, the whole troop went into action.
Oh, my aching back. I give up. I swear, I give up. This is where the men separate from the nutcases.
Where you going?
Back to the CP if I can find it. You guys keep playing your games, and I'll see if I can send back a padded ambulance. Arrivederci, y'all.
Should I stop him, Sarge?
We can't. He's the only one who's following orders. From now on, we're on our own. What is it?
You tell me.
That's it.
That's what? Would you mind telling me?
The village. That's the village.
6 more of your funny little teepees.
That's a mirage, isn't it, Langsford? Not really there?
Man, don't ask me anything. Now you got me seeing it. Don't ask me nothing.
Looks abandoned. I'll go down to scout it.
An hour ago, if you'd said that, I'd have died laughing.
And now?
You got your rifle?
Sure thing.
Then be careful.
Of course I will.
Well, what happens now? You read all the books. What's the next thing?
Beyond the village. That's where Benteen engages.
What about Custer?
He loses his right arm. As of the moment, Reno got cut off here. Custer's column was doomed.
This is wild. I swear, this is off the scale. Now, how in the... Well, how in... I mean, it's like chasing somebody that ain't even there and trying to catch up.
Well?
Connors. Langsford.
What'd you find?
I'm not sure. But if it's a mirage, this one goes all the way.
What's the matter with you?
You all right?
I just saw the granddaddy of all mirages. I mean the mother of all... Hey, fellas?
You're white as a sheet.
That's 'cause this one's sticking in my back.
McCluskey!
Get the medical kit. I'll try to cut the arrow out.
Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. No good, Captain.
Then they're refusing to answer. Either that or they've vanished off the face of the earth.
Captain?
You'd better have something to tell me.
Yes, sir.
For starters, that they're just a few hundred yards behind you, right?
I wish I could say that.
Then you better tell me something, Lieutenant, and fast, like the whereabouts of an M4 tank.
We found the tank, sir.
Is it operational?
It appears to be.
Where are the men?
No sign of them.
What?
Only this note.
Let me see that. Crossing Rosebud Creek, trying to reach the cavalry. Pray we're not too late. What's the meaning of this?
I don't know, sir. We drove up and down the creek bank.
Is that true? This is all you found? No sign of them?
That's right, sir.
What about you?
There were tracks leading to the tank, but after that, it's hard to say. All I know is they weren't in it.
And you, Private, I want you to consider your words very carefully.
Yes, sir. The tank was empty. except for some of their gear.
Well, what are the rest of you grunts standing around for? Anybody need a work detail this morning? How about a recon march with full packs?
Just finishing up, sir.
Come on, guys.
What about their gear?
Most of it was still there, except for the rifles and the sidearms.
Great. That's just great. Now I've got 3 trigger-happy soldiers on the loose with live ammo.
Captain, I know Connors. He is strictly by the book.
Yes, but what book?
Langsford's regular army, and McCluskey, well, he's a good kid, just wants to put in his time and get back home. If they've gone off on their own, there must be a reason.
I don't get it. I swear I don't get it. What are they drinking out there? Or have they seen too many Western movies?
Sir, about the note, what does he mean when he says cavalry?
The 7th Cavalry.
But what's the 7th Cavalry?
A very hot outfit, headed up by a tiger named George Custer.
Custer? Wasn't he...
Don't ask me any more questions. I don't have the answers. But I'll tell you this. Those 3 guardsmen are going to go on active duty so fast it'll make their heads spin. If they ever get out of the stockade.
Not much farther now.
Come on. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, man. We got you, okay? Just hang on to my shoulder.
Where are we?
A few hundred feet away. They're right over the ridge.
Sarge, you hear it?
The wind, that's all.
Not that.
Sure we hear it. This time we all do.
Wait a minute. Listen.
That's them, Sarge. The 7th.
You think he's right?
We made it. We made it after all.
Almost. Don't count your chickens. Let's go.
Somebody give me my sword.
We don't have swords, McCluskey. We got U.S. government issue 45s. Put in a clip, work the slide, and she's ready to go. Here.
We've also got our M1s and the machine gun. Set it up.
With pleasure.
Can't stand up.
Just lay low. Keep pulling the trigger.
Look at Custer. He's surrounded. Gotta get down there.
Must be 1,000 Indians.
More than that, Colonel. More than that.
Well, shoot, I heard of worse odds than that. Haven't you, boys? Plus, we got our equalizers right here. We've come all this way. What do you say, Sergeant?
I say we do it.
Why not?
Let's go.
This is it, Captain. The last known location. What's that plaque for?
Read it, Lieutenant.
Custer Battlefield National Cemetery, honoring the memory of 261 men of the 7th Cavalry who lost their lives in battle. So this is the cavalry they were talking about.
It was. It's a national shrine now. They made it.
What's that, Captain?
Nothing.
No sign of them on either side of the creek, Captain.
What about the tank?
Up near the ridge where they left it. But no sign of the men, no sign at all.
Keep looking.
Yes, sir.
Put them on report, Captain?
Put them on report.
Captain!
What is it?
A list of the men who died here, all the names engraved on the plaque. It looks like it's been here a long time, so then how?
How what?
I think you better take a look at this. Right here, in the middle of the list.
William Connors, Michael McCluskey, Richard Langsford.
Kind of a coincidence, don't you think?
Quite a coincidence.
But how?
Pity they couldn't have brought up the tank. That would have helped the odds. Wonder if the drive chain failed again.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Nothing, Lieutenant. I didn't say a thing. Not a blessed thing.
Sergeant William Connors, Trooper Michael McCluskey, and Trooper Richard Langsford, who on a hot afternoon in June made a brave but hopeless charge down a hill and never returned. Look for this one under P for Phantom in the pages of a historical ledger filed in a reading room known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Seventh is Made Up of Phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Richard Shavsden, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Good morning, Mr. Stasiak. How are you today?
Morning, Mrs. Ricciardo. Ask me after I have my coffee.
Don't you be running in the hall now, little Paul.
Okay.
And good morning to you, Mr. Bevis.
Top of the morning, Mrs. R. Top of the morning.
Did Mrs. Chatfield fix your hot water yet?
I'm sure she will, Mrs. R. Our landlady has a lot of important things on her mind.
But how did you take your shower and all with no hot water?
Oh, it's no problem, really. In fact, I think I prefer a nice cold shower. Do you remember Bernard McFadden?
Who?
One of the fittest men who ever lived. Published magazines dedicated to health. He always bathed in ice water. Said it got the blood flowing. Do you know he never came down with so much as a cold?
Hi, Mr. Bevis.
Hi there to you, Paulie.
How's old Ironsides coming?
She's coming. Maybe she'll be ready tonight. We'll see.
Hey, going downstairs?
Oh, I thought I might. Seeing as how that's the only way to get to the street.
Don't you bother the man now, little Paul.
That's all right, Mrs. R. Paulie and I are friends, aren't we?
Sure are.
Well, then, go down and play with the other children. Don't you go far, and don't be crossing the street now.
I won't. Well, what do you say, Mr. Bevis?
I don't know this morning, Paulie.
Come on, the coast is clear.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Well, then I guess, like the man said, why the heck not? Stand back. I'm coming down by the seat of my pants.
Stand back, everybody. He's sliding down the banister and he's gonna take off.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey. Excuse me, everybody. Lost my balance there at the end. Of course, it's not the first time.
Gee, Mr. Bevis, are you ever gonna get it right?
Practice, Janie. That's all it takes. Just a little more practice.
That's what you always say.
And that's what I mean. Think how much time I save every morning. Sliding down one whole floor. At least 15 seconds. Let's see, that's a minute and a quarter every week, 5 minutes a month, Why, in a year, that gives me a whole extra hour before I go to work.
Do it again.
Well, now, that would defeat the whole purpose, wouldn't it? But tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, I'll finally take flight and land square on my feet. What are you laughing at?
Your bow tie's on crooked.
So it is. Thank you, JD. Now, who wants to help me carry my briefcase?
Pick me, Mr. Bevis, pick me. I can do it, Mr. Bevis, pick me.
Well, then, you'll just have to take turns. And you know something else? Why, I just happen to have a whole pocket full of shiny new pennies. And they're getting awfully heavy. I don't mind tipping, for extra special service. Let me see. Anybody around here want one?
Me.
Morning, Mr. Bevis. Here's an apple for you.
Why, thank you, Tony. Don't know what I'd do without one of your apples every day.
Well, I never. Who does he think he is, Rockefeller?
Oh, that's just Mr. Bevis.
Well, he acts like some kind of crazy person.
Oh, he's not crazy. Maybe just a little, eccentric. The children all love him.
Just the same, I wouldn't trust a man like that. Look at him. What kind of example does he set? I'd say the man never grew up, like that Pied Piper fella.
Isn't that the truth? He's our own Mr. Bevis, is who he is. Guess you could say he's one of a kind.
Species of the modern American male, or perhaps not so modern after all. Name, James B.W. Bevis. He has a penchant for animals, children, attractive women, aged women, in fact, people in general. He also likes zither music, all things old-fashioned, professional football, at least as a spectator sport, as well as polkas, Major League Baseball, and Charles Dickens. Should it not be obvious by now, James Bevis is a fixture in his own private, optimistic, hopeful little world. A world which has long since ceased being surprised by him. Mr. Bevis, on whom Dame Fortune will very shortly turn her back, but not before giving him a paste in the mouth. Mr. James B.W. Bevis, who lives just one block into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Mr. Bevis, starring Bruno Kirby, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
When you gonna get a new car, huh, Mr. Bevis?
He don't want a new car. He likes this one.
Sure do. This is a genuine antique. Original engine, factory paint job. The only thing I've ever changed is the tires. Funny how they still can't make tires that last as long as the car.
What's that on the windshield?
Oh, you got another parking ticket.
Keep it safe for me, will you, Paulie? Put it in with the rest of the collection.
Is it gonna start today, do you think?
Cross your fingers and toes. A bright new morning like this? We've always got hope, don't we?
Okay, do you kids know what to do?
Yeah, we sure do.
That's right. Get behind it and push. All right, she's moving. Let her go.
Everybody stand back. You can pop the clutch now, Mr. Bevis.
Go, yeah,
You gotta go.
Thanks, kids. See you after work.
And whose desk is this?
Mr. Bevis's, sir?
Ah, I should have known. And where is our Mr. Bevis this morning?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Mr. Peckinpah.
Well, Margaret, when you do happen to see the gentleman who occupies this museum of junk, kindly tell him that I should like to see him personally. If and when he finally deigns to report for work, that is. Will you do that for me?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll tell him.
His desk sticks out like an infected thumb.
Yes, sir.
Amid this snowstorm of loose papers, I believe I make out a model ship, a gooseneck lamp, in the shape of an actual goose, mind you.
Cute, isn't it?
Cupid doll clock, nodding head dogs, toy kitten, yes, and unless I am mistaken, an actual stuffed ferret.
I think it's a squirrel, sir.
A veritable livestock exhibit. Perhaps I should rename this company Wild Kingdom.
Morning. morning, Mr. Bevis.
How you doing?
Is everything okay?
Everything's dandy. Perfectly swell. Marvelous and fabulous, as always. And good morning to you, Midnight the cat. Spike the dog. And you, Mr. Rocket J. Squirrel. Been a good boy while I was gone?
Mr. Bevis.
You're looking nice too, Margaret. Pert and chipper as usual.
Thanks. Mr. Peckinpah wants to see you.
He does?
Afraid so. I'm just delivering the message.
Message received, loud and clear. Just as soon as I water my potted plant.
I think he wants to see you now.
Right away. Must be something special. All right, then. Into the breach.
Good luck.
Oh, Margaret.
Yes?
One thing while I'm gone.
What's that?
Pet Midnight for me, would you please? She needs human contact.
Yes?
It's James Bevis, sir. In the flesh, so to speak.
You may enter.
What's up, do you think?
Peckinpah looked pretty mad.
Is he gonna get fired?
You can't fire Bevis.
Well, if he does, I quit.
Your desk, Bevis, is an abomination.
It is?
And furthermore, you keep a ledger like an ape.
I'll take that as a compliment, sir. Apes are very intelligent. Did you know that of all the land mammals, the ape...
Your desk is an affront to civilization. Your filing system is non-existent. In short, your eccentricities are beyond human understanding.
I'm eccentric? You're saying I'm eccentric? With all due respect, sir.
Bringing phonograph records of zither music to play at lunchtime.
I just love the Third Man theme, sir. Don't you? I've always loved it. The first time I saw that movie, it's been years now, but I'll never forget. I said to myself, Bevis, you have to get that record.
Hiring carolers to come in and serenade the office during our busiest hour.
Only at Christmas time.
If you'll let me finish.
Was it the sack, Mr. Bevis?
Yep. The old sackaroonie.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is the 6th job I've lost this year, Margaret. The best laid plans of mice and men, huh? And Bevis.
Oh, don't worry about it, Bevis.
There's better jobs than this. Lots better.
We're sure gonna miss you.
Here's a box for your stuff.
Thanks, everybody. My chessboard. My collection of old Mirashan pipes. My books. My pictures. And old Ironsides.
Is that what it's called?
Sure is. The USS Constitution. I was building this ship for one of the kids. Looks like she won't get launched today, after all.
Old Ironsides will get launched. You'll see. You'll get another job, Mr. Bevis. You always have.
The only job I've ever held for more than 6 months was when I was in the Navy.
Is that you in the picture there?
Yep. That's me on the deck next to the fantail.
Well, will you look at that? He's fat, isn't he?
That's the bosun's mate. This is the fantail over here. Oh, well. And she goes with all the rest.
You take it easy now.
Things will work out. You'll see.
We'll be thinking about you.
Smooth sailing, Mr. Bevis.
Thanks, everybody. I'll drop you a postcard from my next port of call. Oh, Mr. Truck Driver. Mr. Truck Driver, you don't have to double park.
No, what am I supposed to do? Park it on the sidewalk?
Park behind me. I'm leaving anyway.
Which one? Oh, let me guess. The old rattle trap, right? Anybody get hurt in that wreck?
You can have both spaces as soon as I put my stuff in the back.
Can you hurry it up?
Let me get the door open here. First, set the box down. Then get the keys out.
Hey, Mac. I ain't got all day.
Just one more minute.
If you ain't moving in 5 seconds, I'm pulling in behind you.
Be careful, would you please? This is an original Essex. Stock parts.
Okay.
Watch the bumper. It's rolling.
I only tapped it a little.
I must have forgot to set the handbrake.
That's your problem, pal.
Hey, somebody stop that car.
Yours?
Mine.
Does it do this often?
Never has before. Now it looks like it never will again. Too bad. It's been kind of like kind of like an old friend to me.
Stand back, everybody. Show's over.
I'll phone for a tow truck.
You do that.
You wouldn't be interested in purchasing an original Essex, would you? For parts, I mean, they're kind of scarce.
No thanks, pal. Me? I've kind of got my heart set on a 1924 Maxwell. Or maybe a 25. Thought I'd wait till the new models come out so I can make me a better deal.
Sure. I understand, officer. Ever have one of those days?
All the time, son. All the time. The difference between me and you is I get paid for it.
Mr. Bevis?
Where's your car?
It's in the shop.
Yeah? What you got in the box?
This? I guess you might say the stuff dreams are made of, Tommy. Something along those lines, anyway.
Hey, is that old Ironsides?
Yep. She ran aground before she could get christened.
That's okay, Mr. Bevis. You can fix it. You can fix anything.
I'll try, Tommy. Afternoon, Mrs. Chatfield.
You'll find all your things in the hall, Mr. Bevis.
My things?
Your Victrola, your stuffed animals, all of it. Your clothes, too.
Okay, I give up. What are they doing in the hall?
You're being evicted, Mr. Bevis.
I'm not sure I catch your meaning.
Evicted. 6 weeks in arrears on your rent. That's it as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Bevis, you're still gonna finish Old Ironsides, aren't you?
Well, there may be a slight delay. I'm gonna have to change shipyards. But we'll get her launched. Yes, we will. That's a promise. We'll get her launched somehow.
Yeah, but how?
I don't suppose you've ever had one of those days, have you, Tommy?
Not yet, but I think you're having one. You know what else I think, Mr. Bevis?
What's that?
I think you better say your prayers and be real good. 'Cause right about now, you need a miracle.
Better make this one your last, don't you think, Mr. Bevis?
All in good time, Joe. All in good time. I'll tell you when.
I think you forgot to tell me that a couple of drinks ago. You're not going to be driving anywhere, are you now?
Alas, I think not. Today I am, as they say, hoofing it. Once I am sufficiently fortified.
There's that word again.
Which word?
You said you wanted something that'd fortify a man in his darkest hour, so I guess you must be feeling pretty fortified by now. Them are it, huh? Your fortifications?
Those are.
Are what?
Those are it. You can't use them in a nominative case.
No kidding. Live and learn.
Yeah. Live and learn. Who's that?
Who's who?
The old gentleman in the blue suit.
Where?
Behind me. At the table. I can see him in the mirror.
I don't see nobody.
Right over... Wait a minute. Where'd he go?
Search me.
Perhaps you can explain to me, Pete, what you put in those drinks that made me see somebody in the mirror, but not in the booth.
See who?
Whom?
Quite right, Mr. Bevis. Whom? Objective case.
Wait a minute. Now, where are you hiding?
Nowhere, Mr. Bevis. I'm right here.
Hey, how'd you do that?
An exceedingly simple trick. You've heard the saying, now you see it, now you don't. Care for a cigar? They're Cuban, you know. Nothing but the best where I come from. You might say we get them duty-free.
No, thanks. How do you know my name?
Oh, I could say I overheard it from the bartender or some such. But if the truth be told, we do have our ways.
And who exactly might you be?
Ah, yes, a name. For purposes of identification, you may call me J. Hardy Hempstead.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
This is Mr. Hempstead.
It is, huh?
See what he wants, will you please?
Sure, Mr. Bevis. And a happy, fortified Thanksgiving to you, too.
Cheers, Mr. Hempstead.
Cheers.
Hold on. Wait till Pete brings you a drink.
But I've already got one.
Where?
Why, right here.
Oh.
To better days.
I'll drink to that. And what do you do, Mr. Hempstead?
I'm your guardian angel.
Wouldn't that be something?
But I am.
Well, I guess we're all our brother's keeper, in a manner of speaking.
Not in a manner of speaking. In actual fact. Mr. Bevis, here's the way the cookie crumbles. Several hundred years ago, one of your ancestors performed an act of great courage. Part of his reward was to have a guardian angel assigned to one of his descendants in each generation. Current subject, Mr. James B. W. Bevis. That's you, I take it?
Guilty as charged.
Good. I have your family history right here.
Oh, no. You're not selling one of those books about how to look up your family tree, are you? They always say I had a relative who came over on the Mayflower.
Hear me out, if you would. Now, in the past few generations, Mr. Bevis, I've handled some extremely solid citizens amongst your progenitors.
Handled?
Taken care of. Good care, I might add. For example, there was Magellan Bevis, an intrepid explorer of the 16th century. This is a woodcut of the gentleman in question.
Nice costume.
Then Parnell Bevis, member of the British Parliament, who fought for Home Rule against insurmountable odds. And more recently, Gunner Lou Bevis, the first Marine to hit the beach at Nicaragua.
That's Uncle Louis.
Indeed. And your picture will fit right here on the next page. As of now, you too are being watched over by yours truly, J. Hardy Hempstead, your obedient servant.
Watched over how?
Aided by minor miracles from time to time as the need arises, given a small heavenly assist when the circumstances call for it.
Well, you picked a good day for it.
I know. Today you had a rather uncomfortable time of it. What started it all was being fired from your 11th job in 18 months.
Mr. Peckinpah didn't care for zither music.
I don't much blame him. But that's neither here nor there. It so happens that I can reconstitute the whole day for you and alter it so that the final upshot will be the opposite of what it has been. In other words, Mr. Bevis, let's go back to 9 a.m. this morning. We'll rewind and start all over again.
You mean I can have the day to live over again, and it won't come out the same way?
Definitely not the same. We merely alter some of the relevant aspects, and of necessity we must naturally perform a few alterations on your characteristics. For example, Mr. Bevis, your manner of dress.
What's wrong with it?
Are you serious about that sports coat?
I like plaid.
And that bow tie. Let's try something a little different. Brooks Brothers might make a better impression.
How did you do that?
Much better, don't you think? Nice business suit, conservative tie.
I look like an undertaker.
That may well be, but if you want the day to turn out differently, you have to be different. Shall we go, Mr. Bevis? There isn't much time.
You're really terribly nice, Mr. Hempstead.
Think nothing of it.
To go to all this trouble, whoever you really are.
I assure you this is neither personal nor sentimental, Mr. Bevis. It's merely my job.
Now he's talking to himself. Looks happy, though. Maybe I better have a shot of what he's drinking.
Good morning, Mr. Stasiak. How are you today?
Morning, Mrs. Ricciardo. Ask me after I have my coffee.
Don't be running in the hall now, little Paul.
Okay.
All right, here we are. Back where you started this morning.
Yep, this is it. Everything's the same. First, I locked my apartment. Good morning, Mrs. R. Top of the morning.
Hello.
What's the matter with her? Why isn't she talking to me?
Remember to keep your voice down. She can't see me.
She can't?
No one but you.
Hi there, Paulie.
Hi.
Aren't you going to ask me about old Ironsides? Don't worry, she's coming along.
What's old Ironsides?
Don't you bother the man now, little Paul.
That's all right, Mrs. R. We're friends. Aren't we, Paulie? Aren't we?
Go down and play with the other children. Don't you go far, and don't be crossing the street now.
I won't.
Well, what do you say, Paulie? Looks like the coast is clear. The banister's nice and shiny.
Don't even think about it.
Hey, what's going on?
That nonsense was for the old Bevis. You're the new Bevis, remember?
Morning, everybody. I don't know, Mr. Hempstead. Think about it. If I don't slide down the banister anymore, I'm losing a good 15 seconds. That's a minute and a quarter a week, 5 minutes a month.
Straighten your tie. You're late.
Who's going to carry my briefcase?
You can do it.
What about this pocket full of new pennies?
Not in this suit.
Morning, Tony. Where's my apple?
You want an apple, mister? That'll be 25 cents.
Let's go.
Oh, Mrs. Chatfield.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bevis.
I wanted to talk to you about the rent.
Oh, I found it in the box. 3 weeks in advance. You're a wonderful, wonderful roomer, Mr. Bevis.
That's a switch. This part I don't mind at all. Only, where are the kids?
They're busy playing, I presume, as children are wont to do.
But who's going to help me push-start my car?
That won't be necessary.
I don't even see my Essex. Oh, no. Did somebody tow it away?
Correction. You don't own an Essex. This is your car.
But this is a sports car. A little foreign sports car.
Red's your favorite color, isn't it?
Yes, but do you think it fits? With everything else I mean?
Mr. Bevis, live it up, will you?
But have you ever driven an Essex?
My dear sir, I have driven a chariot with 11 horses. I'm the guy responsible for Ben-Hur winning the race. That Essex went out with the old Bevis. You're a different person now. No more zither music. No more Christmas carolers in the office. Though the latter idiosyncrasy met with some approval from the organization. Now, here are your new car keys. Go ahead, give it a spin.
Hey, Paulie, look at this. Want to take it for a test drive? He acts like he doesn't even know me.
Shall we go, Mr. Bevis?
Yeah, okay.
Better times are ahead, I promise.
If you say so.
Well, here we are, Mr. Bevis. Looks like the office is already humming.
Where's my desk?
Same place it's always been. Right over there.
But it doesn't look the same. Somebody's already cleaned it out.
No such thing. Your workday hasn't started yet. Look at the clock. You're not even late. It's only 8:58.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Bevis.
Where's my gooseneck lamp? And the clock I won at the carnival? And midnight? And Rocky? Where's the ship I was building?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Good morning, Bevis.
Good morning, sir.
Friends and associates, a moment, please. Everyone, I should like you to hear a bit of good news. As of this day, Mr. James B.W. Bevis is being given a raise in salary 10% a week. May I add, Bevis, your work is admirable, and since you've been with us for 11 months now, I think a raise is very much in order.
A raise, Mr. Peckinpah?
Quite right, Bevis, quite right.
Thank you, sir.
Think nothing of it. The least we could do, considering.
Mr. Peckinpah, sir.
Yes, Bevis?
What about the...
Yes?
The zither music and the Christmas carolers.
The zither music? The Christmas carolers? I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Bevis, you no longer have an interest in any of that nonsense.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Nothing, sir.
Very well, then. See you later, Bevis, and keep up the good work.
Why, this desk looks... It looks absolutely nude. It doesn't look decent somehow. Margaret, where is old Ironsides?
Are you feeling all right, Mr. Bevis?
I think I'd better get some air.
Yes, that might be a good idea.
I got a raise.
Naturally. Where are you going now? You only just arrived.
Outside for some air. Or I might go back to my place.
So early in the day?
I was thinking, maybe I'll play some stickball with the kids in the street.
Mr. Bevis.
Yeah?
They won't play with you.
Why not?
You're not the same, Bevis. Not anymore.
You mean everything's changed? Even that?
It's only today that we can see the changes. Actually, they started some time ago.
I'm beginning to understand.
Good. Well, Mr. Bevis, still want to get on the elevator?
Yes, I think I will.
Why? Things seem to be going your way, don't they?
I guess they are, Mr. Hempstead.
Bevis, what do you say we level with one another? I mean, really, what is it you want? After all, for a person like yourself, 10% is the most even I can get for you. Frankly, I don't get you. I'm used to Bevises with big dreams, gigantic hopes, fantastic aspirations. Magellan Bevis sailing around the Horn, Parnell Bevis standing alone in Parliament booming out his convictions, Gunner Lou Bevis, over-the-top men, semper fidelis, nobody lives forever, let's go, boys! That was the spirit.
Mr. Hempstead, sir, I don't want to seem ungrateful. But the things I want, the things I believe in, I know they're odd, but they're worth considerably more than 10% a week.
I take it then that you prefer your bow ties and plaid coat and old Ironsides.
I'm afraid that's the case.
And you realize things will be as they were. There'll be no job, no car, no place to live for a while.
It's been that way before.
I see.
Complicated, is it?
Hardly. Take a look out the window.
Hey, there's my old Essex down at the curb.
You'd best feast your eyes. It won't be around for very long. The truck will hit it as previously ordained. You'd better go back in for a minute and get it over with. Here comes old Peckinpah now. This time he won't be talking about a raise.
You know something? It doesn't make a bit of difference. Not one bit.
And whose desk is this?
Mr. Bevis's, sir.
And where is our Mr. Bevis this morning?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Mr. Peckinpah.
Well, Margaret, when you do happen to see the gentleman who occupies this museum of junk, kindly tell him that I should like to see him personally. If and when he finally deigns to report for work, that is.
Once more into the breach.
How do you feel, bud? Fortified?
I do indeed. Today I lost my job, my car, and I've been evicted, or I'm about to be all over again. But you know, I love zither music and model ships. And if I can't bring kids into an office at Christmas time to sing carols, then what's the point of being alive?
Beats me.
Well, there really is no point. There is no point at all. I'm going to try and find a job, an apartment, and then I'm going to finish Old Ironsides for a little boy 8 years old with a dirty face who happens to love model ships just the same as I do. Wait a minute. That's my car. Mr. Hempstead, wherever you are, you're still watching over me. You must be.
This your car, buddy?
Yes, it most certainly is, officer. And you don't know. You can't imagine how glad I am to find it here. You see, a truck tapped the bumper and it rolled down the street because I didn't have the handbrake on. That was the first time, of course. But now, thanks I'm sure to Mr. Hempstead.
Well, I don't know any Hempstead. And I don't care if it's the first time or the 100th time.
What are you doing?
Writing you a ticket. In this city, we kind of take a dim view of parking next to a hydrant.
You mean a fire hydrant?
Big and red, right there by your front fender.
What hydrant is that, officer?
Hey! Where'd it go?
I think I have a pretty good idea. Still with me, Mr. Hempstead?
Still with you, Mr. Bevis. Still with you.
Mr. James B. W. Bevis, who believes in magic, the magic of a child's smile, the magic of liking many and various people and things and being liked in return, and the strange and wondrous mysticism that is the simple act of living. Mr. Bevis, one species of the modern male who lives in his own private and very special Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mr. Bevis, starring Bruno Kirby with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were David Darlow, Christian Stolte, Fernette Lebo, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Ryder, Meg Thalken, Max Kirsch, Carrie Darlow, Riley Baugh, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Carl Amari, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Attention shoppers, Mason's department store will close in 10 minutes. This is your last chance for all red tag items. 10 more minutes.
Here you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Just these things, please.
One child's bathrobe, pajamas, and a pair of slippers. Will that be all?
Yes, thank you.
And how would you like to pay?
How much does it come to?
With tax, your total is $57.63.
Oh, is that the sale price?
Let me see. Children's wear. Yes, that department's on markdown.
The slippers, too?
Where did you find them?
On the clearance table. There's a red tag.
Very good. That'll be an additional 40% off. I'll just adjust the total.
That's better. Every little bit counts, doesn't it? Children grow so fast.
If that's all.
Christy? Christy, where are you?
Here, Mommy.
Time to go, darling.
Mommy, look.
What have you got there?
A dolly.
My, isn't she cute?
She's the best doll in the whole world.
Yeah, well, you better put it back now. Daddy's waiting.
Can I have her, please?
You already have a doll.
Not like this one. Her name's Tina.
Is it?
Listen.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
Oh, please, Mommy. She wants to go home with me. She said so.
Maybe next time.
But she wants to go now.
Shall I add the doll?
Well, no, I don't think so.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I want to go home with you.
See?
What will they think of next,
Excuse me. I'm in line here, too, you know.
I'm sorry. Just a second.
Will that be cash, ma'am?
She's just like a real little girl. Aren't you, Tina?
My name is Talkie Tina, and you're my new best friend.
Oh, for the love of...
I'll have someone restock it for you.
Will you accept a charge?
Certainly.
Here's my card.
If you'll just sign here, Mrs. Streeter.
All right.
I'll put everything in one bag.
Would you like to carry it, honey?
Oh, yes, Mommy. Thank you.
Who's next?
Well, it's about time. Do you have any more Shake Me, Bake Me sets?
Oh, I'm afraid not, sir. They sold out this morning.
Well, come on. I only came out because of your advertisement.
But I can give you a rain check.
I don't want a rain check. I drove 15 miles to get a Shake Me, Bake Me toy kitchen for my daughter, and I'm not going to leave without one.
If you'd like to speak to the supervisor,
You bet I would. I can't believe this.
Come along, honey. We're holding up the line.
My name is Talkie Tina, and we're going to be very, very happy.
We will, I promise.
Yeah, as long as your daddy doesn't find out.
Come on, Tina. We're going home.
Meet Talkie Tina, the doll that does everything. A lifelike creation of molded plastic with a beautiful painted smile. For an only child named Christy, she's a brand new playmate. For her father, however, this particular doll is about to become a most unwelcome addition to the family. But don't worry, because without Talkie Tina, chances are he would never find his way into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Living Doll, starring Tim Kazurinsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
This is where we live, Tina. See?
Put her back in the bag with your other things.
But Tina wants to see her new house.
Just until we get inside.
Okay. Come on, Tina.
Honey?
Yes, Mommy?
Why don't you run upstairs with your doll? That way she can see your room.
Can't Tina meet Daddy first?
No, not yet. He's very busy today, remember?
Okay.
And the grand total for 1 month? I can't believe it.
Eric?
Hi.
Oh, sorry we took so long.
It doesn't matter, I'm still working on the taxes.
Oh, did you make yourself lunch?
Not yet. What'd you buy?
Oh, nothing much. Just a couple of things Christy needed.
What kind of things?
Go on upstairs, darling.
Yes, Mommy. Come on, Tina.
Wait a minute. Christy? What do you got there?
It's nothing, Eric.
No?
It's just a doll.
A doll, huh?
Show Daddy, honey.
Her name's Tina.
She doesn't need another doll.
She fell in love with it. What was I supposed to do? Her birthday's not for months.
I thought we agreed.
She's only a child.
She's just like a real live girl, Daddy.
For heaven's sake, Annabelle, a doll like that costs...
It was on sale.
Oh, so that means we can afford it, huh? What was it, free?
I put it on the account.
Tina does everything, don't you, Tina? Her arms move and her eyes open. Watch. She sees you, Daddy, and she can even talk.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
You have to admit it's adorable.
See? I just love her already.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I want to go home with you.
Isn't she cute?
All right, how much?
Well, not that much.
I know, it was on sale, you charged it. How much?
Eric, that's enough. Christy, go to your room, please.
Yes, Mommy.
My name is Talkie Tina, and you're my new best friend.
Christy, hold on.
What, Daddy?
Let me see that doll for a minute.
Eric, please.
Hey, I've been doing the income and expenses while you were out. And now I have to write a check to the IRS. I can almost cover it if we don't go to the movies or eat out for a month.
This is hardly the time to talk about...
I asked you a question, Annabelle. How much did it cost me?
You?
I earn the money around here, don't I?
I don't think it's the price of the doll that's upsetting you.
Here it comes.
Here what comes?
Some more of that Freudian gibberish you've been getting from her doctor.
It is not Dr. Lubin's fault that she feels rejected.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
Will you shut that thing off?
Her name's Tina. Don't yell at her.
Give it to me.
Daddy, please, she's my dolly.
Not until I decide if she's gonna stay.
Mommy.
Go on. It'll be all right, I promise. Eric, how could you?
What would you suggest I do? Start printing money? Charge accounts have to be paid, you know.
We'll talk about this later, after you've had a chance to think about what you've just done to that little girl.
More toys, more of everything for Christy. That's what she needs. Another doll. One that talks.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I don't think I like you.
What?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I think I could even hate you.
What kind of doll is this? Get out of here! What do you say now, huh? You all broken up about it?
My name is Talkie Tina, and you'll be sorry.
Why, you...
Eric?
Yeah?
Did you just throw something?
What if I did?
You broke the vase.
So I'll get you another one.
Just tell me why.
I don't like what it says.
The doll?
You might be interested to know it has quite a vocabulary. Listen.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
I suppose that offends you in some way.
That's not what it said a minute ago.
Eric, I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Oh, and exactly what is it you're taking?
Your anger toward Christy. I know you're having a difficult time adjusting to her, but I can't let you treat her this way. She's my daughter, Eric. I love her.
Oh, you love her, but I don't love her. I'm only your stepfather. I'm incapable of loving children because I can't have any of my own. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
No, Eric, believe me, it's not. You could love Christy. I know you could if you'd only give yourself half a chance.
Good. Then I'm not the cold, cruel ogre Mommy and daughter think I am. Whew. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your faith in me.
Eric, please, give us a chance. Christy and me. I know you got more than you bargained for when you married me. 2 for the price of 1. But we'll do anything to make you happy. Both of us.
Daddy?
Honey, just a minute.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
What?
I'm sorry if I made you mad.
Oh, Christy, I wasn't mad at you. Do you understand that?
Sure, Daddy. Oh, there you are, Tina.
No, don't do that.
Why?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
Why not, Daddy?
Nothing at all.
Come on, Tina. Let's go upstairs.
Almost finished, Christy?
Almost, Mommy. We are. Aren't we, Tina?
Eat your vegetables so we can have dessert.
What kind? Tina wants to know what kind of dessert.
Oh, your favorite, banana cream pie.
Be a good girl, Tina, and eat your supper.
Eat your own supper, Christy.
I am, Daddy.
I didn't know your doll could laugh.
Oh, Daddy, Tina can do everything.
Well, tell her not to do it at the table.
What's the matter, Eric?
Forget it.
I didn't hear anybody laugh.
Really? I thought
You thought what?
Nothing. Where'd you buy her?
Mason's. It seemed like a good idea.
Did it?
She'll be a good playmate for Christy.
Lacking a brother or sister. Is that what you mean?
I didn't say that.
But it's what you meant. It's why you bought the doll, isn't it? So I'd have a reminder?
It hadn't occurred to me, but if that's what you think, give me your plate, Christy.
Yes, Mommy. Here's Tina's, too. She ate all her food.
Did she?
Who's that?
I'm sure I don't know.
Who do you think it is, Tina?
Well, stop talking to her like that. It's only a doll.
No, she's not, Daddy. She's my new best friend.
Can Christy come out and play?
Hear that, Tina?
It's Linda.
Goody.
Don't you want your dessert first?
Later, Mommy. Can I take Tina?
Not outside.
But she wants to meet Linda.
Well, Linda can meet her later.
Okay.
How about you?
What?
Do you want some dessert?
Oh, sure. That'd be fine.
Well, I'll bring you a piece of pie.
Yeah, you do that.
My name is Talkie Tina.
Hey! Nobody pulled your string.
And I'm beginning to hate you.
Yeah? Well, my name's Eric Streeter. And you know what? I think I'm gonna get rid of you after all.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I? Just watch.
Don't pick me up. This is my chair.
No, it's not. It's Christy's high chair. Or it was until she grew out of it. But you'll never grow because you're just a piece of plastic. Got that? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I think you're a very bad man. My name is Talkie Tina, and I think...
Shut up, you little wretch.
Here's your pie.
Thanks.
What are you doing?
Just seeing how it works.
I thought you didn't like it.
I don't, but it's pretty clever for a toy. Is there any coffee?
Yeah, in the kitchen. I'll get it.
You're nothing, understand? A kid's toy. I could twist your arm off or your leg.
Ow!
Don't tell me you have feelings, too.
Doesn't everything?
Oh, I see. Then I could hurt you.
Not really.
We'll see about that.
But I could hurt you.
Tell me another one. Threats from a doll.
Who were you talking to?
Well, who do you think?
Eric, please be careful with Christy's doll.
Here, you can have it.
I don't want it. I only meant it means a lot to her.
The game's over.
Game?
Oh, come on now. How dense do you think I am?
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
Some invention, this thing. I guess I haven't kept up with the times. They must be doing great things with technology now. I didn't know they were putting walkie-talkies in dolls.
Walkie-talkies?
Voice chips, whatever they are.
But there's hardly any technology to it. You've seen these before. Just a string that goes into the back of the doll, you pull it, and it plays a little record inside.
Come off it, Annabelle. Didn't you think I'd catch on?
Catch on to what?
Well, all that stuff about hating me, and the last bit about feelings. Doesn't everything? That was a nice touch. You should be a regular ventriloquist.
Really, Eric, I don't know what...
Linda wants to see Tina.
Can I?
Can she, please?
All right, dear.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you very much.
I told you.
She's so sweet.
You can both play with Tina tomorrow after school, if Linda would like to come over.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Streeter, that would be so neat.
Oh, come on, Linda. It's the ice cream man.
That doll is sweet, all right, especially with a speaker inside. What is it, one of those little transistor receivers?
Think whatever you want, but it isn't true.
It doesn't matter what I think. It's what I hear that counts. I have ears. I'm not stupid, you know.
I didn't say you are.
You don't have to.
Nobody's playing tricks on you.
Go ahead. Keep it up. I know you got a microphone around here somewhere. You and Christy are getting even with me. Isn't that right?
That's ridiculous, Eric, and you know it.
Is it? I noticed the doll never talks when you're in the room.
Of course it does. It just did.
Yeah, the pre-recorded line, sure, but not what it says to me.
You're really serious.
Sure I am. So tell me, how do you do it?
There's nothing to tell.
All right? Don't tell me. Keep your secret. Play your little games. But I promise you one thing. Keep this up, and you'll be sorry. Christy? Christy?
My name is Talkie Tina, and you'd better put me down.
Or what? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Christy's not around to help you, and neither is her mommy.
You'll be sorry.
Nah, you're the one who's gonna be sorry, starting right now.
What are you doing?
What I should have done the first time you mouthed up. Put you where you belong. In the trash with the rest of the garbage.
Where's Tina?
I wouldn't know.
You had her, Daddy.
Go ask your mother.
She's already asked me.
And what did you tell her?
That I don't know where she is.
Then I guess that settles it.
Do you know, Eric?
No, would I?
Where is she, Daddy?
If your mother can't tell you, neither can I.
Tina must be around, Christy. Let's find her.
I'll look in the kitchen.
What do you think you're doing?
Trying to read the evening paper. Is that all right with you?
She's not in here.
I'll help you look. You should be ashamed of yourself.
About what?
If anything's happened to her doll...
Hello?
My name is Talkie Tina, and I'm going to kill you.
Say that again.
You heard me.
How did you get out?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who is this? Hello? Hello? Not there. Then where? Annabelle? Annabelle.
Yes?
Where is she?
She's still looking.
I'm not talking about Christy!
We haven't found the doll, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean. You knew I put it in the trash can outside.
And now what?
And now it's gone. Which means somebody took it. More games?
Oh, Eric, I can't bear this.
Neither can I. I'm tired of all this nonsense. A joke's a joke, but you've carried it too far.
I have?
You and Christy. Will the two of you stop it?
Eric, I didn't touch the doll. I haven't seen it since dinner.
Am I supposed to believe you?
I swear.
You're telling the truth?
Of course I am.
You really didn't take it?
I didn't take it.
Then who? The phone call.
What phone call?
You were on the extension. You said...
What are you talking about now?
Didn't you do that either?
Do what?
No. Of course it couldn't have been you. How could you make the phone ring? You couldn't even call unless it was from an outside line. But you were in the house the whole time.
I didn't hear the phone ring.
There must be an explanation. Some electronic device that taps into the line.
Eric?
The phone rang. I answered it. The doll's voice was loud and clear. It said, "My name is Talkie Tina, and I'm going to kill you."
What?
That's what it said. Why would I lie?
Oh, Eric, I don't know what to say. Or what to think.
Well, one way or another, the doll's disappeared. If you didn't take it, that leaves Christy.
Eric?
Christy! Christy! Are you awake? Did you...
I told you you'd be sorry.
Get away from her. Get out of her bed and out of this house.
Tina?
I'll be back. And when I do, I'll have some questions for you, little girl.
Christy, wake up!
Daddy?
Stay where you are, Christy.
I want Tina.
Don't worry about that thing. I have to borrow it for a while.
But she's mine.
Lie back down.
Tina belongs to me. Daddy? Daddy?
What's happening?
Daddy, please!
Where are you going with her doll?
To do what I should have done.
Daddy!
Get one thing straight, Christy. I am not your daddy.
There. He won't hurt her.
Tina!
Know where you are now, baby doll?
Where?
Take a look around. If those eyes of yours can even see. Welcome to my workroom.
You don't scare me. This is a garage.
Right? And this is my workbench. And these are my tools.
What kind of tools?
Well, let's see what we have here. Know what this is, Dollface? A vice. That's what.
What are you going to do?
What does it look like? I'm gonna put your cute little head in it and crack you open like a ripe tomato.
You can try.
We'll see about that.
You'd better stop.
Yeah? Or what? Get ready to die.
Don't say I didn't warn you. You're the one who's going to die.
How's this?
What's the matter? Can't finish the job? A big, strong man like you?
Why won't it close any tighter? I want to see those plastic eyes of yours pop out of your head.
You can't hurt me.
I thought you said you had feelings.
I can stand it if you can.
Something else then. How about a torch? That's it. A little butane. This'll raise your temperature. You'll melt like a rubber band on a hot stove. All we need's a spark to light it. Now we turn the nozzle till we get a nice blue flame. No problem. Just give it a spark one more time. That's okay. Third time's the charm. The lighter's empty.
You're funny.
We're wasting time. Time for the big guns. How about a table saw? Diamond-tipped blade? That'll do the trick. Cuts right through solid steel. Now, you lay there. Go on, close your eyes, because this is the last thing you'll ever see. I'll make it a clean cut. straight through that little pink throat. Say your prayers. Why won't it cut? Why?
Eric?
Get away from me.
What are you doing?
Only what I have to.
Eric, no! Give me that doll!
Leave me alone! So I can't cut you, but you're still done for. You don't stand a chance.
Now what, you funny man?
Try this on for size. I got a burlap bag somewhere and some rope. Yes! You know what people do with kittens, don't you? Well, let me show you. Say they don't want them around anymore, because they're always in the way. They put them in a sack and they tie it up real tight. Lots of rope, and they make a knot that nobody can untie. There. Then they cut the rope with a pocket knife, and they take the sack outside and put it in the trash can. Only this time, they put a cinder block on top of the lid to make sure it stays put. Now let me see you get out of that. What are you doing?
What does it look like?
You're packing your suitcase. But why?
Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking. I'm asking you a simple question. I think I deserve an answer.
Think about it, Eric. How could I go on living with you after what you've done?
Well, I had to.
Had to? You had to show your hatred for me and for Christy?
It's over with. Things will be better now. You'll see.
Oh, will they?
Listen, Annabelle, that doll...
What about that doll, Eric? It's a toy, nothing more. One that means a great deal to her. And you've destroyed it. That was a hateful thing to do. She'll never forgive you, and neither will I.
The doll talked to me. It said things that no toy would say. Don't you see? I had to get rid of it.
Yeah, I see a great many things now. You've become a stranger to me. A sick, neurotic stranger. You're full of blind, unreasonable hate.
Hate? But I did it for us. I love you and Christy.
Well, then you've got a strange way of showing it. I don't believe you know what love is anymore. And you're suffering from some very dangerous delusions. You'd better find a good psychiatrist.
Delusions? I couldn't have imagined it.
You tell that psychiatrist you tried to kill a doll.
I couldn't have.
What did you do with it, by the way? So I can get the remains out of this house before Christy finds what's left.
It's still in one piece. I'll bring the doll inside if that's what you want. I'll give it to Christy myself.
How magnanimous of you.
Will that make everything right?
I don't know, Eric. I honestly don't know.
I want things to be right between us. All three of us.
It's a little late for that, don't you think?
Just let me try. Give me 1 minute. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, Eric. Eric!
There. The trash can. Cinder block on top. Same as I left it. No problem. Cut the rope off. Oh, thank God. Good as new.
My name is Talkie Tina, and I don't forgive you.
Shut up. Shut up. Just until we get inside.
Christy, are you awake?
Yes.
Oh, Christy, honey, listen to me.
Where's my dolly?
Daddy's bringing her. You'll see.
He was mean to her.
Oh, honey, he couldn't help it. Sometimes Daddy gets mad. It's not your fault.
Why doesn't he like her?
He's got a lot on his mind. You know how hard he works, but he's going to be better now. He's going to see a doctor, and this doctor's going to make him well again.
Promise?
We just have to be patient with him. Dry your eyes now.
Christy, look what I've got.
Tina!
Did you miss her? Well, now she can sleep with you, right next to your pillow, all night long. Is that okay?
Oh, Tina! Tina!
Thank you, Eric.
Satisfied?
We'll talk about it in the morning.
But I did what you wanted.
In the morning.
Did you hear that?
Oh, what is it now?
I heard something.
Well, I didn't hear anything. Go back to sleep.
I haven't been to sleep yet.
Oh, Eric, it's late.
Now, you heard that, didn't you?
It's nothing.
Somebody could be in the house.
Did you lock up?
Of course I did. But somebody could have broken in.
It's probably Christy.
I'd better see if she's all right.
I'll go.
No, you stay here. Christy? Christy? Oh, you're okay. Good, that's good. But where's your doll?
Tina.
Where is it? What? Who's there? Somebody's downstairs. I'm calling the police. Do you hear me?
Eric?
Shh. Stay there. I'm going downstairs to check it out.
What is it?
I'm not sure. If I don't come right back, call the police. Maybe I left the door to the garage unlocked. Yeah, that's it. Don't turn on the lights yet. Catch 'em red-handed. What? You.
Hello.
What are you?
Eric! Oh, don't try to move.
It was the doll. The doll. I tell you, get it out.
Lie still. I'll call the doctor.
Out of the house. It's too late for me. My neck's broken. You have to promise to get rid of it now.
Eric!
My name is Talkie Tina.
You! Get away from him!
You'd better be very, very nice to me.
No! No!
Of course, we all know that dolls can't talk. Not really. Nor can they lie in wait and trip a man on a dark stairway, because that would be murder. And that's one thing no doll can do. That is, unless her name is Tina, and she happens to have been manufactured in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Living Doll, starring Tim Kazurinsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Jerry Saul. Heard in the cast were Meg Thalken, Christian Stolte, Deb Dotzer, Amy Sparrow, and Paul Patch. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
He ain't here yet.
He will be.
Almost noon.
Knows what's waiting for him.
Yep. He knows he's gonna get shot.
Let's go inside and have a drink.
Hi there, fellas.
No talk.
Just pour.
Sure. What'll it be?
Ride gut whiskey.
You're coming right on.
You seen McGrew?
Marshall, McGrew?
That's the one.
You friends of his?
We got a meeting with him.
You do? When?
Well, let's see. Right about now. Unless he ain't gonna show.
Oh, Marshall McGrew will show, all right. Always keeps his word. If Rance McGrew says he'll be here, then he'll be here. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
That right?
In fact, here he is now.
Where?
Right outside, at the end of the street. Hear him coming?
I don't see nothing.
Oh, he's a-coming, for sure. Take a look. See that cloud of dust? That's him. Right on schedule. Cut!
I'm here. What's everybody looking at?
You're an hour and 15 minutes late, Rance.
So shoot me.
I'd like to. On film. We should have had everything in the can by now.
Don't bug me, Si. You know what these big emotional scenes do to me.
Now, don't get upset, Rance. We'll try to knock this one out before lunch. What do you say we get started, okay, baby? This is scene 71. You have your script with you? Positions, everybody.
Quiet, people! Camera ready. This'll be a take.
Welcome to the American West, Hollywood style. Some 100-odd years ago, a motley collection of tough hombres gunned and galloped their way across the frontier, leaving behind them a raft of legends and legerdemains. But heroes or hambones, they were a rough and woolly breed of nail-eaters, who in matters of the gun were as efficient as they were dedicated. So it seems a reasonable conjecture that if there are any television sets up in cowboy heaven, and if these worthies could see with what careless abandon their names and exploits are bandied about today, they are very likely turning over in their graves. Or worse, busy getting out of them. Which gives you a clue as to the proceedings that will begin in just a moment. Enter one Rance McGrew, an overpaid sports car driving phony baloney who can't distinguish between a holster and a hoof-and-mouth disease. His claim to fame is that he dispatches these baddies, or actors bearing their names, in gunfights, where the fast draw is simply a matter of cutting and the outcome is a setup, complete with blank cartridges and staged blood. But Mr. Rance McGrew is about to discover that this week's edition of Make Believe is being shot not on the usual back lot, but on a peculiarly authentic location, one found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Showdown with Rance McGrew, starring Chris McDonald, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Get me a key light on the end of the bar.
Coming up.
Props, where are the breakaway bottles?
Right here. You know the scene, Rance?
Read it to me.
Interior saloon, cover shot of two bad men at bar. Rance McGrew enters through the swinging doors. He walks slowly to the bar, glancing sideways, left and right.
But glancing left and right?
That's what the script says.
Well, how am I supposed to do that? Is my head on a swivel?
I don't know, Rance. I didn't write it.
I'm going to tell you something, Si. When a cowboy enters a bar, he walks to the far end of the room, he gets his drink, he looks at it, then he looks straight ahead and drinks it. He doesn't look left and right. Take it from me. A man lets his eyes roll around his head, he can get himself in a whole lot of trouble. Capiche?
All right, Rance. Anything you say, we'll shoot it your way. Now, can we begin?
In a minute. My stomach's killing me. A scene like this, it gets to me, you know? These miserable emotional scenes, they're draining. Where are my pills?
Right here, Rance.
Well, don't just stand there. Give me one. Make it 2. Water.
Yes, sir.
All right, boys, if you're set up, this is scene 71. A tracking shot of Rance as he enters the saloon. Let's get with it, everybody. We're way behind.
This one's for real, people.
Stand in, out. The star's here.
Cowboys 1 and 2, positions.
Outside the door, Rance.
I got it. Where's wardrobe?
Yes?
Do something about my shoulder pads. More on the left side.
Let me just open your vest.
Holster.
Right here?
An inch lower.
No problem.
Now, my gun.
Here you go.
It should be right where my fingers hang. A real gunfighter had to get his gun out fast. Did you know I took lessons from the national fast draw champion?
Did you?
Oh, you don't believe me?
Ready when you are, Rance.
Watch this. You hook it with your fingertips, like so. You bring it up in an arc.
Careful, sir.
Give it a little twirl. Whoops.
Rance, what are you doing?
What's wrong with this holster? It's got oil on it.
Replace the mirror behind the bar. I'll have to wait for the new glass.
I told you, Si, never, ever rush me. Okay? I'm a perfectionist. Wasn't like this in the Old West.
What wasn't?
In the old days, they made sure. They had to. Men's lives depended on it. You can't hurry justice, Si.
All right, everybody. Lunch! Ready?
Ready.
Rolling.
Rolling.
Roll sound.
Roll sound.
And action.
Cue Rance.
Hello there, Marshal.
Barkeep.
What'll it be?
Rot gut whiskey.
Yes, sir.
Give me the bottle.
Sure, Marshal. Whatever you say.
Cut!
Don't look at me. It wasn't my fault. Look at here. Hey, buddy boy.
Yeah?
You try to gag it up one more time, you'll wind up plucking chickens at the farmer's market.
It was an accident, Rance.
Was it? He put English on it. He deliberately made it curve before it got to me.
English on a bottle? The guy needs a catcher's mitt.
What'd you say?
Nothing, Rance. He didn't say a thing.
How much longer? These boots are killing me.
Here's a new bottle.
Let's try it again. From the bottle. Positions, please.
Positions.
Scene 71, again.
And rolling.
Sure, Marshal. Whatever you say. Hold on. That there's a new bottle. You want I should open it for you?
I can do it.
Oh, dang. Here's a glass for you.
Don't need one.
You see that? He don't even use a glass.
He's some tough hombre.
I guess you boys know that... I guess you boys know I'm the marshal here.
We heard tell.
Sure did.
Then I guess you know that Jesse James is due here any minute now, aiming to call on me.
I know that, too.
Likewise.
Well, what do you know? I figured he was too yellow. But it sounds like Jesse's here.
Marshal, please. No killing inside.
Easy, barkeep. Ain't gonna kill him none. I'm just gonna maim him a little bit. Pick off his pinky, maybe, with a clean shot.
Jesse won't take kindly to that.
He sure won't.
Well. Marshal McGrew, ain't it?
Yep.
We'll take a nice, deep breath, Marshal.
Why's that, Jesse?
'Cause it'll be your last.
Oh! You shot it clean out of my hand! I didn't. That was a sound effect. I can't get my blasted gun out of the miserable holster!
Cut! Take it easy, Rance.
I thought somebody oiled this holster.
I wiped it down.
It's too dry.
We'll do an insert later.
See? I can't even get it. Oh, look out. Whoops.
Bring another mirror.
This is absurd, isn't it? I mean, really. First the gun, then the bottle, then the gun a second time. You just can't appreciate the delicious absurdity of it. I drive all the way in from the beach just to shoot a few lousy scenes in my new car, my own car, mind you, and look what happened. I studied with Sandy Meisner, okay? I played Pinter, Albee, Beckett, and now, can't you people do anything right? I ask you, is that too much?
Would you like to sit down, Rance?
Why do I bother? Week after week, why? I give, and I give, and I give. For what?
Let's go to the fight scene. Jesse and Rance. First, Jesse knocks him through a table.
Cue the player piano tape. Stunt double. Somebody get the tables.
How do you feel now?
What do you mean, how do I feel? Sorry, Andy. It's not your fault. But these oafs out there, they wouldn't know a real line from a cereal commercial. Hand me my throat spray.
The antibiotic one or the one for the allergies?
I don't care, just give it to me.
Cut! Print it!
I think they're ready for your close-up, Rance.
All right, Angie. Don't you think I know that? I'm the only professional around here. Did you double for me in that scene?
Yes, sir.
Looking good.
Thanks. I tried to do it just like you would.
I like the bruises. Nice makeup.
It's not makeup.
Okay, boys, this is the death scene. Rance in the bar, Jesse lying over there. Rance thinks he's unconscious. Jesse picks up a gun off the floor and fires at Rance's back.
Well, at his back?
That's correct.
Hey, I don't want to give you a hard time, Si, but...
Well, you got a problem with that?
But that's not the way Jesse James used to operate.
Well, he does in this script, okay?
What I mean is, everything I've read about the guy, he fought pretty fair and square. Why can't I just yell something, before I pull the trigger?
Whoa, that's thinking. Warn the fastest gun in the West that he's about to get shot at. Look, buddy boy, you happen to be up against Rance and McGrew. And when you're up against the best, you're going to play it dirty or you're going to play it dead. Now quit arguing and let's get to it.
Ready at the bar, Rance. Your marks by the brass rail.
Here's the bottle.
Hold it. I told you ginger ale. This is cola.
It's supposed to look like whiskey, though, Mr. McGrew.
Si, will you either fire this clown or straighten him out? One or the other?
Mr. McGrew wants ginger ale.
Yes, sir, Mr. McGrew.
Jesse, lie down on the X.
I don't care what he says. Jesse James wouldn't shoot anybody in the back.
Yeah, but Rance McGrew would. Rance McGrew would also fire his own grandmother. So do me a favor. Play it his way, or we'll never get this episode finished.
You're the boss, but I can just see the real Jesse James turning over in his grave right now. I don't mean just once. I mean about 400 revolutions per minute.
All right, let's get with it. Scene 93, take one.
Quiet, everyone.
Camera, roll sound, and action.
Here's your bottle, Marshal.
You stupid clod. That's whiskey. That's real whiskey.
It sure is. The best we got. Something wrong, Marshal?
Well, this sure is. Wait a minute. Where's the camera? And the lights? Where are the lights? You there. Answer me.
You talking to me?
I think he's talking to you.
Well, now, speak up, Marshal. I didn't hear you. You say something or not?
You know exactly what I said. Don't play dumb. Will somebody please tell me what happened to the microphone and the wall? Where did this other wall come from? Where's the back of the set?
Marshal, Jess is gunning for you. He's coming right now.
Hey, Cementhead, he was already here in scene 73, okay? Wait, my agent hears about this one. Let me out of here. This is degenerated into some third-rate, low-budget B picture.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
Wait. Who's this supposed to be?
They call me Jesse. Jesse James.
No, you're not. You're a different actor. What are you, a last-minute replacement? And where'd you get those clothes? Good lordy property. This man stinks.
I'm the real Jesse James. Not that side of pork that's been play-acting me.
What do you think you're doing? Take your hands off.
Sit down and put a cork in it. I'll ask the questions around here. Bartender.
Yes, Mr. James.
Bring me a bottle of rye. And wind up that player piano in the corner. I like a little music with my drinking.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Turn the volume down. Cut! Shouldn't we cut? Cut already! Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Don't you hear good, mister?
No habla inglés.
Sure you don't. Well, habla this.
Sí.
I'd be looking for the marshal.
No es aquí?
No.
No, señor.
Fellow named McGrew. Rance McGrew.
So?
You know him?
Sí.
He here?
Come si, come ça.
Come what?
Sai?
Sai?
Si.
Who's Sai?
The director. Get me out of here!
Where you going?
That way.
You wouldn't be McGrew now, would you?
Not a chance.
Then what's this badge doing pinned to your chest?
Well, where's the fella who loaned me this vest?
I think you and me. We better have a little talk, Marshal.
Talk?
Maybe a long talk, maybe a short talk. But a talk just the same.
Okay.
You're supposed to be a tough hombre. But you don't look very tough.
No?
Know what you look like?
I couldn't venture a guess.
You look like a marshmallow.
A marsh? I do?
Don't that rile you none?
No, not much.
Why not?
I haven't been myself lately. It's these allergies.
Come on. First we'll have a drink, and then we'll talk. Then we'll have a showdown.
A showdown?
Where's that bottle?
Right here, Mr. James.
I gotta see this.
Yeah, see what?
How you break the neck off without wrecking the whole bottle?
Oh, that's just in the movies. Might get broken glass in it. Don't want to ruin good whiskey. Here, your turn.
No, thank you.
No?
Just a ginger ale, please.
Marshmallow.
Well, see, I'm on the wagon. It's in my contract.
Have a smoke.
I gave that up too.
I'll roll one for you.
Can't. Union rules.
Rules, huh?
Yeah, it's the law now.
Show you what I think of the law. Of course, you know how to do this, don't you? Roll your own, I mean.
Actually, I never could get it right. You know, that string on the little pouch? It always gets caught in my teeth. Would you mind not blowing smoke in my face?
That rile you, does it?
Not really. It's just that it's not good for my voice.
Nothing riles you. You're just about the most even-tempered dude I ever did meet. However, I ain't got no more time to be sociable, Marshal. I'd say it's past time we came to a meeting of the minds.
Duck and cover, boys.
What's everybody hiding for?
Think about it, Marshal. Why do you suppose?
'Cause the place is closing? That must be it. Yeah. Curfew time, huh? Well, I'll just mosey on home. Nice meeting you, Jesse. Oh, Mr. James.
Whoa, just stop right there. You wasn't leaving, was you, Marshal? I mean, you wasn't just gonna up and walk out on me, was you?
Me? No, I was just wondering whether it was gonna rain. You know, looks like it's not, though. No, not today.
Have a seat.
Okay. As long as this doesn't take too long, I got a meeting with my agent after we wrap.
You know what I thought, Marshal? I thought you was gonna play some kind of trick on me.
Me? Why would I do a thing like that?
Remember the time that bad guy had you covered from behind? And you started out the swinging doors, and you swung one door back and knocked the gun out of his hand?
That was the opening show last season.
Or how about when that rustling gang was waiting in here to bushwhack you? 10 or 11 of them.
13. I was I was up for an Emmy for that one.
That was where you shot from the hip and brung down the chandelier. I gotta hand it to you. Some shooting, Marshal.
I did better next week. Horse thief named McNasty shot a glass out of his hand. Bullet ricocheted and hit his partner out there on the porch. Got 1,300 pieces of mail on that one.
I bet you did. I just bet you did. Why, folks couldn't help admiring a man of your talents. Thing of it is, Marshal. Thing of it is, I don't reckon you ever fired a real gun in your life, did you?
Well, not as such.
Or hit a man in anger, or maybe even got hit in anger yourself. Tell me true, Marshal. You ever ride a horse?
Oh, yeah, on occasion.
A real horse?
Well, see, I happen to be allergic. Hives.
Hives?
Yeah, you know, a rash. Cats give it to me, too.
So you don't ride, you don't shoot, you don't bite. You just strut around wearing a phony badge and going through the motions of killing off fellas like me.
There was an episode when we let one of the Dalton boys off. It kind of a complicated plot. It seems he had a kid sister going to school in the East, and she came out to visit him on the day he was supposed to be hanged. She made an appeal to me, and I saw to it that he got a suspended sentence.
Mm-hmm. He told me about it.
He did?
He also told me how you captured him. Jumped 800 feet off a cliff and landed on the back of his horse when he wasn't looking.
Stuntman. Heights, they bother me.
That figures. So you see, Marshal, we had this meeting up there.
Up there?
And all us decided, my brother, me, the Dalton boys, Sam Starr, Billy the Kid, quite a few of us. And the consensus was, Marshal, was that you wasn't doing a thing for our good names.
Well, see, you have to understand, I don't write these scripts. I mean, I do have input at the development stage, but...
We had a little election up there, and they chose me to come down and maybe take a little shine off your pants.
How's that?
Don't you get it? We see you week after week shooting down this fella, shooting down that fella, capturing a bushwhacker, bringing in a rustler, but all the time winning. Man, you just don't never lose. You're the winningest fella ever come down the pike, and that's for sure. So me and my friends, well, we figured how's about time that maybe you should lose once.
Well, that's not such a bad idea. I could take it up with the producer at our next meeting.
I don't think there's time for that. I think that maybe if you're gonna lose, you're gonna have to lose right now.
Now?
But I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, Marshal. I'm gonna play it square with you. A whole lot squarer than you ever played it with us. Face to face, and no, what do you call them? Stuntman.
Could you be a little more, precise about the terms?
Right out there, on the main street. You and me.
Oh, I think there's been a misunderstanding. See, I'm not really Marshal McGrew. That's my name, yes, but it's a part I play.
Right outside. Me coming down one side of the street, you coming down the other. Just the two of us.
But I've done that before. Did you happen to see Gunfight at Red Rock?
Yeah.
Then you know.
It was lousy. 2 thumbs down. Way down. After you, Marshal.
You can come out now, boys. Looks like they ain't gonna shoot up the place after all. Drinks on the house.
We take 20 paces each. You come around that corner.
Which one?
By the general store. I'll come around that one over there.
Then what?
I'll let you make the first move. Nothing could be fairer than that, could it, Marshal?
Fair? Oh my, no, indeed. Nothing at all. That I can think of, unless...
What?
Could we make it tomorrow afternoon? Your girl can call my girl and...
This afternoon. Now.
You mean now? As in right now? Or in the general sense, as opposed to the past, let's say, or the future, or...
Too much, John. Let's go.
Stuntman? Oh, Stuntman.
14, 15, 16...
Better check all my bullets. But they're blanks. All blanks. What am I supposed to do?
Ready, Marshal? I'm coming for you.
All right, here goes nothing. Talk about method acting.
Go ahead, Marshal. Make your move.
This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna count to 3.
Why not 5? Or 10?
1.
It never happens this way. Makeup! I got sweat in my eyes.
2.
I didn't even want to be in the series. I wouldn't have signed up for it at all if it hadn't been for the residuals. God, that and the fact that they let me use my own name in the title. Rance McGrew, Frontier Marshal. Had a nice ring to it, I thought.
3. Slap leather.
Props! Would you fix this holster?
Reach for the sky.
Okay. There's my gun, see? You win.
Just like I figured. This guy couldn't outdraw a crayon.
Jesse, give me a break. Will you give me a break, Jesse? I'm too young to die. Think of all the guest spots I could do after the series. Not to mention the syndicated reruns.
You say you got nominated for an Emmy?
Twice!
Man, you can't act any better than you can draw.
What about it? I'll do anything. I mean it. You name it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just give me a break this one time.
Anything?
Anything. Say it.
Marshal, you know something? You and me, maybe we ain't such a long ways off from a bargain after all.
What is it you want?
Well, sir, I ain't exactly sure what it is I want, but I'll think about it some.
You will? You mean you're not gonna shoot me down like a dog? Like a cur? Like an empty beer bottle? Like an old tin can set on the fence post of life? On a lonesome road somewhere, a road less traveled, you might say?
Nope. But I'll tell you what I will do, if you stop talking like a schoolmarm.
What's that?
I'll see to it that you play it mighty careful from now on.
Done?
You gotta play it straight. No more of this Hollywood junk.
You got it.
We may be stiffs up there, but we're awful sensitive. We'll be watching you, Marshal.
Jesse? Jesse? Where'd you go? Where do I send the deal memo?
Here you go.
What?
It isn't whiskey this time, Mr. McGrew. It's ginger ale like you ordered.
Okay, people, this is a take. Quiet, please.
Where'd all these people come from? And the lights. The camera.
You all right, Rance?
Yeah, I'm all right, but where'd you all go?
Where do we go? Rance is such a kidder. We didn't go anywhere. Are you sure you're all right? You look a little pale.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Make up. Touch up, Mr. McGrew, please, so we can get the shot.
The shot?
Jesse's on the floor.
What's he doing there?
You knocked him down, remember? Or rather, your stunt double did. Chair and a table.
How much longer? This floor's really uncomfortable.
Just a few more seconds.
But that's not Jesse. Not the real Jesse.
Rance, please. After this one, we'll call it a day. Now, you think he's unconscious, but he tries to get you in the back. Before he can shoot, you fall to the floor. Roll, turn over with your gun in your hand, fire, and let him have it while you're still on your belly. Got it?
That's what was in the script.
Of course it is. Now, do you think you can do that?
Somebody wants to talk to you, Mr. McGrew.
Can it wait? Tell him Rance is about to shoot a scene.
He says he's Rance's new agent.
My agent? My agent hasn't come to see me in years.
Driving a big convertible with cowhide seats, steer horns on the hood. Like he's some kind of Texas rancher or something.
A new agent, Rance? Look, I don't know what your chain of command is nowadays, but go out there and talk to him if you have to. Find out what it is he wants, and what it is you want, and what it is, so we can shoot.
Sure thing, Si. I'll do that.
Howdy, Marshal.
Jesse.
Deal's a deal. You said anything.
I like the red blazer. Houndstooth, isn't it?
That what they call it?
You don't know about the yellow slacks, though, and the beret. I think you've been watching too many old movies.
Be that as it may. Have a cigar.
I don't smoke.
That's right, I remember. No offense. Well, now, to get to the point, anything is the following. Let's keep it simple. I'm just gonna stick around from show to show and make sure you don't hurt no more feelings.
Such as?
Take this here scene. Change it so's the other Jesse don't fire at your back. That would be real cowardly. Say he's lost a lot of blood and he's weak as a tea. But somewhere or the other he gets up on his feet. Then he knocks you through the window and makes his getaway. Got it?
Knocks me through the window? Rance McGrew?
Understood.
Yes, sir. Understood.
What? Are you out of your mind? No stunt double? Jesse does what?
Scene 93, take 2. Places. Lights. Roll sound.
And action. Cut!
That was a good one.
Yeah. Glad you liked it.
Now I was reading next week's episode, Marshal. The one where you knock a gun out of Billy the Kid's hand from a 4th-story window a block away, using the base of a lamp.
Well, the network wants to keep the gunplay down. Too much violence. No good?
Piece of crap. The way I see it, Billy hears you, whirls around, shoots from the hip, and knocks the lamp out of your hand. How's that sound?
Fine. Fine.
Now, looking ahead 2 weeks, I think we ought to give Sam Starr a break. He's a nice fella. Awful good to his mother.
The evolution of the so-called adult Western and the metamorphosis of one Rance McGrew, former phony baloney, now upright citizen and defender of truth, dedicated to all things involving tradition and the history of cowboy lore. It's the way the cookie crumbles and the 6-gun shoots in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Showdown with Rance McGrew, starring Chris McDonald with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Rich Komanek, Sean Cross, Steve Key, Jeff Lupetin, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
All right, you got me. Where are we going, smart guy?
Hang on, Caesar, you'll see.
That's a good one.
Is it?
You know I can't see nothing in here.
Patience.
What am I, a doctor?
Very funny. At least try, will you? It's a virtue.
What is?
Patience. It means it doesn't come natural. You have to cultivate it like a garden.
What do you think? I grew on a tree? Don't answer that.
Here we are. This will only take a minute.
It better. I can hardly breathe.
Quiet now, Caesar. We're going inside.
Mommy, did you see that?
See what, dear?
That man with the suitcase. He was talking to himself.
Shh, now, don't stare.
But he was, honest.
Come along, dear.
Hi there, Freddy.
Oh, hello, Mr. West.
Ah, you got a lot of new merchandise.
Every day.
Hey, look at all the TV sets and the watches. Is that a Rolex?
Only a knockoff, I'm afraid. Something I can help you with?
Well, now, the question is, can I help you? And you know, I might be able to do that little thing, seeing as how business is booming.
Looks can be deceiving. What have you got for me today, Mr. West?
Patience, my boy. I'll just be putting the case down, if you don't mind.
Not on the counter, please. It's glass.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, take it easy.
Quiet, Caesar.
What's say?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Now, where is it? Ah, right here in my pocket. Feast your eyes on this. Did you ever see such a timepiece?
Well, to be honest...
Been in the family for years.
$3.
Surely you're joking.
5 tops.
Oh, now, you might want to put your glasses on. It's got a jeweled movement, a gold case and chain.
Gold-plated.
Well, nonetheless, this is a real antique. You don't see watches like this anymore.
True enough. People wear wristwatches nowadays.
Listen, Freddie, I'm between engagements at the moment. It's strictly temporary. In fact, I have an audition this afternoon, a very important audition.
$5, Mr. West. Take it or leave it.
All right. I'll take it.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Don't worry, your luck's bound to change.
Sure it is, sure.
Here's your pawn ticket. Don't lose it.
I won't. We'll be back to claim it soon enough.
We?
Yeah, Caesar and me. We're a team, you know. I couldn't do the act without him.
That right.
The watch. Please don't sell it.
I'll do my best. For 30 days at least.
Thank you. Kindly.
Mr. West.
Yes?
What about him?
What, you don't mean Caesar?
I'll give you $25 for the dummy. With the case. All those stickers on it from all over the world. There are collectors, you know, for that sort of thing.
Oh. Well, thank you just the same, but I'm afraid Caesar's not for sale.
Mr. Jonathan West, ventriloquist, comedian and master manipulator of a dummy. A small splinter with large ideas, very aptly named Caesar. A wooden tyrant with a mind and a voice of his own. Only a few minutes from now, he'll do his best to talk Jonathan West into a brand new act to be performed exclusively in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Caesar and Me, starring Jason Alexander, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello, Mrs. Kadehi? Any mail for me? Now what was that?
Got you.
Aye, it's you, Susan. Huh, I thought a bee had stung me.
Maybe it did.
This is the last time I'll warn you, child. Stop playing with poison darts.
They're not poison, Agnes. It's only a pea shooter.
Give it to me.
I didn't hurt him.
Good morning, Mrs. Kadehi. No harm done. She missed me.
Now can I go out and play?
Good morning, Mr. West. Off you go.
I'll bet you didn't get a job.
Well, now...
Susan, go out and play.
Yes, ma'am. See you later, Jonathan.
Be gone with you, scat.
Bye now. She's a lovely child you have.
I'm sorry, Mr. West. I don't know what I'm going to do with that girl.
No, I understand, Miss Cadet. You certainly have your hands full with the rooming house and all.
That I do.
No mail, I presume?
Not yet.
And, no calls?
None at all.
Well, then, I'll just go on up to my room if you don't mind.
Take him everywhere, do you?
Oh, I try. Wouldn't do to go on an audition without Caesar, now, would it?
I suppose not. Still, he must be awfully heavy.
No. He's light as a feather, he is. My old friend Caesar. He's not heavy. He's my partner. Come along, Caesar. I'll make us a bite to eat. Won't that be lovely?
Oh, Mr. West, if I could have a word with you.
Oh, yes, of course. Just let me take care of Caesar here. I'll be right down. Well, there we are. Back safe and sound. Huh. About time. There you go. Watch your legs. Mighty stuffy in there. Is it? You're gonna have to get me some new summer clothes. I'm sweating pine sap. Caesar, you're such a kidder. You are. Relax, why don't you? Better buy some new furniture while you're at it. A guy could get splinters sitting in a chair like this. Where'd you get it? Sing Sing? Ha, that's a good one. Sing Sing. The chair. I think I'll use that in the act. What act? I ain't seen that audience since they invented vaudeville. Here's your slippers. I'll just pull them on for you. Yeah. Ain't you forgetting something? What's that? Oh, no. I didn't forget, Caesar. Here's your copy of Variety so you can keep up with the show business. This is last week's. Is it now? Ah, well, no. You see, the subscription's run out. I've been meaning to renew it. See that you do. All right. I'll fix us some lunch. How's that sound? The least you can do. A guy deserves a little comfort once in a while. Well, that he does. Let's see here. Well, looks like it's soup today. Is that all you got? I'm afraid it's all that's left, Caesar. But don't you worry. We'll get a booking any day now. We'll be headliners, yeah? Just like you and that other guy used to be. Only I won't skip out on you like he did. You better not. Or I'll... No. No, I won't run off with some girlie and leave you sitting in a pawn shop window. No, sir. You can count on me. It's you and me, pal. Forever. You got that right. Ah, the soup will hit the spot. Just a light lunch, you know what I mean? My mother used to say, never eat too much when you're hot and tired. Why don't you stop kidding yourself, buddy? How's that, Caesar? Face it. You're finished. Now, why would you go and say a thing like that? Because I can read the handwriting on the wall. You're going nowhere fast. No, but I told you, Caesar, we've got an audition this afternoon. Today's the day. I can feel it. We're going to knock 'em dead. Yeah, bore 'em to death. No. You'll see. Wait till they hear the new material. We'll be going in a few minutes, just as soon as I put on my tie and come here. Wash your face while you're at it. You look like something the cat dragged in. Right. Good idea. That feels much better. Who's that? Oh, it's you, Susan. You know, you really ought to knock first.
I don't have to. This is my aunt's house.
Well, just the same.
Show me how to make him talk.
Well, I'd like to, Susan, but we're on our way downtown.
Show me.
Oh, we've got an appointment, a very important appointment. An audition.
Just do it once, Jonathan. The part where he laughs, I want to see what you do with your fingers to make his head move back and forth.
Okay, Susan.
Where are you going?
To the mirror. I have to put on my tie.
But you can't do it from over there.
Sure I can. Just you watch. Caesar, what did the lady say she'd do with you if you misbehaved? She said she was gonna slice me up into a Venetian blind. And what did you say? I said, oh, you make me shudder. There. How's that?
I didn't see your lips move.
That's right, you didn't. I'm the best there is.
If you're so good, how come you can't get a job?
All that's about to change, young lady. This very day.
You said that before.
Susan? Susan, where are you?
You better run along.
Susan!
Coming!
You won't get the job, I bet.
Oh, now, Susan. Keep that brat out of this room. Don't listen to her, Caesar. You'll see. Today, we're gonna kill him. Now, Mr. Miller?
Anytime.
All right, then.
If you're not ready...
No, we're ready. Okay, Caesar. Quite stolen. Hello, Caesar. Hiya. I heard a new one the other day. That's a surprise. I wonder if I told it to you. Is it funny? Yes, as a matter of fact.
Then you didn't.
Oh, hey, Caesar, I think I met your father the other day.
Where?
In a toothpick factory.
Get out of here.
Oh, excuse me, Caesar. It was a chopstick factory. A chopstick factory. Or was it your mother?
I thought you were the straight man.
Well, Caesar, at least I can stand up straight.
I'd like to see you stand up if I stick my mitt in your back.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hurt you.
Just watch what you're doing with those fingers, all right? Don't know where they've been.
Well, let me give you a hand. A hand, you see? He said... Is the microphone on?
It's on.
Would you like me to run through the juvenile delinquent routine? It's very funny, if I do say so.
That'll be all.
But you haven't heard the last part?
No, but I've heard the first part, and it's more than enough. We'll be in touch.
Oh. Okay, Mr. Miller, I'll leave my phone number, if it's all right with you.
Sure thing. Next.
Must have had a fight with his wife this morning.
Or maybe he got a new hearing aid so he could hear your crummy jokes.
Come on, Caesar. We're going home. There. That ought to do it. Clean shirt, tie all pressed. The suit's just about had it, though.
Pardon me for asking a stupid question, but what are you so chipper about?
You'll see. Tomorrow.
Another lousy audition?
Nope. Not this time. I am not talking about a nightclub job.
Well, what in blazes are you talking about?
I've been thinking, Caesar, and I came up with a plan.
Oh, a plan, huh?
You'll see. This one may change our lives.
Okay, surprise me. But I'll bet my bottom dollar that whatever it is, it flops.
Don't you have any faith in me?
Why should I? I know you.
Stick by me one more time. Will you, buddy? Just this once. Things will change, I promise. I swear it. Give me one more chance. Okay?
Okay. Once more. But that's it. You get one last shot. After that, we do things my way. As far as I'm concerned, you're living on borrowed time. You get me, buddy?
Good morning, Mrs. Gaddahi.
Yes, it is. Oh, Mr. West. There's something I'd like to talk to you about.
I know, Mrs. Gaddahi, the rent.
I'm sorry to mention it.
Well, you'll be pleased to know I'll be able to straighten it out this evening.
Oh, that would be very nice.
Yes, indeed. I've made a decision. I'm going to look for a day job.
Really?
Something temporary, you understand, until the show business picks up.
I think that's a splendid idea. In that case, as long as you're in this frame of mind, maybe I can help. I've been saving something for you. Here, take this card.
Card?
My cousin's. He works at an employment office.
You don't say. Active employment agency. If we can't place you, there are no jobs. It's clever. Well, thank you, Mrs. Gaddahi. You're a living doll.
You're welcome, Mr. West. It's not far. You can walk there from here. Just turn right at the first corner, then go 5 or 6 blocks. You can't miss it.
Yes, of course. Well then, I might as well go there right now. Why not? First stop of the day.
You do that. And good luck, Mr. West. I really mean it. The very best of luck to you.
Well, here's an application form.
Thank you, Mr. Smiles.
But we should be able to cut through some of this, seeing as how you know Janie.
Well, I should hope so.
Typing.
How's that?
How many words a minute? I'll fill it in for you.
Well now,
No typing. Well, how about sales?
How do you mean?
Oh, you know, retail, commission, that sort of thing.
To be honest...
Go on.
Not really.
I see. Any mechanical aptitudes?
You mean in the sense of machinery?
Exactly.
Appliances, automobiles, and so forth?
Yes.
Well, in that case, Mr. Smiles, no.
Food preparation, perhaps. Restaurant work, service industries.
Not that I can recall.
Mr. West, have you ever held a position of any sort? Ever made any kind of a regular salary at any time in your life, at any time at all? That is, besides show business.
Oh, yes.
Doing what, may I ask?
I once worked in an office.
Well, that's a start.
In an office building, actually.
As?
An elevator operator.
You know, Mr. West, most all buildings today have automatically controlled stop and start systems.
Yeah. True enough.
So there's simply no call for elevator operators nowadays.
No, of course not. There wouldn't be, would there?
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do for you right at the moment.
I see. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time.
But if you leave your name with the receptionist, I'll be in touch.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
Jonathan can't find a job. Jonathan can't find a job.
Okay, Susan, that's enough.
The truth hurts, doesn't it?
What do you know about the truth?
You're scared to tell my aunt because you're behind in your rent.
Look, why don't you go outside and play?
Jonathan's broke. Jonathan's broke.
Well?
Well, what?
I see. It's like that, is it? I told you so.
Please, Caesar.
Now what?
I don't know. No matter what I do, it doesn't work out.
What else is new?
If I could just get some money together. Not much. Enough for the rent and some food. Then I'd be able to think clearly without these pressures.
Just a little money for rent and food, huh? Chump change. Is that all you want out of life?
Right now, that'll do.
You're a clod. You're a real potato head.
I try. I'll give it my best.
Your best stinks.
I can't even remember my lines anymore. I shake so bad my lips move.
Tell me something I don't know for a change.
That's it. Caesar, I'll give up. I've had enough.
I'm the one who's had enough. Get that through your thick skull.
You?
Let me spell it out for you. The cold, hard facts.
I think I already know.
This is the way it's gonna be, and what you're gonna do.
Save your breath. I'm a failure.
Will you shut up and listen? There are more ways than one to skin a cat.
Meaning?
You dummy. I'm talking about money. Cash. Moolah. There are other ways to get a hold of it.
I've tried everything.
You have not tried everything. Now dummy up while I lay it out for you.
Where are we now?
In front of the furniture store.
I don't mean that, stupid. I mean, how far are we from the delicatessen?
Not so loud.
Why? Is anybody around?
No.
And follow the plan. You'll remember the plan, don't you?
I don't know about this, Caesar.
Will you cross the street? Tell me when we're in front of our mark.
All right, but please be quiet.
Hey, what's going on?
I lost my footing on the curb. The street lamp is out.
Good, that's a break. Are we on the sidewalk now?
Now we're in front of the deli.
All the lights off inside?
Aye, all off.
Is the coast clear?
Yes, there's no one coming in either direction.
Okay, you know what to do. Stop wasting time. Move already.
Are you sure about this?
Sure, I'm sure. Take the hammer out of your pocket. That's it. Now do it.
You didn't tell me there'd be an alarm.
Get inside before somebody sees you. Move. Now you got it, buddy. Go for the cash register. Ha ha ha! We're in business. Ha 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 ha!
83, 84, 85. There you are, Mrs. Kadehi, all paid up.
Oh, my, isn't it nice to pay one's bills?
The nicest, Mum. The best way to start a grand new morning.
Better count it again, Aunt Jean.
Now, no need for that.
I don't trust him. See if it's real.
Now, Susan, be a good girl and go tidy up your room. Don't be fresh to Mr. West. He made a new start in life, haven't you, Mr. West?
Sure enough. A new start.
Jonathan has a job? I don't believe it.
Oh, pay no attention to her, Mr. West. You know how children are these days.
Yes, I understand. Now, if you've no objection, I'll be going on to my room. I want to get these groceries put away.
Surely. See you later, Mr. West.
No doubt. I can hardly believe it. Nothing but a lousy thief. What a way to make a living.
You couldn't make it any other way.
What's happened to me? What am I?
A no-talent guy who throws his voice.
It's worse than that. A second-rate burglar.
Third-rate.
Starving to death in the only profession I know, paying the bills by robbing a restaurant.
Well, that's showbiz.
Jonathan? Now who's he talking to?
Worse, I guess. I wasn't so bad, considering it was my opening performance.
Before you start taking too many bows, let me straighten you out.
Oh, ease off, will you, Caesar?
Not a chance. You're running out of time. Let me spell it out. You act penny ante because you think penny ante. That's the story of your life. From now on, you're gonna listen to me. We're moving up to the big time.
Big time?
Last night was just for openers. Tell me something. Your dream was always to play the palace, right?
Well, sure.
Okay, buddy. Stick with me. Get ready.
For what?
You're gonna play the palace after all. From now on, you're on top of the bill. Strictly big time.
The way you make it sound, I don't know if I like it.
Oh, you'll like it, all right. You're gonna be a star, buddy boy. Nothing but first class all the way. Top of the world, pal. Top of the world.
Oh, Mrs. Kadehi.
Yes?
I'll be going out now.
What's that?
Just for a few minutes. If I get any calls, take down the number, will you, please?
Surely, Mr. West. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Where are you going, Jonathan?
Out of the way, Susan.
You better be nice to me or I'll tell my aunt.
Tell her what?
Oh, things. I know what you're doing.
You do, huh? And what's that?
I heard you talking in your room.
I wasn't talking to anyone.
Yes, you were. You and Caesar.
Now listen, you little... Susan, please, you know it isn't nice to eavesdrop on people.
Stay away from me.
I'm not going to hurt you. But you shouldn't pry into other people's business. You don't know what you might find.
Like what?
Never you mind. Now, I'm going out to buy the morning paper, and when I get back, maybe I will teach you the art of ventriloquism. That's what you want to know, isn't it? Won't that be fun?
That's what you said before.
But this time, I mean it. You'll see. Now, you be a good girl. I'll be right back.
Susan, is that you?
Yes, Aunt Jean.
Come here and help me.
In a minute. Be right there. He's so dumb. He forgot to lock his door. Doesn't he ever clean this place up? There you are, Caesar. Sitting in that chair like you're real. Well, you're not. You're a dummy. Where'd you get that cigar? Don't you know there's no smoking? I'll get rid of it for you. Look at your little clothes in the closet. Think you're pretty smart, don't you, Mr. Stuck-Up? You better answer me or I'll wreck all your stuff. Come on, say something. I dare you. Uh-oh, here he comes. Well, just you wait. I'll be back. I know you can talk. I heard you. Hello, Jonathan.
Susan.
I gotta go.
Wait a minute. You weren't in my room, were you?
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Why's the door open?
I'll tell my aunt.
Didn't she teach you to stay out of other people's rooms? What were you doing in there?
Wouldn't you like to know?
You little brat, tell me.
Why don't you ask him?
Caesar, what happened? Your cigar, what did she do to you?
Never mind. First things first. Where's my paper?
Here.
Open it for me.
Later. We've got to get out of this place.
Calm down, jerk.
I mean it, Caesar. She knows too much.
Hang on. After tonight's job, we'll be on Easy Street.
I told you, I'm not cut out for this line of work.
Will you cool it? You're eating better, aren't you? You're paying the rent? Where were you before? Nowhere. Now listen to me. This is the big one. The really big show.
This is the last time for me. The end.
Sure. Sure it is, pal. Now, I got it all worked out. Here's what we do.
All clear so far. There's nobody in the club.
Then get a move on.
Where?
Like I told you, the front office.
What's that?
Nothing. Probably a mouse. Is that what you are? A mouse?
Caesar, please. I'm doing my best.
Then stop shaking. You make me nervous. Keep walking. Backstage, remember?
I got it.
Where are we now?
I think this is the door.
Use the flashlight. What does it say?
Manager?
Bingo! Now hurry up.
I'm trying.
And don't forget, if the night watchman shows up, stay cool. You're looking for Mr. Miller. You were supposed to meet him here. Use the screwdriver, then the ice pick. Nice and slow, like I told you.
Look, suppose I can't open it.
You opened the back door, didn't you?
This is a different kind of lock. I can't, Caesar.
Stop whining. You want to be poor again?
There.
Now go on in. Go!
I don't know a thing about safe cracking, Caesar.
Put your ear to it. Turn the dial till it clicks. Patience, buddy, patience.
I'm not sure.
That's it. Now reverse. Atta boy! Pull the handle and you're in.
Will you look at all that money?
Never mind the coins. Grab the real dough.
All right, all right.
Now let's get out of here.
Hold on. Who's there?
It's just me, Jonathan West. Ventriloquist.
Oh?
You remember me?
Can't say as I do.
Mr. Miller told me to meet him here after the club closed, but I guess I missed him. Already gone, has he?
That's right.
Oh, well, then, I'll just be on my way.
Hold on. What's in the case?
This. Wait, you remember Caesar? Don't you? Caesar, say hello to the nice gentleman.
Howdy doody, Your Honor.
Oh, sure. From the other day. The audition. Yeah, Mr. Miller left about 15 minutes ago.
Did he now? Well, I'll give him a call.
I would now like to give you my impression of the great Jimmy Cagney. You dirty rat. Come on, Kappa. You're the guy who killed my brother.
Never mind, Caesar. We won't be holding you up any longer.
Sure thing. Some act you got there, mister.
Ain't you gonna count the money?
That was close. Too close.
What are you doing? You're not going to bed, are you? The night's still got braces on its teeth.
I'd feel a whole lot better if that watchman hadn't shown up.
Stop worrying. I'll cover for you. I'm your alibi.
But if he reports me?
Not you, pal. Us. We're a team. I'm behind you all the way.
Sure, I know. But what if...
Shut up about it already. All right, you want to turn in? Go ahead. Get your rest. You're gonna need it. Tomorrow's a whole new day. We'll be living the high life from here on out.
Here, Susan, eat your breakfast.
Aunt Jean?
Every bit of it.
Aunt Jeannie, can I see the paper?
You can read the funnies later.
Not the funnies, the front page.
Now, what would you want to see that for? Drink your orange juice.
If I do...
No deals. You're a growing girl. What's this? Karaoke club robbed last night. Thieves loot manager's office. Saints preserve us. It's just as well you don't read the paper, child. How are you coming with your eggs? Susan? Susan? Susan, come here this minute.
Hello? Police department? You better come quick. I know who robbed the karaoke club last night.
Eat up, pal.
I'm not hungry.
Not even for steak and eggs? You must be sick. Let me feel your head.
When I think of what it took to buy that steak, it makes me lose my appetite.
You like a roof over your head, don't you?
I'm a thief, plain and simple.
Here we go again.
A man has to live with himself, even if it's in the gutter.
Go on. Ain't you gonna answer the door?
I knew it. What am I gonna do?
Mr. West!
Relax, buddy boy.
Oh, hello, Mrs.
Mr. West, these two gentlemen, they're from the police. They'd like a word with you.
Why, of course.
Jonathan West?
Yeah, that's me. What can I do for you?
Well, it has to do with...
Thank you, ma'am. We'll handle it.
What seems to be the problem, officers?
We'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Of course.
I'll just be downstairs.
Would you mind waiting a moment, ma'am? You may be of some help.
Glad to. Mr. West is one of my favorite boarders.
Yeah, Mrs. Kadehi, please sit down. Sorry, I'm a little short of chairs. It's just a room for one, me and my friend here. But it suits us fine, doesn't it, Caesar? Say hello to the gentleman.
Mr. West, where were you last night about midnight?
Where was I? Well, that's easy. Right here, same as always. Wasn't I, Mrs. Kadehi?
Well, I do know that you don't usually go out in the evening, but I couldn't say for certain.
The sergeant down at the desk received an anonymous phone call. Said we should talk to you.
Why? I never go out that late. We were here all night, weren't we, Caesar?
You didn't go to the karaoke club?
You mean the nightclub?
Because the watchman said he saw you there.
Tell them, Caesar. Tell them.
Who's he talking to? The dummy?
Please, Caesar, tell them. Tell them how we wanted to play the palace.
Mr. West.
You don't believe me? Ask him. Caesar, tell them how we tried to get a job. We had nothing to eat. The rent was overdue, wasn't it, Mrs. Kadehi?
Oh, Mr. West.
Caesar, please tell them, so they'll understand what a failure I am. How you tried to help me. I'm not really a thief. Caesar, you're the smart one. I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you, tell them.
Stand up, Mr. West. You better come with us.
But Caesar, you said it was the two of us from now on. That's what he said, I swear. He said we were a team.
Come on with us, Mr. West. We need to take you down to the station.
Oh, he's always been such a decent man.
He's a no-good crook, isn't he, Caesar? Come on. You don't have to pretend. I won't tell, I promise. Look at this mess. Who's going to take care of you now, Caesar? Okay, go ahead. Act like you don't hear me. I don't care. You won't even turn your head or blink your eyes. All right, be that way. Just remember, I know you can talk, 'cause I heard you last night.
Psst. Hey, you.
Caesar?
Yeah, you. Come on back, honey.
I knew you talked, I knew it.
And I know you finked on him. Pretty smart. The way you made that call. You're a hip little kid. I like you. Lean down. I want to ask you something.
What?
You like living here with your aunt?
That's a stupid question.
I bet you'd like to run away from this flea trap. Okay. Listen, from now on, it's you and me. We'll go to New York. I'll show you the bright lights. I know where the money is. What do you say?
Well, you are kind of cute.
Don't forget the suitcase.
It's a deal, Caesar. Come on.
Just you and me, kid. The big time. We're a team, see? A team.
An unlikely pair, a little girl and a wooden doll, a lethal dummy carved in the shape of a man. This is just a fantasy, of course, because everybody knows dummies can't talk unless they happen to learn their vocabulary in the Twilight Zone.
Caesar and Me, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Adele T. Strasfield. Heard in the cast were Zanny Laird, Meg Thalken, Rich Komanek, Lisa Joyce, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, C.J. Amari, Lynn Foley, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Jungle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, David Darlow, Ivan Vega, Joseph Minoso, Tim Rose, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
This is where the hotel will be built.
But I thought this is sacred ground.
It was. That's all been taken care of. Over there, a shopping center with restaurants.
A lot of jungle to be cleared.
Nothing but trees and vines. We may burn the rest of it. Haven't decided.
Hey, Mr. Richards.
Yes, Walt?
I just hit something.
What do you mean?
In the ground.
Now, let's have a look.
What is it, a boulder?
I don't think so.
Looks like a wooden chest of some kind.
Here, let me break it open.
Use the shovel.
What in the...
Oh, I know what it is.
So do I. More mumbo-jumbo. Get rid of it.
Yes, sir.
Not so fast, Alan. These are artifacts, hand-carved effigies.
Devil dolls. Strings of beads.
The museum will want to see them.
Nonsense. They're a dime a dozen. The natives think that if they bury them here, it'll stop the project. Well, it's not going to work.
Just the same, they're sacred.
They're junk. Superstitious nonsense.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Richards?
Cover them with a bulldozer. We've got 5 acres to clear by sundown.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. We're not alone.
Bokwa? I told you to stay away from here.
Who is he?
The Kikuyu medicine man. a troublemaker.
Mr. Richards.
Listen, Bokwa. I've had it up to here with your voodoo.
You are the one who does not listen.
I've tried to explain. The government of this territory signed an agreement. Your tribe will be relocated.
Too late. You have killed us.
We haven't killed anyone. You have everything you asked for. Fertile land, goats, chickens.
Our land is here.
It was. By next year, 5,000 people will live in Mbara. There'll be new roads from the airfield. They'll bring money, old man. Money for everyone. For your tribe.
If your people come here, they will know what it is to die.
Hear me well, Bokwa. Right now, my company is sending a full construction crew. If you do anything to harm them...
What, Mr. Richards?
You'll be eliminated.
Ah, the bringer of death.
Mbara is my dream. I've been planning it all my life. This will be the greatest development in East Africa, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
And what of our dream? What must we do? Wait while you make your city and others come? While Uchui does its work?
What are you talking about?
Uchui. It means magic.
Magic, huh? I've a permit to build on this land, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Keep your dolls and amulets off my property.
You will not find them all. Some are buried deep. They will join with the earth and rot, as your people will rot. Like this one.
Alan, that doll.
What about it?
The long hair, it looks like Doris.
Your woman.
How do you know what my wife looks like?
In our dream, Mr. Richards. In our dream.
Get out of here, now. And if any harm comes to my wife, I swear I'll kill you.
Easy, Alan.
Goodbye.
Do you understand? I'll kill you!
Mr. Alan Richards, from the engineering firm of Richards & Cooper, who hates with all his heart something in which he does not believe. Add a few buried dolls, strands of human hair, a handful of glass beads and native charms, and you have the ingredients of fear, the kind of fear that quickly turns to terror. Soon, Mr. Richards will make the long journey back to civilization and a high-rise apartment building in New York City. But his trip has just begun. Although he doesn't know it, he's about to take an even longer trip, the longest one of his life. It will lead him from the Upper West Side across Central Park and directly through the heart of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Jungle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oh, great. Doris?
Yes, dear.
Where are my cufflinks?
In the jewelry box on the dresser.
Ah, I've got it.
What?
I say I've got it. What's this?
Find them?
Yes. Doris?
Then everything's all right. Oh, you look great. Very handsome.
Thank you. Doris? What's this?
What's what?
A little cloth pouch. I found it in the jewelry box.
Oh, that.
Did you get it in Africa?
I don't remember.
Well, let's open it. See if that refreshes your memory.
Alan, please.
Polished stones, bits of glass. What's this? A bit of fur.
A lion's pelt. Just a tiny piece.
And the straw?
It's from a swallow's nest.
Oh, for the love of...
Well, what about it?
You tell me.
There's nothing to tell. I decided to bring back some souvenirs.
That's all these are to you? Souvenirs?
Of course.
Even this one?
What?
For God's sake, Doris, it's a preserved human finger.
It's supposed to bring good luck.
I won't have this garbage in my house.
Alan, they're only mementos of our trip.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Good. Then you won't mind if I dispose of them in the fireplace.
Alan, don't!
Why not?
It's a capitu. You mustn't.
Why not?
Forget it. You wouldn't understand.
Are there any more souvenirs?
No.
Doris, listen to me. We aren't in Africa now. We're in New York. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Please. I don't want to talk about it.
This sort of thing is for weak people. Ignorant, uncivilized people who don't know any better. Not for you. Not for me.
All right.
You're not listening. We have done nothing wrong, and we have nothing to fear. Least of all from a bunch of witch doctors 5,000 miles away.
You think I'm afraid of witch doctors?
What else do you expect me to think?
No, Alan, no. It's not that.
Then what? What is it you're afraid of?
Africa. The land itself. You remember what the old shaman said? A long time ago, when the men started drilling and clearing.
Who, Bokawa? That shriveled-up faker?
He said we were wounding the land, hurting it, making it bleed. He said the land would make us pay.
Doris, we left Africa weeks ago.
Did we? I wonder. Sometimes at night, I feel it all around me, closing in, like a great dark animal. Alan, please, tell them not to build there. Tell them it won't work, please. There's still time. You can stop them.
Is that it?
Do you have to go?
You're welcome to go with me. There's a dinner before the meeting with International Development. Do you good to get out.
I don't feel well.
Then call a doctor, and don't put any more logs on the fire. This place is hot as a compost heap.
I need it this way. I'm cold all the time.
I'll try to be back early.
You'll never be back.
What?
Alan, do you hear it?
I hear a lot of gibberish.
Alan, don't go.
Good night.
Don't. I'm begging you.
Good Lord.
What is it?
See for yourself. It appears to be the carcass of a dead animal of some kind.
It's a goat.
The throat has been slashed, as if by some kind of claws. Blood all over the hall carpet. Call security.
I knew it.
Knew what?
The shaman was right.
Someone's playing a joke on us. A horrible, tasteless joke. How did it get up here? How could it? It's 7 floors to the street. There's a guard in the lobby. Pass keys.
Oh, Alan. Alan. Now do you believe?
So, to sum up, the site is clear. Drainage and leveling have already begun, along with preliminary work on the diversion of the river.
Then it's behind schedule.
Not seriously.
What about the cost?
We'll have to add an estimated 3 to 6 months for completion, but the cost shouldn't vary by more than a few $100,000, at most.
You recommend that we dispatch a full crew, Richards?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I recommend.
And your partner, Mr. Cooper. What do you say?
I concur, Mr. Templeton.
In short, we've done what we said we'd do. Allowing for delay because of weather, we're on track. Mission accomplished, or very nearly.
Hear, hear.
Well done, gentlemen.
A few questions first, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
Of course, sir.
I'm sure you've considered this aspect carefully, but for my own curiosity, what about the native population?
What about them, sir?
Environmental impact, relocation, that sort of thing. How are they reacting?
To be perfectly frank, not as well as I'd hoped, but better than I'd feared. The Kikuyus have a violent tradition, Mr. Templeton. They resent the loss of their village. They resent the project, even though they're going to benefit from it eventually. Point of fact, they resent us. But I doubt that they'll cause any serious trouble, except for Ukawi.
What?
Magic, a kind of witchcraft.
You see, a number of the shamans have decided to put a curse on everyone connected with this enterprise, effective upon the decision to go ahead with the project, that is.
What sort of curse, Richards?
The evil eye.
The usual, slow and painful death. I assure you, gentlemen, there isn't anything the least bit funny about Ukawi.
You're not serious?
I am, because I've seen it work. I've seen healthy men sicken and die within 10 minutes of the time set by the witch doctors who cursed them.
Of course, not in this case.
Well, then where?
Well, I included a section about it in our background report, but for our men, there have been only the normal intestinal infections, that sort of thing.
Then why bring it up?
Healthy men and women who weren't touched or poisoned or harmed in any way, who just died.
I'll leave copies of our report for everyone.
Then, you mean to say you believe in it?
No, Mr. Sinclair. But they did, and their belief made it real.
An important distinction.
I simply can't imagine that anyone in this day and age would go in for magic.
Oh, you can't? Well, as it happens, Mr. Sinclair, several million people go in for magic. And they're not all in Africa either. Some of them are right here in this room.
Come now, Richards. Don't talk rubbish.
We better be going now.
What's that on your keychain, Mr. Sinclair?
Why,
On the table with your keys. A rabbit's foot, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't see...
Why do you carry it?
My daughter gave it to me. Now, see here.
Is it for luck?
Yes, I suppose so, but I don't see what that has to do with magic.
Mr. Sinclair carries around the severed foot of a dead animal in the hope that it will bring him good fortune. And he doesn't see what that has to do with magic.
Well, Sinclair, he has a point.
Mr. Hardy's amused, although it's a known fact that he's practiced witchcraft for years.
What?
Or have you finally given up astrology? A sophisticated man with an educated mind who reads his horoscope every day and allows the stars to run his life.
And a fair job they've done so far, young man.
That, Mr. Hardy, is exactly what a Kikuyu witch doctor said to me when I suggested that panther bones could not foretell the future.
He's got you there.
Oh, you needn't smile, Mr. Templeton. I've seen you knock on wood more than once. And you, Fielding.
Don't try to pull me into this.
How long has it been since you walked under a ladder? And the rest of you, do you cross your fingers? Throw salt over your shoulder? Worry when a black cat walks in front of you?
All right, Mr. Richards. I think you've made your point.
Think of it. A multi-billion-dollar corporation run by witches and warlocks in a 40-story building that doesn't even have a 13th floor.
Mr. Richards.
Sorry. All of you. Please. Mr. Cooper and I will be leaving now.
Well, gentlemen, what do you think?
Well, he's quite competent as a project manager.
Yes, it's true.
I'd say he may have left the jungle behind, but the jungle hasn't left him.
Well, I guess I blew it.
Not necessarily.
Oh, come on, Chad.
Oh, I'm serious. They're not about to cancel the project at this point. They can't with the figures we gave them.
I wish I hadn't shot off my mouth like that.
All right, I'll bite. Why did you?
That's just it. I don't know.
You sure about that?
Why wouldn't I be?
I couldn't say, but it wasn't like you. Something's happened. Hasn't it?
Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime.
And tell me now. I'm not going anywhere.
You're not?
Let's stop off for a drink.
I better get home.
You don't sound like you're looking forward to it.
I'm not, I guess.
Trouble?
Oh, it's not her fault. But something funny did happen tonight.
Funny haha or funny peculiar? You don't have to answer.
It's not what you think.
I don't think anything. Come on, here's Riley's. We'll have a beer. Help you sleep. Besides, I want to hear it. Whatever it is.
All right, but just one.
Well?
Well, what?
Are you coming?
Yeah, sure. I just thought I heard something.
So did I. That cab better get a new fan belt. Sounds like fingernails on a blackboard.
Yeah, that must have been it.
Here you go. 2 drafts.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Riley.
No problem. But don't drink both of them now.
What?
Your partner, what's his name?
Chad.
Nature calls, huh? Been gone a while.
He had to phone somebody.
Huh. Okay, Mr. Richards. Enjoy.
Well, I got through to Sinclair.
What's that?
Sinclair, on the phone.
You did?
Hey, just got home. Says they voted to go ahead with the project.
I see.
You almost sound disappointed.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Hey, this is me, remember? Your body's here, but your head is somewhere else. You look like you're 1,000,000 miles away.
Only a few thousand. Sorry, Chad.
So am I. You want to talk about it?
I seem to have done enough of that already. So I'm surprised the project's still on after my outburst.
You've been under a lot of pressure. They understand.
I wish I did.
What happened anyway?
It's hard to explain.
It's about Doris, isn't it?
Why do you say that?
Well, I talked to her yesterday when you were out.
You did?
She sounded bad.
She hasn't been feeling well.
When did it start?
About 3 months ago in Africa. At least that's when I first noticed it.
I guess it's time to define it.
I don't know if I can. She found a swallow's nest outside our tent one morning. Usual Mganga sign. I didn't think anything about it then. That afternoon I had an accident in the Land Rover. Nothing serious, but that's all it was. An accident.
Only she didn't think so.
Right. And then there wasn't any such thing as an accident, as far as she was concerned. Every time I ran a fever or stubbed my toe, it had to be magic. Witchcraft.
Like the crew, the skin infection. What do they call it? Jungle rot.
A tropical infection, that was all. But not according to Doris. All that mumbo-jumbo got to her. I thought it would wear off by the time we got back, but it didn't. She actually believed in those little dolls, with the pieces of hair, the fingernail clippings.
But you didn't.
Of course not.
What happened to change your mind?
Tonight, before I left for the meeting. Chad, tell me something. If you wanted to get a hold of a dead goat...
A what?
On short notice, in New York City, where would you go?
To a psychiatrist.
I'm serious.
So am I. You want a dead goat?
No.
Then what?
Never mind. It isn't important.
I'd say it is. A question like that out of left field?
Let it go, I said.
Take it easy, buddy. We're only talking here. Strictly theoretical, I'm sure.
Drop it.
Hey, careful!
Sorry.
It's all right. It's only beer. I'll get some napkins.
Use my handkerchief.
What's this?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. It looks like a tooth of some kind.
It's a capitu, a protective amulet.
And you've been carrying it around in your pocket.
It was Doris's idea. A lion's tooth. I guess that means I'm protected from lions.
In the city? Lions? Oh, yeah. Well, you have to admit it's kept them away so far.
I'm sure that's the way Doris looks at it.
Why lions in particular?
Because they symbolize the country.
And the whole country's out to get you? Not just a few witch doctors?
Close. You see, Doris isn't afraid of the witch doctors. She's got it all worked out in her mind. She thinks Africa itself is out to get us.
The entire Dark Continent, because of a little development work.
They told us that the country was a living thing. That when I sank the drills and diverted the river, I wounded the land. And that the land would hunt me down, or its spirit would. Unless I turned in a negative report and kept the others away, then maybe I'd be forgiven.
I was right there beside you over there.
But I was in charge, the head criminal, so to speak.
And you've been carrying that on your shoulders all this time.
Oh, I didn't take it seriously, even if I am the responsible party.
What are you going to do?
About Doris? I don't know.
She's sick, isn't she? With delusions. You must realize that.
Of course, but so are half the people in this city. Maybe more. The president of International Development carries a rabbit's foot. My wife carries a little bag full of nail clippings and amulets. And I've got a lion's tooth in my pocket. It's all the same thing. All the same rotten disease, eating away the strength, the will, the very soul.
Hey!
What?
Alan, I'd take it easy if I were you. A person doesn't get this steamed up over something if he doesn't believe in it.
What are you getting at?
Nothing, just a piece of friendly advice. Germs aren't the only thing that's catching. Depression, obsession, they can rub off on you too if you let them. Come on, drink up. I'll get us 2 more.
What time is it?
Doris will be worried.
I'll call her.
Sounds like a plan. Hey, Riley?
Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Another round over here, please.
You got it.
Be right back.
Hello?
Honey?
Where are you?
We just got out of the meeting.
At this hour?
The dinner ran long. I'm with Chad. Was everything taken care of?
Security took the carcass away. They had to call animal control. Then they scrubbed the floor outside our door, but the blood wouldn't come out. They're going to recarpet in the morning.
Good. Doris, how you feeling?
Oh, just dandy. How do you think I feel? A sacrifice on our doorstep.
Take a sleeping pill.
I took one.
Then take another one. I'll call the doctor tomorrow.
He can't help. It's not a question of nerves anymore. It's bigger than that, can't you see?
Be home as soon as I can. Chad? Chad?
Something the matter, Mr. Richards?
What happened to Mr. Cooper?
Who?
The man I came in with. Where is he? Where did he go?
Mr. Cooper? Right over there in the corner. Oh, here he comes.
I didn't see you. For a minute there.
I thought I'd put a quarter in the jukebox for you.
Very funny.
Like it?
Lay off.
I thought you had a sense of humor.
You don't know what you're dealing with here.
Then why don't you explain it to me?
I've done that.
Oh, come on, Alan. All I've heard about is voodoo and witchcraft and magic. I don't know what. Doris is depressed. You are too. You should both be going to a shrink if that's all it is. Look, we've got a lot riding on this contract. Everything, in fact. If you can't handle it, take some time off. Get your head together.
I can handle it. I'm not so sure you could.
Yeah, right.
Closing time, fellas. Last call.
Let's get out of here.
That late already?
That late.
Thanks, Riley.
Don't mention it. See you again.
Count on it. Come on.
feel like I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, you forgot to go to bed. You okay to drive?
I'm fine.
Look, if Doris gives you any trouble, blame me. I'll back you up.
Sure.
Now, give her a few more weeks in the big city. She'll come around. And when she does, you'll snap out of it, too.
I hope so.
As for yourself, get some sleep before the sun comes up. Make a new man of you.
Ever watched the sunrise in Africa?
Yeah? So?
The sky is like a bowl of ink. Then all of a sudden somebody pours a little milk into it, right at the horizon. It begins to spread and you can see for miles. Every detail. Trees, rocks, and any animals that might be in there. Waiting. But just before that, black as the space under the bed when you turn the lights out.
Alan, old buddy. Hey, you ought to be a poet instead of an engineer. You got your keys?
Got 'em.
Okay, then. My car's across the street. Say goodnight, Alan.
Good night, Alan.
Look, I'll call you in the morning. And drive carefully now. Don't let the pussycats bite.
You too. Oh, great. Oh. Chad? The lion's tooth. Hey! Hey, Riley, open up! It's Alan Richards. I left something on the table. Riley! Riley! My car won't start. At least call me a cab, will ya? Who's there? Hello? Is someone following me? Show yourself. Just a cat. A cat, that's all. Where's a payphone? There. Knew I'd find one. What's the matter with this thing? Out of order. Of all the times. What? Yes? Hello? Hello, is anybody? No. Hey, cab! Over here! It's okay. Nothing to worry about. Just keep walking. All the way home. Have to get across the park first. That's all. No big deal. Hold on. Take it slow. You'll make it. Been through the park 100 times. During the day. So what? Stay in the path. Nice and easy does it. Okay. Here goes. It's gotta be my imagination.
Hey, buddy. Need a cab?
What? Oh. Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Well, come on then. I ain't got all night.
Thanks.
Pretty late to be walking.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. My car wouldn't start.
Where to?
Schuyler House. You know what that is?
Sure do. East side.
That's right. Just around the park.
Should have called AAA.
What?
The Auto Club. They'll get you going.
I know. I tried to. Couldn't find a phone that works.
I hear that. You know, this town, it's full of animals. They wreck everything. They do it on purpose. They break things. They write graffiti all over the place.
Just get me home, please. I'll take care of it in the morning.
You got it. Won't be long now.
What's that?
Till morning. A couple more hours, it'll be daylight.
I must have lost track. If you could step on it, please.
Well, I gotta wait for the light. If I run a red light, it's a big fine. There's cops all over.
Are there? I didn't see any.
That's because they're never around when you need them.
Driver? You can go now. The light's green. It's just on the other side of the park. Driver? You hear me? The light's green. What's wrong with you? He isn't breathing. Help me! Somebody call an ambulance! Call the police! This cab driver is dead! Not far now. Across the park. Just let me catch my breath. Who's there? Stay where you are.
Spare change?
Oh, I thought you were...
Who?
I don't know.
Excuse me, mister, but I ain't had nothing to eat for 2 days. Sure appreciate it if you could help me out.
I don't have any change. Here's a 5.
God bless you, mister.
Wait, that sound. Where's it coming from?
What sound?
The drums.
I don't hear no drums.
Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?
Well, my ears, you know, they ain't so good.
How would you like to make some more money?
Doing what?
I'm trying to get home. I live just beyond the other side of the park. If you walk with me, I'll pay you $10.
All I have to do is walk?
Help me find my way in the dark. Make it 20.
I don't know.
Please. I just have to stay on the path.
You're on your own, pal. I ain't into weirdos.
Come back. I'll make it $20. 50! There. The other side. Gotta keep moving. A street lamp. I can see the building. Help! Help! Let me in! Let me in!
Mr. Richards?
The door. It was locked.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I thought I left it open.
I just need to get to my apartment.
Sure. Pretty late tonight, huh, Mr. Richards?
Pretty late.
You okay?
I am now.
I'll get the elevator for you.
My wife. She didn't go out, did she?
No, sir. Not all night.
Good. Thanks, Randy.
Take it easy, sir.
Don't know what's wrong with me. So tired. Need to sleep. Doris? Let her sleep. That's better. What? Doris? Doris, are you up? I didn't mean to wake you. Do you mind if I turn on the bedroom light? Just for a moment? What's wrong with the bed? Doris, is that you? What? No. Get back. Get... Ah!
It has been said that love is the greatest emotion, and the most creative. But hate, if it is strong enough, can create as well, and destroy. Alan Richards had only a moment to understand this, a brief flash of insight. But it came too late, for someone who, like most of us, has never seen a lion feeding. Unfortunately, to his great sorrow, it's a warning he will not be able to pass on to anyone else, either in or out of the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit TwilightZoneRadio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Sergeant?
Yes, soldier?
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead, son. If it's whiskey you want, well, I don't have none. Not for days now. It's long gone.
Oh, that's not it, sir.
Oh, I thought maybe you wanted something for the pain. Your arm. You'd best change that bandage.
I don't have anything, Sergeant, except my uniform, and there ain't much of that left.
Here, take my kerchief.
Oh, no, I can't.
Sure you can. Come on now. Get that sling off. Make yourself a new dressing. You need it in the heat.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Go ahead and sit. If you like.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I gotta keep moving.
Why? There's no hurry. Not anymore.
Well, if you can walk on that crutch, I figure I can as much on these 2 feet. Besides, I got a long way to go.
How far, soldier?
Alabama. I made it to be 600 miles. My folks will be waiting. Stop now, I might not get there at all.
Now, you'll get there all right. We all will, one way or the other. Because we have to. No place else to go.
Yes, sir. Going home. That's what I wanted to ask. You know the date today?
I'm sorry, son. I lost track. I don't know, still April or thereabouts.
Hey, Willie. That you?
You know that boy?
Sure I do. Sounds like Willie from Birmingham. We was together at Appomattox.
You go on ahead. I gotta take it slow for a while.
Much obliged. See, it's night, sir, when we make camp.
Luck to you, son. God be with you.
This is the year of our Lord, 1865, and these are Confederate soldiers not long after General Robert E. Lee handed over his sword to General Grant. Lee's troops have been released from duty, and for most that means traveling on foot, carrying with them the last vestiges of dignity and defeat. They walk these roads by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, with one goal in mind: to get home. They survived a war that cost more than 1 million lives, and those left are the walking wounded, bandaged, dirty, bearded, and exhausted, moving past burned-out homes in a burned-out land that now relinquishes a burned-out cause. But in a moment, the dusty road that began at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and ended at Appomattox, littered with the residue of broken battles and shattered dreams, will terminate in a strange province that knows neither north nor south, a place we call the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to the Twilight Zone with The Passersby, starring Morgan Brittany, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Miss?
Yes?
I was wondering,
Come closer to the porch so I can see you.
mind if I take some of your water, miss? The canteen's run dry.
Please. The well's just there. Have all you like.
Thank you kindly. Oh, you don't know how good that tastes.
I see by your uniform. Sergeant, isn't it?
Well, it was. Don't know that it matters much now. Beautiful house you have here.
It was. We used to call it our mansion.
Beautiful tree, too. The oak here, strong. The kind that lasts.
Yes, it survived. It was here before the house was built, and now it's the only one left.
War claims a lot of victims. Different kinds. Men, animals, God's own beauty. You mind if I sit here a spell?
Not at all. It's nice to talk to someone. I feel as if I haven't had a conversation in years.
What if I strum my guitar a bit?
You have a guitar?
Carried it all through the war. Would it bother you?
Oh, it would be lovely. My husband used to play a guitar.
Did he?
Oh, he played so well.
He's where, ma'am?
He was killed at Yellow Tavern with General Stewart.
I'm sorry.
You have a wife back home?
No kin at all. It was just my father, but he died the first year of the war.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it's all right. It's been a while now.
I mean the crutch. I didn't see it. You've lost your leg.
No matter, ma'am. Didn't exactly lose it anyway. I know just where they buried it. Outside of Chickamauga.
It must be hard walking for you. Do you have a long way to go?
Why, I guess I do. Kinda lost track.
Have you been on the road long?
Reckon I have. Since the beginning of time. Leastways, that's the way it seems. I don't quite remember when I wasn't moving down the road someplace.
Like all those men passing by day and night.
Oh, I've got plenty of company. But it's different now. There isn't anything in the world sadder than a defeated army crawling home.
And how different it was when they marched off. Brand new gray and gold braid and 1,000 flags. With trumpets and drums. Nothing but trumpets and drums. I thought it sounded so wonderful.
I remember.
Gonna lick the Yanks in a month. That's what they said. In a month. How wrong they were. And we stood by in our summer dresses and cheered them on and threw flowers and felt so grand. Just a few tears. Not many. Because we were so sure they'd all be coming back just as they left. And how wrong we were. Oh my.
Anything wrong?
I'm feeling a little dizzy.
Ma'am, please sit down. I don't think you're well.
It's the fever. But I'm on the mend now. It just left me weak, that's all. Just a little weak. And still they come, night and morning. The young ones and the old ones. And oh, how tired they look. How worn. Are there hundreds of them or thousands of them?
More than that.
And wouldn't you think there were so many, my Judd?
Ma'am?
Sergeant, do me a favor. Play your guitar real loud. I mean real loud. Drown me out. I'm so sick to death of hearing my own crying and the sound of footsteps on the road. Please play it loud so I can hear music. Please, Sergeant.
My pleasure.
Charlie? Charlie Constable, is that you? Charlie, it's Lavinia. Charlie, we thought you'd been killed. That's what everyone said. They said you'd been shot in the head at Gettysburg.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am.
Good day to you.
It's Charlie I want to talk to. Can't you hear me? Couldn't you stop a minute, Charlie? Couldn't you stop a minute and talk? I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you got back.
I'm almost there, Lavinia.
Almost there. I don't think I'll need all this weight. You can store my blanket roll for me, but I gotta keep moving. I'm almost there now, you see. I'll be there by nightfall.
Oh, Charlie. Your wife will be so glad to see you. So very, very glad.
Goodbye, Lavinia.
Will you give Susan my best, Charlie? Tell her when you get settled to please come over. Would you do that for me? No, I'll expect she'll want to keep you to herself for some time. I know if it were Judd come home to me, I'd hold him close. So close, Charlie. And I'd not let him leave again.
I'm sure, Lavinia.
Charlie, wait. You might need some of your bedroll. The Yanks took most of the blankets. Susan might have use for yours. Well, I'll keep it for you then. Do you hear me? I'll keep it here for you. That was Charlie Constable.
Was it?
They said he'd been killed at Gettysburg, shot through the head, that's what they said. Oh, but thank God they made a mistake. Thank God he's all right and come home again.
What's the matter, ma'am? Why are you looking at your hands like that?
There's blood.
Where?
Why, Charlie's cap. It's tied to its bedroll and there's blood on it. There's blood on Charlie's cap.
Ma'am?
Yes?
It's Sergeant Baxter, ma'am.
Well, I know that. Who else would it be? You finished so soon?
I got a feeling for wood, carving it or chopping it. I got enough cut there so you can at least start the winter.
Well, I thank you sincerely. You don't know how much that helps me.
No, I thank you. I'm obliged for the dinner.
Such as it was.
It beats salt pork and hardtack, which is what I've been used to for as long as I can remember.
I was hoping you'd play your guitar one more time. Would you?
Made this myself.
You didn't. You know how to make musical instruments.
After a fashion. Not as good as the ones I made at home. I had more time then. You have to pick the right tree. A good, solid one with character. You cut a branch and strip off the bark and take the wood in layers, but carefully, just right. Then you soak it and bend it into the shape you want. And there's plenty to it, believe me. And then after it's dry, it has to be planed and glued and whittled till it's perfect. And then comes the tuning. You know, they say a good guitar takes on the voice of the man who made it. If he has a voice to start with. Seems some men don't. No matter what they play, it just comes out flat and dead.
I'll bet all your guitars sound beautiful. Just like this one.
My old man used to say that I'd wind up nothing but a bum troubadour.
Did he?
My old man. But he was a proud one when I marched off. Proud as an old rooster, because his son was going off to war to become a man. And I come back, half a man.
That song of yours.
Black is the color?
Judd, my husband, he used to sing that. Oh, I wish you could have met him.
I wish so too.
A very gentle man. A very nice and decent man. And I can remember nights he'd sit out on this porch and play and sing. Even the crickets would keep quiet. And the bullfrogs down at the pond. It was just as if they'd stopped their noise so they could hear the music. And then the Yankees came. Like blue locusts who had to eat away the trees and the land and everything on it. I owe them for much. For our house, our lawn, our trees, for everything that was. Including my husband's life. I owe them for very much.
Ma'am? Why don't you leave here? This place is no good for you.
This place is all I have. Just an empty shell of an old house and a burned-out field. But it belongs to me, and it's all I've got.
You need something else, something different. Being here alone and sick and staring out toward that road, that ain't gonna cure anything. Fever, sadness, heartache. It won't cure nothing at all.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Your husband?
The Yankee who killed my husband. Do you suppose he's marching home now? Back to his own kin? Do you suppose he's laughing and singing and telling all his neighborhood about the rebels he killed? All the bullets and the heads he shot them through?
I don't reckon that at all. You shouldn't either, ma'am. There's been a lifetime of suffering on both sides.
I got a gun inside the house. An old shotgun. And I keep thinking about how someday, some moment, a Yankee will ride by, and I'll take out that gun, and I'll aim it at him. I'll aim it steady. But first, I'll tell him. I'll tell him that he can consider this the last shot of the Civil War. A bullet in exchange for the one my husband took.
You let that kind of poison sit on your mind, you'll die from it, I swear.
Who's coming?
Can't see yet.
It's him.
What do you mean?
The Yankee.
Well, hold on now.
It's a hot night.
Hot indeed, Lieutenant.
Couldn't see if anyone still lives here.
They do. You traveling a long way?
Oh, just up the road. But I've been on it a long time. You too, Sergeant?
Long time.
I've got a half-full canteen, but my horse is running dry.
Well, there's water in the well. I don't think they'd mind.
Much appreciated.
I know you, don't I?
That's possible.
I mean, I've seen you before. I seem to remember.
Go on. What is it you remember?
You'd best heed the sergeant's answer, because it's the last thing you'll ever hear.
No, ma'am. Put the gun down. You don't understand.
The last thing you'll hear on this earth. This I promise you.
Ma'am, don't shoot him. The lieutenant here tried to save my life.
Stand aside.
Hear me out first. I was lying on the side of a road. A mini ball had landed amongst us and took off my leg, and I laid there bleeding. And then he come by, a patrol of Yanks, and he propped me up, and he tried to stop the bleeding. I remember looking straight at him and saying, I said to him, "Danged if you ain't the most changeable breed in the world. First you do your best to kill me, then you call off the war long enough to try and save me." You remember that, Lieutenant?
I thought to myself then that if General Lee had many more of your kind, we'd take a lot of lumps before we could lick you.
Well, we sure give you some.
That you did.
Lieutenant, this is Lavinia Godwin.
You've thanked him, Sergeant. Now be so good as to step out of the way so I can thank him for a few other services.
Ma'am, the lieutenant here, he stood out on the open road and tended to me while both sides were shooting up a storm over his head. And yet he stayed there, and he tried to save my life.
I've got this shotgun leveled straight at his head, and my hand is steady. I've waited a long time. I aim to blow his head right off his shoulders.
This your pleasure, ma'am?
And duty. A little bit of both, perhaps.
Well, then you'd best get on with it.
Ma'am, I can't let you do that. I just can't.
You can't stop me with that guitar. I've got the gun.
Then I'll stop you with my hands.
You'd better stand down, Sergeant. I've got my finger on the trigger. And this is for you, Yankee.
You could thank God for the darkness. That kept you from committing murder. Hasn't there been enough of that already?
I didn't miss him. I couldn't have. I couldn't have missed him!
No, ma'am. You couldn't have. But it doesn't make any difference. Not anymore.
I remember now. I do remember. They got you that day. They got you in the back while you were kneeling over me. You took a bullet in the back and you fell right over.
Yes, I think that's how it happened.
I thought you were dead. I remember thinking you were dead. What's going on here? What's going on here?
You'll understand. It'll come to you sooner or later.
What will?
I've got to be moving up the road again. Don't want to ride, do you, Sergeant? She's not the staunchest steed on earth, but she'll carry two.
Thank you, but one's enough.
As you like.
Safe journey, Lieutenant.
And to you. I wish you the best, ma'am. I do wish you the best. And this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Wait and see.
I'm sorry I hit you, Sergeant. And your guitar, your beautiful guitar, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done that.
Please, forget it. It's over.
Those things he said. What do you suppose he meant?
I have an idea, but I think we'll know for sure soon enough.
Look. On the ground.
What?
It's wet. When he climbed on his horse, he was dripping blood. Sergeant! Sergeant Baxter!
Ma'am?
Would you come in the house, please?
Can I help you?
Do you hear that, Sergeant?
Hear what, ma'am?
That's just it. There's no one on the road anymore. They're all gone.
They stopped coming during the night. It's been quiet ever since. Real quiet.
Why are you carrying your bedroll? And your cap? Are you leaving?
Yes, ma'am. I'm leaving. It's time for me.
But where will you go? You told me yourself there's no one waiting for you at home.
To wherever that road leads.
I can tell you where that road leads. Past 50 miles of places like this. Past houses that were burned out and abandoned after the Bluecoats got finished with them. Burned out yards and crop fields.
Some by Union soldiers, some by us. So there'd be no use.
Past a few hundred tired, sick people like me.
No worse off than I am.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you're looking for a change of scenery, Sergeant, you won't find it out there. Along that road.
Mrs. Godwin, I was up most of the night. I was up and I was thinking about lots of different things, thinking it through.
What did you decide?
That lieutenant who came by, and the shotgun, and the blood on the ground. When he rode off, it seemed like a mystery.
Yes, it does.
And that young friend of yours, Constable.
Charlie Constable.
Yeah, with the bloody cap. And then before dawn, it came to me.
What did?
It's kind of hard to explain.
Please try.
It has to do with that road out there, and the men who are walking on it.
What about them?
Last night, after you'd gone to bed, I stood by the gate and I watched as they went by. There was Union soldiers, too. Yankees, many of them. Some helping our boys, some of our boys helping them. But all of them moving down the road, just as if...
Just as if what?
Just as if that road led someplace where they all had to go. You hear me? Had to. So wherever it leads, Mrs. Godwin, that's where I have to go, too.
But why?
What I discovered last night. You wouldn't believe. I don't understand all of it myself. I understand enough to know that there's a billy club tapping on my good leg, telling me to move on. So I'll take my leave now, ma'am. And I wish you well. I certainly wish you well.
Wait while I make you breakfast.
No need for that. I'm not hungry anymore.
Some tea, then. Something to drink. I'll heat water on the stove with the wood you cut.
You have some for yourself, ma'am.
I've got something stronger put away. There's a bottle. I know where it is.
Not with all the walking I have to do.
A hot bath, then, before you go. Surely you'd like to get cleaned up.
Thank you, but I'm all right.
Sergeant! Why don't you stay on? I need someone around here who can help. I'm just one sick woman alone, and I need someone to help me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I'd give you half the place. You could take a wife if you like and live here, and half of it would be yours.
There's nothing here that could ever belong to me, ma'am. Nothing at all.
Why not? If I say it does.
And you know something else? There's nothing here for you either. Nothing but a lot of memories, and there's a prescribed period for mourning. Are you going to wear black for the rest of your days?
My memory's a lot longer than yours, Sergeant. My hatreds don't die because somebody signed a slip of paper and turned in their sword.
I don't think we need to compete when it comes to memories, Mrs. Godwin.
I don't mean that.
But as to hatreds, I'll concede that you carry yours for a lot longer than me, so you just stay on here and bide your time between some mourning and some hating. I've got to take a walk up that road. And while I'm doing it, I'm going to forget about all the yesterdays, and I'm going to start thinking about all the tomorrows instead.
What do you think is up that road, Sergeant? A future? A new South, perhaps? Another Confederacy born out of the ashes? What do you think you'll find?
I don't know. But I think every man has to find his own end of the road. It's whatever he wants for himself. And every woman, too.
What's that?
Sounds like my guitar. But it can't be. It's broken.
There's a soldier in the yard.
He doesn't mean you any harm.
It's a Confederate soldier. Why, it's Judd. My Judd, he's finally come home after all. Oh, Judd, it is you.
Lavinia? Hello, my dear.
Oh, Judd. Judd, home and tell me it's really true.
And how fares my darling wife?
Oh, I've been ill, Judd, very ill.
Oh, no.
But I'll be well again. I'll be well again because you've come home. Because you're alive and by some miracle you've come home to me.
It was home, Lavinia. Look around you. It isn't any longer.
It's all the hope we've got, Judd.
How do you do, Mr. Godwin?
Sergeant?
Stop for some water.
The old well. It's still good?
I'll be moving on now.
The sergeant. He's been telling me there's a pot of gold at the end of that road.
Has he?
And I told him, Judd, and now I have to tell you, I understand.
Understand what?
There's nothing at the end of that road except more road. And more places like this. But we can rebuild it all. We can paint it and plow up the fields. We can buy seed and we can...
Lavinia.
Judd, what is it?
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Do you know?
I think I do, yes.
It's easier that way.
I'm not sure, but I think I do. Goodbye, Mrs. Godwin.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
I'll no doubt be seeing you farther on.
What does he mean?
It's time now, Lavinia.
Time?
We've got to go.
Judd, there's no place to go.
This is just a stop along the route, Lavinia.
A stop? This is home.
Home is somewhere else.
And you're saying we have to leave?
Yes, Lavinia. We have to leave.
Oh, you brought your guitar. I'm glad.
This isn't mine. It's that sergeant's.
But...
See? You remember this guitar, Lavinia. It was all broken, wasn't it? And now it's all in one piece again.
Why, yes, it was. How did you know?
It was broken, but now it's been put together. And it can be played again, and music can come from it. It's sort of like a human being, Lavinia. A bullet comes along, or a cannonball, or a fever, and it breaks our bodies and throws them aside, and they're no use to us anymore. But then something else comes.
What are you saying?
With that comes a second chance.
Judd, are we?
Yes, dearest. My death came at Yellow Tavern with a bullet. Yours came here with the fever.
No. Then you mean all those men?
All those men are heading to the end of the road, to whatever it is that each of them yearns for.
Yearns?
To a place or moment that is their heart's desire, theirs and theirs alone. Are you ready?
I'm alive, Judd. I have to be. I can feel it. I'm alive. And I don't want to leave here. I'm not ready. I don't want to leave here because if I do, that means I'll have given up.
There's nothing to give up anymore, Lavinia. There's nothing at all.
Yes, there is. There's the house and the field and the crops we planted that we'll plant again. And the trees and the leaves that rustle when there's a breeze all night long. And the livestock to replace. And sometime one day, the child we'll have, you and me. And he'll grow strong and healthy. And he'll help you tend the fields. And then he'll move on to a life of his own. His life and his children. Our grandchildren. And we'll grow old together on the piece of land that's our own. And in that way, life goes on. Oh, there's so much life still left. So much living still in me, I can't give it up. Don't you feel it? If you don't, I have enough for both of us. It's all I ever wanted, to be here with you.
I'll see you later on, then, when you've made your peace. I'll wait for you, just as you waited for me.
Oh, Judd, please. Please don't leave me.
I'm not leaving you, my darling. I told you, I'll meet you at the end of the road, unless...
Then you'll come back? You will. You'll find out what I already know. There isn't anything at the end of the road. There isn't anything at all you can't see right here. You'll come back, Judd. I know you will.
That's as it may be, but I'll be waiting for you.
Judd! Judd, please come back. Please come back to me.
Go after him, my dear.
Who are you?
Just a fellow traveler.
You must be tired. And hot in that black suit and that tall hat.
Odd, isn't it? Passing strange how it doesn't seem to bother me now.
I have some water if you like.
That would be a most extraordinary kindness.
Over here, there's a well. The water's cool and sweet. Here, drink your fill.
The sweetest I've ever tasted.
I know you, don't I, sir?
Do you?
I'm sure I do. I've seen you, but not in these parts. In town? No, I don't think so.
Don't worry yourself. Not on my account.
But your face and that beard.
May I tell you something, my dear?
Please.
Go after him. You must.
Oh, but he'll be back. I know he will. My Judd will be back.
Wait no longer. There's no reason. He's going someplace that you'll like, I promise you. Someplace where you'll find peace.
But how do you know? How?
It's something we learn about death. Something we all come to understand. You see, my dear lady, this road, it isn't the end. It's the beginning. There's peace up there, serenity and freedom for all, from anguish. It's whatever you want most, which you have always sought but could not name.
You sound so sure.
I am. Go to him, my dear. Go to your loving husband. Go there with him. I can see him on the road, can't you? Standing in the sun with his arms outstretched, waiting to receive you.
Your face. I know that face. I've seen it in the newspapers. But you were shot, sir. I read it. You were shot by an assassin at Ford's Theater in Washington. But that's so far from here. How?
So far that I can hardly remember. It all falls away, like seeds in the earth.
And so now, Mr. President, you're one of the...
Yes, my dear. I guess you might say that I am the final casualty of the Civil War. And now I'm the last man on this road, the very last. I think it only fitting that I be the last of the passersby.
Judd? Is that you?
Lavinia.
It is. I see you. Wait, Judd, I'm coming. I'm coming now.
Lavinia Godwin, the mistress of a burned-out home, the image of woman in the aftermath of war, all women in all wars, suffering the final wound and the deepest, and now, at last, ready to be healed. Incident on a dirt road during the month of April 1865. And as we've already pointed out, it's a road that won't be found on any map, but it's only one of many that lead into and out of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Passersby, starring Morgan Brittany with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Turk Muller, Roderick Peoples, Norm Woodell, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Paul Patch, Don Longo, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. It lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area we call the Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Sloan?
Yes, Mr. Hendricks?
Sloan, I'm sorry to call you on a Sunday morning.
Well, that's all right, sir.
But this won't wait.
What won't?
The Monmouth account. They're flying in ahead of schedule. The meeting's moved up to Tuesday.
I've got them penciled in for 2 o'clock Wednesday.
I know. But apparently they have other business in Manhattan. The word on the street is that they're talking to another agency. So we'd better get our ducks in a row, fast.
I see.
How's the presentation?
Well, I was going to work it up in the morning, run it by you, order the storyboard.
There's no time now. We're in a crunch. We need a run-through right away.
But if I redo the pitch, the old boards won't work.
I'll put the art department on call. They can work all night Monday if need be. Just make sure you have a script by Monday afternoon, no later.
If that's what it takes, Mr. Hendricks.
I knew you'd come through.
But I was hoping that, that is, I'd planned to spend the rest of the weekend catching up on some other things.
What other things?
Well, there's the Bartleby account.
The Bartleby account can wait.
We need a different angle for the fall TV spots. I was going to clear the decks today, think it through in, a new light.
We have to go on the back burner for now. Our main focus for the next 72 hours is Monmouth. Sorry to dump this on you with such short notice, Sloan.
I understand, sir. Yes, I'll just have to burn the midnight oils again.
I'm counting on you, Martin.
I know you are, sir. See you in the morning. In the morning. 24 hours. But not today, not this afternoon.
Hey, take it easy. What's your problem, mister?
How about some service?
How about some peace and quiet?
I'm sorry. Will you fill it up, please?
Sure.
I drove out from the city.
No kidding.
Guess I'm not used to this. Country road, no traffic, open space. All this peace and quiet.
Yep.
The things I've missed for such a long, long time.
The driver's name is Martin Sloan, age 36. Occupation, Vice President ad agency in charge of media. This is not just a Sunday drive for Martin Sloan. Perhaps he doesn't know it yet, but it's an exodus from the pressures of a life that has taken its toll and no longer works for him. Somewhere up the road, he's looking for some much-needed sanity. But somewhere up that same road, he's about to find more than he bargained for. He may not have noticed, but he's just taken an unscheduled side trip into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Walking Distance, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's a sweet little sports car you got there.
I suppose. One of the rewards. Could you take care of it for me?
Take care of it how?
Always thinking a lube and an oil change.
Oil's fine. I checked under the hood. Looks good to me.
You can do it, can't you?
Oil change and a lube job? Sure.
If you have the time.
Today? No business on Sunday.
I don't mind waiting.
Well, this car don't really need it, I'd say, but...
Please.
Take about an hour.
I'm in no hurry.
Okay, if that's what you want. Not much to do around here in the meantime, though.
That's all right. I'm off the clock. You know, this road looks familiar. Is that Homewood up ahead?
Just like the sign says.
How far?
Mile and a quarter.
I used to live there. It's where I grew up, as a matter of fact. I haven't been back in... Oh, it must be 20 years.
That's so.
More like 25. And then this morning, I just... I got in the car and drove. Guess I reached a point where... Well, I had to get out of the city, as far away as possible. You know the feeling?
Can't say I do.
One more meeting, phone call, presentation, another problem to solve. If I'd stayed home today, I probably would have jumped out of a window.
Oh, don't want to do that.
Sometimes you feel like you don't have much choice, so you get behind the wheel and head for Homewood, I guess. Walking distance, is it?
Maybe a mile and a half.
That's walking distance. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Wilson's Ice Cream Parlor?
Same as always.
Is the soda fountain open?
Of course.
I thought you might be closed today.
7 days a week.
Hard to believe.
We never close.
It's amazing.
It's our policy. Always has been.
I mean the place. The whole thing. Even the stools look the same.
So, what'll it be?
I wonder.
Yeah?
You still make those great chocolate sodas?
3 scoops.
I used to spend half my life in this drugstore.
Really?
I grew up here. The one thing I remember always ordering, that was a chocolate ice cream soda with 3 scoops. And it was 10 cents, too.
No kidding.
You know, you look familiar to me, as if I've seen you before.
I got that kind of a face.
It's been a long time. 20 years at least. That's when I left here. I wish I had $1 for every hour I sat at this counter. From grammar school right through 3rd year high school.
Long time.
And the town outside, even it looks the same. Really amazing, you know? After so many years, exactly the same.
That'll be a dime.
Oh, sure. A dime? 3 scoops?
That's the way we make them.
Hey, you're going to lose your shirt at this rate. Nobody sells sodas for a dime anymore.
They don't? Where'd you say you're from?
New York. Oh, you make a great soda.
Taste okay?
Wonderful.
Guaranteed or your money back.
Funny how many memories you connect with a place. I always thought if I ever came back here, it'd probably be all changed. But it's just as if I'd left yesterday.
You want anything else?
No, thanks. Look at the street. Just as if I'd been away overnight. I'd almost expect Mr. Wilson to be sitting in the stockroom and sleeping just like he always did before he died. That's one of the images I have. Old man Wilson sleeping in his big comfortable chair in the other room behind that door. Thanks very much.
That's $1.
That and this. It's worth it. And more.
So long, mister. Come back anytime. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah. Oh, hello, Charlie. Just rested my eyes for a minute.
Sorry to disturb you, but we're going to need some more chocolate syrup, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, well, good. I'll order some this afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. I'll get back to work now.
My God, nothing's changed. The streets, the houses. The Van Burens lived in that one. Mulrooney's over there, and Dr. Bradbury. Hi there.
Hi.
You're playing marbles. I didn't know kids played that anymore.
Everybody does.
You pretty good at it?
Not bad.
I used to shoot marbles, too. We gave them special names.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Aggies and the steel kind, the ball bearings we got off streetcars, we called them Steelies.
I know.
The ones you could see through, they were Clearys. You still call them names like that?
Uh-huh.
And see that telephone pole? Over there we used to play hide and seek. Right on this street.
This street? You were on this street before? I never saw you.
I used to live in that corner house down there.
Did not.
Yeah, the big white one. The 2-story Victorian.
The Sloan House?
That's right. Oh, you still call it that?
Still call it what?
The Sloan House. My name's Sloan. I'm Martin Sloan. What's your name, son?
You're not Marty Sloan. I know Marty Sloan, and you're not him.
Huh, I'm not, huh? You want to check my driver's license? See? Right here in my wallet in black and white. Hey, where'd you go, son? I didn't mean to scare you off. Hello.
Hi, what can I do for you?
Bicycle shop. I'm surprised you're open.
Yep, Sunday's a good day. Kids come in, want me to fix a flat, always something. You know how it is.
I do. I came in here once a week at least when I was a boy. Had quite a few flats fixed myself.
You did, huh? What kind of bike?
A Schwinn. My dad bought it for me on my 9th birthday. I thought it was the greatest thing going, better than a car. I fixed the dents, repainted it.
I'll bet you did.
Not the brakes, though. When those went, I always took it here. For reflectors, too, and new, what do they call them? Handlebar grips, the big rubber ones. You have any Schwinns?
Over there. Old ones, new ones.
You've got quite a selection.
Some are collector's items. Looking to take one home?
No, I don't have a son.
For yourself, then. Some folks buy them for nostalgia nowadays.
What are you doing to that one?
Fixing the spokes. Gotta have them all in place to balance the wheel.
You know, I haven't thought of that in years.
What's that?
Why, I used to take cards, ordinary playing cards, and clip one to the front wheel with a clothespin.
Yep.
And it made the greatest sound.
Clickety-click.
You got a deck of cards by any chance? Yeah, wait. Here's a business card. I'll hold it while you spin.
That the sound?
That's it.
This is your card, huh? Sloan, I know that name. There's a Sloan family lives one street over.
The old white Victorian?
Yeah. Any relation?
What are their names?
Not sure. I think they have a boy that comes in here, though. They're probably listed. Or just walk on over. It's not far.
I know. House on the corner.
Yes?
Dad.
Who did you want to see?
Dad, it is you.
Who is it, Robert?
And Mom. Is that Mom?
Who are you? What do you want here?
Why are you both here? How can you be? It's impossible.
Who is it? What do you want, young man?
Mom, don't you know me?
Who?
It's Martin.
Martin? What in the world?
He's a lunatic or something.
Close the door.
Wait a moment, Mom. You mustn't be frightened of me. This is Martin. I grew up here. What's the matter with you both? Don't you know your own son?
That's enough. You've upset my wife.
Don't lock me out. Please, look at me.
And don't come back.
Mom? Dad?
Robert?
Keep the door locked from now on. And put this out of your mind now. Like it never happened.
But who was he?
Just some crazy person. Someone who lost his way and doesn't belong here. Who doesn't belong here at all.
Get your cotton candy here. Ice cream for the kids.
Hello there.
Hello.
Going down to the pavilion?
Why, yes.
So am I.
Beg your pardon?
I say I'm going the same way.
Have we met?
I don't believe so. Forgive me for bothering you.
Oh, you're not. I just thought you might be a friend of my husband's.
A visitor, that's all. But it feels like home already.
This town is like that. Everyone's so friendly and relaxed. There's no crime or...
What a beautiful baby you have there.
Oh, thank you. She's my pride and joy.
She must enjoy these walks on a lovely Sunday afternoon like this.
Well, she can't walk yet, but with a carriage, well, we can both enjoy it.
Wonderful spot, isn't it?
The park? Oh, it certainly is. This is our favorite place in Homewood, my husband and I.
And the music from the merry-go-round. That's always a big part of summer, isn't it? The calliope.
Oh, and the cotton candy. And the ice cream. And, of course, the band concert. We just love those.
I remember. Down there on the pavilion.
They play such wonderful music. Sometimes they make dinner first and we bring it here in a basket. It's like, I don't know, like a picnic when you were a kid.
There isn't anything else quite as good ever. Nothing quite as good as summer and being a kid and knowing you're alive.
You won't get any arguments out of me. You say you're not from around here?
Not exactly.
But you sound like you know the park so well.
What I mean is, I used to be. I lived just a couple of blocks away.
Really? You don't know how much I envy you. It must have been so lovely then.
Oh, it was. Just as lovely as it is now. Exactly. I remember the calliope and the merry-go-round, those great hand-carved horses.
No, they still have them.
And the bandstand. I used to sneak away at night from my parents' house and come here and lie on the grass staring up at the stars, listening to the music. You know something else?
What?
I played ball in that field right down there.
Did you really?
And the merry-go-round. Oh, my goodness. I grew up with that merry-go-round. Look.
What?
See the post?
Which one?
Oh, that one. That one there. I carved my name on it one summer.
Boys are always doing things like that.
I was 11 years old, and I carved my name right on that post. Just like that boy's doing right now.
That boy?
See him? You, there!
I wasn't doing nothing.
I know. I just wanted to see what you were carving.
It's not my knife.
Sure it is. That's your pocket knife. Go on, pick it up. And this is your name on the post. Let's have a look. Martin Sloan. But that can't be. You're...
Yes, sir, but I didn't mean nothing, honest. Lots of kids carve their names here. No kidding. I'm not the first one.
You're Martin Sloan. Sure, that's who you are. You have to be. That's the way I looked with that cap on my head.
I gotta go.
Martin? No, Martin. Martin, don't be frightened. Martin.
Why were you running like that?
I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to talk to him, ask him some questions.
Who?
I was going to tell him what will happen to him.
Tell him?
The boy.
What boy?
You didn't see him?
Tell him what?
I don't know. I really don't know. If it's a dream, I suppose I'll wake up, but I don't want it to be a dream.
I think you'd better sit down somewhere for a few minutes, rest.
But I don't want to rest. I don't want any more time to pass. Not now. You don't understand, do you? Of course not. How could you?
You may have had too much sun. You should find a nice place in the shade.
Please, let me tell you what's happened to me. The whole incredible, unbelievable story of what's happened to me today, just as I was going to tell the boy before it's too late, before you... If you'll just hear me out.
I didn't see any boy.
The one who ran off, the one who looks like me.
You'd really better rest now. You don't look well.
Martin? Martin, please, where are you?
Robert, what are you doing sitting out here on the porch?
Just thinking, dear.
Of what?
I don't know. Nothing much.
Shall I sit with you?
If you'd like.
Let me clear away the dinner dishes. There's another piece of pie left.
Maybe later.
Look at that moon. I think I will join you. Remember how we used to sit in this swing, listening to the wind in the elms as if it were talking just to us, while we made plans?
Of course I do. Hurry back.
It's been a long time.
Yes, it has. Who's there?
Only me.
Oh, so you've come back again.
I had to. This is my house.
Not really.
Look what I found by the gate, my old baseball glove. He bought it for me on my 11th birthday.
How could you possibly know that?
What happened to the baseball Lou Gehrig autographed? Where's that? And the bicycle, the Schwinn. You thought about buying it for a long time, years, and you finally did when I turned 9. The best bike in the world, Dad. Hope I told you that. The best.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
What do you want here?
I just want to rest. Stop running for a while. This is where I should be. I know that now. Don't you understand, Pop? It's taken me a long time to figure that out. I belong here.
Look, son, you're probably sick. You got delusions or something. And I don't want to hurt you. I don't want you to get yourself into any trouble either. But you better get out of here now while you still can, or there will be trouble. You can count on that.
Who are you talking to, Rob? Oh!
Mom, won't you look at me? Look into my face. You can tell, can't you?
Don't come any closer.
Mom, just look at me, please. Who am I? Tell me who I am.
You're a stranger. I've never seen you before. Robert, tell him to go away.
Now look here.
You've got a son named Martin, haven't you?
I don't see what business it is of yours.
He's a pretty good boy. At least he tries to be most of the time.
He's a wonderful boy.
But he's not good enough to please himself. He's given to daydreams and not paying attention in class, and sometimes he won't listen, even to you. Most of all to you. Odd, isn't it? He has to find things out for himself the hard way. That must hurt you.
That's enough.
He goes to Immerse public school.
How did you know that?
The month of August he spends at his aunt's farm near Buffalo, and a couple of summers you've gone up to Saratoga Lake and rented a cottage there. And once I had a sister. She died when she was a year old.
Rob, where is Marty now?
In bed, sleeping. You put him straight to bed, didn't you?
I'm Marty. I'm your son.
Please!
Take your hands off her.
You've got to believe me. I'm your son. Martin, look, my wallet. See? All my cards are in here. All my identification. Read them. Go ahead, read them.
No!
Please, they'll show you.
I didn't mean to.
It's all right. I deserve that. I'll leave the glove where I found it. Good night, then.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Let him go.
Martin? Martin! Where are you? I've got to talk to you.
The band sounds good tonight.
I always do.
For the full moon. Get your peanuts over here.
I remember this night. Swear I do.
How about a cold soda pop there, mister?
Huh? Oh, no, thank you.
Peanuts, popcorn.
This very same night. It has to be. The band played that song, and then I walked over here by the big tree and laid down and listened to the next tune. Oh, I remember this song like it was yesterday.
Hey, what are you doing here? Are you following me?
It's you. Of course, that was our favorite song, wasn't it?
Mind your own beeswax, okay?
No, Martin, wait.
Last ride of the night on the carousel, right here.
Let me through.
Nope, son, not without a ticket, you don't.
I got to. He's chasing me.
Whoa there, wait your turn. You can't cut in the line.
Did you see a boy, 11 years old?
Is that your boy? You best teach him some manners.
I've got to stop him.
Where's your ticket? Hey, you can't just jump on. It's already started.
Martin, I don't want to hurt you.
Leave me alone.
I just want to tell you something.
Stay away from me.
Martin, please, let me talk to you.
About what? You got nothing to tell me.
It's important, I swear. It's the most important thing I know.
Get back.
Marty, please, don't jump off. Don't.
That boy, he's falling.
No. Marty!
Stand back. The boy's hurt.
His leg, he's bleeding.
Oh, it's my leg, too.
We'll get him out.
Lift him up.
Be careful.
His leg is broken.
Somebody get him to a doctor.
Easy. Take it easy with him. His cap. Don't forget his favorite cap.
We've got him.
Oh. I only wanted to tell you that this is a wonderful time for you, special time. Don't let any of it go by without enjoying it. There won't be any more merry-go-rounds after tonight, no more cotton candy, no more band concerts. I only wanted to tell you that this is the wonderful time. Now, here. That's all, Marty. God help me, that's all I wanted to tell you.
That's it, folks. Park's closed. Everybody out.
I'm going. Who's there? I can't see you with the lights off.
I thought you want to know that my boy will be all right. He may limp some, the doctor says, but he'll be all right.
I thank God for that.
Here. You dropped your wallet by the house.
Did you look inside?
I did.
And?
It told me quite a few things about you.
Nothing too bad, I hope.
Driver's license, cards, the money in it. Seems that you are Martin Sloan. You're 36 years old and you have an apartment in New York.
That's right.
It says your driver's license expires some 25 years from now. The dates on the bills? Those dates haven't come yet either.
So you know now, don't you?
Yes, I know. I know who you are, and I know you've come from a long ways from here. A long ways, and a long time. I don't know why or how. Can you tell me?
I'm afraid not.
And you know other things, don't you, Martin?
What do you mean?
Things that'll happen. Things that haven't happened yet.
Yes, I do. I wish I didn't, but I do.
You also know when your mother and I... when we'll...
Yes. Yes, I know that too.
Do me a favor. Don't tell me.
I couldn't.
Grant me that grace. Martin, there's a saying. Every man is put on earth condemned to die. Time and method of execution unknown. That's a part of the mystery we live with. It must always be a mystery. Martin?
Yes, Dad?
You have to leave here. There's no place for you. No room. Do you understand?
I see that now, but I don't understand. Why?
I guess because we only get one chance.
Yes.
Maybe there's only one summer to a customer. The little boy, the one I know and love, the one who does belong here. This is his summer, Martin, just as it was yours once. Don't make him share it.
I guess I'll be going. I don't want to, but there's no choice for me. No choice at all. I see that now, too.
Martin, Is it so bad where you come from?
I thought it was. I've been living at a dead run, Dad. I was so tired, and then one day I knew somehow, some way I had to come back. I had to get on a merry-go-round and listen to a band concert and eat cotton candy. I had to stop and breathe and close my eyes and smell and listen. Otherwise, I might just as well not be alive.
But you are. Remember that. And when you go back to where you came from, maybe you'll find that there are merry-go-rounds and band concerts where you are. You've been looking behind you, Martin. Try looking ahead.
I'll try.
Promise?
I promise. Goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye, son.
What? Oh. Well, maybe one more ride to last me. If I can get this bum leg to work.
How much is this? $17.98. Shall I ring it up for you, ma'am? If you would. And these other things. Afternoon, sir. May I help you?
Is this Wilson's?
Wilson's Drugstore, yes.
And the soda fountain?
Over there in back.
Thank you, miss.
Hi, something for you?
What happened to Charlie?
Charlie? I don't know any Charlie.
He used to work here.
I'm the only one who works here now.
Do you make chocolate sodas?
Sure do.
How many scoops?
As many as you want.
3?
3 will cost you extra. 50 cents.
A whole 50 cents, huh? You got a deal.
Coming right up.
How's old Mr. Wilson?
Who?
He used to own this place. That was his office in the back room behind that door.
Oh, he died. Long time ago. Must be 15... No, more like 20 years now. Before they remodeled the place.
Oh, I didn't know.
What kind of ice cream you want?
Sorry?
We got 15 flavors.
I've changed my mind about the soda.
That's okay.
Oh, these stools weren't made for bum legs, were they?
Guess not. Need any help?
No, thank you. I can walk just fine once I get on my feet.
Get that in the war?
No, as a matter of fact, I got it falling off a merry-go-round when I was a kid. Freak thing. Fell into the machinery.
A merry-go-round?
Over in the park.
Oh, yeah. They tore that down a few years ago. Condemned it. Little late, I guess.
How's that?
Little late for you, I mean.
Very late. Very late for me. I gotta be going.
Well, come back.
I don't think I'll be coming this way again.
Take care, then.
That I will. From now on.
Oh, hi, mister. Wondered what happened to you.
Nothing much. I just, took a walk.
Thought maybe you weren't coming back.
Was I gone that long?
Not really. Just seems that way. Things are pretty slow out here.
Did you finish with the red sports car?
All lubed and ready to go.
Thanks.
I had some extra time, so I washed it for you. Thought you might like that.
Yeah, that was kind of you.
No charge for the wash, though.
Of course there is. Will this cover it? Keep the change.
Hey, thanks. You sure?
I'm sure.
Going on to Homewood?
Not this time.
Too bad. It's a nice place.
I know, but I've got things to do. In New York.
Maybe some other time.
Yeah, some other time.
Martin Sloan, age 36, vice president in charge of media, successful in most things, but not in the one effort that all men try at some time in their lives, to go home again. And as with all men, perhaps there'll be an occasion, A summer night sometime when he'll look up from what he's doing and listen to the distant music of a calliope and hear the voices and the laughter of the people and the places of his past. And perhaps across his mind there'll flit a little errant wish that a man might not have to become old and outgrow the parks and merry-go-rounds of his youth. And he'll smile then, too, because he'll know it is, after all, just an errant wish. Some wisp of memory, not too important, really. Some laughing ghosts that'll cross a man's mind that are a part of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Walking Distance, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Turk Muller, Rick Komanek, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Adam Tangway, Tony Castillo, Linda Ryder, Lynn Foley, Bruce Grossman, Laura Russell, Mike Aljadeff, and Peggy Roeder. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Roger, dispatch, this is Franklin.
There you are, Bobby boy.
Hey, Smitty.
What's your present location?
I'm out on Arrowhead Road.
Say again, Franklin, where are you?
Old Arrowhead Road, just past the fort.
What are you doing there?
Following up on those lights.
What lights?
Last night, the captain told me about it.
Thought you were off duty.
I am. It's time for one last stop, then I'll bring the car in.
Roger that. See you back here at...
Say 1700? 10-4.
Yes?
Miss Scott?
That's right.
I'm Trooper Franklin, Miss Scott. May I come in?
Okay.
Nice place you have here.
How gracious of you to say so.
I see you got a fire going. Smoke from the chimney.
I don't have much choice. You know how cold it gets up here?
Matter of fact, I do.
I don't know whatever possessed me to take a cabin in the mountains. Excuse me while I put another log on the fire. Yes?
Were you in town this morning?
Guilty as charged. It's an unhappy pilgrimage I'm forced to make once a week. Unfortunately, no one will deliver my supplies, so I have to go down and get them. Set for a few more days. Was there something else, Trooper Franklin?
Mr. Barth, the general store said something about...
Did I forget to pay him?
No, nothing like that.
Well, what did he say?
Apparently, you told him you saw some lights in the sky.
Oh, that. I may have mentioned it. So?
Well, I thought I'd stop by, ask you a few questions.
That's very intrepid of you, Trooper.
Just following up.
Actually, I did see something in the sky last night, and I did mention it to that pickle barrel wheeler dealer. But I mentioned it to him because the general run of dialogue down in the village is dull enough to make me want to retire from the human race.
Is it?
I've had it up to here with stories about rainfall, wind velocity, snow level, and of course some very gripping bingo games. So I thought I'd inject something new into the dialogue, which happened to be a very small aside about seeing lights that flashed on and off for about 15 minutes last night. That's all. I can assure you, officer, there is no cause for a general alarm, let alone martial law. At least not so far.
What kind of lights were they?
Mr. Franklin, if you're looking for a red-hot gun-em-down battle against the forces of evil, you'd better saddle up and head north. Find yourself an abominable snowman or something. There's nothing here for you.
You're from New York, aren't you, Miss Scott?
The way you say it, it sounds like a misdemeanor.
Not at all. I was just interested. We heard tell about your taking a cabin here, living alone. You were some sort of fashion designer, weren't you?
I was some sort of fashion designer. My yearly salary would have bought the main street of that rinky-dink whistle-stop down there. I had what is euphemistically known as a nervous breakdown, so I came here to this cabin to be alone. But you can't be alone here. You have to share your private life with some country bumpkins and a bunch of state troopers right out of Gilbert and Sullivan. So, Trooper Franklin, to sum it all up, you won't find anything here. So why don't you just run along?
I think you're quite right, Miss Scott. I don't think there's much out here for me, or for that matter, for anyone else.
And what's that supposed to mean?
That's supposed to mean that in your book, anyone who doesn't buy their clothes on Fifth Avenue is a bumpkin. And I guess everybody who doesn't broaden their A's is provincial. And culture is something that can only be inherited by insufferable snobs, of which you, Miss Scott, are a charter member.
What was that?
Stay away from the window.
The light outside is so bright, I can't see anything.
I said stay back.
What? What was it?
Get in the house and bolt the door. Just do it.
My pleasure.
The major ingredient of any recipe for fear is the unknown. And here are two characters about to partake of that particular meal. Miss Charlotte Scott, a fashion editor recovering from a nervous breakdown, and Mr. Robert Franklin, a state trooper, a gentleman of average imagination who up to now has dealt only in unimaginative realities. And the third member of the dinner party? The unknown that has just landed a few hundred yards away. This person, or thing, is soon to be introduced. For this may be a mountain cabin near Lake Arrowhead, California, but it is also a clearing in that shadowy realm known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fear, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Sorry, but until we know what's out there,
I understand. I guess.
You're not frightened, are you, Miss Scott?
It so happens, Mr. Franklin, it so happens that you put me in the wrong sorority. I'm a charter member, all right, but not of the Society of Snobs. I'm the founder and chairman of the board of Society of Frightened People. People who are so frightened they can't face the world and have to run off to little mountain retreats like this one. They act superior because that's supposed to hide their tensions and neuroses.
Thank you for your honest answer. Do you have any coffee?
I think so.
Then I'll go out and look around while you make some. Deal?
Deal.
If I don't see anything, I'll stay here for a while until it comes back. Then I'll take you into town if you like.
I doubt that'll be necessary, but what was that? The noise and the light.
Could have been a meteor, I suppose, or an aircraft off its route.
But you don't really think so.
Those would be rational explanations.
Give me an irrational one, then. Go ahead. I can take it.
Take your pick. Maybe something from outer space.
Right.
Take a look out that window. Do you understand everything out there? I sure don't, especially up here. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. If I remember my English class, that's Shakespeare. Isn't it, Miss Scott?
Yes, it is, but the question is, what's that?
Where?
You can see it from the window, over there. Just beyond the trees. It looks like a light of some kind, a white light.
Yes. I see it. About 400 yards.
Now you tell me, am I imagining things, or is that light blinking on and off? Mr. Franklin? I saw another flash.
That was my camera.
Well, did you find anything?
Not much.
What do you see?
The top of that big tree? It's been sheared off.
Shine your flashlight up.
The top of the branches are all cut through or burned. They're still smoking.
They're what?
Stay there on the porch. I want to take a couple more pictures. What in the... Hey, that's my car!
What happened?
It just started moving and hit the trees.
Did you ever hear of an emergency brake?
Heard and used. The emergency brake was on, I swear.
There are only two of us here, and neither of us was near that car. So, who pushed it?
Maybe nobody. Maybe the brake just gave out.
You believe that?
For the moment, that's the only explanation I can come up with.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try and push it down on all four wheels again. Oh, it's wedged in there between these two trees. I can't move it. But if I can get the door open, I can call for backup.
Be careful.
There. Radio should be okay. Come on.
Does it work?
Dead. No power at all. You have a phone inside?
Thank God, that's one sacrifice to privacy I didn't make. I've got a telephone and a pot of coffee. And at this moment, both are luxury items in my book.
Sounds good to me.
You didn't find anything, did you? I mean, the cause for that sound and the light? There was a light.
It sure was. I saw it, too. I didn't find the cause, but I found some of the effects. The tops of the trees were all sheared off, cut right through, and they were...
What?
Still smoking, burned. Just as if some oversized acetylene torch had plowed right across them in a straight line.
Well, what could have done that? Lightning?
Except the sky is clear. Not a cloud. And no thunder.
Go ahead. Phone's on the wall in the kitchen.
After you. Better lock it.
You just applied for membership, huh?
In what?
My club, for frightened people.
Lady, I fought in the war, and I've been a cop for a while now. I'm not ashamed to say that I've racked up more scared hours than a rabbit.
Thank you.
For what?
For an honest answer.
It's just that I know a few things about fear.
So do I. But this is a new one on me.
It's all the same.
I wouldn't say that.
I don't know exactly how to explain this, but I finally figured it out, and it helped me get through a lot. If you can learn it, maybe it'll help you too.
I'm all ears.
Look, fear is fear. No matter when it happens, an instinct, a natural human function, like breathing. It's a warning, one of the signals we get from our nervous system in order to survive. But how we react to the fear when it comes, that's what counts.
What are you saying? That there's a choice? Maybe there is for you.
There's always a choice, no matter what. You can get the shakes and crawl under a bed if you want, or you can clench your fists and get on with your business, because staying scared, being so sick with worry you can't move isn't going to change anything. It's how you handle the feeling, What you do with it, that's what makes the difference. That decides whether you survive or not. You see what I mean?
You've thought a lot about this, I take it.
I've had to. It's part of my job.
Well, you handle it whatever way you want. Me? I think I feel more comfortable hiding under a bed.
So you have a sense of humor after all?
You thought I didn't?
I wasn't sure.
Maybe that's my defense.
You got 2 beds?
What?
I might want to crawl under one myself. Your phone's dead.
No, it's not.
You don't trust anybody, do you?
Once upon a time. Look where it got me.
Coffee ready?
Here.
Thanks.
This is getting to be like a bad movie.
Is it? I don't see many movies.
Now, I suppose that in the next scene somebody knocks on the door. Somebody or something.
I like comedies myself. I'm not much for science fiction and horror.
Neither am I.
You don't make bad coffee for a fashion designer.
And you're pretty astute for a state trooper.
What are you looking at that door for?
Waiting for the knock, I guess.
If we could predict it, we wouldn't have anything to worry about.
Well, what do we do till then?
Wait a while. I'll hang around, just in case.
In case what?
Just in case whatever's out there decide they've scared us enough and crawls in out of the dark.
Crawls?
Or hops, or skips, or jumps.
I like that better than crawl. I'm not too big on the word dark, either. What are we really talking about?
Something that makes loud noises, flashes light, and burns the tops off the trees. Whatever it is, I'd like to nail it, though. Pay back the taxpayers for my wrecked car. That, I'm afraid, falls under the heading of duty.
I call it an admirable attitude, especially under the circumstances.
I'll tell you something, Miss Scott. Despite all that you may have heard about officers of the law, we react like normal human beings. Roaring fire, mountain cabin, hot coffee. Not a bad life. If I live long enough to retire. What is it?
Didn't you hear that?
Where?
Up there. It sounded like it was on the roof.
Do you have an attic in this house?
I don't think so.
Is there a way I can get up on the roof?
Not from inside. What are you doing?
If we've got an intruder, it's time to put a stop to this.
Please, please don't.
I'm taking the flashlight. Leave the lights on and lock the door after me, and don't open it unless you hear my voice. No matter what.
Do me a favor. Be careful.
I'll do my best, miss.
Just come back. Oh my God!
This doesn't make sense. No sense at all. It's me.
Can you prove that?
Trooper Franklin, Arrowhead PD, the gracious, astute guy with the camera.
Did you see anything?
Not on the roof.
I couldn't have just imagined it. There was a sound up there. It was like footsteps or something.
Nothing. No sign of footprints. Nothing at all. Not on the roof, anyway.
Well? What did you see? What did you find?
I climbed down and checked out the area.
And?
Maybe there's just a little too much imagination going around tonight. Maybe it's the darkness. Or the isolation up here, but if anything was on the roof, I'm afraid it would have crushed this house flat.
Why?
Because this thing, or whatever it is, moved the car back to where it was.
What?
Sometime in the last few minutes. Lifted it up and set it down the same spot. Exactly.
But that's impossible. It was stuck between two trees.
I think I know how it happened.
Well, will you just say it?
Somebody carried it in his hand.
That's not very funny.
Take a look. These are the pictures I took out there. There's the hood of the car and the sides. What does it look like to you?
What does what look like?
There's the driver's door. and the top, 3 different angles. You can see it in the flash. It stands out.
Oh, I do see something, some kind of design. What?
Take a good look.
Swirls? Circles?
I've seen a lot of them, just never this big.
What is it?
A fingerprint.
Oh, you're joking.
One big fingerprint about 2 feet wide. The car was lifted up and carried in somebody's hand.
If you're trying to scare me, you've made your point. You can stop now.
And if it is a fingerprint, then we shouldn't have any trouble finding our invader because he must stand better than 100 feet tall.
What time is it?
6 o'clock. Did you get some sleep?
An hour or two, on and off. How about you?
About the same, I guess.
Sorry about the sofa.
Oh, that's all right. It was fine.
Was the blanket enough?
I kept the fire going.
Oh, that was the last log.
Don't worry about it.
I didn't hear anything else.
Me neither.
How about some breakfast?
Whatever you got. We'd better be ready to greet the morning and anything else that happens to be out there.
What about the police department? The state troopers, or whatever they're called, won't they come looking for you?
If they can figure out where I am.
Did you tell them where you were going?
I said I was going up Old Arrowhead Road, but that covers a lot of territory. I didn't say exactly where.
Take my truck. Of course, I don't know what you're going to tell them once you get there.
I got the pictures from last night.
I guess it'll be safer in the daylight. At least we'll be able to see what's out there.
I'd say we won't be able to miss it. There's the car.
Just where you parked it the first time.
With the dent still in it.
I guess they don't do body work. Oh my God. It really is a fingerprint.
That or a practical joke. You got any friends out here who'd go this far? Little bent, maybe.
If I did, they'd have been committed by now.
Where's your truck?
Behind the house, I'll get it.
Keep your eyes open.
Oh, I will.
I'd better check out the radio one more time.
Just don't go anywhere, all right? Bring it around.
Still dead. Miss Scott?
Oh, dear Lord!
What? What happened?
Come and see.
Is the truck gone?
No, it's there, but just come. It's you've got to see this. There. Now you tell me something, will you, trooper? What's that?
The sinkhole?
Will you look?
It's more like a crater, actually.
All the way from the back of the house to the trees?
It wasn't there before?
No.
To tell you the truth, it looks like a
Go ahead, say it.
footprint.
Right, a footprint. That's 20 feet long.
That's what it is, all right. A footprint. But this part is only the toe.
What?
The whole thing is more like 50 feet across.
Let's get out of here.
I gotta make a record of the evidence.
Are you crazy? Run.
Run where?
The village, down the road. Who cares? Someplace, any place, as long as it's away from here.
Use your head. It's 30 miles to the village, and no matter what direction we go, something that tall could just block the way or reach down and crush us. Besides, whatever it is, it's as big as the mountain.
Then what can we do?
Try and fix the car radio so we can phone for help. And then pray that whoever's walking around out there has a name like Gulliver. Just an overgrown, nice guy who doesn't mean any harm.
You do anything you want, but I'm not staying here. I'm getting right out now, and I'm not coming back, and I don't care if I ever see this place again.
Miss Scott? Miss Scott! Stop, please! Where are you?
Down here!
Don't try to get up. Don't try. Did you break anything?
Shh!
What?
Stay down. It'll see you.
What will?
That thing.
There's no...
It was there. I looked through the top of the trees.
It was in the tree?
It was behind the tree, standing above the branches.
Where? Where? I don't see.
It's gone now, but it was there. Its legs. It started walking this way, and its legs were standing right in front of me.
Come on, we're going back.
No way.
There's nowhere else to go.
I can't.
Do you break anything?
I don't think so.
Then hold on to me. I'll help you.
We have to hide.
There's no place left to hide.
Down there in the gully, under a tree, under the leaves, all right? Anywhere, just don't let it see us.
We're not going to hide.
We have to.
We can't.
You didn't see it.
I thought you were from New York.
What's that got to do with anything?
New Yorkers are supposed to be tough, aren't they?
Oh, so this is a macho thing. I'm talking about survival.
So am I.
Well, if you're a precious male eagle...
Listen to me. You don't survive by running scared. Nobody does. Do that and they're controlling you like a rat in a maze. The only chance is to take control of yourself.
And how do you do that?
Make a plan and carry it out no matter what. Do you hear what I'm saying? No matter what. Otherwise you're done for. You may as well dig a grave right here and climb in because that's where you're gonna end up. Now get a grip, New York. Show me something. Show that thing. Or give up right now. You can't have it both ways. So make a choice. One or the other. Do you want to live or do you want to die?
All right. I'll try. You were wrong about one thing, Trooper.
What's that?
I saw it. And it had a big, round head with one eye right in the middle.
But what?
It's not 100 feet tall. From where I was, I'd say at least 300 feet tall.
I can't quite get this door open. If I'm gonna fix the police radio, I need to get under the dashboard. I'll need the tools.
I don't have much.
Like what?
Basics, hammers, some wrenches, screwdrivers, a pair of pliers, knives, and an axe for chopping wood.
That'll do for starters. Bring me the axe.
What for?
I have to climb all the way in. The only way I can do that is to break the windshield.
I'll bring you what I've got.
Miss Scott? Charlotte!
I brought what you asked for.
Come here.
Tools look pretty rusty, but the axe is okay.
Now.
What happened to all the birds?
What?
The birds. I wake up to songbirds every morning. I hear them all day long out here. I don't even think about it anymore, but now I just notice there are no more birds. What's that sound?
I don't know.
Oh, God, something's out there.
And it's coming this way.
Please, no.
Get behind the car.
What good will that do?
Now.
It'll see us.
I hope it does. That's the Arrowhead police copter. Down here!
Hello, we're here. Look down here.
It's heading north.
They didn't even fly over the cabin. What's wrong with them?
They must have come looking for me after all. When I didn't check in. They'll make another pass.
When?
On the way back. After they get to the top.
And what if they don't?
Give me the axe. Now the hammer so I can clear out this glass.
Let me help you.
Use the axe. Clear the hood if you can. So I can climb in.
Wait. You've cut yourself.
Don't worry about it.
Your arm's bleeding. I'll go get a towel or
Forget it. Forget it. Put a couple of logs out in the clearing.
I don't have any
then
more
use
logs.
branches, deadwood, anything. Pile some leaves around them and light it. Maybe the copter will see the smoke. You got any matches?
In the house. I'll find the wood first.
Miss Scott?
It's coming!
I see it.
Tell me what you see. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
2 legs, 1 head, 1 big eye.
Why doesn't it see us?
Maybe it does, or maybe... Something's wrong with it. Stand back.
What are you doing?
Take the truck. Get going. I'll try to keep this nightmare busy. Maybe you can reach the village and get help.
If I tell them about this, they'll lock me up.
You're gonna have to run the risk.
Why doesn't it do something?
I don't think it sees us.
Why? Is it blind?
That's a good question, because if it wanted to destroy us, it could have done that a long time ago. Us, the village, and the state of California. Go ahead, will you? Take off.
Funny thing, Trooper. Scared as I am right now. I've got a kind of thing about futile gestures, so if it's all the same with you, I think I'll just stick around.
You're learning, Miss Scott. You really are. But I don't think you grasp the situation. I've got to fight that with this 38 police special, like trying to bring down a bomber with a pea shooter. But right at the moment, I'm afraid it's all we got.
Look out! It's falling!
I don't think so.
Then what?
It's getting smaller, collapsing, like some kind of balloon.
Run!
Not anymore. It's all it was. A balloon of some kind. As fantastic and unbelievable as that sounds, that's exactly what it was.
The whole thing's made out of plastic.
Mylar, I'd say.
And a head with a face painted on it. That's all it is. A great big inflatable monster. Like in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, but who did this?
Over there, on the ground. That's what did this.
You mean that little toy?
It's not a toy.
Why, it looks like a model of a spaceship.
Right. A flying saucer.
A model?
Take a look. Take a look, Charlotte, at what caused this whole nightmare.
I don't understand.
Get down on your knees. You can see it through the windows, the portholes.
I don't believe it. There are little people inside. They're just tiny little figures in spacesuits. They look like toys.
Not toys. They're real. 6 inches tall. And this is their spaceship.
Let them go before they do any more damage.
Go now. Do you hear me? Go back to where you came from.
There they go. Where do you suppose they're from?
I don't know. But you know something? I wish them luck. They were more frightened than we were. Maybe the next place they land, they can be the giants.
But what if the next ship that lands here, what if the next one really are giants?
Then I think you'll spit in their eye, Miss Scott.
You think so?
Yes, I do. I really, truly do.
An experiment in fear, conducted by beings bent on exploring a planet called Earth. A simple laboratory exercise with 2 isolated humans as the subjects. The purpose? To determine whether this planet is suitable for a race of creatures only 6 inches tall. Too small to frighten anyone without the help of some rather basic special effects. Because fear, like size, is extremely relative. It depends on who's looking down and who must look up. It also depends on other variables, like the time of day, the mood, the atmosphere, and the sound of things that can't be seen in the dark. But it's been said before, and with great validity, that the very worst thing to fear is fear itself. So the next time you hear something go bump in the night, take a deep breath and count to 10 before you give in to panic. The truth is, what's out there may be even more frightened of you. A tale of irrational terror and tiny visitors from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Fear, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast was Bruce Grossman. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Mind and the Matter, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Rich Komanek, Lisa Joyce, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Vince Amari, Meg Thalken, Roderick Peoples, C.J. Amari, Roger Wolski, Karen Olson, Carl Amari, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
My name is Archibald Beechcraft, and to coin a phrase, welcome to my world. And a wonderful world it is. You might even call it paradise. To tell you the truth, I don't remember exactly how I got here, but I assure you I have no intentions of leaving. No intentions whatsoever. Why should I? Everything I need is here. The sand, the sea, the sky, as blue as a robin's egg, gently swaying palms, and absolutely nothing on the horizon. Nothing. And no one. Do you understand? Not a soul in sight as far as the eye can see. Only the occasional bottle that washes up on the beach. Like this one. They're all the same, with a note inside, some poor soul scribbling a message for help. Whoever reads this, I am stranded on a desert island. Please send a rescue ship at once. Stranded? A rescue ship? The fool! Doesn't he know he's finally found peace? He's escaped from the crowds, the rat race, from civilization. Obviously an imbecile. Who would want to go back to that world? Cars, subways, buses, and people. Everywhere you look, yammering away, pushing and shoving till you can't breathe, can't think. No thanks. I've had my fill of people. If you don't mind, I'll live out my days like this. Alone. Quite blissfully alone. Except, of course, for Chi-Chi, the perfect companion. Never a word of disagreement. In fact, never a word of any kind, because, you see, he's a chimpanzee. And a very intelligent one. If I'm hungry, he brings me a banana. When I'm thirsty, he climbs a tree and picks a ripe coconut. Have you ever tasted fresh coconut milk? Oh, you must. It's really quite refreshing. Hold on, Chi-Chi. What's this? A footprint? Well, that means we're not alone after all. But how can that be? This is my world. Wait a minute. Whoever made this footprint, do you suppose his name might be Friday? If so, he'll speak an entirely different language. No communication whatsoever, and plenty of room for both of us. He'll have his half of the island, and I'll have mine. Unless, of course, Friday's a female. You think it's possible? Why, I don't see why not. A lovely native girl in a sarong with big brown eyes like a Walter Keane painting, and a tray of finger sandwiches, poi, that sort of thing. Maybe some Mai Tais. Who can't speak, of course. No, why should she? She'll live in her grass hut, and I'll live in mine, and we'll visit from time to time. An ideal arrangement, I'll give her a lei, a flower lei, whenever the spirit moves me. And when the spirit doesn't move me... Now where's that coming from? There aren't any telephones on my island. It can't be! A telephone booth? On the beach? Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Yes? Yes, who is it? Who in the... Hello, who's there? Hello? Who? Hello? Tropical Paradise, Beechcraft speaking. Hello? Hello? Oh, the alarm clock. I must have been dreaming again. What time is it? 6:30 already? This is my world, all right. And welcome to it.
A brief, if somewhat jarring, introduction to Mr. Archibald Beechcraft, a child of his time, a product of the population explosion, and an unwilling inheritor of the legacy of progress. He has just begun his daily battle for survival in a world that cares not one whit for his happiness or sanity. But very soon, our hero will begin a one-man rebellion against this impersonal age, and to do so, he will enlist the help of certain unusual aids, of the sort found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Mind and the Matter, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Beechcraft.
I don't see what's so good about it.
How's that?
If you'll excuse me, I'm late.
You're always late. Take it easy. You'll get there.
I'm sure I will. And what an unmitigated joy that will be.
91, 92, 93.
Stand aside.
I don't have to. My mom said I could play.
And I said move it.
94, 95, 96, 97.
Why do you have to do that here, inside the building?
Oh, you made me lose count. Now I have to start all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get out of my way, you little wretch.
Ma, that man called me a wretch.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Sorry.
Look where you're going.
Beg your pardon.
Hey, careful with the briefcase, huh?
I'm late, you see.
Hey, he almost knocked me down.
If I miss my train...
Red light, mister, red light.
But I can't wait for the light to change. If I do miss my train, then they'll dock my pay, meager though it may be. And if they do that, well, there's no limit to what they can do. I'm not about to jeopardize my position just because of all the rude, inconsiderate people who are ruining this city. Positively ruining. That's my train!
Slow down, one at a time.
But you see, officer, I absolutely must catch the 732 uptown.
Keep your shirt on, pal.
Let me through, please.
Watch who you're pushing.
You don't understand. This is my...
Hands off, buddy. One person per token.
I don't have a token.
Well, then you better get one at the window.
But I overslept. I'm late.
One at a time, folks. Let's keep moving.
Let me on, please.
Hey, you stepped on my foot.
Move to the back, please.
This elevator's full.
But I absolutely must get to the 15th floor.
Why don't you wait for the next one?
I can't wait. I'm late as it is.
I said this one's full.
Surely there's room for one more.
Sorry, Beechcraft.
If I could just squeeze in.
Will you watch the elbow?
I do apologize.
Going up.
There's Mr. Beechcraft.
Finally decided to make it,
Better late than never.
Morning, Laura.
What happened to you?
What didn't? If you'd been through what I've been through.
Did you punch in?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers got here 15 minutes ago.
I'm sure he did.
I told him you went to get coffee.
Coffee. That's what I need.
Not now.
And my blood pressure pills.
Wait till the break. Look like you're busy.
You mean pretend? I don't have to pretend. Of course, in a reasonable world where a person could work at his own pace, with no pressure, no interruptions.
Mr. Rogers will be back any minute.
I'll bet he will. All right, where did I leave off yesterday? The Campbell file, as I recall.
I'm finishing it for you.
What? You shouldn't have done that. I'm quite capable.
I know you are. I was only trying to help.
Thank you, Laura, but if I could be allowed to concentrate without so many distractions, there'd be no problem.
Here's your coffee, Miss Petty.
Oh, thank you, Henry. You can call me Laura, you know.
All right, Laura. I didn't know how you wanted it, so I got cream and sugar. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Kindly give it back.
Hmm?
The Campbell file.
I'm just about to close it out.
Where do you want me to set it?
What?
The coffee.
Just a minute.
If you please, Laura.
Here you go. Oh, no.
Why, you clumsy clod!
Gosh, Mr. Beechcraft, I sure am sorry.
You spilled it all over my jacket.
Guess I didn't see you.
That's precisely your problem.
Try cold water before the stain sets.
I'll get another cup.
That's all right, Henry. No harm done.
I ought to send you the cleaning bill.
Is that Beechcraft?
Yes, sir.
Looks like he's headed for the washroom. Something the matter?
Well, Mr. Rogers, you see,
He's a little out of sorts this morning.
Is he now? Feeling ill, Beechcraft?
No, sir. Nothing like that.
If you'll forgive an observation, you're not looking too well.
I'm all right, Mr. Rogers.
You look tired. You know, Beechcraft, keeping yourself fit is not only a personal responsibility. In a larger sense, it's part of your obligation to the firm that employs you. Healthy body, healthy mind, and so forth.
I'm not unaware of that.
Then why don't you pull yourself together, man? Get enough sleep at night.
I try to, sir.
Eat regular meals. Lots of fresh vegetables, greens. Oh, you can't beat those greens for vitamins. I'm a sprouts and spinach man myself.
Are you?
I'd have them for breakfast if I could. Believe me, Beechcraft, the secret is definitely in the greens. It's the color of power.
I see.
Not drinking, are you, Beechcraft? Touch of the old sauce?
I don't drink, Mr. Rogers.
Well, if you don't drink and you don't stay out late at night, you must not be watching your diet. From now on, see that you do.
If you'd really like to know, Mr. Rogers, if you'd really like to know precisely why I'm so dead tired, try coming to work on the 732 subway train every morning, then jamming into an elevator with a herd of cattle, then trying to work in that den of cacophony you call an office.
Take hold of yourself, Beechcraft.
Then standing in line in that so-called cafeteria during that so-called lunch hour, which is never more than 42 minutes. Oh, that's really good for the digestion. Then getting trampled to death in the subway again at 5:38 every night. Then standing in line with more people at a Greasy Spoon restaurant, followed by another line at a movie or a concert or anywhere else I care to go. But always standing in line, always getting shoved, always getting jostled, always getting pushed around by more people.
For goodness sakes, man, take hold.
I'll take hold, Mr. Rogers. I'll take hold when I can achieve that milestone, that millennium, that absolute perfection that only comes with solitude. Understand? Solitude. That means no people. You read me, Mr. Rogers? They're the ultimate insult, and my problem is simply that I can't get away from them. At no time, except during the wondrous 7.5 hours I spend in my bed every night. And even then, I hear them outside.
Hear what?
People. Raucous, shrieking, shouting people. Herds, droves, legions, hosts, armies, bevies, flocks and coveys of people.
I don't like that look in your eye, Beechcraft. I don't like it one bit.
If I had my way, here's how I'd fix the universe. I'd eliminate them all. I mean, cross them off. Get rid of them. Send them packing. Destroy them. And then there'd be only one man left. Me. Archibald Beechcraft, Esquire. Let me out of here.
You're quite mad. Do you know that, Beechcraft? You're either off or en route away from your rocker.
Well, if I am, I very much prefer my madness to the so-called sanity around me. People, as far as I'm concerned, you can have them. If I had my way, I'd make them all disappear. Every last one.
Well. Old Beechcraft's finally showing some gumption. Just the same, I'd best keep a close eye on him. A very close eye indeed.
I'll have a baked fish.
Yes, ma'am.
Salisbury steak for me.
Coming right up.
And an extra roll.
Vegetables with that?
Broccoli.
Sure thing.
No mashed potatoes, no french fries, no... I'll have the succotash today.
Club sandwich here.
Dessert?
How's the tapioca pudding?
Lumpy.
I need another fork. This one's dirty.
You got it.
1 club sandwich, coleslaw, no fries, coffee black.
There you go.
That's it, sir.
That's right, the usual.
So I see. Cash or charge?
Cash. Get my wallet out of my pocket. There's hardly room to turn around. Here.
Don't you have anything smaller?
No, I'm afraid not.
Your change.
Hurry up, will you, buddy? We don't have all day.
I'm doing my best. If you'd allow me to put my wallet away.
Next, 1 double macaroni and cheese, salad with ranch.
Excuse me.
The seat's saved.
Well, how about the one next to it?
Now, he'll be right back.
Of course. Of course he will.
Hey, Mr. Beechcraft, over here.
Thank God. I'm obliged, Henry.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Beechcraft. Squeeze right in.
That was my plan.
Been saving it for you. I was sort of, well, I wanted to make up for this morning.
This morning?
When I spilled coffee on your coat. I'm really sorry about that. Say, Mr. Beechcraft? I have a friend.
You don't say.
Works in the used bookstore around the corner. I went there before lunch.
Whatever for?
Oh, I like to read. All kinds of stuff.
Do tell.
Horror mostly. That's my favorite.
Why am I not surprised?
Some of those paperbacks are pretty cool, you know? There was one about these giant worms that live in the sub-basement of an office building. And if you took the elevator down there late at night, these big white old worm things will be waiting for you. And they must have been really hungry, because...
Please, Henry. I'm eating.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I went over there today, and I saw this. So I sort of got it for you.
What is it? Story of a serial killer who wants to depopulate the Earth?
Nothing like that. Take a look. I thought you might like it.
The mind and the matter. How you can achieve the ultimate power of concentration. Think this is something I need, Henry?
It's really rare. There are only a few printed.
A little on the occult side, isn't it?
Maybe so. But seeing as how you always have so much work to do, my friend is kind of a student of the mind. He swears by this. Says it's the last copy. The publisher was supposed to destroy all of them.
For what reason?
Too powerful. Tells you how to make people do things.
Things?
Would you believe it, Mr. Beechcraft? I've seen him. I've seen my friend cause a woman to do something fantastic.
How's that?
It's true. He was in a department store, and he saw this woman at the sale table, and he concentrated real hard on one particular thing, and Mr. Beechcraft, as sure as I'm sitting here in the cafeteria of the United Tool and Die Company, that woman, you won't believe this.
What?
Well, that woman picked up a chartreuse and orange scarf, paid for it and everything. She never would have bought it in a million years. Who would? But he made her do it, just like that. It's the truth, I swear.
Will you please try to be more careful?
Oops, there goes the coffee again. Sorry, Mr. Beechcraft.
Thank you so much for the book, Henry. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll be leaving. I've had more than my fill.
Mr. Beechcraft, Chapter 3. Read that one first. Remember, Chapter 3.
Right, Henry. Chapter 3. Initial phenomenon of intense concentration. Focus on a single desired outcome, then close your eyes, mental picture, repeat 3 times.
Ready to go back?
Not yet. I have to fix my makeup.
Okay.
Wait, I think I'll have a soda first. Want one?
Nah.
Let me see. Orange, root beer, grape.
Might as well give it a try. Concentrate. Tropical punch. Pick tropical punch.
I just can't make up my mind.
It's delicious. Try it. You'll like it.
Why'd you pick that one?
I don't know. I really don't. I was going to choose lemon lime, but for some reason my finger pressed tropical punch.
How's it taste?
Might as well find out.
Yes! You'll see. It's absolutely delicious. Puts one in the mind of a Mai Tai. I think I'd better read the entire book. Chapter 4, to achieve your heart's desire. Heart's desire, eh? Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. The most important element is concentration. Blot out the quotidian irrelevancies that pollute your day. Quotidian? Nice vocabulary.
Mr. Beechcraft?
The science of the mind requires absolute adherence to the following rules.
Mr. Beechcraft?
What is it, Laura?
Did you turn in the Campbell file?
Campbell?
John R. From this morning. I don't see it.
I'll get to it. Now then. The following rules of mental control over the omnipresent phenomenology of the modern environment.
I really need the file before Mr. Rogers comes by again.
Silence! Can't you see I'm reading?
Sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, Laura, how was your beverage, by the way?
Beverage?
In the hall, the can of soda. Tropical punch, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Not bad, actually. Reminded me of a pina colada.
Did it now? Delicious, I bet. I'll just get back to my book. A very important book. Very, very important. Distractions which divert 98% of our brain capacity from the more highly evolved regions of the cerebral cortex.
Everybody going to the ground floor?
Yeah. The source of the power is located in the pineal gland, or vestigial third eye.
You, sir?
Where the power of the all-encompassing life force.
Sir, you going to the first floor too?
He's talking to you, buddy. What's the matter, you deaf?
What? Of course I'm going to the first floor. Where else would I be going?
Watch your fingers. Going down.
The more complete the mental picture, the more complete the result. Focus your mind and concentrate to the exclusion of all else. From the lower to the higher chakras, until you feel the power surging.
You getting on the train or what?
Oh, yes, yes.
Then move along. All aboard?
Please step back. The doors are closing.
Mental imaging of the desired result to the exclusion of all else. Now, where was I? Chapter 9. The energy generated by pure mind has an electrical coefficient of... Yes. Yes, The numbers are absolutely correct. Unequivocally. That being the case, it stands to reason that the conclusions are correct as well. Why, the mind must be the most underrated power in the entire universe. Given the proper concentration, well, there's really no limit to what a man could do. No limit at all. Look at them down there. People. So many. I wonder, if I concentrated hard enough, could I actually get rid of... But why not? Why not? Concentration, that's all it takes. I have the power here, inside my head. Sheer concentration. Concentrate on getting rid of all those people. I wonder if I could do it in one fell swoop. Or knock them off one by one. Just think of it. Nobody in the elevator, in the office, the cafeteria, or on the street. None! Not in the hall or on the stairs. Nobody except...
Mr. Beechcraft. Mr. Beechcraft.
Who is it?
You know perfectly well who it is. It's Mrs. Weller. The rent is due, Mr. Beechcraft. Do you hear me? The rent. I'm not going away till you pay, Mr. Beechcraft. Mr. Beechcraft.
Close your eyes and repeat the following words 3 times. Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
The rent, Mr. Beechcraft.
Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
The rent.
Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
Mr. Beechcraft.
Mrs. Weller? Mrs. Weller? Mrs. Weller? Aha! You're gone! Concentration, that's the key. And I have it. Today the landlady, tomorrow the world!
Good morning, Beechcraft.
Is it?
I only meant...
I know perfectly well what you meant. Why don't you just keep to yourself and mind your own beeswax?
Well, I don't know why I bother, Beechcraft. I was only trying to be a good neighbor. I've tried to be a good neighbor for years, and what good does it do me? Why don't
Go
you keep
away,
to yourself from now
disappear,
on? I'll stay in my
be
apartment,
extinct.
and you stay in
Go
yours,
away,
and never the twain
disappear,
shall meet, okay?
be
That
extinct.
Suit you because it suits...
Aha! I wasn't dreaming. It works.
113, 114, 115, 116.
Out of the way, son.
Make me. 117.
Very well.
118,
Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Hey, give me back my ball.
I don't have your ball, young man.
Then where did it go?
Silence!
Ma, the
I'm afraid
baby
you
took
leave
my
me no
ball.
choice. Go away, disappear,
Ma,
be
he won't give it
extinct.
back. He won't.
And another one bites the dust.
Hey, watch it. Out of the way, jerk. I was here first.
Let me through, please. I need to catch the 732.
Officer, that man cut in front of me.
Hey, you! I said you!
Surely you're not addressing me.
Put a token in like everybody else.
I don't have a token.
So get one.
I don't have time to buy tokens. If I miss my train...
Step out of the line.
What for?
I'm writing you up. You're gonna get a big fat fine for cheating the city out of...
But it's only a token. I'll mail it to you. I'll deposit 2 tokens tomorrow morning, but I simply do not have the time.
Yeah, I heard it all before.
This one may take some doing.
What'd you say?
Nothing, officer. Concentrate. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Are you cursing me out?
Go away, disappear, be extinct.
All right, that's it. I'm taking you in for insulting a transit officer. I got a nice pair of bracelets that'll fit you just fine.
Go away, disappear, be extinct. You were saying, officer? You were saying? All right, 732. Let's get ready to rumble. Beechcraft is coming through. What? No line for the elevator this morning? No pushing? No shoving? My, that is unusual. Anyone else? No? All right then. Going up? Morning, everyone. Laura? You're not here, are you? Slept in, I presume? Like a great many people. Fine with me. I'll just sit down here and get to work without being rushed. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Jones Stephen. A rather large export to the UK. I'll just see if everything's in order. At my own pace for once. Yes, better finish this one before Mr. Rogers gets here, if he ever shows up. Now let me see. Oh, well and good. A major improvement. Only, when I finish this and the other files, what else is there to do? With no one breathing down my neck, how should one occupy his time? Isn't it time for lunch yet? I think I'll just have the salad today. Some soup to start off and crackers. No hurry, mind you. Plenty of time to digest my meal. Where to sit? Why, any table at all? The morning paper. What's new in the world today? White House? Middle East? Federal Reserve Bank? Oh, it's no use. I hate eating alone. And worse than that, I'm bored. If only I had someone to talk to. One person, that's all. Someone quiet, well-mannered, intelligent, someone like me, in other words. That's it. Concentrate, Beechcraft, concentrate. You called? It worked! Of course it worked. Don't you have any confidence in yourself? Pleased to meet you. The name's Beechcraft. I know. And your name is? Archibald. Call me Archie. You too. Call me Archie as well, if you like. I like it just fine. How's tricks, Arch, old man? Bit on the slow side this morning. Look here, Arch. This isn't working. Wouldn't you agree? Why not? Let's be frank. Too much of a good thing. Well, I wouldn't say so. But you're thinking it. Let's just say I'm temporarily accessible to suggestions about how to occupy my time. Face it, you're bored to tears. Solitude is one thing, but loneliness is quite another. Loneliness. I despise people, loathe them. And I, Archibald Beechcraft, have done away with them. For good and all, mind you, for good and all. I'm leaving. You haven't finished your lunch. I don't have much of an appetite. Thought about any alternatives? Alternatives to what? To this. It's like an empty movie set in here. I don't even want to think about what it's like outside. Look at yourself. You don't have idea one about how to fill the day. People are bad enough, but inactivity's even worse. You're talking nonsense. I'm content. I'm honestly and truly content. For the first time in my life, I have managed to rid myself of the worst scourge there is. The general populace. So what are you going to do? Splurge and buy a can of tropical fruit punch from the soft drink machine? Will that do it for you? If the truth be known, I would appreciate a little diversion of some kind. Any kind. You mean like a change in the weather? That's it. Perhaps a little unseasonal rain. Or a lot of rain. Let's make it a tropical storm with thunder and lightning. The works. That should shake things up. All I have to do is concentrate. Not that exciting, is it? Maybe we need to add something spectacular. Like an earthquake. Sure you want to do that? Why not? Here goes. You mean there it goes? I can imagine what the office looks like right now. My desk! All your files on the floor. Gonna take some sorting. Enough! No earthquake and no storm either. Forget it! So now what, Arch, old man? I've had it for the day. I'm gonna take the rest of the afternoon off. And do what? Stroll down the street? Take a ride on the subway all by your lonesome? Boy, I'll bet the old apartment building's quiet as a tomb. It's starting to get to you, isn't it? The thing of it is, I don't care much for people, but it's difficult not having anyone. Present company excluded. I guess it's a trade-off. That's the crux of the problem. Frankly, there isn't a breed of human being that I can stomach. Ever think of a Cocker Spaniel? I never cared much for animals either. Most of all, though, I can't stand people. Thanks. Well, except for you, naturally. But that's because you're a higher class of individual. Wait a minute. That's it! That's what? Why didn't I think of it before? People I can stand. That's what I'll do. I'll create people who are just like me. A world full of Archie Beechcrafts. Now that's a thought. You bet your sweet life it is. I'll will it. I'll concentrate, and from now on, everyone will be exactly like me. It's so simple. And when will this new era be ushered in? Tomorrow morning. I'll re-people the earth. Nothing but my kind of folks. In fact, why wait? How about right now? 15th floor, everybody off. Look at them, like sardines. rude, thoughtless people. Worthless, every last one. Nobody has any manners nowadays. Late. Thanks to them. Listen to them. They sound just like me. You're not kidding. Take a gander at their faces. They look like us, too. A rather handsome lot, you must admit. Where are they headed? Back to work, I presume, those who chose not to dine in the cafeteria. A sight for sore eyes, eh, Archie? It certainly is. Now that I've decided to replenish the population in a kinder, gentler mold. This, I gotta see. United Tool and Die, one moment, please. You son of a noise, miserable noise. I'll go out of my ever-loving mind. Keep it down, I'm trying to work. Can't hear myself think. People. Is there no respite? Herds, droves, legions, armies, hosts, bevies, coveys of people. Deliver me, please, deliver me. Hear that, Arch? I've heard more than enough. You asked for it, you got it. A sty. That's what it is. Nothing but a pigsty. A people sty. Had it? Undeniably. Finally getting through to you, huh? Without a doubt. A lot of me is just as bad as a lot of them. You said it. So, what's to do now? Nothing else to do but put it back the way it was. Just like that. Just like that. Mind over matter. Concentrate. Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Hello, Mr. Beechcraft.
Why, hello, Laura. How nice to see you.
What?
Oh, nothing. It's just good to have you back.
I haven't been anywhere.
No, of course not.
Hi, Mr. Beechcraft. I got your coffee. Miss Petty, Laura.
You didn't have to do that, Henry. Careful now.
Oh, Mr. Beechcraft, sir. Please forgive me.
You should be more... Forget it, Henry. Nothing serious.
It isn't?
Not at all. Just another little spill on the old sleeve. I'll take care of it with my handkerchief.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Beechcraft, for being so nice about it.
Tut-tut, my lad, tut-tut. Something else, Henry?
I was just wondering, sir.
Yes?
That book I gave you? Did you get anything out of it?
Not really. Why don't you take it back?
You sure?
Frankly, it's a lot of pap. Interesting, but totally unbelievable. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll get back to work.
Mr. Archibald Beechcraft, a child of his time, a product of the population explosion, and an unwilling inheritor of the legacy of progress. A man who has just found out through trial and error that with all its faults, this may well be the best of all possible worlds, people notwithstanding. Tonight's case in point, in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
On hands plus shipments received
Franklin?
equals a total inventory.
Franklin, dear? Would you like something to eat?
Not just now. Minus the number of products scanned. And we have a total sales from the period from...
It's no trouble.
Flora, please. I have to bring the books up to date before I go back to the store. The auditor's coming this afternoon. The period from the previous quarter through...
But it's almost lunchtime. Take a break, Franklin. You know what they say, all work and no play.
All right, make a sandwich if you want. Just let me finish this.
I'll get it, dear.
For the quarterly sales period ending... Yeah, for the quarterly sales period ending...
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Gibbs. Do you want to talk to my... Oh, my.
If it's for me, tell them I'm busy.
Are you sure? Why, I can hardly believe it. When? You'll send all the information? Yes, that would be wonderful. But how... It was? You did? Well, I didn't think I had much of a chance.
Oh, for the love of...
I suppose that will be all right. I'll have to ask my husband. Oh, how exciting. Thank you so very, very much. Goodbye now.
Ask me what?
Franklin, you are not going to believe this.
That was the salesman, wasn't it?
No, Franklin. Well, not exactly. It was a sales representative.
I'm going to report this to the phone company. They call at all hours in the misguided belief that we can be talked into anything. What was it? Swampland in Florida? Gold and silver futures? A chance to get in on the ground floor.
Franklin, sit down.
What?
I have something to tell you.
Oh, no, you didn't. You filled out a coupon, and now some charming young pickpocket wants to stop by and show us a set of encyclopedias. Flora, I don't know how many times I've told you, those con artists have got one goal in mind, to relieve me of my wallet. Now, I've worked hard to save for our retirement. I'm not going to risk one penny of it to...
Franklin, will you kindly be still? This isn't anything like that. I entered a contest. Why I use New Season liquid soap for all our personal and impersonal cleansing needs.
A contest? Don't you know that the odds are at least several million to...
I do know, Franklin, but I couldn't resist. And this time...
Considering how much postage stamps cost these days, you might promise me that from now on...
But, Franklin, we've won.
What are you saying? Won what?
A vacation.
Flora, listen to my words and try to understand. I have no room in my life for such nonsense. This vacation, as you call it, is simply a clever way to sell us a timeshare in some godforsaken, alligator-infested...
3 days and 2 nights, including hotel, meals, and plane fare.
And the catch?
Franklin, I'm trying to tell you, there is no catch. I did it for us. Do you know how long it's been since we've had a vacation? Let Sherwin watch the store for a few days. You'll see. This will do wonders for you.
And what, pray tell, is the location of our dream come true?
Are you ready? Franklin, we've won a vacation for 2 in the fun capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Flora, why do I bother? You haven't heard a word I've said. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin Gibbs, 3 days and 2 nights, all expenses paid at a Las Vegas hotel, won by the lady's special talent, her knack with a phrase. But unbeknownst to either Mr. or Mrs. Gibbs is the fact that there's an additional item in their prize package that was neither expected nor advertised. For as soon as they arrive at their destination, one half of this couple will succumb to an illness worse than any virus, more insidious than any flu, and impossible for medical science to cure. An inoperable, deadly, life-shattering affliction known as the fever.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fever, starring Stacy Keach and Kathy Garver.
Franklin, look.
Look at what?
The Las Vegas Strip. So many lights. There must be millions, and all of them flashing on and off, even in broad daylight.
Electricity is cheap here, Flora.
Yes, it must be.
As is everything else. They have a hydroelectric dam nearby, enough to light up the entire state, with no need for a sales tax to pay for it. As if the income from gambling wasn't enough.
Oh, Triver?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask you a question?
Shoot.
The people who come here, the tourists, such as my husband and myself,
Uh-huh.
do any of them actually win? When they gamble, I mean?
Flora.
Sure, some of them. That's why they keep coming back.
Ridiculous. The percentages always favor the house. If it were otherwise, none of these towers of Babel would exist.
Of course, you don't have to gamble. This town has plenty to offer. All you can eat, fabulous entertainment.
Your taste runs to half-naked showgirls.
Franklin, please.
Strictly class now, sir. There's something for everybody. Stage shows, magicians, even a circus with lions and tigers. Stuff for the whole family.
I'm sure.
This is the first time for you folks?
Certainly is.
We won a trip here as part of a contest we entered.
As you entered, Flora.
That's so.
Well, yes. I've never won anything before in my life.
Sweepstakes Central?
I beg your pardon?
Or the other one, what's it called? Publisher's Cleaning House? We got a lot of prize winners here.
You do?
Flora, you're talking the young man's ear off.
And you know something? They all have a great time. So, my advice to you is, live it up. You may as well if it's on the house, right?
Yeah, it is. As long as people keep their wallets and their purses tightly closed. Remember that, Flora.
I will, Franklin.
Here we are, front of the hotel.
Oh, my.
Drinks? Drinks, anyone?
One more Scotch Rux.
Yes, sir.
This here silver dollar is all yours.
Why, thank you, sir.
If you make it fast. I only got a few more left and I'm out of here.
Be right back. Drinks?
Here goes to nothing.
Joe?
Yeah, boss?
Get your camera ready, the couple over there.
Which ones?
The old guy with the pointed shoes and the part in his hair.
Looks like the president of the Rotary Club.
And his wife with the corsage.
More contest winners, huh?
You got it. Why I love something or other in 25 words or less.
Couple of real charmers.
The last of the big-time spenders. Come on.
Oh, Franklin, isn't it exciting?
If you like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, well, Mr. and Mrs. Gibbs. All checked in, I see?
Oh, yes. Yes, we are.
Is your room comfortable?
It's lovely, Mr. Henson. Just lovely. You make us feel... well, you make us feel important.
You are important, Mrs. Gibbs. After all, it's not every day we welcome a celebrated contest winner.
No?
Just every other day.
I've brought our hotel photographer so we can get a picture of you and Mr. Gibbs for your hometown paper.
That's so considerate. Isn't it, Franklin?
Positively magnanimous.
Can you stand closer together? Move right in, Mr. Gibbs. That's it. How about this, Joe?
Looks good to me.
Go ahead and take it then.
Watch out for the flash.
This is so exciting.
You said that, Flora. I see nothing but spots in front of my eyes.
If there's anything else I can do...
It's the Elgin Bugle, Mr. Henson.
How's that?
Our newspaper, the Elgin Bugle.
Of course. We'll send a copy right out to them. Enjoy yourself, folks.
There's such a flavor to this place. Don't you think so, Franklin?
This is one flavor I can do without. You know I've never approved of gambling.
But this is different.
It is no more different than it is moral. Gambling is gambling. However, Flora, it's your vacation. You want it. In good conscience, I must repeat to you what I've been saying all along. It's a miserable, terrible waste of time, but it's what you wanted, so...
Franklin, try to enjoy it, won't you? For me, we haven't had a vacation in such a long time.
That's quite correct. And isn't it a shame that we have to spend it this way? In a roadhouse whose chief stock in trade is semi-clad chorus girls and the sound of one-armed bandits. I must tell you, Flora, I must tell you, at this given moment, I feel somehow unclean.
Oh, Franklin.
Now what?
Why, I don't know.
I won! She did it! You sure did, Marge!
Some sort of commotion. Wait here, Flora.
The jackpot! I just knew! She had her lucky rabbit's foot. Well, it sure was! I gotta get one of those.
Over here, Mr. Henson.
Which machine?
Number 13.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Gibbs.
Exactly how much did the young lady win?
3 specials in a row. That's 5 G's.
5?
5,000.
5,000 what?
Dollars. What'd you think?
For doing nothing but standing here and pulling the handle of this mechanical contraption?
You got it, pal. Could be you next time, huh? Have a good one.
I don't believe it. Surely it's some kind of publicity stunt. Flora?
All bets down. Play the combinations. Red and black.
Flora, where...
Place your bets. Who wants insurance?
Flora, where have you gone? What do you think you're doing?
It's just a nickel machine, dear.
We go to Las Vegas. We waste 3 days and 2 nights. We do it because that's your silly way of enjoying yourself. And it doesn't cost us anything. All well and good, but now you're spending money. Not even spending it, you're just throwing it away. This is when I have to take a firm hand. You're obviously not mature enough to...
Please, Franklin, don't make a scene. I won't play. I promise.
Very well, then.
The nickel's already in.
All right. Go ahead. Throw it away. There. You see? Nothing.
Not very lucky, am I?
I'm going back to the room.
Franklin, it was only a nickel.
20 of them to make $1, and I work hard for those dollars. Kindly watch where you're going.
Sure, buddy, sure. Hey, come over here. I want to show you something.
I'm on my way to my room.
You want a hot tip? Look at this machine. I've been working it for 1 hour and 30 minutes. This miserable, crummy, money-grabbing... here. You want it, you can have it.
Really, I'm not a...
It's all set to pay off. Only thing is, I'm tapped out. So I'm turning it over to you.
I'm in a hurry.
Go on, give it a try. It's a sure thing, I tell you.
Please, I wouldn't even know how to.
It's easy. Here's my last $1. You put it in the slot right here.
Hey, let go of my hand.
And drop it in. Then you pull the handle.
I tell you, I'm not interested.
Good. I'm giving you a gift here. It's all yours.
Drinks? Anyone? Drinks on the house?
Hey, sweetheart. You got one more for the road?
Now, what's this supposed to mean? 2 cherries, indeed. What in the world?
There you are, Franklin. Oh, my. You are lucky.
Now, Flora, I want you to watch this. You're about to see the difference between a normal, mature, intelligent man and these wild idiots around here.
Of course, dear.
These baboons would throw it away. They'd compulsively put it right back into the machine, all of it, but not the Gibbses. No, we know the value of money. We're going to take these and put them safely in our room and go home with them. Come along, my dear. It's late afternoon already. I'd like to shave for dinner.
Yes, dear.
Yes, there's my machine.
Your machine?
Oh, hi there, buddy.
I thought you were finished with it.
I was, but I went and cashed the check. Gotta get my money back, right? Thanks for watching it for me.
Let's go, Flora.
Come on, baby. Yeah. Yeah!
Franklin.
Did you say something?
What, dear?
Just now. Did you call my name?
Why, no, dear.
That's odd. I thought I heard...
Heard what?
Oh, no, nothing, Flora. No, nothing at all. Come along.
Franklin? Are you still awake?
Just watching a little mindless television, Flora, to calm my nerves. Did I wake you?
Oh, that's fine. Put on your pajamas and get under the covers. You need your sleep.
Of course, dear. In a moment.
See you in the morning, Franklin.
Franklin.
What? That's enough of that.
Franklin? Something the matter?
Nothing's the matter, except this money.
What money?
The silver dollars from that machine. This is not the kind of money I like to have in my possession. No. It's tainted, Flora.
How can you say a thing like that? It's only...
It's immoral at best. Nothing good can come of money won like this. I'm going to go down there and feed it back into the machine it came from. Get rid of it.
Do you really think that's necessary?
Of course I do. If there's one thing I know, Flora, it's morality. I will not have tainted money smelling up our pockets. I won't be long. You go back to sleep.
Oh, Franklin. Franklin.
New shooter coming out. 9 bets down. Hard ways. Any craps. Field bets. Come on, baby needs a new pair of shoes. Yo, 11. Winner. Pay the line. Front line winner. New bets down. 7 follows 11. Same shooter coming out. 7. Give me a 7. 7. Winner 7. Pay the dues. Collect the dough.
Drink, sir?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm just passing through. Do you know where the machines are?
The machines?
The ones that accept silver dollars? I seem to have gotten turned around.
Oh, the slots. Right over there, sir. Past the Wheel of Fortune. You can't miss it.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to trouble you.
Same shooter coming out. Come on, one more time. Baby needs a new car. 8's the point. Big and red. Get the odds down. Place bets. Hard ways.
Place your bets, please. All numbers 0 and 00.
Dealer busts. Dealer S23.
Here we are. Silver dollar machine. It shouldn't take long.
Change right here.
Miss, I'll take some change.
How much this time, sir?
Let me see. Another $20 worth, please. No, make it 40.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait. I don't seem to have anything more in my wallet. I'll write you a check.
Well, you can cash a personal check at the cashier's cage.
Well, why can't you take it? I assure you I'm good for it. Here's my identification.
You'll have to see the cashier about that.
But I can't leave this machine. I put so much money into it already. You see, it's a matter of mathematics, the law of probability.
If you'll just show your ID to the cashier.
Franklin, there you are.
Oh, Flora, thank God. You stand right here. Don't let anyone touch this machine.
When you didn't come back, I got dressed and came downstairs.
Never mind that. Stay here and guard my machine.
Your machine? I don't understand.
Trust me, Flora, this won't take long at all. There. This time I bought a larger amount. Should be more than enough.
Franklin, that's the 3rd time you've cashed a check.
I know.
Do you know what time it is?
Doesn't matter. This will all be over in another minute or so.
It's 12:05. After midnight, Franklin. You've spent a great deal of money already.
I know that, too.
Don't you think you ought to stop?
How can I stop? As you say, I've lost a great deal of money. Temporarily invested is a better way to put it. I gotta win it back.
But what if you don't? What if you don't win it back, Franklin? You've been standing here for more than 3 hours.
I'm well aware of that, too.
Darling, you know how awful you feel in the morning when you've been up too late at night?
Flora, would you kindly shut your mouth? Can't stand a shrew.
I'm sorry, Franklin. I'm only trying to...
I know exactly what you're trying to do. I hate a woman who stands over my shoulder and sees to it that I have miserable luck. That's what you're doing to me now, Flora. You're giving me a wretched run of luck. Why don't you get out of here? Leave me alone.
Please. People are listening.
Yeah, the devil with them. I'm not concerned with people or what they think. I'm only concerned with one thing, and that's how to restore our bank account. Or don't you think that matters?
I do. I do.
Then stand aside, woman. You're not going to stop me, are you?
No. No, dear.
What I'm concerned about right now is this machine. Its infernal, inhuman logic, the way it lets you win a little and then takes it all back. It teases you, Flora. It holds out promises. It wheedles and controls. It sucks you in, and then when it has you in its grip... But I will not give up. It thinks it can wear me down? Well, perhaps it can with the rest of these buffoons, but not Franklin Gibbs. No, sir. This is a battle of wills between man and machine, between the human and the inhuman, and the machine will not win. Oranges, lemons, pears, the occasional cherry, all wasted on me. I will not be fooled. I know how to calculate the true odds. As for this one-armed bandit, your time is near. After that, you'll be relegated to the junk heap where you belong. Another stack, quickly.
Silver dollars again, sir?
That's right, silver dollars.
Certainly, sir. Only,
Only what?
Well, you've reached your limit. If you want to cash any more checks after this, you'll have to talk to the floor manager.
That won't be necessary. It's a mathematical certainty.
What do you make of that one, Julie?
The old guy? Give him till dawn, maybe.
It's already been 5 hours. He was here before you started.
I believe it. Did you see his eyes? He's running on empty.
Man, oh man. When those straight arrow types get hooked, they really get hooked.
He tells me he's got it figured out mathematically. He's bound to hit the jackpot if he just keeps at it long enough.
Poor old fella. Him and his wife, he should pack it in and go back home while he still has a home to go to.
Oh, Franklin, I don't know how much longer I can stand here.
Then sit down on a stool, but stay close by. I want you to watch this, Flora. You're about to witness the last round in a battle between my will and this machine's. It's almost over. And when it is, only one of us will be left standing. This I swear.
Franklin, you look so pale.
Somebody get me a drink of water.
Why don't you sit down?
You see what the sign says? Special jackpot, $10,000. She's bound to come up. You just gotta stay with her long enough, that's all.
Here's your water, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Can I get you folks anything else? The restaurant's serving breakfast.
Nothing for me.
On the house, steak and eggs, whatever you like. Take it easy, recharge the old batteries.
What do you say, dear?
You go ahead if you like. I'm gonna see this through.
How's he holding up?
He's still standing, but just barely.
How about his credit line?
Well, the check guarantee card says he's good for it. To tell you the truth, I don't mind taking the man's money, but if he stands there another hour, we may have to take it out of his estate.
What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock, Franklin. In the morning.
I swear, Flora, it's not just a machine. It knows. It mocks me. It teases and beckons and cons. You put in 5, you get back 4. You put in 6, you get back 5. But I'm on to it. It's gotta pay off. Understand, Flora? It's just gotta.
Franklin. Franklin, darling, please.
Give me back my dollar. That's my last one, you miserable, dirty. Look at it, Flora. Look, Flora, it's watching, enjoying this. You see? That's his face. And the reals, those are the eyes. And down below, that's the mouth. I tell you, it's not just a mechanical thing. It knows. Give it back. Give it back. Give it to me.
Don't, Franklin. You'll hurt yourself.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Franklin, watch out. It's going to tip over. Franklin!
Get him off that thing.
Sure, boss.
Be careful with him.
He put a pretty good dent in it, Mr. Henson.
It's all right, folks. Just a little accident. This machine's out of order till further notice.
He took my dollar.
Get him out of here.
He needs a doctor.
You want I should help him to his room?
Bring him to my office. Find a doctor and tell him to meet us there.
He don't want to go, boss.
Monster, he owes me $1. My last dollar.
His blood pressure's down.
Are you sure?
I've given him a sedative. What this man needs is rest.
That's what he'll get, Doctor. Is it okay if we move him?
I'll give him a few more minutes on the couch. Keep his feet elevated, then you can help him to his room.
Will do.
Yeah, well, it's not me you should be worried about. It's that infernal device out there.
Oh, Franklin, don't talk that way.
Maybe he should see a specialist.
But you said his vital signs are normal. You said that, didn't you?
I was thinking of, well, perhaps a psychiatric examination.
Hogwash, there's nothing wrong with my mind.
He's right. I've seen things in this casino. People lose track of time, forget to sleep.
Well, then I suggest you let him do exactly that. Sleep.
Sleep, yes. Yes, that's all he needs.
Here are some pills to help him relax. Give him one along with a light meal and see that he drinks plenty of fluids. The most important thing for now is no more stress.
Thanks for coming, Doctor.
Here's my card, Mrs. Gibbs. If you have any more problems, anything at all, you give me a call.
I will.
Problems? What problems? All I need is for you to get that machine working again. Then you'll see. You'll all see. It's ready to pay off.
Franklin, that's enough of that kind of talk.
Listen, Mr. Gibbs, it's a game of chance, all right? Think of that slot machine as a random number generator. Sometimes your number comes up, sometimes it doesn't. That's why they call it gambling. If anyone could predict it, we couldn't stay in business. But look at it this way. You're here to have a good time.
Please try to think of it that way.
A great time on us. Your room's comped, so's your food. How about if I throw in a couple of show tickets?
What kind of show? The French can, I presume?
Franklin.
I could even... Well, I guess I could extend your stay by another day. That way you'd have time to rest up and enjoy yourselves, the both of you.
Yes. Oh, yes. You're very, very kind, Mr. Henson. Now, Franklin, as soon as you're ready, we'll go up on the elevator to our lovely room and have a real night's sleep. For as long as we like. Won't that be wonderful? Franklin, are you sleeping?
No, Flora, I'm not.
Why don't you take another pill, darling?
Not now. I'm thinking.
Whatever about?
That machine.
Franklin?
It was ready to pay off. It deliberately broke down so it wouldn't have to.
You don't really believe that.
Don't I? It isn't even a machine, Flora. It's an entity. It's a thing with its own mind, its own will.
Please don't talk this way. I beg you.
It deliberately broke down rather than return my money. Our money. That thing, that monster, that thief, the dirty, rotten thief.
Stay in bed. The doctor told you.
Took the last silver dollar. The one that was going to pay off. It swallowed it, and then it broke down on purpose. The thief took my last dollar.
What are you doing?
Get away from me.
Franklin.
Where?
Franklin, no.
It's outside the door. I can hear it.
Franklin.
No.
Darling, what's the matter?
Don't you hear it?
No, I don't. I don't hear anything.
Of course you do. You must. It's in the hall. I just saw it. It's out there. It followed me. Pack the suitcase. We must get out of here.
Franklin.
It's inside. Quickly.
Stop it.
Franklin.
Help me. We gotta get away. The window. Yeah, the window.
Franklin.
No.
Franklin.
No.
That man!
Somebody get help!
Call an ambulance!
That him? Gibbs. Franklin J. Tourist. What happened? Jumped. Or fell. Hard to say. That's the wife over there. In the room when it happened. Some sort of seizure or something.
Can we get a stretcher, Sheriff, and move him out of here?
Right away, Mr. Henson. Let's go, medics.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't need a stretcher. He needs a body bag. His wife said he hadn't slept in 24 hours.
That's right. I've seen them get hooked before, but never like this.
Okay, everybody, let's clear the area. Back to bed. Go on inside. Show's over.
What's that?
Looks like a silver dollar.
Where did he come from?
It fell. From up there. Right about the 13th floor.
Yeah? But how?
Don't worry about it. Like the man said, just get him out of here.
Mr. Franklin Gibbs, visitor to Las Vegas, who lost his money, his reason, and finally his life to an inanimate object variously described as a one-armed bandit, a slot machine, or, in Mr. Franklin Gibbs's words, a monster with a will all its own. For our purposes, we'll stick with the latter explanation, because after all, this is the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Fever, starring Stacy Keach and Kathy Garver, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Roderick Peoples, Christian Stolte, Rich Komanek, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Thalken, Heath Corson, Susan Hart, Beth Cady, Nancy Center, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Elizabeth Lado, Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Sarah Wellington, Maggie Carney, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Amanda Amari, Sarah Court, and Anna Sveruzza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call The Twilight Zone.
Hey there, Will.
Morning, Mr. Reagan.
Reagan? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I want to open the gate?
Yeah, I guess it is. A good one. Want to let me in on it?
Let you in on what?
You called me Will.
Yeah, so?
So, my name's Harold, you know that.
Since when?
How long you been working here?
Oh, long time.
All that time, I've always been Harold. Some people call me Shorty, but never Will.
And I'm Arthur. My wife calls me Artie sometimes, but if you want to be Harold, that's okay by me.
Oh, I get it. You want I should call you Arthur from now on instead of Mr. Reagan? You got it. Guess that makes us even.
Will? Harold, do you a favor?
What's that?
Leave the parking lot open, then take the rest of the day off.
Okay, I'll bite. What for?
You must be tired. Didn't get much sleep last night, huh? Have some breakfast, cup of coffee. See if that helps.
Helps what?
To get your head on straight. You can open the gate now, Harold. Or whatever your name is.
Sure, if you say so.
Morning, Sally.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Curtis. I just got here myself. I hope I'm not late.
No, I thought I'd better get an early start. I have to leave about 3.
You do?
My wife and I haven't gotten a thing for Tina's birthday yet.
That's right. The party's Saturday afternoon, isn't it?
If my daughter can last that long.
Excited?
She sure is. It's all she can think about. Are the Matson contracts ready?
Right here. I finished them before I left last night.
Good. I'll look them over in my office. Well, back to the grindstone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I almost forgot. Would you call the airline for me? See if you can get those reservations changed from Monday to Saturday.
Will do. Straining at the leash to get out of town?
You bet. It's the first real vacation Marion and I have had in years. So I figure, why lose a whole weekend before starting out?
I don't blame you.
Saturday night, it's San Francisco. Here we come. Hold all calls for a few minutes, will you? I want to tell my wife.
Certainly, sir.
Hope her mother can take Tina after the party. Oh, for heaven's sake. Sally! Sally! I can't get a dial tone!
What's he doing?
I don't know.
This isn't in the script.
Sally, I said... Who are you? What are all you people doing in...
Cut!
Where did Sally go? What happened to the wall and...
I said cut. All right, everybody, take 5.
Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual existence. A matter of interest to philosophers throughout the ages. The definition comes from the dictionary, and it directly concerns one Arthur Curtis, 36 years old and a successful businessman, or so he believes. Mr. Curtis is about to discover that the line between reality and unreality can be very thin indeed. In fact, under certain conditions, it may be less than thin. It may be invisible, at least in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I asked you a question. All of you. What are you doing here? Get out of my office.
Come on, Jerry.
That's not my name.
Is it so hard to make a phone call? Lose the ad-libs.
Who are you?
Remember, Jerry? Marty Fisher, your friendly neighborhood TV director.
What are you talking about?
How soon they forget.
Sally, what is all this?
Something go wrong, Mr. Reagan?
Why are you sitting there like that with your feet up? Take them off the desk at once.
I thought we were on a break.
We are. Why don't you go to your dressing room while I talk to Jerry?
Sure, Marty. Call me when you're ready.
Watch the cables, Miss Lawson.
Of course I will, Kelly. You'd think I'd never been on a set before.
What are all these lights for? I can hardly see.
Pretty hard to shoot without him, Jerry. This isn't exactly verite.
That camera, what's it for? Will somebody please tell me?
I'm warning you, Jerry.
Oh? And who do you think you are?
That's funny.
I was about to ask you the same thing. Why don't you wise up and cut the dramatics?
Dramatics?
They won't take much more of this. You're very close to the edge.
The edge of what?
I like that. You're really into it. What is it? The method?
I don't think so.
Not the method. Who'd you study with? Sandy Meisner? Right? No, wait a minute. Stella Adler. Well, I used to be at the Institute, too, and the first rule is don't break character. So, what do you say? Shall we take it again?
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's a gag, just a little gag. You know these New York actors.
All right, get him some coffee. Kelly?
Yeah?
Coffee over here, please. Black.
Coming right up.
Okay, Jerry, let's forget about it. Get your scene done. The front office doesn't like it when they're overscheduled.
Overscheduled? Not this show.
Then let's try it again. Back to the set.
Set?
Listen, I went out on a limb for you. The whole agency did.
What agency?
Just do your lines.
Are we ready here?
We're ready. Now, Jerry.
All right, one more time. You're going to call your wife, tell her to meet you at 3:15.
How did you know that?
Got all your lines down? Where's your script?
What are you talking about?
Easy, Jerry. Don't burn yourself out. Places, everyone. Break's over.
Where am I?
In your office. It's morning. You just got here.
This can't be my office. It only looks like my office. The window isn't even real.
What's he doing?
The city outside. It's a painting. What is this, a joke?
Jerry.
What are you people watching me for? I don't know you. I don't know any of you.
Don't let him get away.
He's not going anywhere.
He's not on his mark.
Maybe you can shoot around him for a while.
I don't want to shoot around him, Sam. We've got 7 pages to do before lunch.
He'll come through, Marty. We never had any trouble with him before.
What's he doing now?
The scene, I told you.
Get ready to follow him. Roll sound and action.
Still dead.
Cut! Where are you going, Jerry?
Stop calling me that. It's not my name.
Sure, if that's what you want.
Is there another telephone in here?
Sit down, Jerry.
One that works?
Jerry, if I have to phone Brinkley on this, you're dead.
Do whatever you like. Just leave me alone.
You don't look so good. How do you feel?
I felt fine when I got here.
Please sit down.
What's that on your face? Sweat? Kelly!
Yeah?
Call for an ambulance and make it fast.
Yes, sir. Shall I ask the front office to authorize it?
Of course not. If they find out, there's no telling what they'd do. Suspend production, probably. Go on, go!
Right away.
Jerry, let's go to your dressing room. You can lie down.
Where's the nearest telephone?
Jerry, we're trying to help you.
My name is Arthur Curtis. Take your hands off me. I'm getting out of here.
Did you hear that? Arthur Curtis?
Is this a real telephone?
Looks like it.
All right, everybody. 1 hour for lunch.
Is it hooked up?
Should be.
The number. What's the number?
Search me.
Operator, number please.
I don't know. I can't think.
I'll connect you with information.
Yes, please.
Directory information.
Hello. Would you give me the number of Arthur Curtis? 22437 Ventnor Road, Woodland Hills?
Checking.
On Ventnor. Ventner.
I have no listing for Curtis at that address.
What? You must be mistaken.
Jerry?
Listen, it's my own home. I'm Arthur Curtis. I just can't remember the number at the moment. Will you...
If it's an unlisted number...
It's not an unlisted number! At least I don't think it is. Look, would you try again? I know there's a phone there.
I'm sorry, sir.
Jerry, put the phone down.
You're wrong, operator. Connect me with your supervisor.
Let's go to your dressing room.
Listen!
Give me the phone.
What are you doing?
You're not yourself. You're sick.
Get your hands off me!
I'm trying to help.
Well, I don't need it. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Home!
Jerry! Somebody stop him!
Hey! Watch it, lady.
Are you out of your mind? If you're drunk again, Jerry...
Let go of me.
Look, I don't care if they bounce you. I don't care if you never work again for the rest of your worthless life. You're going to pay me what the judge tells you to pay me, or so help me, I'll put you so far behind bars, they'll never find you again.
There you are. Mrs. Reagan.
I am not Mrs. Reagan anymore.
Sorry. Could I speak to you in private?
I haven't the time.
It's about Jerry.
He's coming with me. He'll be back in time for the afternoon filming.
That isn't exactly what
Excuse me, but I need your car.
What do you think you're doing? You're not driving.
I've just called for an ambulance. Jerry's having a nervous breakdown.
How convenient for him.
Would you two get out of the way, please?
I'm not joking, Mrs.
Miss, from now on.
If you won't move...
Slide over.
I don't have time to argue.
I said...
Get in if you have to. I'm getting out of this place.
You pig-headed...
Better fasten your seatbelt.
Slow down.
Don't touch the wheel.
I'll do more than touch it. I'm not going to let you crash this car. It's mine now.
Get your hands off the brake.
There. Now will you let me drive?
I'm warning you.
You're warning me? Give me those keys. Now.
Stop! Look, please, whoever you are.
I said I'll drive. If you want to kill yourself, you'll have to wait. First, I'm going to bleed you, Jerry. I'm going to bleed you dry. Every bank account, every residual.
Now listen. I don't know who you think I am, but you're wrong. You're wrong. My name is Curtis. Arthur Curtis. And I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. Right now, I'm going to...
Oh, cut the histrionics. If you think you can chisel your way out of pain with a cheap trick like this...
I'm going to turn the key again. And I'm driving to my home in Woodland Hills. Once we get there, you can have your car back. Do you understand?
I told you to cut the act.
No act. My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is Marion. I have a daughter named Tina. And I live at 22437 Ventnor Road in Woodland Hills.
I mean it, Jerry.
My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is...
I said cut. Cut!
I don't understand. I've made this turn twice now.
Let me know when the grand tour is over, will you?
I don't know where I am. And yet I must. This is my neighborhood. I live here.
Do you?
I have, for years. Ever since I bought the house. But my street, it's just not here.
What do you want, Jerry? An Academy Award?
I've told you, my name is...
Oh, can it, will you? Who are you trying to convince? You may as well give it up. You never had a less receptive audience.
Why do you refuse to listen to me?
Go ahead, then. Play it out. Make a complete idiot of yourself. I couldn't care less.
I'm trying to find my house. Is that so hard to comprehend?
Well, you're not going to, no matter how hard you try.
And why is that?
Simple. Because there's no such thing as Ventnor Road.
Keep quiet. I'm trying to think.
And what's more, there never was, except in your dreams.
What's in the glove box?
That's none of your business. This is my car now.
There must be a map. Let me have it, please.
Get your hands out of there.
I'm just trying to... Tina! There she is!
Who's Tina?
My daughter!
Another little secret you never told me about. When did that happen?
See her? Skipping down the sidewalk?
Oh, spare me.
Hi, honey! Over here! It's Daddy!
This is too much. You're going to get us both arrested.
Tina, honey! Come here!
I didn't have anything to do with this, remember that.
Tina? Thank God.
Leave me alone.
But you're not Tina. Sorry, little girl, I thought...
You scared me. You're a bad man.
Get in.
But that dress... I thought she was...
I said get in. Or would you rather go to jail for attempted kidnapping? You should have let me drive in the first place. None of this would have happened.
Why are you stopping?
Because this is the end of the line.
Here?
Oh, don't tell me you're going to play surprised.
But I've never seen this house before.
You just won't quit, will you? That's Brinkley's car out front. What does he want?
Who's Brinkley?
Pound of flesh, probably. Well, he'll have to wait his turn. Coming?
I can't stay here. I have to go.
I said I'd get you back for the afternoon shooting.
I mean home.
You are home.
Who's home?
Move it, Buster. Or would you rather sit out here? Fine with me. Suit yourself, but I promise you you'll regret it.
Where are we?
Come on inside. Fix yourself a drink. A little hair of the dog? Maybe that'll do it.
Jerry.
Who are you?
Better be nice to Sam. He's still the vice president of your agency.
Where have you been?
I'm not sure.
Did Sam call you?
More than an hour ago. Said he'd left the studio, walked out.
Stumbled is more like it.
What's all this about?
The studio?
First things first, Jerry. Come into the study.
Why?
Nora, we need to do some damage control.
We sure do.
Can't this wait?
I've waited long enough. I want my money now before he goes off on his next binge.
Now look, I've explained to this woman that I'm not who you all seem to think I am.
Frankly, I don't know what to think. But if we don't smooth this over right now, today, the network won't renew your contract. And that will cost us all money.
My name is Curtis. I live...
Jerry, stop it!
Stop what? Would you rather I lie to you?
You don't seem to realize the position you're in.
Where do you hide the checkbook these days?
I beg your pardon?
I'll find it if I have to tear the house down.
Excuse me. I have to get out of here.
Jerry! I'm going to lay it on the line. If you lose this part, we'll have to drop you as a client. We can't cover for you anymore. It's beyond that. Way beyond.
I'm sorry, but you're mistaken.
All right. Look, they can shoot around you today. I'll tell them you came down with something. They won't buy it, but we'll do our best to make it stick. But come tomorrow, you've got to be there, Jerry, bright and early, with bells on.
I don't know what's going on. God help me. I don't know what's going on.
You said that.
Jerry, enough is enough.
I tell you, I
found it. Get over here. Now.
Leave me alone, please.
Nora, he doesn't look so good. Maybe we should take him to Cedars.
You're going to sign this check, Jerry, right now, before you can pull anything else. Go on. Pick up the pen. That's it. Then we'll see about the state of your precious health.
Please, I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you. Sign it, Jerry. I want what you owe me.
His hands are shaking.
Oh, no. He's not going to get out of it that easily. I'll fill in my name in the amount. Just sign Gerald Reagan. G-E-R-A-L-D.
That's not my name.
R-A-I-G-A-N. In case you've forgotten how to spell, too.
But I've never heard that name before in my life.
Maybe he should lie down.
Would you both back off? This has gone far enough. I am not Gerald Reagan. My name is Arthur Curtis. Do you hear me? Arthur Curtis. I work for... Wait a minute. I'll prove it. Operator, I'd like the number for Davis, Morton and Company, 189 Brand Street, Los Angeles. Yes, I'll hold. But make it fast, will you? Of course there is. I should know. I work there. Look, I've been with them for 7 years. Don't tell me that. Don't.
Here, lean on me.
Sarah Bernhardt.
Look at his eyes. I don't think he's faking it.
Awfully good timing, if you ask me.
Help me to get him to the other room.
What? What is happening to me?
Jer?
What are you doing?
Just closing the blinds.
Don't bother.
I was hoping you'd catch a few winks. Feeling better?
You don't believe me, do you?
It doesn't matter what I believe. You've been overworked, trying to wrap the season. Must have been a terrible strain.
The season. I take it that's supposed to mean something to me.
If it doesn't, we're all in trouble. Would you like anything? Some lunch? If Nora won't make it, I'll order out.
No, thanks. I don't have much of an appetite.
You need help, Jerry. It's not in my province, but I've known you a long time, and I hate for this to happen. It's not necessary, you know. It really isn't. Can't you see what's happened?
Why don't you tell me?
You know what this is? A script.
For what?
It's all right here. Take a look. Cast of characters. Arthur Curtis, 36, a young business executive, happily married.
Let me see that. Curtis lives in Woodland Hills, California, with his wife and young daughter. Where did you get this?
It's yours. From the dresser here, where you left it after studying your lines last night. Go on, keep reading.
He is married to Marion Curtis, 33. A charming young woman, typical of that efficient breed which can manage a house and family and still have ample time for...
Ring a bell?
Who wrote this?
That's neither here nor there. Some hack, probably. The point is, the only information you have about Arthur Curtis is what's written here.
That's crazy.
Jerry, I really do understand. Sometimes I'd like to escape myself, get away from this turmoil. The long hours, the early calls, to a simpler, sweeter existence. It's only natural.
You're telling me it was all a delusion? That I'm really somebody named Gerald Reagan, a dissolute, pitiful...
A sweet, unhappy man. A square peg in a round hole who never should have moved to Hollywood. Burdened with that harpy in there. Jerry Reagan, who wanted to be a serious actor once. Trying to make a living and find a little happiness. That's all.
No. I won't accept that. The life I remember, it was real.
I wish it were. For your sake. I wish it were. I have to go, Jerry, and report into the agency. Try to rest and forget about the series. You won't have to go back. I just spoke to the studio a few minutes ago. They're canceling production.
Production on what?
You may as well give me the script. I'll toss it for you. It doesn't matter now. I'm sorry, but Arthur Curtis is dead.
Well, what's his story?
I don't think it's a story. Not this time.
All better? Or should I fix him some milk and cookies?
He's had it. Withdrawn from the playing field. And I can't say I blame him.
Go on, then. Get out of here. I'll whip him into shape. If he thinks a little breakdown is going to let him off the hook.
Wait!
Jerry!
Well, what do you know? It walks.
Out of my way.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Jerry?
I've got to go back.
I told you it's too late for that. It's finished.
No, I've got to get back to my office.
If you mean the set, they're probably tearing it down already. And as far as I'm concerned...
But they mustn't. Don't you see? I'll never get back if they tear down the only connection I have to...
Jerry, knock it off!
I can't do that.
Jerry! Careful, Jerry, that's my car!
Name?
Open the gate.
Oh, that's you, Mr. Reagan?
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, sure. Nice car. What happened to your...
Now, Harold.
Well, see, your name's not on the list anymore. I mean, Reagan's not. That other one you gave me. What did you say it was? Curtis something?
I don't have time for this.
Hey, did you get fired? Real sorry to hear it. Or maybe you quit. Either way, I'm not supposed to...
Stand back.
Huh? No, I was just saying...
What in the... Hey! You can't do that! Put that down! What do you think you're doing?
What'd you say?
Watch your feet. That's my sofa!
Yeah?
Where are you taking it?
Back to props.
You can't.
Yeah? I got a work order right here to strike the set.
You mean my office?
Which office?
The low building with the rose bushes. 189.
Nah, this is from stage 23.
Which way is that?
It's over there. Hang a right at the commissary.
Take the wall down?
Not yet.
Get the desk and chairs.
Where do you want them?
Hold on!
Pardon me, Mr. Reagan?
Don't touch the desk yet. Or the chair.
No? How come?
I have to get something.
Oh, sure, go ahead. It'll take us a while. Too bad, huh? Nice set. Real nice. Kind of sorry to see it go.
Sally? Are you still here? No matter. I don't know where to start. There must be a way. There has to be.
Mr. Reagan?
Who?
It's Kelly. I thought I saw you come in.
What happened to my books?
Books? Oh, sent back to props by now.
And my papers? And file cabinets? Even the photos on the desk? They were pictures of my family, my wife and daughter.
Were they? You mean they were real? Give me a few minutes. Maybe I can track them down.
Do they have to do this?
I'm afraid so. The studio needs the space.
A career. A whole life packed up while you're out and shipped off to God knows where. I had no idea. I thought it would last.
Nothing lasts in this town. You know that.
But I thought...
You thought you were different. The exception to the rule? Well, I don't blame you. It's easy to fall into that. You see what happens to everyone else, but you never think it'll happen to you. Human nature, I guess. But, you know, the next thing will come along.
And what will that be?
Beats me, but it always does. You have to have a little faith.
And the things we collect over the years and leave behind.
Oh, somebody else will get some use out of it. It was never really ours in the first place, was it? Can't exactly take it with you.
No, I guess you can't.
They're ready to take the walls down now. You might want to sit somewhere else.
I thought if I got here in time...
Thought what?
Nothing. You go on. I'll be out of here in a minute.
Just following orders, Mr. Reagan. Nothing personal.
No. Nothing personal at all. Marion, don't leave me. Don't leave me here.
Mr. Curtis?
Sally?
Mr. Curtis, oh, there you are. I thought you'd gone home.
What?
Somebody's here to see you. Go ahead, Mrs. Curtis.
Arthur?
Marion!
Honey, I don't understand.
You don't?
Where have you been? I've been phoning all day.
Marion, is it really you?
Well, who else would it be? Honestly, Sally kept saying you were out. Out? What does that mean? She couldn't imagine where you'd gone. She didn't see you leave.
I had some business to attend to. I got lost on the way back.
You did? How do you mean?
It doesn't matter. I'm back now.
Oh, just let me sit down for a second. These new shoes are... Why, where's your sofa?
I won't need it anymore. Marion, let's get out of here.
But I just got here. I didn't think you'd mind. I thought you might want to have dinner on the way home.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh, and I wanted to tell you, I got something for Tina's party. That doll she's so crazy about.
Now, Marion, let's go right now.
Artie, are you all right?
Yes, I am now.
You're looking a little tired. A hard day?
Very.
Where were you?
It's a long story.
Mr. Curtis.
Sally?
What is the matter with you, dear? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Leaving now?
Did you make that call to the airlines?
Yes, sir. They sent the tickets over this afternoon. I have them right here.
Let me see.
Plane tickets for our trip?
Are they all right?
Yes, they're perfect.
Ready to strike the office. Get those lamps and tables out of there.
Okay.
Honey, you look so peculiar. Is something the matter?
Can you hear that?
Hear what?
Over here, boys.
Please, Marion, let's go on our vacation right away. Let's not wait.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing, sweetheart. Just let me hold you. I don't want to lose you.
Not much chance of that. Oh, Artie, I've never seen you like this.
We'll take Tina to your mother's and go right to the airport.
But I'm not packed.
We'll pick up what we need when we get there. Oh, Marion, it's very, very important.
Well, if it matters that much to you, I suppose.
Then let's go, now.
Hi there, Mr. Brinkley.
Have you broken it down yet?
Not just about to.
Has Reagan been here?
He was a minute ago.
Where?
The office set.
And he's not there now?
Nope.
You didn't see him leave?
I didn't. Any of you guys see where Reagan went?
Nope.
Sure didn't.
Would you look in his dressing room?
Sure thing.
Well?
Not in his dressing room.
Then, I wonder where he's gone. Wherever it is, I hope he finds what he's looking for.
Flight 23 departing at Gate 5. Last call, Flight 23 to San Francisco.
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual experience. Words of definition from a book we call the dictionary. Words that fail to recognize man's gift for creating realities of his own. Realities perhaps beyond the measurement of science, and yet actual in their own right. realities existing in that vast and timeless middle ground between light and shadow, the dimension of imagination, also known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Entry. 14th day, 6th month, year 4, I think. Kind of runs together after a while. Got up this morning, same as always. Big deal, huh? I even made my bed. See, it's strictly the honor system up here. Well, one more day scratched off the old calendar. First thing I did was, let's see, I made a pot of coffee. That's what they call this stuff. Next, some breakfast. Fake bacon and eggs. Hear that? Mm-hmm. Kind of makes your mouth water, doesn't it? Gotta watch the calories, though. Putting on some pounds around the middle. That's bad for the ticker. Wouldn't want to check out before my time. I make it 46 more years, give or take a few. Anyway, welcome to my world. At least I'll have something to play back later. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anybody to listen to. Because this way I know I'm dealing with a higher class individual. Corey, you did it again. My compliments to the chef. Now let's go outside and take a look around. Don't mind if I do. This is my backyard. And my front yard. It's all my yard now. No footprints in the sand except mine. I never even locked the door. Why should I? Nobody comes calling. Not even a lizard. Just miles and miles and nothing. Anyway, be back in a while. Time to go to work. I got a 1947 pickup truck out there. Been restoring it for years. Gives me something to do, like a hobby, you know? Alan B., he brings me parts a little bit at a time. Wonder how he's gonna get the long block here. Now that's gotta weigh more than a few pounds. Bye for now. This is Corey, signing off.
Welcome to the world of Mr. James A. Corey. A shack, a shed, and a yard made up of sand and scrub that stretches to infinity. His work? An old truck, cobbled together from junkyard parts. He takes his time, for there is a ritual to loneliness. Twice a day, Corey leaves his shack, goes over to his vehicle in progress, and makes a few minor adjustments. Then he sits in the front seat, stares through the windshield that isn't there, and perhaps succumbs to a wishful daydream that he is at the wheel of a moving car, and the car is on a highway and there is some place to go. But this will have to remain a dream, because where this man is, there are no highways, no places to go, and no people to see. For the record, let it be known that James A. Corey is a convicted criminal placed in solitary confinement, and it matters very little that his confinement stretches as far as the eye can see. His sentence is the kind of isolation that can destroy a human mind. It is an exile far worse than a dungeon at the ends of the earth, because he has been banished to a place well beyond the earth. In just a moment, Mr. Corey will discover that he may not be alone for the rest of his life after all. And with that discovery will come the requisite spark of hope. But a spark is all it takes to fire a man's imagination in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Lonely, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There she is, dead ahead.
Got it, Captain.
Prepare for planetfall.
All systems check. Sir?
What is it, Carstairs?
I got a question for you. How can we still call it planetfall if it's only an asteroid?
That's a good one.
Well, call it whatever you like, off the record. But we're on the record now. This isn't a training mission. Set the coordinates.
Yes, sir.
The surface is coming up mighty fast.
I don't know how you can tell one sand dune from another.
By doing this every 4 months, year after year. That's how. Corey's shack is just over the rise.
I don't see...
It's right there. Fire retro rockets.
Decreasing speed.
Ready to nose up.
Nose up. 40 degrees. 60.
Keep pulling.
75. 80. 88. 90 degrees, sir.
Now angle her down. Tail first.
Piece of cake, Captain.
What are the numbers?
0400 hours, Earth time. Fuel 0.87 capacity. Cutting in a little close, sir.
Ah, those meteors on the way out. We lost some precious time. Corey won't be very happy.
He's not supposed to be happy, is he?
You don't know him the way I do, Adams. He waits for these deliveries like a kid on Christmas. Always wants to hear how things are back home. What the women look like, how the world has changed. I'm the only contact he's got. If I didn't stop here, I think he'd go stir-crazy.
What'd he do, anyway?
He stopped caring, that's what. After he lost his wife.
Yeah?
He got in a fight. Some say it wasn't his fault. The guy died, and he ended up here. They don't have room for any more criminals back home.
The new regime, huh? I read about that.
But he's had a lot of time to think.
Nothing to do here but think.
Prepare to set her down. I want a 3-point landing this time.
Yes, sir.
Tail fins ready. We're going in.
Entry 15th day, 6th month, year 4. I'm even measuring time by this place now. I go on every day like the day before and the day before that, the weeks, the months. But I can't give in. I have to stick it out. There'll be a supply drop coming soon, I think. They're overdue. Hope it's Allenby's ship, because he's a decent man and he brings me things. Like he sneaked the parts for that antique out there. Few pieces at a time, as much as he could carry. Thank God for that truck and the hours it used up. I can look at it out there and know it's real. And reality is what I need. Because what else is left that I can believe in? The desert? The wind? Myself? Here's a thought. Maybe I'll end up like that truck. Inanimate. Nothing but an object sitting in the sand. Wonder if I'd still feel the loneliness. Would I feel anything? Hey, that's it. The ship. Hear that, diary? Now I don't have to talk to you. I've got somebody else. Besides myself. Be back later. Hey! Hey! How you doing, Allenby?
Corey, how are you?
All right.
Corey,
Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. It's hotter than blazes.
What a place you got here.
Glad you like it.
I didn't say I liked it. I think it stinks.
And I guess you think I don't?
I don't know what you think.
Hey, take it easy, Adams.
Well, you don't have to live here now, do you?
No, but I've got to come back here 4 times a year. And that's 8 months out of 12, Corey, away from Earth. Sometimes my kids don't even recognize me when I get home.
I'm sorry.
I'll bet you are.
Come on, fellas. Have some coffee. I got some clean cups.
That's all right. Corey.
Wait, what am I thinking? Let me pour you a real drink.
Thanks, Corey. It's real nice of you.
Not right now, Carstairs.
If you say so, Captain. Hey, this isn't so bad, huh? I like the way you set it up in here.
Sure. I have what I need. Most of it anyway. Thanks to the captain there.
Yep, you got it made. This is Corey's kingdom, and it never changes.
Sit down, everybody. How about a little poker? 4-handed draw, jacks to open. Who's in?
We don't have much of a layover this time.
All right, no openers. Joker's wild.
There was some trouble on the way, and we lost time.
Deuce is wild. How's that? Or blackjack? Anybody want to play blackjack? You can count to 21, can't you, Adams?
Listen to this guy.
Look, we've only got 15 minutes, guys.
So what? Nobody's checking your schedule out here. What's the big deal?
I'm sorry, Corey. This isn't an arbitrary decision. If we delay our departure by more than 15 minutes, that places us in a different orbital position. We'd never make it back to Earth on the fuel we've got. We'd have to stay at least 14 days before we're in position again.
So? Why not hang out here? I've got some beer put away. I can turn up the generator and get it cold. We'll sit around, talk.
It's just not possible.
It's a few lousy days. A few hours, even. A couple of card games, at least. How about you guys? What's the matter? Think I'll murder you or something over a bad hand?
Not this time, Corey.
All right. 3 or 4 minutes gone already. Better get going. I wouldn't want to foul up your schedule. Not for a lousy game of cards or a few bottles of crummy beer.
How's your water supply?
Don't worry about it. I got plenty.
Well, I'll have a cupful then, if you can spare it.
Sure.
We've got some fresh on board. I'll have the men bring it over.
You do that.
I brought you a few more things, too. I thought you could use them.
Thanks. Any news?
Not yet. But I told you last time, there's been some pressure back home about this kind of punishment. A lot of people think it's unnecessarily cruel. Well, who knows what'll happen the next couple of years. Well, they may change their minds, rewrite the law, bring you back to a prison on Earth like the old days.
Allenby, I have to tell you something. Every morning when I get up, I tell myself that this is the last time. That I won't be able to live another day alone, not another day. And by noon, when I can't keep still anymore and the inside of my mouth feels like gunpowder and burnt copper and deep down in my gut, I've got an ache that won't go away and it starts to spread through my body, tearing little chunks out of me. Then I think that I've got to hold out for one more day, just one more day. But I can't keep doing that forever. You hear me? Or I swear I'll lose my mind.
You're breaking my heart.
What do you know about it?
That's enough. Let him go.
Why should I? What do I have to lose?
I said...
Take your hands off me, you nutcase.
Watch your mouth.
Corey.
He shouldn't worry about losing his mind. Look at him. He's already lost it.
Back off, Adams. Now you and Carstairs go back to the ship and get the supplies.
Yes, sir.
Go on. Do as I tell you. And the big crate, the one with the red tag, handle that one gently.
How about using the truck out there? Some of the stuff's pretty heavy.
It's not running today.
It isn't, huh? What's the matter, Corey? Out of gas? Lots of places to go around here. There's the country club past the mound over there. And the seashore over that way. And the drive-thru restaurant. That's around here someplace, isn't it?
Knock it off, Adams. Get the supplies.
I'm going.
I brought you some parts for the truck. A set of coil springs. I got some magazines, too. Strictly on my own. And some old vintage movies. Science fiction. You'll get a kick out of them.
I'm sure I will.
I brought you something else.
Yeah?
It would mean my job if they found out.
Look, Allenby, I don't want your gifts. I don't want your tidbits. Makes me feel like an animal in a cage and there's a nice old lady out there who wants to throw peanuts at me. Allenby, I only got one question. What about the pardon?
I'm afraid you're still out of luck.
That's what I figured. The new regime, huh?
The sentence reads 50 years. And they're not even reviewing cases of homicide.
Allenby, take a look out there. What do you see? It says 90% of the view I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Did it ever cross your mind? Because it crosses mine every hour of every day.
Unfortunately, we don't make the rules. All we do is deliver the supplies and pass on information, because you're out of position for radio contact.
Yeah, that's why they picked this place. Look, Allenby, a pardon. That's the only information I want. I'm not a murderer.
I know.
It was self-defense. A lot of people believe me, and it happens to be the truth. I killed in self-defense.
I remember, Corey.
Then why am I here?
I doubt if it'll be much consolation to you, but this kind of assignment isn't easy. Stopping here 4 times a year, having to look at a man suffering?
You're right. It's not much consolation. Here they come.
I can't bring you freedom, Corey. All I can do is try to bring you things to help you keep your sanity.
You want this big crate opened up, Captain?
Not yet. Stay there. I'll be right out.
Okay, I'll bite. What's the big box?
You can open it after we're gone.
If it's 20-year supply of puzzles, you can take them with you. When I want a problem to solve, all I have to do is look in the mirror.
We've got to go now. Did you hear what I said, Corey? Wait till we're gone to open it. And this is important. When you open up the crate, there's nothing you need to do. The item has been vacuum packed. It needs no activator of any kind. The air will do that. There'll be a booklet inside that'll answer any of your questions.
You're being awfully mysterious.
I don't mean to be. It's just like I told you, though. I'm risking a lot to bring it here. They don't know what it is, so I'd appreciate it if you wait till we get out of sight.
No problem. Give my regards to Broadway. And every place else while you're at it.
Sure, Corey. I'll see you.
Allenby!
Yes?
I don't much care what it is. But for the thought, Allenby, for the decency of it, I thank you.
You're quite welcome, Corey.
Have a good trip!
2 minutes, Captain.
Go ahead and fire up the rockets.
Yes, sir.
Captain, just man to man. What did you bring him? What's in the box?
I'm not sure, really. Maybe it's an illusion, or maybe it's salvation. Open the hatch. Let's get out of here.
What? You are now the proud owner of an XB-1 robot. This model represents the latest in modern technology. Do not think of it as a machine. For all intents and purposes, it functions as a highly sophisticated simulacrum of a human being.
Hello. My name's Alicia. What's yours?
Hold on a minute here.
Don't I speak clearly enough?
No, you sound fine. Fine. What is this thing? Both physiologically and psychologically, she is comparable to a living human with a full set of emotions, a writable memory track, and the ability to reason and to speak. She is immune to organic illness and under normal circumstances should have a lifespan similar to that of a human being. Caution must be taken against exposure to excessive heat and moisture. She comes complete with a loose-fitting microfiber garment for general use.
Would you answer my question, please?
What question?
What's your name?
Corey. My name's Corey.
I like that name.
Good. Glad to hear it. Now, if you don't mind, what are you doing?
What is this place?
This is mine. My place.
Yours?
Where I live. Alone. Allenby must think I'm pretty far gone. Hey, don't move that. It's my cup. I've still got some water left.
Water? Do you like water, Corey?
Yeah, I like it. Leave it, I told you.
Would you like some more water?
No, that's okay. Not right now.
Very well. Where is your place?
Where? On an asteroid, all right?
Asteroid. I know that word.
6,000 miles north to south, 4,000 east to west. It's got atmosphere, gravity, the works. Now, why don't you just...
What, Corey?
Stop saying my name! Get out. I don't want some machine in here.
I'm not a machine. I'm an XB1.
Go on, get out.
Corey? Corey? Corey?
Ow! Blasted coil springs.
What's wrong, Corey?
Nothing, all right?
I brought you some water. Where shall I put it?
Just leave it.
But it will get warm on the sand. It won't taste as good.
You know that, huh? What it tastes like?
I can feel thirst.
Yeah? What else can you feel?
I don't understand.
Can you feel heat and cold? The wind?
Yes.
How about pain? Can you feel pain?
That too?
How? How can you? You're a machine. Excuse me. A different kind of machine.
Yes.
Of course you are. So why didn't they build you to look like a machine? Aren't you made of metal with nuts and bolts sticking out of you? With wires and electrodes?
Would you prefer that?
You know, I might. Because then you wouldn't be a lie.
A lie?
Why do they cover you with stuff that looks like flesh? Why even give you a face in the first place? A face that if I look at it long enough, it almost makes me think... makes me believe that...
Believe what?
Stop asking me stupid questions.
I didn't mean to.
Look at me. Don't hang your head.
Corey.
Turn that face up. I'm talking to you.
Corey, please.
Don't give me any of that phony stuff. Somebody program it into you? Why? What's the point? To mock me?
I'm not mocking you, Corey.
Yes, you are. Every time you talk to me, every time you look at me, like right now, I'm being mocked.
You hurt me, Corey.
Hurt you? How could I hurt you? This arm, it isn't real.
Please, let go of me.
There aren't any nerves under there. There aren't any tendons or muscles. There isn't any flesh and blood. But you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
What are you doing?
Just what do you think? I'm looking for the right tool for the job, and you know what that job is?
No.
I'm going to turn you back into parts the way you should have been in the first place. Maybe I can use some of them in the truck.
Corey, that's a hammer.
That's right. That's what it is. You know what you are? You're like this broken down heap of iron sitting here. Exactly like it. You're just a hunk of metal and plastic and God knows what, with arms and legs instead of wheels. That heap doesn't mock me the way you do. Doesn't look at me with make-believe eyes and talk to me with a make-believe voice.
No.
Well, listen, you machine. I'm sick of being mocked by some kind of ghost, by the memory of what a woman looks like. Well, I don't need it. I've got enough memories. I don't have to be reminded of anything. And that's all you are. Nothing but a reminder that I'm so lonely I'm about to lose my mind. That's right. Close your eyes if you want. I don't care.
Corey.
What are you...
Oh, Corey.
Are those tears?
Yes.
You can cry, too?
When I have reason.
I can't stand to see that. But why? What are you crying for?
I'm frightened.
Frightened of me? You can feel fear?
Yes.
The book said with a full set of emotions. What else can you feel?
Sadness.
You can?
And happiness, joy, mystery, wonder, and other things.
Such as?
Loneliness.
I don't believe it.
Don't you?
There you go again. Listen, it's hot out here.
Yes, that's not good for me.
We'll go back inside.
All right.
Yeah, better?
Much better.
In a little while, maybe we'll have some dinner or something, okay?
That would be nice.
And we can talk.
If you wish.
You like to talk, don't you? I mean, sit around, have conversations?
Yes, Corey. What would you like to talk about?
Anything. Tell me everything you know.
Everything? I don't know very many things yet.
You'll learn, Alicia. You'll learn. Here you go. Of course, it's only freeze-dried, but it isn't bad. You're not a vegetarian, are you?
No, Corey. I hope you enjoy it.
Me? This is for both of us.
It smells wonderful.
You haven't touched your wine.
I'm fine, thank you.
No. Go ahead, drink up.
I don't require food or drink, Corey.
Is that right? Yeah, of course. What am I thinking?
You should have let me prepare the meal.
Why, you're not a slave. We're going to be partners from now on, you and me.
No. But it means so much to you. I like to see that. It makes me feel happy.
Does?
Of course, I'm not a true human being as you are.
I don't care. I don't care how you were born or made. You're flesh and blood to me. I need you, Alicia. Do you understand?
And I need you, Corey.
Okay. Now that we got that settled, let's drink up. Here's to us. From now on, we don't need anybody else.
Yes, Corey. Drink up.
Alicia has been with me for 11 months now. Twice when Allenby brought the ship in with supplies, I've hidden her so the others wouldn't see. But each time, I've seen the question in Allenby's eyes. It's a question I have myself. And I don't have the answer. It's difficult to explain the sum total of this relationship. It's strange, all right. Man and machine. But it's also man and woman. There are times when even I know that Alicia is simply an extension of me, a mirror of my needs. I hear my own words coming from her. The things she's learned to love are the things I love.
Where do you want to store the magazines and books, Corey?
Anywhere, Alicia. Anywhere you'd like. I think I've reached the point now where I won't analyze her any longer. I accept her as a part of my life, an integral part. I don't know how I ever got along without her. Because I'm not lonely anymore. Each day is something I can live with, something new. It's a gift. Nothing else matters. Because I love her. I've been trying to get up the courage to tell her. That's all for now. Alicia?
Yes?
I think I'll go outside and work on the truck for a while.
Shall I go with you?
That's all right. No, wait. Why not? You can see how it's coming. Just don't stay in the sun too long.
I won't.
I haven't done much work on it lately, but it's gonna get finished. And it'll be great, I promise.
I believe you.
Go on, get in the front seat.
If you like.
Right next to the driver.
Are we going somewhere?
We sure are. Let's see, how about burgers and a movie?
But we have the movies Allenby brought us.
Haven't you ever been on a date? First, I pick you up. Then we go to the movies, a drive-in. How about that? You don't even have to get out of your car. Then we go to a drive-in restaurant on the way home. We still don't have to get out of the car. Isn't that something? We order burgers and fries, maybe a chocolate shake. Then we drive home real slow.
Home?
You know, where we live. Where we really live. Where we belong.
Sounds wonderful.
Sure it does. There's lots of places we could go. Take a drive out to the beach or a cruise. So I can show off my girl.
Would you show me off, Corey?
You're darn right I would. 'Cause you're beautiful. Alicia, something I've been wanting to tell you.
Corey?
Yeah,
What star is that?
you can't see stars in the daytime. I was going to tell you.
But maybe it's a ship.
The ship's not due for another month. What is...
There! See it flash? It looks like silver.
Wait a minute. It must be Allenby's. That's the only one that ever comes this close.
Corey, what does it mean?
I'll find out. You wait here. Just wait, all right?
If you say so.
Allenby?
Hello, Corey.
What are you doing here? Have some trouble?
No, we had no trouble.
What's the matter, Corey? Aren't you glad to see us?
But you don't have a scheduled stop for another month.
This is a scheduled stop.
What are you talking about?
We've got good news for you, Corey.
Hold on. Let me tell him.
Tell me what?
Well, Corey...
Forget it. Whatever it is, I'm not interested.
You better hear what it is first.
You heard me, Allenby. I'm not interested. Don't you get it? I don't care what happens on Earth. Not anymore.
You will this time. I guarantee it.
Doesn't make any difference.
It's worse. If we'd come back a month from now, he'd have been eating sand or something.
I'll see you guys. Leave the supplies by the shack.
Corey! Listen to me. It's this way, Corey. All the sentences have been reviewed. They've given you a pardon. We're not here to bring supplies. We're here to take you back home.
What?
But we've got to take off in exactly 10 minutes. We can't wait any longer. We're almost out of fuel. Any more than 10 minutes, and the coordinates will be wrong, and then I don't think we'd ever make it.
Wait a minute, Allenby. What did you just say? What did you say about...
You heard me right. A pardon.
It won't do any of us any good unless you pack your stuff and get ready to move, Corey. We've picked up 7 men from other asteroids, and we've only got room for about 15 pounds of gear. So grab what you need and leave the rest of it behind, such as it is.
I don't even have 15 pounds of stuff. I've got a shirt, a pencil, and a recordable diary. Pair of shoes. The truck you can leave here for the next poor devil.
There won't be any next poor devil. There won't be any more exiles. You're the last.
We'll leave it here to Russ then. The farthest auto junkyard in the known universe. And Alicia and I will wave to it as we leave. We'll just look out of the porthole and throw it a kiss goodbye. The car, the shack, the salt beds, the sand dunes, the whole works. Alicia and I will just...
Who? Who, Corey?
Oh, my dear God. I forgot.
Allenby, it's Alicia. You remember her.
Is he out of his mind?
Who's Alicia, Corey?
Who's Alicia? Adams, you idiot. You brought her here. You brought her in a box with a red tag on it. She's a woman. Well, a robot, technically, but closer to a woman. Much closer. She kept me alive. I swear to you, if it weren't for her...
Corey, I don't know what to say.
You worried about Alicia? You don't have to be. I tell you, she's just like a woman. And she's gentle and kind, and without her, I tell you, I'd be finished. I'd have given up. The only reason you'd have to come back would be to bury me.
That's what you wouldn't let us look at, huh, Captain? The crate.
Sorry if I wasn't supposed to tell them.
It doesn't matter now, Corey. But unfortunately, there's another problem.
Problem? There are no problems left on heaven and earth. We'll pack up 15 pounds of stuff and we'll climb in that ship of yours, and when we get back to that beautiful green earth... 15 pounds? 15 pounds? You've got to have room for more than that. Throw out some equipment. Alicia weighs more than 15 pounds.
That's the point, Corey. We're stripped now. We've got room for you and nothing else except that little recorder of yours and the pencil. You'll have to leave the robot here.
Allenby, she's not just a robot. You leave her behind. That's murder.
I'm sorry, Corey.
No, you don't understand. You can't leave her. Alicia! Come here! You'll see. You'll see why you can't leave her. Alicia! Alicia!
Where is she, Corey?
I don't know.
Look, just pack your gear and get out.
Captain, we've only got a few more minutes.
Come on, Corey.
No! I'm not leaving without her. I told you that. I can't leave.
This is our last trip. It's off the route now. That means no supplies. That means if you stay here, you die here. And if you make that choice, there'll be a day, Corey, when you'll pray for death to come quickly.
I can't help it, Allenby. I can't leave her behind. And you won't take her. So that means I stay. Alicia! Come here, Alicia! Let them see you. Don't be afraid.
Corey, listen to me. I saw this thing get crated, shoved into a box. It's a machine with servo motor and wires and circuits and batteries.
She's a woman!
Captain Allenby, we've got to take off.
How about it, Captain? We better leave him.
We can't do that. Sick, mad, or half alive, we've got to bring him back. Those are the orders. Corey, it isn't just you now, it's all of us. So we can't argue anymore, Corey. We have to take you one way or another.
I'm sorry, Corey. Grab him.
No, you don't. Alicia!
Stop him.
Corey!
Come on, Corey. We'll carry you if we have to.
There you are. Alicia, talk to them. Tell them you're a woman. Tell them...
Corey, is it all right? You said to hide. What are they doing? Are they hurting you, Corey?
I have no choice, Corey. No choice at all.
No, Allenby, I tell you, she's a human being. She's...
Corey, I'm frightened. Corey!
You see, Corey? There's nothing behind that face except wires and circuits and visual receptors.
Alicia. Alicia.
Corey? Corey?
Corey. Corey. Corey.
Come along now. It's over.
Yeah. It's over.
It's gotta be now, Captain.
Put it behind you, Corey, like a bad dream. When you wake up, you'll be on Earth. You'll be home.
Home?
That's right. All you're leaving behind is loneliness.
I'll have to remember. Remember to keep that in mind.
Let's go, Corey. Let's go home.
Down below, on a microscopic piece of sand that floats through space, is a fragment of a man's life. Left to rust is the place he lived in and the machines he used. Without use, they will disintegrate from the wind and the sand and the years that act upon them. All of Mr. Corey's machines, including the one made in his image and kept alive by love, but now obsolete, in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Lonely, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Doug James, Carl Van Sickle, and Adam Blaine. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Perry.
Yeah, over here.
Find anything?
I'm not sure.
All right, we better get back to the car.
I can't see where I'm going.
Whoa, careful.
Jeez. Why'd we get sent out here on a night like this? First snowfall of the season?
Watch your step or you'll end up with mud all over that nice, clean uniform.
I could sure go for some coffee right now.
Well, there's a diner over on the road by the edge of the woods.
Is it still open?
Let's find out as soon as we call in. So, what did you see out there?
Hard to say.
Tops of some trees have been knocked off. Sure looks like something hit the pond, all right.
Something like what?
Maybe a plane.
Yeah, no flights in the area. I checked.
No, could have been a private aircraft.
Possible, I guess. Easy to get off course in this weather.
Well, we're not going to find it with the water freezing over. Whatever it is, it's going to stay under that ice till next spring.
You think it could have been a meteor?
Maybe.
Well, we better call in a report. Tell them there's nothing here. Lady who saw it wants to alert the National Guard. That's all we need. This is 1183A. 1183A reporting in.
Headquarters, go ahead.
We're checking out a report on a UFO supposed to have gone down in the area of Hook's Landing.
A what?
Unidentified flying object.
You serious?
Don't kill the messenger. Just doing our job.
Okay, did you find it?
Well, it appears something did clip off some trees and came down, but whatever it was, she's under the ice in Tracy's pond now, and we can't see a thing.
Hold on a minute.
See anything else?
Nothing but a sea of snow. But there's something.
This is Paget again. We can't get a look around till morning. We're gonna head back in and then,
Hey, Bill!
Yeah?
Looks like some footprints over here.
What kind?
It's hard to say. Maybe an animal?
Maybe?
They lead up out of the pond.
What's going on out there?
There appears to be some evidence that,
Say again?
Those have got to be fresh prints with all the new snow. So if something did crash land, I'd say at least one person got out alive. They made it up to the woods and over to the highway.
Right. Just swam up out of the ice and then started walking.
What are you talking about?
We'll have to call you back.
Come on, is this a gag? You guys are at the donut shop, right?
We may have a situation up here.
What kind?
I don't know yet. We'll report back in a little bit.
All right, Paget. Listen, there's talk about a bridge going out. Enough ice jammed against it to cool the Congo, so as soon as you can, better make sure it's posted and blocked off. Otherwise, you'll really have a situation.
Got it. Roger and out.
My flashlight's going out.
Yeah, it's the cold. Mine's still good. Let's have a look at those prints.
See? They came out over here.
What did?
Well, whatever survived. Something left that pond. Came out here and went that way across the highway.
Toward the diner.
Makes sense. Cup of hot coffee to take the chill off.
Looks like a bus parked in front. Don't suppose it came out of the pond too, do you?
These aren't wheel tracks. They're footprints.
All right, then. Let's follow them and make sure that's where they lead.
Say they do. Then what?
Then I guess we go inside and check everybody's green card. And if we don't find any little aliens with 3 eyes, we call it a night. That okay with you?
Let's do it.
Wintry February night. Order of events: 2 state troopers take a report from a frightened woman and note the arrival of an unidentified flying object. Then the checkout you've just heard, as the troopers verify the event but find nothing more enlightening to add, beyond evidence of some strange lights and tracks leading across the highway to a diner. You've heard of trying to find a needle in a haystack? Well, stay with us and you'll be part of an investigating team whose mission is not to find that proverbial needle. No, their task is even harder. They've got to find a Martian in a roadside diner. And you'll search with them, because you've just landed in the middle of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up? Starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello, officers.
Evening.
Come on in. Coffee?
You read our minds.
2 coffees coming up. You guys sheriffs?
State troopers.
Any trouble out there tonight?
Whose bus is that in front?
Mine, officer. What's the problem?
Bridge up ahead. It's been declared impassable.
Oh, no kidding.
The county engineer just put out a warning. Ice flow stacked up against it. Another pound of weight, it'll be driftwood.
That's gonna be tough. Really tough.
All right, so it looks like you're gonna have to turn around and go back. Spend the night at the last town.
No can do, boys. There was a slide up at the turnoff soon as we went through. Blocked the whole road.
Looks like you're kind of marooned.
Oh, no.
I can't believe this.
What are we gonna do?
We can't just wait here.
Till morning, anyway.
Till morning?
No, that's quite impossible. No, I've got to be in Boston at 9 a.m.
Then you better start walking, mister. That bus is going to stay parked out there till they fix the bridge. Either that, or hope they drop you some snowshoes.
I tell you, it's out of the question. I absolutely must be in Boston. I'll pay extra. Name your price, bus driver.
No way. I'm not risking my life or the lives of any of these folks, not to mention that bus out there, property of the Cayuga Bus Company.
Then I'll hire a cab. Where's the telephone?
Right there on the wall. But don't waste your dime. Nobody'll drive out here on a night like this, with the snow and all.
This is outrageous. Do you know how much money is at risk?
Take it easy, mister. That goes for everybody. Better make yourselves comfortable and get some hot food in you.
No problem. I can cook up any kind of grub you want. Cheeseburgers, bowl of chili, clam chowder. I even got some nice T-bones in the cold case. Anybody for steak and fries?
You the owner?
That's me. Haley's Diner. And I'm Haley. At least I was last time I looked.
There a motel around here?
Not for the next 35 miles.
How about a boarding house? Anything?
Nope. This is it.
What are we gonna do, George?
Will the bridge be open by the morning?
I can't guarantee it. Afraid you'll just have to take your chances.
Oh, that's just great. That's really swell. You get comfortable, eat some grub. That's precious little consolation for my meeting in Boston.
Calm down. We're all in this together. Why don't you just have a seat like everyone else?
Oh, this is quite a bus line you work for. They don't care much about keeping a schedule, do they?
I wouldn't be too hard on them, mister. They don't control the snowfall, and the bridges, and the avalanches, and the sides of hills that decide to come down. That's pretty much out of their hands. They try, but sometimes Mother Nature, she just doesn't listen.
Need I remind you, they nonetheless have a responsibility to their passengers. A legally binding contract.
What do you think?
They're all up the bus, aren't they?
Are they?
Well, I don't see any little green men, do you?
Ready for a refill?
Not just yet. Let me ask you a question.
Shoot.
All these people from the bus?
Well, now I guess they are. Where else would they be from?
Well, that's what we were wondering.
What's the trouble?
We didn't say there was any trouble.
Maybe not, but you fellas got that look in your eyes.
What kind of look is that?
Kinda on guard. Checking everybody out. I can see it in your face. So, you're tracking somebody, huh? An escaped fugitive?
Nothing like that.
Anything I can do to help?
We'll let you know.
This criminal. What'd he do anyway?
Oh, nothing yet.
To tell you the truth, we're not sure who we're looking for, or even if he's here.
So it is a he?
Come on, Perry, finish your coffee. We better get a move on.
How many people got off the bus?
Take a look. The gang's all here.
You saw them come in?
Sure did.
You there, driver.
Yeah, officer?
You have a passenger manifest?
A passenger manifest? Well, what do you think I got parked out there, a 707?
Just answer the question.
Mister, that's a 14-year-old bus, and business is lousy. Personally, I think my boss would run rum across the border if there was enough money in it. Me, I wouldn't do that, of course, because it's against the law. Besides, I'd get caught. But for now, we don't ask the passengers any questions. We take their fares, kiss them on the cheek, and help them on and off. We're glad to have them with or without names.
You know how many you had, though?
Yes, sir, that I do know.
How many?
6, unless one of them fell out a window when we hit a bump. I picked up 6, and I'm supposed to deliver 6. That's what they pay me for.
And you don't have any kind of list.
In that case, we might have a little bit of a problem.
What's that?
I count 7, besides Haley and the driver.
Me too. So if nobody fell out, somebody must have jumped in.
Wait a minute. The young couple in the booth. Those 2 retired folks, the lady at the table with the fake fur coat.
This isn't fake, honey. It costs plenty.
Sorry, miss. Then there's Mr. Boston, Big Shot, and the old guy at the counter. 7. You're right. It's funny. I know I only had 6.
Anybody in here before the bus stopped?
Nope. I haven't served anybody since 11 this morning. What a day, huh? Then the bus pulls up and these folks get off.
You saw that?
Yep. I saw them walk in, all together. Where else would they come from? Say, is this a trick question?
They did. This place was empty when we came in.
Then how do you account for 7 people?
Well, that sure beats me.
So that means one of them didn't get off.
Which one of you people wasn't on the bus?
I was.
We both were.
What's he talking about?
We all were. What kind of interrogation is this?
It's not an interrogation.
Then what would you call it? A police grilling? A lineup? Or are you fishing for something else? Some unspecified crimes?
We're simply gathering information.
Well, if we're going to be questioned, I insist on the right to consult with a lawyer.
Oh, that's a good one. Ain't that a good one now? First he wants snowshoes, then a lawyer.
I didn't see you on the bus.
No, that's really funny, because I didn't see you either. So I guess that makes one of us a liar, don't it?
All right, everybody, hold it down. Nobody's in trouble here. We just need your cooperation.
This is preposterous. What difference does it make who was on the bus, who wasn't? And whether there were 6 or 7 or 120?
Easy, mister.
And you, proprietor, you're supposed to be serving us. So we're going to get some food, or aren't we? Is this a diner or a Gestapo headquarters?
What's it all about, fellas?
Go ahead, tell him.
You hear something fly over here tonight?
Fly? You mean a plane?
Anything.
Nope, I don't think so. Why?
Well, there was a call into Central about 2 hours ago. Woman said she heard something fly over, and then she looked out of her window and saw it go down.
Down? From where?
From up there.
Up there?
Unidentified flying object.
Well, now that's something new. Unidentified flying object, huh? Nothing come down from up there except snow, snow, and more snow. That's all I've seen for the past 14 hours. Where'd she say it came down?
Close to here.
A UFO? Oh, that's a good one.
Something did land in Tracy's pond.
How do you know that?
It left a lot of broken branches before it hit. And
what?
We found tracks leading away from the water, or rather the ice.
Tracks leading where?
To here.
Let me get this straight. You mean somebody landed or crashed or whatever they did in Tracy's pond and then came here right into my diner? Oh, that's crazy. Nothing came in here since this morning. Nothing except...
Except me and my busload. My 6 fares. I only had 6. But there's 7 in this room. That means one of these people.
I don't like this. How do we even know you're state troopers?
Easy, honey. They got uniforms. See their badges?
I don't like this one bit. We're going away to get married, and now this thing happens.
Sit down, Connie. It's gonna be all right, I promise.
How can you, George? How can you promise?
Relax, miss. There's no need for...
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, officer, but I'm not sure I...
Let the man talk.
You're trying to tell us that there's one among us? We don't know which one, mind you, who landed in some kind of flying saucer and then joined us, infiltrated the group, and then slipped into the diner right alongside us? Do I understand you correctly?
Came in here with us, but that's not possible. We would have seen him.
Not necessarily. Do you remember who you were sitting next to?
Why, I wasn't sitting next to anyone. I was all the way in back, trying to take a nap.
Well, there you go then. It's snowing and dark, and we climbed out of the bus with our eyes closed because of the snowfall. Anyone could have come in with us, and we wouldn't have noticed.
But you were all together on the bus. Some of you must have noticed who the other passengers were.
That doesn't cut much ice. They loaded up in the snow down at Hook's Landing.
How long ago was that?
How long? Let's see. We left the landing 3 hours and 12 minutes ago. And to tell you the truth, I don't remember who got on. All I know is there was an even half dozen.
Just like a real science fiction story. That's what she is. Like a regular Ray Bradbury. 6 humans and 1 monster, all the way from outer space. Wonder if it came from Mars or from Venus.
Oh, why don't you keep quiet?
What about you, fella? You wouldn't happen to have an eye in the back of your head, would you?
I find you insufferable, sir. Do you know that?
And you ain't no prize yourself.
Well, what do you do now? Line us up for a strip search?
Nobody said anything about a search.
Good. Because there's a little matter of civil liberties. Without reasonable cause, you have no right to ask anything beyond identification. And more than that, you're skating on thin ice, legally speaking. Very thin ice indeed, sir.
Well, go ahead. I'm a dancer. I don't have a whole lot to hide. I usually get paid to take off my clothes. But if that's what you want...
Look, lady, this isn't exactly par for our course either. We go off on an awful lot of nutty assignments, but this one...
Then let me make it easy for you. I work a lot of clubs, and I know how to spot people.
Go ahead.
You pair off the couples. Since it's just one person who doesn't belong here, that eliminates the couples.
Sounds logical.
Whew, I guess that means we're in the clear. Cross us off. We're 2 of the humans.
And us too.
Yes, George.
My wife and I were exonerated.
Connie, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Yes, there is. What are you looking at me like that for?
I could have sworn...
Sworn what?
That you had a mole on your chin.
A mole? Connie, I've never had a mole on my chin.
You did too.
Honey, I did not.
I can tell you what's happening now. We're all going to get so panicky that everybody and his brother will start picking up invisible clues from everybody else. This stuff is nonsense.
It certainly is nonsense. If a husband and wife suddenly start to wonder whether the husband really is the husband or the wife is really... When did you start turning so gray?
Now, wait a minute. I think 23 years is long enough for a woman to figure out who she's married to. So stop looking at me like that.
Oh, this is rich. I love this. Better than a horror movie. He don't know who she is, she don't know who he is. And as for you, Miss Fur Coat, we don't know who you are. And that big-talking lemon sucker over there, he's the most suspicious of the bunch.
What's happening?
That jukebox. It started up by itself.
Who did that?
Nobody was anywhere near it.
That ever happened before?
Not unless you put a quarter in it.
The lights!
What's wrong with the lights?
Somebody turn the lights back on.
There's your lights again. Just gotta be patient is all.
This happened a lot, does it?
Not till now. Must have been the storm. Could have tripped a circuit breaker, I guess.
Or a power outage, a line down somewhere. Only
what?
Why did it last a couple of seconds and then come back on? Unless...
What are you thinking?
Unless someone caused it to happen. Where's your circuit box?
In back.
You want my flashlight?
Everybody stay where you are.
Leave your gun in your holster, Perry.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. We'll question each one of you one at a time.
Now see here.
One at a time.
Stay seated, everybody. You got a back door to this place?
Sure do.
How does it lock?
Night latch and key, why?
Where's the key?
Right here on my belt.
Go back there and lock it.
It's always locked. But if that certain somebody is really from outer space, they'll just go through the wall anyway, won't they?
Check them for wings. Check them all for wings. Look under their coats.
Might as well start with you, Grandpa. You got identification?
I left it down there by the pond in my spaceship.
Who won the National League pennant last year?
What is this anyway? Some practical joke? If so, well, you've prolonged it beyond the point of human endurance.
Yeah, human.
Just answer the question.
I understand, I get it, so keep your britches on. Pittsburgh Pirates won it, officer. And then they took 4 out of 7 from the Yankees.
That's right.
Sharp boys, those two. Real sharp. Didn't figure a Martian would know anything about the great American pastime, did you?
You got identification, miss?
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I left my wallet. I left my wallet with my suitcase.
And where's that? On the bus?
I didn't give her a baggage check. I would have remembered. That means it was a carry-on.
Was it?
No.
See there? You better strip search her pronto.
It was shipped on ahead.
What's your name, miss?
Ethel McConnell. I'm a professional dancer.
With how many legs? How many you got under that coat?
I'm gonna belt you, Grandpa.
She was on the bus.
How do you know?
Yeah, she's the only one I noticed.
Thank you.
But who noticed him? How do we know you're the same fellow who was driving the bus? There ain't nobody who's been exonerated yet, that's for sure.
Look, let's cut this farce right now.
That's what we're trying to do.
Well, then let each one of us show our identification and put an end to it for good and all. This whole thing is getting out of hand.
Then how do you explain the extra person in here?
Very simply. The driver is mistaken. 7 people got on the bus, and he thought there were only 6.
Is that possible?
Not a chance in the world. I counted 6 heads before we took off, like always. There were 6 passengers.
And what's your name?
Olmsted. That's O-L-M.
Hey! Who's doing that?
Never happened before, I swear.
Oh, I can't stand this.
Connie, please, sit down.
I mean it. I can't.
Getting upset isn't going to help matters.
What if it were invisible?
Sit down, please.
What if there were something in here from that pond?
Oh, Connie.
What if there were, but we couldn't see it?
I said, sit down.
Hey, I'll see to her, officer. Honey, calm down.
Why is he taking his gun out?
Easy, Perry.
I think it's time for a look around.
All right, folks, We may have a good laugh about all this in the morning, but for the time being, do the smart thing. Everybody just stay where you are. My partner's going to check the grounds, and please, nobody do anything foolish, like trying to leave. I'll be right outside the door. Perry?
Here's your flashlight. Back door's locked up tight like he said, and there's no tracks back there. Whatever it was, it came in the front door, just like everybody else.
This isn't gonna work.
What do you mean?
We can't hold them here.
We're not holding them. They can't go anywhere in this weather. Meanwhile, we're going to find out what happened.
What if nothing happened? What if they're telling the truth?
Look, add it up. 6 + 1 is 7. Is that nothing?
Somebody could have remembered wrong.
What about the tracks?
You can't even see them anymore.
But we did see them. We both did. Isn't that right?
That's right. The question is, what should we do about it? We could have a group of innocent people in there.
Well, if we do, we'll find that out too. Hey, give me your flashlight again.
What's the matter?
What's that?
Here you go, miss. 1 New York steak. Medium rare, just like you ordered.
How much do I owe you?
Put it on my bill, Haley.
Sure, you say so.
No strings?
No strings. With your bag stuck on another bus somewhere, back around Binghamton is my guess, it's the least I could do.
You're a nice guy, Olmsted. Next time you're in the city, stop by the club. Drinks on the house.
Baby, you got yourself a deal. Hey, Haley?
Yeah?
Where are the troopers?
Still outside, I guess. Snow seems to be letting up.
Say, you didn't pull that gag, did you? The business about the lights and the jukebox starting up.
Not me. I'm strictly short orders and pay my taxes to Uncle Sam. I don't know anything about science fiction. A jukebox is a jukebox. And if the blame thing feels like starting up on its own, you'd better go call an electrician.
Don't have to do that. Just take me to your leader.
Snow's letting up, is it?
Quite a bit. You can see the bridge now.
And?
Well, she seems to be holding up pretty well.
I know that bridge. And what's more, I don't trust it.
Well, then thank goodness it's not your judgment we have to concern ourselves with. Because if that bridge gets a clean bill of health, you're going to drive the bus across it.
Mister, you may be a hotshot in Boston, Mass., but when it comes to bridges and buses, I got seniority. And I tell you, that bridge is so old that...
There it goes again. Almost like a strobe light.
They keep going on and off like somebody's throwing a switch.
We're losing power. I'd say it's the whole area.
Or it could just be right here.
This is getting weird. Just plain weird.
I wish whoever it was would play his cards right now and get it over with.
Why don't they do something? What's the point of us all staying cooped up here and...
Connie, sit down.
I will not sit down. Take your hand off me, George.
Oh, my. The young lady suffers from claustrophobia, I suppose. Isn't that just dandy for the rest of us?
She's right. If this is some sort of a game, let him come out in the open like a man.
That's right. It's because he's afraid. The human race is too tough for him, is that it? Well, I'll take him on. Even at my age.
The point is, we're all kids in a closet here.
What does that mean?
We're all just as much in the dark. Nobody understands what's going on. But it happens to be a fact that if it was some kind of saucer that landed in the pond, and if he did come in here, I think it would be a real healthy idea if we pinpointed that particular somebody and kept him from leaving.
That makes sense. But I think that girl might have the right idea. Maybe whoever it is invisible. Maybe he's just playing around, cat and mouse.
Oh, please. That's utter nonsense.
It's as good an explanation as any I've heard. But what if the thing doesn't show itself? Do we just sit around here holding our breaths?
We may not have to.
You mean you figured out who it is?
Not exactly, but we found something in the snow outside that may be a clue.
Really? And what is it? An alien spacesuit?
No, just this.
What is it?
They look like scales of some sort.
Oh, please, for the love of God. Look, it could just as easily be guitar picks dropped by some itinerant teenager.
That's what I thought at first. But it turns out there are a lot of them outside, scattered in the snow. Mostly under the snow by now. They sparkle when they catch the light, like fish scales. Trail leads across the highway, from the pond, straight to here. So this is the first hard evidence we have. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm afraid it's true. Someone in this diner is not what they appear to be.
By golly, I knew it. It's the creature from the Black Lagoon. Flew down here from some water world, and now he shed his skin like a snake. Better look under everybody's coat, boys. Pretty soon he'll be swallowing folks whole.
What about you? I don't see you eating any food.
I had me some fries and a Coke. Can't eat meat. Too greasy.
Hey, my food's not greasy. Of course, it is ground-up cow.
Now, if you ask me...
Nobody asked you, and nobody will.
Why don't you leave the old man alone?
And who invited you to speak your piece?
Oh, I didn't realize we were waiting for invitations. I've seen your type, fella. You got a thing about bossing everyone around.
Those scale things, they couldn't be from Mars. No water up there. Has to be Venus. Now, Martians, they hide in the sand till something comes by and zap, get them with their tongues, like one of them lizards out in the desert. Or is it the other way around?
Look, it's bad enough having to sit here without listening to all this petty arguing. I told you it would come to this, and I was right.
Come off that high horse of yours.
Everybody sit down, now. We're not playing around here.
What was that?
The sugar bowls. They all cracked, just like they exploded.
Well, now I gotta go and buy new ones.
You all right, Miss McConnell?
I think so.
Now, who'd be calling here this time of night?
I told headquarters where we were.
I'll take it.
Be my guest.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's Perry here. What's that? Mm-hmm. It's definite? Yes, sir. That's fine. Right. Thank you.
Well?
The bridge is okay.
Well, it's about time.
Are you sure?
County engineers just checked it out. The load of snow just broke away, and, well, with no more snowfall, they say it's safe.
Shall we go?
Well, if that was a county, I reckon it's okay. I'm gonna take it real slow, though.
What about it?
We can't hold them.
You're making a big mistake, officer. A big mistake. You're letting a monster out.
Well, that might be, Pop. That may well be. But I can't hold people on suspicion of being not human.
You can move them out anytime.
Okay, folks, let's go. You're sure about the bridge, officer? I never liked that sucker. She swings in the wind, and she's not a suspension.
You can follow us. We'll take the car across first, just to be sure.
You can pay your checks over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure serving you. Safe trip and Godspeed. You all come back and see us real soon now. Except for one of you, that is.
Yeah, that's it then.
Just like that. What was it all for, anyway?
Just part of the job, to protect and to serve.
I sure hope they're going to make it safe and sound. I feel like we should follow them.
Well, as soon as they cross the county line, they're out of our jurisdiction. All we can do now is lead them across the bridge and hope for the best. Whatever happens after that, it's out of our hands.
Yeah. But I still got that feeling, you know?
What feeling?
Like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
No tips. Not a one. We're closed. I said we're all closed up. Didn't you see the sign?
Coffee, please. Black.
All right, one coffee. But that's it. Kitchen's shut down.
Did you burn yourself?
No. I'm all right. But what I mean is, didn't you get on the bus? I saw you with my own eyes.
Oh, I did indeed. Yes, I went on the bus. And you know something? The bridge wasn't safe. It collapsed halfway across. State trooper's car, the bus, kerplunk, right in the water. It's a terrible scene. In fact, nobody got out except me.
Except you?
Except me. Lucky, I guess.
Very lucky, but...
But what?
You're not even wet.
Wet? What's wet?
What do you mean, what's wet? You landed in the river, but your clothes are all dry.
An illusion is all. Just an illusion. Like that thing playing. That's an illusion.
Say, how'd you do that?
Or the telephone ringing.
Hello? Hello? Nobody there.
You see, just an illusion. A parlor trick is all.
What's going on? What are you, some kind of magician?
Me? Hardly. See? Nothing up my sleeves. I'll take my gloves off so you can be quite sure. Do you have a match by any chance?
Your hands, you've got scales all over your skin. Well, what do you know?
Before you faint dead away, I might as well tell you. The name really isn't Ross, and I wasn't really going to Boston. Actually, I've been sent down as an advance scout. You know, these, what do you call these? These cigarettes? Oh, they taste wonderful. We don't have a thing like this on Mars.
No kidding.
That, incidentally, is where I'm from. We're beginning to colonize, and my friends, who will be arriving shortly, I think they're going to like it here. It's a lovely area, so homey, so off the beaten track. Just the place to start a colony. Don't you agree, Mr. Haley?
I don't mind. I have a little waiting to do myself. You see, Mr. Ross... excuse me.
How did you do that? With your tongue? Most remarkable. Must have been 18 inches long.
Just a tasty little trick I learned back home. It makes it unnecessary for me to eat the local fauna, which is, let's face it, pretty disgusting. Cows and all that. Anyway, the name isn't Haley, and I agree that this is an exceptional place to colonize. We folks from Venus had the same idea, only we got it several years ago. I think I ought to tell you now that your friends aren't coming. They've been intercepted. There is a colony arriving, but it's from Venus. If you're still alive when they get here, you'll see how much they differ.
What do you mean by that? If I'm still alive?
Not much silicon-based protein here, and I've always heard about Martians. An intergalactic treat. Supposed to be a real delicacy.
Don't look at me like that. You stay away now.
I'm just going over to the jukebox. For the time being. I agree about what they call music. It helps to pass the time. Why don't you play some while we wait?
All right. If you insist.
Incident on a small outpost of civilization, to be believed or disbelieved, depending on your frame of reference, your imagination, and whether or not you're from Mars, Venus, or Missouri. But no matter the degree of your skepticism, if a sour-faced dandy named Ross, who looks like a stocks and bonds salesman, or a big, good-natured counterman who handles a spatula as if he'd been born with one in his mouth, if either one of these two entities walks onto your premises, you'd better hold his hand, scales and all, or watch his words, especially that long, sticky tongue of his. Because the gentleman in question just might try to colonize you, or at least take you with them on a one-way trip into the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Chaz Holloway and Dennis Etchison, and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, David Darlow, Brooke Sanford, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Kurt Nabig, Meg Thalkin, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Sarah Marks, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Mrs. Pratt?
Oh, hello there, Ida. How are you?
Can't complain. And yourself?
I was just making some lemonade. Come on in.
I shouldn't stay. My son's coming to dinner. I have to put a casserole in the oven.
Just for a moment, then. I'll get you a nice tall glass in the kitchen.
Well, if you don't mind.
You can be my taster. You absolutely must tell the truth, though. If it's too sour, I'll add more sugar.
It looks lovely. Where'd you get the lemons?
From Mr. Takamori's backyard. He brought me a whole bag of them.
How thoughtful.
Oh, he's an absolute jewel. I swear, that man can grow anything.
He's certainly done wonders for the trees on this street. It's delicious.
I always say there's nothing like fresh lemonade.
I see Arthur's doing your lawn now.
Yes, he's such a fine young man.
Isn't he?
Always so polite.
Do you think he'll take over his uncle's nursery?
Oh, I seriously doubt it. With college and all, he has his sights set on something higher.
May, I was wondering, couldn't Arthur do Mr. Fenton's lawn, too?
Mr. Fenton? Well, I believe he'd rather do it himself. You know that man.
Yes, but his place has been a fright lately.
Oh, such a shame. He used to keep that yard so neat. I hear his wife moved out.
The boy doesn't charge much, and Mr. Fenton's lots go into seed. It lowers property values, you know.
Well, then, why don't you ask him?
Oh, I couldn't. He'd think I was being a busybody.
Arthur, I mean. He can stop by after he finishes here. It wouldn't hurt.
I suppose. If he needs the job.
I expect he does. That family's worked so hard. Can't have been easy after the war.
You don't think...
What?
Mr. Fenton was in the service, wasn't he?
The Marine Corps.
I hope he doesn't have a problem, then, with the Japanese.
Oh, that boy's as American as you and I, born and bred.
I know, but there is a feeling with some people.
Not in this neighborhood. I'm sure Mr. Fenton has put all that behind him.
I should hope so. I was just about to bring Arthur some lemonade. You can mention it now. If you think it's all right. Of course it is. What went on back then was a terrible, terrible thing. But believe me, the war is over. In our town, it ended a long time ago.
A trip back in time to an era that's now ancient history. The period? The early 1960s, 20-odd years since Pearl Harbor. The war ended long ago, but for some, so much bitterness and loss are not easily forgotten. Such is the case with our two antagonists whom you are about to meet. Mr. Walter Fenton, veteran of World War II and an officer in the United States Marine Corps, and young Mr. Arthur Takamori, first-generation son of Japanese immigrants who has no memory at all of those years. Despite their best intentions, this unlikely pair will soon square off for a battle with the ghosts of the past in the darkest, most haunted reaches of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Encounter, starring Stacy Keach and Byron Mann.
Get a load of this stuff. Where'd it all come from? Psh, what a mess. Not a nuke at all. Shoes, clothes. Hey, there's the old radio. Plug it in, see if it works. Well, well. A whole lot of junk and nothing but. Say, what's in the trunk? Well, will you look at that? The sword. Oh, yeah. I remember this. How could I forget? Wish to heaven I could. Yeah?
Mr. Fenton? Anybody home?
Up here, in the attic.
Sorry to bother you. I can come back later.
That's okay. Front door's open.
All right. Mr. Fenton?
It's me.
Sorry if I disturbed you.
What do you want?
Well, Mrs. Bowles down the street sent me over.
Oh, she did, huh?
Said you wanted somebody to take care of the yard?
My yard? How would she know?
Oh. Well, if it was a mistake, I apologize.
No, hold on. Matter of fact, she's right. Might as well come in.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Well, if you say so.
Lots of cobwebs. Haven't been up here for a while.
Oh, that's okay.
Haven't I seen you around?
Maybe. I cut the grass with some of the people on the block. My uncle runs the nursery at the corner.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do you think?
About what?
The lawn.
Yeah, I could use a hand, I guess.
If it's just the front, I can take care of it twice a month. Charge you the same as Mrs. Bowles and Mrs. Platt.
Sounds fair enough.
Anything more would have to be extra.
Like?
You know, the backyard or the lot. Is that yours too?
Yeah, don't worry about that. At least not right away. I ought to warn you, though.
Yes?
It won't be steady work.
Sir?
Don't get the idea it's a regular job or anything.
Oh, that's all right. I've got plenty of other jobs.
Good, because I'm going to sell this termite dump as soon as I find someone fool enough to buy it.
I understand, Mr. Fenton.
Got it listed already. A little fixer-upper, a handyman's dream with a semi-vacant lot attached. Sounds pretty good, huh?
I can only come on the weekends. I go to school the rest of the time.
Sold.
I'll be back at the end of the day then, if that's all right.
Good enough.
Well, nice meeting you.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
What's your hurry?
I better get back to Mrs. Platt's.
Sit down. We'll have a beer on it.
No thanks, just the same.
I'm serious. Plenty on ice downstairs. Besides, we have something else to talk about.
We do?
Pull up a box and take a load off.
Well, I haven't started Mrs. Bowles' lawn yet, and it's getting pretty late.
Nuts to Mrs. Bowles. Knock off for 10 minutes. You need extra money, right?
Sure. Same as everybody.
I got an idea.
What's that?
There's a way you can make some more cash on the side. Could add up.
How?
All you have to do is give me a hand. Do some sorting, get some cardboard boxes.
I'm pretty busy already.
Hear me out at least.
Well, 10 minutes then.
Let me make room for you.
I can stand.
No trouble. I need some help with this junk up here. Anything you see, you can have. Most of it, anyway. Resell it, whatever you want. I just have to get rid of it before I show the house. What do you say?
I'm not very good at garage sales.
I don't care about that. Never know what you might find. Yeah, I got a lot of clothes, gadgets, old magazines, books my wife like to read.
I don't know.
What's your name, boy?
Arthur.
Arthur?
Arthur Takamori. Anything wrong with that?
No, it just sounds funny.
Why?
Well, you have to admit you don't look like an Arthur.
I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, sure you are.
I was born in this country.
Who said you weren't? Did I say that?
None so many words.
Then take that chip off your shoulder.
I gotta go.
What about that beer?
No thanks. I'm not thirsty.
Come on, I didn't mean anything. You're awful sensitive.
Am I? Maybe I am.
There, see?
My given name is Ito. I changed it because nobody ever spells it right.
So, a rose is a rose. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Watch your head there, Arthur. The ceiling's pretty low. What a junk pile, huh?
I've seen worse.
I bet you have. The attic's been this way for 20 years. I don't go up here much. The wife used to yell about it. But I was so stubborn. Now she's gone to stay with her sister. Or so she says. Wouldn't be surprised if she never comes back.
Sorry.
Don't be. We all get what we deserve. Don't you think?
I couldn't say.
Well, I could. You ever know something before you know it?
How do you mean?
In your gut, in your bones, the way a dog knows an earthquake's coming, the way the birds get quiet right before a storm. It doesn't matter what anybody says, it's a fact. It's closing in on you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
We always have a choice.
Doesn't mean a thing. I know it and she knows it. She's got my number, all right. A guy who's never going to amount to a hill of beans, and he's drowning in junk.
I'm sure these things meant a lot to you, or you wouldn't have saved them.
What else could I do? It's all I got. I couldn't just let it go. Even stuff from the war. You see that mannequin in the corner?
Was that your uniform?
Sure was. Get a load of it. Used to be pretty spiffy.
I'll bet.
Don't mind the dust. Yeah, I put this on and people would step out of the way. Even when I got home. My dress cap, brass buttons, like they thought I was a movie star. My girl was proud to go out with me to the movies, to get an ice cream, and just to walk around. I was a war hero. But after a while, that didn't cut it anymore.
You ought to pack it away. Put it in mothballs.
What for? I'll never wear it again. Hard to imagine. This monkey suit used to fit me to a T. With all the buttons and everything.
It probably still would.
Now you're being polite. I turned into a tub of rancid lard, I know that. But I was pretty tough once.
Were you?
I went all through Saipan and Okinawa.
Oh.
Check the fruit salad.
The what?
That's what they call the ribbons and medals. I got a whole box of them from this and that campaign. All put away. I don't know what for. Never wear them again as long as I live.
I don't know much about the war.
No?
It's before my time.
Yeah. You ever see one of these?
Yeah, in the movies.
A genuine samurai sword. Not a fake like you see nowadays. I took it from a Jap who was trying to cut off my noggin.
A what?
Excuse me, a Japanese officer. You see the blade? Got something engraved on it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you think you could translate it for me?
Could I?
Well, I can't read it. Always wonder what it means.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Why?
I don't know the language.
You don't?
Only English.
Oh, come on, boy.
My mother used to speak Japanese around the house when I was little, but I never learned.
That a fact.
You said you wanted help with this junk?
Oh, yeah. But first, let me get those beers.
None for me.
Well, I need one. My throat's full of dust.
I can't stay.
Be back in a jiffy. Oh, better put that sword away. The blade's still razor sharp. You!
It can't be. I don't know how or why, but I'm gonna kill this man. I'm gonna kill him. I can feel it. I'm gonna kill him. With this sword.
Here you go. A whole six-pack, nice and cold.
Yeah, maybe I will have one.
Go ahead, you're entitled. I even brought an opener.
Thank you.
Always tastes better in glass, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess so.
You partial to beer, Ito? American beer, I mean.
The name's Arthur.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's just, when I look at you, I don't think Arthur. You understand?
You don't look like much of a soldier either.
Huh. You got me there, boy. You sure do.
And while you're at it, Mr. Fenton, I don't like to be called boy. Europeans always call the natives boy and moan about the white man's burden.
Hey, now, simmer down.
The fact is, I'm a full-grown man, I work for a living, and the name I answer to is Arthur, or Artie, to my friends. And once in a while, believe it or not, to Mr. Takamuri.
Man, are you wound up? Do this every time a guy offers you a beer?
Sorry, nothing personal.
No, it sure isn't.
I just wanted to set the record straight, so we understand each other. I get tired of being treated like I'm different.
Let's forget it. The war's over.
Yes, it is.
And in case you don't know it, there isn't a serviceman who saw combat in the Pacific and doesn't respect the Japanese army. They fought like tigers.
Well, that's what soldiers do. Fight when there's a war.
It was a rare thing to take them alive. They just wouldn't give up.
Is that supposed to be a backhanded compliment?
I guess it is. Well, here's to bravery. Banzai.
Okay. I get it.
Say, where did I put that pig sticker?
What?
The sword.
I put it back in the holder, like you said. Then I set it on those National Geographics.
Well, it's not there now.
Well, maybe it slipped down.
Not that I can see. Funny if it got lost. I've been trying to lose it for years. I never could, though.
Why would you want to do that?
This thing gives me the willies. I should have left it instead of taking it as a souvenir, you know what I mean?
Maybe you should have.
I tried to sell it, hawk it, give it away, even throw it out in the trash. Each time it comes back.
I suppose you're going to tell me it's haunted.
No, I don't believe in that jazz. But when people refuse it, even as a gift, and when the man on the garbage truck leave it, well, you give up after a while. Say, why don't you take it?
I don't think so.
Why not?
What would I do with it?
Well, you could frame it, put it on the wall, sell it, or you could always give it back to me. Point first, if that's what you'd like to do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, I don't blame you for not wanting it. It's a pretty ugly thing.
Not really.
Sure it is if you think about it, especially with what's engraved on the blade.
I thought you couldn't read it.
I can't, but I like to imagine. I always thought it said something real poetic, like, "This sword will avenge me." What do you think?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, come off it, Arthur.
Look, Mr. Fenton, I'm kind of in a hurry. I work hard and...
So what's so special about working for a living? You said that twice. Don't you think I work for a living?
I didn't say...
I worked since I was a kid, and I had jobs a lot tougher than cutting grass. I used to drive a cat. You know what a cat is, Arthur? It's no sports car, let me tell you. It's a big earth mover. You ever move the earth, Arthur? No, of course not. You manicure it.
I've got to get going.
What's the rush? Drink your beer. Just tell me where you hid the sword.
Where I?
You buried it in here somewhere, didn't you, when I was gone?
You're crazy.
To get it out of the way.
For what reason?
Oh, I don't know. It could be dangerous in the wrong hands.
Whose? Mine or yours?
I left the sword with you next to this stack of magazines. I remember distinctly. Tell me something, Arthur. You don't seem very relaxed. Are you, by any chance, afraid of me?
Why should I be?
Oh, I can think of a few reasons.
Such as?
Well, my background, for one.
What's so special about that?
Because I was a soldier.
So were a lot of people. Really, there's no point in talking about it now, is there?
I was in a fighting outfit. You know what that means? It's not like the recruiting posters, let me tell you. Pictures of a nice, clean-cut kid helping little old ladies cross the street, starting fires by rubbing two Boy Scouts together. A soldier like that wouldn't last one night on the beach or in a foxhole. A real soldier's a highly trained machine, made for one purpose, combat. Split-second reactions in place of emotions. He's on a high wire, always on his toes. His nerve ends are dead, and he's as cold and hard as this helmet, like this one right here. Saw me through plenty. Yeah, it still fits. It always will. Like it's a part of me, the part that survived. He doesn't feel anything. Funny thing is, he doesn't even hate anymore. He can kill without hating. He'd better. It takes time to hate, see? They don't talk about that at home. But he's really something to fear. In fact, nothing is more terrible to meet on a dark night than a trained U.S. soldier with an M1, a Thompson, a grenade, a trench knife with brass knucks, or his bare hands.
Yank! Come out and die!
Some dirty little son of heaven was out there in the jungle just asking for it, so I thought I'd oblige. I started circling wide to get behind him.
Yes, it was night. A very dark night.
It was a simple exercise, basic training. All it took was someone with more luck than brains.
Yank! Yank! Over here! Come out and die, Yank!
I kept moving. Then I saw something. It was the machine gun nest. They had a great position up high behind the trees, so I stayed low and headed around the side. But before I got there... You!
No more, Yank. Now you die.
Go on. Do it. Do it, you dirty little... No, wait. Stop. Stop!
What?
Put the sword down. It was only a story.
Story, yes.
Don't get carried away. I was only telling you how it was.
I'm sorry.
Man, for a minute there.
I don't know what got into me.
Where'd you find it?
What?
The sword.
It must have slipped down behind the trunk. All of a sudden, I saw it and...
You handled it like you were gonna prune a tree. Good thing you hesitated. That officer I was telling you about, he would have gotten me for sure.
Yes. I know.
What do you mean by that?
Something tells me you didn't get that sword the way you said you did.
No?
No. You shot him after he surrendered.
What?
The Japanese officer? He dropped the sword and surrendered. You killed him in cold blood.
All right, so what if I did? So what?
I don't know. That's your problem. I don't feel well. What am I doing here? I've got to get out of here.
Yeah, maybe you should.
The door's stuck.
You must be awful weak. Pull.
It won't move. Did you lock it?
How could I? There's no lock on the inside. Here, let me try.
I'll pull with you.
I guess you're not supposed to leave just yet.
What do you mean?
If I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't. I don't understand any of this, but I'd say we're locked in here together, just the two of us, for better or worse, till death do us part. Still stuck.
I'll try the window.
Just our luck that won't open either.
right.
I don't know what's making it do this. It hasn't happened before. Never mind, there must be some tools up here. I can take the hinges off.
Yeah, you do that.
Forget the window. It's too high up to climb out. Of course, we could break the glass and yell for help, but that'll be a last resort. See if you can find a screwdriver.
I wouldn't know where to look.
What are you doing with that sword now?
Don't worry. I'm only looking at it.
Thinking about becoming a samurai?
Couldn't I?
If you ever come at me with that thing again, I'll chop you up like hamburger.
I don't like that kind of talk, Mr. Fenton.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No, I've got a short fuse, so don't strike matches.
A short fuse, huh? From what, kid? Too much sake in your oatmeal?
I was born in Honolulu, near Pearl Harbor.
No kidding. Were you one of the pilots?
I was 4 years old. My parents lived in Hawaii all their lives. My father worked for the Navy as a civilian contractor.
Yeah? Doing what? Sabotaging the planes?
He helped build the docks at Pearl. He was foreman of a construction gang.
Almost a genuine war hero.
He was a war hero. He was on the docks when they came that Sunday morning. He was there when the first wave of bombers flew over. Standing there, watching men that looked like him, destroying what he built with his own hands. The plane circled overhead. I stood on the hillside where we lived and looked up at the sky and saw them. And my mother held my hand and tried to make me run inside the house, but I stood and watched the airplanes. While down below at the harbor, my father tried to warn the sailors, tried to tell the men on the ships what was happening. But the bombers came anyway, and I could hear the boom, boom, boom as the bombs exploded. And I could see the smoke, and my mother was crying. My father was yelling to warn the sailors, yelling for them to fire back. And the Navy gave him a medal, posthumously. He was a hero. A great hero.
That's some story.
My mother and I were shipped to California 1 year later. We were placed in a relocation center.
Yeah, I heard about those.
Do you know what a relocation center is, Mr. Fenton? It's a fancy name for a concentration camp. That's where I grew up. In a stinking concentration camp, especially reserved for American citizens who happen to have slanted eyes and yellow skin. That's what the son of a hero got, Mr. Fenton. Sometimes I think they should have dropped more bombs.
Easy, kid.
I'm such a liar.
What? We all are sometimes. Don't be so hard on yourself.
It didn't happen that way.
Oh, come on.
He was a traitor. He signaled the planes. He showed them where to drop the bombs. Do you hear what I'm saying? My old man was a traitor.
Here, you need this.
I gotta get out.
Sure you do. The whole thing's stupid, isn't it? You come up here to make a few bucks and I ask you to have a beer because, well, if you want to know, I was kind of lonesome. You see, the wife got a little teed off at me before she left, but she'll be back. Wait and see. I guess maybe she's right. I do drink too much. You married, Arthur? No, I guess not. You know, you guys are way ahead of us as far as women are concerned. You really know how to treat them. It's an ever-loving fact. I saw it with my own eyes over there. And, Sonny, that's one part of Japan culture we could use. We give our women too much freedom, see? I mean, too much status. And what do they do with it? They kick us when we're down. That's what they do with it. Look, Arthur, you're a pretty nice Joe. I could tell that right away. That's why I asked you to stay for a couple of beers so I could admit to you, man to man, that it's been rough lately. The truth is I didn't retire. They canned me from the job. That's right, they put somebody else on the cat. Can you imagine that? Just because of a few lousy drinks? Why, Arthur, I've been driving that thing around since the war, slicing crummy lots for crummy houses out of the crummy hills. It wasn't the booze. That was just an excuse. It's the cheap labor they're getting nowadays. We let them in from everywhere. Mexico, Puerto Rico, foreigners. We make Hawaii a state, and what do we get? A lot of
what? Say it.
Oh, no offense to you, Arthur. You're different. 100% American. Born here and everything. Not like you're old man. I'm talking about those others who'll be trying to snatch your job, too. One fine morning, you'll show up and find some gook at work in your flowers, clipping your hedges, mowing your lawns, taking the bread right out of your mouth, and it won't matter if you're sober or not. They'll work a lot cheaper, so you've had it, buddy boy. Ooh, but I'm getting off the subject. The wife, like I say, she went to her sister's, said we were all washed up. Can you beat that? That's gratitude for you. But never mind, she'll be back. She knows which side her bread's buttered on, and if she doesn't come back, who needs her? A man can make it alone. Arthur? Women are a dime a dozen. Anyone who's ever been to the Orient knows that. You're awful quiet, Arthur. Still holding on to that sword, huh? What's the matter, Arthur? Or do you want me to call you Ito now?
I have nothing to say.
Listen, don't take it so hard. I mean, just because your old man was a sneaky little double-dealing traitor doesn't mean you are. I mean, what the hell? You don't have to go and change your name and all and forget you know how to speak Japanese. There are plenty of sneaks and double-crossers on both sides.
Like you.
Hold it right there, buddy.
You were no better. You were a murderer. You killed a defenseless man.
Now take it easy. What happened on Okinawa? Well, you can't blame me. You know we had orders not to take any prisoners. That's right. No prisoners, they said. Seems the little monkeys were coming in with their hands behind their heads and grenades in their loincloths, and they'd pitch them at you without the slightest hesitation the first chance they got. The kamikaze philosophy. So, no prisoners. That was the order, straight from topside.
You had your philosophy, too.
You can't hold a man responsible for obeying orders, can you? You get shot in wartime for having a mind of your own. Follow orders if you want to stay alive. Oh, yeah, I know. Those Nazi generals in Nuremberg. You're going to bring that up. Well, let's face it. They had a point. They were ordered to do what they did, and they had to obey.
The oldest defense in the world.
So, who's guilty of what? Think about it. Where does it begin and where does it end? In the Pacific, we were told you people were some species of ape, not even human, so we shouldn't worry about burning you out of caves. Today, all of a sudden, you're fine people, highly cultured, and it was all propaganda about your lousy transistor radios.
Is that all we represent to you?
Come on, Arthur, put down the sword and let's have another beer.
Stay where you are.
I don't like to drink alone. And to tell you the truth, I'm a little shaky today. Last night, I put away a fifth of scotch.
Can't hold your liquor, huh?
Arthur, don't you get it? The wife up and left me. I'm all alone now. And yesterday, when I called about getting my job back, the foreman hung up on me. I'm not a bad guy, Arthur. Why is all this happening to me? All right, don't answer. Kill me if that's what you're here for. Go ahead, I dare you.
What's that? Your judo pose?
I told you I'm a trained soldier. Okay, Ito, come on. I'm waiting for you.
You're ridiculous.
Oh, so that's it. You're trying to scare me. So all right, I'm scared, but not of dying, of living. I can't make it anymore, Ito. Or Arthur, or whatever your name is. There's nothing left, nothing. I got a box full of decorations for killing highly cultured people. And I've been pushed and pulled this way and that till I hate everyone in the world who's not the same as me. Look, I'll prove it. Come and get your beer, you dirty little chap.
Why, you?
Just bring it. I'm ready for you.
Ah!
How you like that, huh? Judo nothing. Stupid old American beating. Stand up and take it. Oh, you can't, huh? Well, here, I'll finish the job for you with a razor-sharp samurai sword.
You don't have the guts.
No? No?
No.
Let go of it!
Pick up the sword. Pick it up. Where is it? You gonna keep holding on to it? Roll over. Let's see what... Fenton? Fenton? What happened? What have you done? What have I done?
How do you know? It really is Shaw.
Mr. Fenton. I'll call an ambulance.
It's too late. It went clean through me.
What do you want me to do?
Pull it out. Pull it out. There. Oh, that's better. I didn't want to kill anybody. I was just trying to make a point.
Oh, my God. Oh, my dear God.
Arthur?
Mrs. Pratt?
Mr. Fenton, is Arthur in there with you? Mr. Fenton?
Two men in an attic, locked in a mortal embrace. Their common bond and their common enemy? Guilt. A disease all too common among men, both in and out of the Twilight Zone.
The Encounter, starring Stacy Keach and Byron Mann, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Montgomery Pittman. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder and Ilissa Fraden. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Is that all you ever do is play video games on your computer?
Hey, I'm in between assignments. When I got something to do, I'll do it.
Yeah, well, your next assignment is probably going to somebody else. If you spent more time looking at your calendar than that stupid game, you know you're missing the editor's briefing.
Fine. Thank you. I guess.
Yeah, I know politicians. Politicians never point fingers at voters. If anything goes wrong, it's either their opponent's fault or sunspots. Do me a favor. Find another source to support it.
Sorry I'm late, Tom.
Ugh, Alex, you're always late. Get a plane ticket to San Francisco and rent a car. There's a research lab about 3 hours up the coast. Something right up your alley. Nanotechnology.
Yeah, if it's too small to see, it must be Alex.
Very funny. Maybe folks can find some new nano humor before I get back. Speaking of which, why am I going to Northern California?
There's a guy named Thompson, a researcher, has a PhD in inorganic chemistry. Rumor has it he's found a way to use microscopic robots to clean up oil spills. If it's true, any company with the technology will make billions.
Never heard of him.
No one has. That's our job. You do know that.
That's not my point. I mean, joke all you want about nanotech, but I know more about it than anyone in this building. This guy's off the radar.
Yeah, and it gets better. It's starting to look like his venture capital is coming from a consortium of Middle Eastern banks. That means there's big oil money behind this guy, and it's possible he may have really pulled this off.
That explains the secrecy. Big oil doesn't like publicity.
I didn't say this would be easy. He works out of a private lab off Highway 1. He's right on the ocean.
Oh, sweet deal.
Look, I don't care what you do in your spare time, but find out something about this guy and what he's up to.
I don't suppose knocking on the door and saying, "Hi, I'm a reporter, what are you up to?" is gonna work?
No. Your usual investigative reporting approach is probably not gonna work. That's why we got you hired to work as a graduate assistant on his project.
I'm doing what?
His lab is crawling with graduate students. We created a fake resume for you and got you hired. You start in 3 days, so you better get packed.
How long am I supposed to work there?
Till you have the story. Now, get out of here.
What if he asked me to do something scientific? How do I fake that?
He won't. He treats his assistants like dirt.
I should feel right at home.
He won't ask you anything, and he sure won't tell you anything. You're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Now, go catch a plane.
Why didn't I stick with restaurant reviews?
Meet Alex Harrington, a hack reporter with little talent whose career is defined by things as small as his ability. He's a man in search of the big story, and he's about to find it under the microscope that always shows the truth. A truth that can only be found between a shoreline of dreams and that deep blue ocean of fate known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Nanobots, starring David Pasquesi, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's good enough for now. Alex, can you shut off the agitation?
Yeah, right. It's this switch, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry. What's in there today?
A blend of motor oil, axle grease, and kerosene.
Ah, the sludge du jour.
Very funny. Tim, ready for release?
All ready.
Okay, let him go.
Commence release now.
Why do they make that sound?
We don't know. They just do. It usually starts after they start eating.
And what exactly are they eating?
We're not real sure, but if it's got petroleum in it, they eat it.
No one seems to know much about anything around here.
You're right, Alex. And for the record, you seem to be the most clueless man in the building.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little break.
Beautiful view, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you coming. Yeah, I could stare at the ocean for hours.
Excuse me, can I bum a smoke off of you?
You smoke? I wouldn't have expected that. I thought all of you environmentalists were against things like cigarettes.
Yeah, well,
Don't tell anybody.
I thought so. You're not really a smoker, are you?
I guess not. I just wanted to talk to you.
Hey, you don't have to start smoking to talk to me.
You don't seem to be real happy here at the lab?
Hey, with the exception of this little balcony where I can steal a smoke, well, there's not a lot going on around here.
I like it up here, too. You know, this used to be a naval observatory. It was built in the 30s. Oceanographers used to come up here and study wave action, riptides, and current.
And now it's the designated smoking area.
Actually, smoking isn't allowed anywhere on the property.
Welcome to California.
Some of the other grad students are wondering if you're going to stay on. I mean, you really seem dissatisfied about things.
Yeah, well, after 4 weeks, I was hoping I would have made a little progress. Sorry about messing up those statistics. It's never really been a strong suit for me.
That's okay.
How long have you been working with Dr. Thompson?
About a year now. Every graduate student wants to work with him. It's a chance to make a difference. Is that why you came to work for him?
Yeah, something like that. Let me ask you something. Does he ever tell anyone anything about what's going on?
Eventually. Eventually he's had to tell all of us a little bit about what he wants to do, and we've been able to understand pretty well the incredible potential for his technology. All we knew coming in was that he was working on a revolutionary new way to save the environment.
And that was good enough for you to sign on?
Hey, graduate students rarely get any information about their assistantships. Did they tell you something more?
No, I guess not. In fact, I know less than you do. Can you fill me in?
Look, I'll tell you everything I know on one condition.
I'm listening.
Well, it's why I wanted to talk to you. Do you want to join us?
Hey, in case you haven't noticed, I joined you a month ago.
That's not what I mean. There's a group of us. We know what's going on here, and we've decided to take action.
So you want to blow the lid off this operation?
What are you talking about?
All right, maybe I should slow down. What kind of action are you looking for?
Okay.
Maybe you should lose the cigarette.
Right. I'll just hold it. Look, Dr. Thompson's a specialist in something called nanotechnology. It's small, microscopic robots that perform certain functions on a molecular level.
Believe me, I'm familiar with it.
Sorry, of course. That's why we're all here. Anyway, he's successfully developed microscopic robots that will consume oil in the ocean from oil spills.
That much I figured out. You got any idea how they work?
Yeah, I've seen them in action. They look like tiny metal spiders with a tube that extends from the center of their body. Creepy in an elegant sort of way. They're powered by the hydrogen and oxygen in water, and they attack petroleum-based materials and transform them into inert, harmless carbon dust. Then they feed on the carbon to reproduce themselves. Every nanobot reproduces itself by a factor of 2, and then those two move on to repeat the process.
Yikes, that means they reproduce exponentially.
Yeah, toss a handful of them on an oil spill, and in no time there are billions of them cleaning it up.
So what action exactly are you and your group going to take?
Dr. Thompson keeps delaying the project. Instead of applying for federal approval and implementation, he wants to shorten the lifetime of the bots. He wants to limit their functionality to a few hours, but he won't tell us why.
So he's trying to dumb them down. Doesn't sound all that profitable.
Actually, it's quite the opposite. He keeps saying it's not about profit, but we've figured it out. He's backed by some shady characters. We've seen them at the lab a few times. We think they're connected to oil companies, and it's all about the money.
Who exactly is we?
I can't say, other than it's a small group of us. We've been working together for a while, and we don't like what we see.
So you sit around, have a few beers, and diss the doc? That could affect your grade.
It's not about graduate school anymore. It's about justice. It's about the crime of big business. They make money polluting the oceans, and now they're going to make money cleaning it up. Typical big business, big government, big corporations. If Dr. Thompson can make the bots only last a few hours, they could corner the market and maintain exclusive access to the technology and total control. But if the nanobots were allowed to reproduce without limit, well, then it would be a sustainable resource that no one could really own or control.
Well, you know, there is something to be said for return on investment. It's not like all this equipment, buildings, and staff are free.
This isn't about money. This is about saving the oceans.
I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but there's a lot more wrong with this planet than just oil spills.
Yeah, but this is not just about oil spills. His nanobots don't just consume petroleum, but petroleum byproducts. What did you just do?
I flicked my cigarette off the cliff. Hey, don't worry about a fire. That's the ocean down there.
That's just the point. That's the ocean. You're no different than the rest of them. Do you realize the importance of that current down there? A current that comes down from the Sea of Japan, it circles the entire Pacific Ocean, and it's formed an eddy between Hawaii and the west coast of North America.
You get worked up pretty easy, don't you? Hey, calm down. It's just a cigarette butt, and that's a big ocean.
A big ocean with a big current that's going to take the petroleum-based fiber in your cigarette filter to a large and growing continent of garbage at the center of that eddy in the Pacific.
You know, I heard about that. A magazine did a piece on it.
Miles and miles wide and 300 meters deep, an island of garbage. A floating raft of plastic bottles, old fishing nets, thick slicks of oil, and probably more than a few of your cigarette butts.
So one more is not gonna hurt, right?
No. In fact, look, I'll flick the cigarette out there too. That's not gonna hurt either. Not today, not anymore, not after what's gonna happen in the next few hours.
Why is it I don't like the sound of that?
You will. In fact, it'll make you wish you had joined us.
What exactly did you want me to join?
Right now, there's a group headed for that garbage continent. They took the lab's research boat in the middle of the night, and they're less than half a day away from Garbage Island. Just a few hours away from a new world, a clean ocean, and a solution that won't be controlled by robber barons and oil men.
What did you do?
The nanobots are about to have their first meal.
Don't get too close. If we get tangled up in some of those old fishing nets, we'll never get out of here.
Sure we will. Once the bots get to work, this raft of plastic trash will be gone.
Look at the size of this thing. You can't even see the other side of it.
How should we do this?
Well, we've got the nanobots in these 3 test tubes, and if we throw them out on the plastic, the tubes will break and the bots will get to work.
But what if the test tubes don't break? I mean, that's a big raft of plastic out there. It's not like we're throwing these things on rocks.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. All right, you know what? Open the tubes, and they'll spill out when they land.
Let's do this.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3!
Oh, one of them broke for sure.
It doesn't even matter. All you need is one of those things to hit the water and find some plastic, and it'll start duplicating.
Is anything happening?
I don't think it's working.
Wait. Do you hear what I hear?
Yeah! Go, bugs, go!
Look! There's a hole starting to grow right where I threw my test tube.
Yeah, there's another one over there. The plastic's just dissolving away.
Hey, guys, let's crank up the engines and get out of here.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah!
So, Mr. Harrington, you've decided to leave the lab. It's not going to look good on your resume, you know?
You know, Dr. Thompson, this is going to do more for my resume than you could imagine. You see, I'm not a graduate student.
That comes as no surprise. I always thought you were a little old for this position. Besides, your performance here has been miserable. So, what are you? A government mole? Someone from the Pentagon sent to spy on my progress?
Actually, I'm a reporter.
A reporter? How quaint. I'll have you arrested. You falsified your application. You faked your credentials. You signed a security agreement. You lied and you just admitted it. You don't know who you're dealing with here.
If the answer is big oil and your group of Middle Eastern venture capitalists, I'm all over it.
Sir, you are a moron. You have no idea what's happening here.
That makes both of us. You see, there's something you should know. Something I found out about your lab and the activities of some of your graduate students. Doc, what you're doing here is quite dangerous, if not reckless.
What I'm doing here is strictly controlled, and it's nothing more than developing microscopic, mindless little machines. Machines with a voracious appetite for petroleum-based products. A thimbleful of my nanobots could have cleaned up the oil spill from the Exxon Valdez in a matter of hours. What I'm doing here will protect us from danger, not create it.
So what's the catch? I mean, if this is such a miracle invention, how come you're trying so hard to shorten their life cycle? Would that level of control make them more profitable for you and your investors, Herr Doctor?
Mr. Harrington, before I have you arrested, I'll let you in on a little secret. Control of these nanobots is not about financial gain. It's about responsibility and the danger this kind of technology could represent. It's the indiscriminate nature of the little beasts. They'll do a great job on an oil slick, but once that's gone, they could turn their attention elsewhere, such as the fuel tanks of a ship.
Wait a minute, they can't tell the difference?
How could they? They're microscopic oil-eating insect machines. You want them to have a brain as well? Maybe in 30 to 50 years, but we're just beginning here.
I think you got a problem, Doc.
Oh, I know. But in a few years, I think we'll be able to shorten the life of the bots so they only live for a few hours. That way, we clear the area and cut them loose. When they finish the job, they die. The control will be built in. Control that everyone can manage. That's what this is all about.
The nanobots you developed and are testing right now, how long does this current batch live?
Potentially forever. That's my biggest problem right now.
I wouldn't be so sure. Do your graduate students know about this?
Some do, some don't. I only tell them what they need to know. You see, Mr. Harrington, this is a Pentagon project. This is about national security, not big oil. My assistants only know what they need to know. Anything beyond that is top secret. And you are about to be placed under arrest.
Well, secret or no, I want some answers.
Of which you will get none. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Harrington, I'm going to call security.
Okay, you do that. But there's one question you're going to have to answer whether you like it or not.
And the question is?
If I told you some of your graduate students are on a boat and about to release your oil-eating nanobots into the Pacific Ocean, what would your response be?
Island of garbage is drifting. That's where Tim said they were going.
The Navy has dispatched a destroyer. I'm afraid they may blow the boat out of the water unless we reach them first.
What exactly do you plan to do?
Tell them the truth. Tell them what they don't understand or appreciate.
And if they don't listen to you?
It's our only hope. If the boat is blown up, the nanobots will not be affected. The Navy won't listen. This is our only chance to stop them.
Is that your boat?
It should be, but I don't see the floating garbage. These are the right coordinates, but all the plastic, the garbage must have drifted away.
Doc, it's 2 miles wide. It'd be hard to miss. Maybe they ran out of fuel. Or worse, maybe your little spiders got into the fuel tank.
It's possible. They seem to be drifting without power.
Wait a minute. Look at the ocean. Is that the sea bottom we're looking at?
Good God! The water is more than 1,000 feet deep in this location, and you can see the bottom.
It looks like your little inventions work.
Something's not right. The clarity of the water, I don't understand it.
CG Base, we have a ship in distress.
Pilot, what did you say?
Look below. Your research vessel's taking on water. We're going to have to go in for a rescue. How many did you say were on board?
3. 3 young men.
It's going down fast. It looks like they scuttled the boat. I don't think they like you, Doc.
It's not about me, and they didn't scuttle the boat. It's about the nanobots. Look, the hull of the boat is disintegrating.
What's going on?
This is exactly what I feared. The hull of the boat is fiberglass, a petroleum derivative. The nanobots don't know the difference. They consumed the plastic garbage until the island was gone, and now they've turned their attention to the fiberglass hull of the boat.
That's gonna put a real dent in the boating industry.
Mace, this is CG-14. The ship has sunk, and the 3 people on board are in the water. CG-14, initiate rescue. Roger that.
Oh my God, what's happening down there?
Oh, wait. Mace, CG-14. The boat sank, and the 3 survivors, they just disappeared. We can see no survivors.
The boat went down fast. It must have sucked them down with it. The water's so clear. Oh my God. This can't be happening.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report.
The United States Coast Guard has announced that thousands of distress calls have been received across the Pacific Rim in the last 48 hours. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the alert status in the United States is code red, as a combined Navy, Coast Guard, and international effort has been assembled to deal with the crisis. Latest reports indicate that numerous ships, yachts, and pleasure craft have sunk unexpectedly and abruptly along the entire Pacific coastline. All watercraft are being ordered to stay in port, with the exception of naval vessels involved in the search and rescue efforts. Stay tuned for further reports.
So that's the official story? No explanation, no information, just don't go in the water?
What do you want us to tell people? Isn't there enough panic for you media types to roll around in?
Media types? We're the bad guys? I think you're the one who's got some explaining to do, sir.
I have nothing to explain to you.
Well, maybe not me, but it looks like you got a small army of graduate students looking for some answers.
Is it true? What Tim told us? Is it true?
Tim, is he here? Where is he?
He's gone. He stole a boat from the marina. He's going out to find his friends. Before he left, he told us what they did.
Is that what the news reports are all about? Is that why the lab is surrounded by military police?
Military police have surrounded the lab? What's going on here?
No one can leave this facility. There are additional researchers en route. We're all going back to work. Work without sleep until we can find a way to stop the nanobots. Until then, we're locked down.
You're not including me in this little party, are you?
Especially you. We'll accomplish nothing with the additional chaos you'll create.
What about Tim? He took off in a fiberglass cigarette boat.
Ha! Good man. He doesn't smoke, but he found his cigarette.
Mary, Tim is dead. The boat he's traveling in will no doubt encounter a great tide of nanobots, and he too will sink into the deep. Justice, if you ask me. He's the ringleader who caused all of these problems.
So, on that happy note, I'm going up to your observation deck to have a smoke. Unless you have a problem with that, Dr. Thompson?
Smoke yourself to death. The sooner the better.
Will do. And as for all of you, Godspeed and good luck.
We'll divide into teams. No one works alone. Progress will be reported on an hourly basis.
Excuse me. Can I bum a smoke off you?
Hello, Tim. I heard you were dead.
Sounds like Mary did her job. She's one of us, you know. I figured if Thompson thought I was dead, I'd have a better chance.
It's one way of looking at it, but a better chance at what? Sounds like you and your friends have done enough.
Getting away.
Oh, nice. You and your beer-drinking buddies caused thousands of boats to sink, and all you want to do is get away. Yeah, that's saving the Earth for you.
We didn't know. Thompson told us nothing. We thought the same thing you did, that he was trying to make a world-saving technology. And then we found out it was nothing more than a profit center for the companies and governments destroying the Earth.
That may be true, but I gotta tell you, Timmy, there's a big target on your back these days.
That's why I'm getting out of here. You staying or coming with me?
So you're just gonna run away? Do you know what happened to your friends out there? They're dead, you know.
I heard the boat sank.
There's more to it than that, Timmy boy. Your nanobots can't seem to tell the difference between a plastic bottle and the plastic hull of a boat.
If it means the end of plastic on the planet, who cares?
You know, you need to work on that attitude.
They knew what they were doing was dangerous.
Oh, really? Did you tell them that before they left? Did you tell them they might find themselves in the water 1,000 or so miles out in the ocean?
Why didn't you save them? Was that their punishment?
Punishment? You want to hear about punishment? Listen, you hear that out there? That's the sound of billions of your little bugs out in the ocean. But hey, what are they eating? There's no oil slick, no boats out there, but the sound of them. More and more eating and duplicating. Your friends didn't drown out there, Tim, and we didn't abandon them. We watched as a gray stain in the water enveloped them. Your tiny little spiders consumed your friends alive right before our eyes until there was nothing left but clear water down to 1,000 feet.
That's not possible. You left them to die.
You talked them into it. You're the guy with the big ideas. You sent them out there and they were eaten alive by your little nanobot friends.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Thompson never tells us anything. We tested them in the lab. All they ever consumed was petroleum-based products.
They only consumed what you fed them. You had them in sealed glass tanks and tested for what you wanted to see. Too bad you didn't stick your hand in there just once. Things might be a little different now. Things don't sound like they're getting any better.
We gotta get out of here.
We? Aren't you confusing me with your co-conspirators down there in the lab?
You stay if you want, but you're gonna die. Look.
What the hell?
The nanobots. They're crawling up on land. They're consuming the plant life and the bacteria in the sand on the beaches. Anything organic, anything that's carbon-based. They don't know the difference.
Tim, we have to get out of here.
Let's go.
No, we can't go that way. They've invaded the lab.
You, what are you doing here?
Marine!
What?
Close the hatch. Maybe we can keep those things off the deck.
Do you realize what you've all done?
Look! They're spreading!
Those people, the soldiers, the bots are all over them.
They're approaching the foundation of the lab.
Thompson, how do we get out of here?
Unless you can fly, Mr. Harrington, I'm afraid you have no options.
They won't get up here. They can't. Can they?
No. The foundation and walls of the building are composed of stone, concrete, and steel. They need carbon and water to spread.
So it's over?
No, Mr. Harrington. I'm afraid it's just beginning. Do you see that creek over there?
They're moving upstream.
Like the veins and arteries in an organism.
consuming every carbon-based life form in their path across every continent, no doubt.
We have to get out of here. We can't stay here.
When Mr. Harrington sprouts wings, maybe he'll take you with him.
Thompson, what are we supposed to do here?
We wait, Mr. Harrington. You see, all humans are carbon-based life forms. It's not petroleum the bots are after. It's the carbon in the oil. That's the trigger. That's what I was trying to solve. But none of you could wait. So now we wait here. Wait until they move on.
Or they die.
Yes, that's also an option. Of course, given the fact that they have a life expectancy measured in tens of thousands of long years, that would be a very long wait.
The planet must be saved, and a small group has found the answer. An answer that has left them all with one simple question to ponder. Will we find solutions to our problems, or create greater problems with our solutions? No one can tell except for a desperate collection of people standing alone in that land of unintended consequences known as the Twilight Zone.
The Nanobots, starring David Pasquesi with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Steve Newby. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Joby Cerny, Lisa Wolfe, Doug James, Bree Swartz, Steve Newby, and Carl Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a 5th dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
What in the...
Hey, Denton!
Watch out for the traffic around here.
That peddler's wagon like to run you down.
You better keep your eyes open if you can.
I'll try.
Where you going, Denton?
No place.
That right. Let's see, to get yourself a haircut.
Just let me pass.
Or a shave, maybe. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it, boys?
Please.
Or a bath. Yeah, that's it. And some clothes that don't stink.
That'll be a nickel.
Here you go, Charlie.
Al?
How about a drink, Charlie?
Well...
Please, dry as a bone.
You got any money?
Can't you put it on my tab?
Well, see, Al, it's like this. You didn't pay last time, or the time before that. Matter of fact, you haven't paid all year.
You know I'm good for it.
Afraid it's cash on the barrelhead from now on.
I need a drink, Charlie. Just one.
Not today, Al.
Who'll cover me for a shot of rye?
Don't do this to yourself.
Somebody? Anybody?
Don't, Al. Just don't.
One drink. That's all. How about it, Miss Smith?
No can do, Al. Liz here don't pay for drinks. Other people pay for her drinks. You see what I mean?
Go get yourself cleaned up. I'll stop by if I can and see how you're doing.
Sure, yeah. But I need one thing first. I'm thirsty. I can't make it if I'm thirsty.
Just go. Do it for me. For old time's sake.
That's how it is then.
I'm sorry, Al. It's the way it has to be.
If you say so. See you later, everybody.
Well, hello, Denton. Get what you need in there?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. But I'll tell you something, Denton. I know how you can get yourself a drink.
Yeah? How?
You see that peddler's wagon come through? Well, he's setting up in front of the hotel. Why don't you go ask him if he's got a drink? Go on, ask him. Maybe he's got what you need.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. Oh! Ah! Oh!
Whoops! Did you trip, Al? Ought to pay more attention. My boot was right in front of you, and you didn't even see it.
I'll try and be more careful.
Portrait of a town drunk named Al Denton. This is a man who's begun his dying early, a long, agonizing route through a maze of bottles. What he really seeks is not another drink, but a fresh start. Al Denton would probably give an arm or a leg or a part of his soul to have that. The question is, where does a man turn when the last of his luck finally runs out? In a moment, Mr. Denton will make the acquaintance of a newcomer who just might be willing to help, along with the third principal character in our story. Its name, Colt. Its caliber, .45. Mr. Denton hasn't met either one yet, but when he does, he'll find that their true function is to give him what he needs more than anything else: a second chance.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Mr. Denton on Doomsday, starring Adam Baldwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hey, Al, I just thought of something. You want a drink so bad? Well, guess what? I got me a bottle here, and it's still half full. Be ashamed to let it go to waste. So why don't you use some to take a bath?
That sting, Al?
I'll bet it does.
Come on, open your mouth.
Somebody get him a bar of soap. You want some more?
Yes, sir.
Well, first, let's see some appreciation. Let's see you pay for the drink in your own special way. A little song, Al. How about it?
Song?
You know the one I mean.
How dry I am. How dry I am. How dry I am.
Pretty good, Al. Here you go. Open wide and wet your whistle.
Charlie, can't you break that up?
I don't like it any more than you do. The misery they give that guy. Well, what else can they do for a good time? We ain't never had a circus come through here.
Please, Charlie.
You want the rest of it, Al? Here you go. Take the whole bottle.
Oh, it's all broke now.
Come on inside, Dan. Let's get a fresh one.
Please, Al. Just leave it. There's nothing left. Here, can you stand up?
Oh. Thank you, Miss Smith.
What's that?
Huh?
On the ground.
Oh. You mean this? Well, that's a nice-looking gun. Colt 45 Peacemaker is what it is.
You packing a gun now, Al?
Oh, it's not mine.
Well, whose is it?
I don't know. Somebody must have dropped it in the street.
You weren't so bad with a gun in your day, were you, Al?
Well, that was a long time ago, Miss Smith. A very long time ago. Well, you know something? This is the first time... The very first time I've held a gun since... well, I can't remember how long it's been.
Too many bottles, Al.
Yeah. Way too many.
Come on inside. I'll get you a towel so you can wipe your face.
Thank you kindly.
Will you tell me one thing?
If I can.
Why do you drink so much?
I don't really know. I just got in the habit one day and then kept to it. Kept to it till I ended up like this. I didn't used to. I always had a clean shirt, hair combed.
That could change, you know. A shave, a bath, some different clothes. You don't have to go on this way.
I want to change. But you don't know how hard it is.
Here we go again, boys.
Well, looky.
He's still here?
Got a girl to help him.
No more trouble, fellas.
Let's hear our little songbird one more time.
Charlie, will you give me a hand?
Hold on. Didn't you hear what the man said?
Hey, Denton, I got a new bottle here, and it has your name on it. Only first, I want to hear 3 more choruses of How Dry I Am. Let's have it.
No, Al.
But if I do, he'll give me a drink, Miss Smith.
The devil with him. I'll give you a drink. You won't have to do this for it.
How dry... how dry I...
Al.
All right, Rummy. Now you can come in and get your drink. Tell Charlie to set one up. You've been a good boy.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Denton.
Huh?
Hey, gunfighter.
What do you...
Where'd you get the gun?
Oh, you mean this? I found it. I found it over there in the street.
That a fact?
Maybe it fell off the peddler's wagon. Looks good in his hand, don't it?
Yeah, like it fits. Been a while since you used one of those, hasn't it, Rummy?
Well, yes.
Speak up, Rummy. I can hardly hear you. Been quite a while, hasn't it?
Quite a while.
What say?
A long time.
Maybe you'd like to try it out. Maybe you think you could even outdraw me.
That'll be the day. Sure will.
No.
No what?
No, I don't know how to use it anymore.
But the time was you did. Let's see you try.
I told you I wouldn't know how.
Stop it.
Come on. You and me, Denton, will draw. Whenever you're ready.
That's enough, Dan. It's not funny anymore.
Out of the way, miss. The gunfighter and me. We're gonna have a little showdown.
Charlie, where are you?
Come on, Gunner, right here. Let's pull. I'll give you first chance. How about it?
Dan, stop this!
Come on, boys. She's right. This ain't a joke.
Go back to the bar, Charlie. Can't you see we got private business out here?
Listen, Dan, I put up with a lot from you boys, but...
Here, I'll give you a break, Rummy. I'll do it left-handed. What do you think of that?
I'm telling you to break it up.
Now, we both got our guns in our hands, okay? Nice and easy. That fair enough for you?
Miss Smith, Charlie, tell him... please tell him...
Ow! I'm bleeding!
You see that?
He shot the gun right out of his hand.
I don't believe it.
Al, are you all right?
Oh, Miss Smith, please tell him it was an accident, will you? I don't want any trouble.
No trouble here anymore. No trouble at all.
Now, please, mister.
What?
Listen, I didn't mean for it to go off. Must be a hair trigger. I just wanted you to know that. Well, you gotta understand, it was an accident, pure and simple.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Better get that hand looked at.
That was no accident. That was some real shooting, Al. Come on in. Get a drink of the good stuff.
I don't know what happened.
Go on. You're entitled.
But I wasn't even aiming.
Well, however you did it, I'd say you got your eye back today.
I don't think so.
You must have been practicing or something. I ain't seen shooting like that since... I can't even say. And against Dan Hodling, too.
It isn't even my gun. I just found it.
Have another drink. All you want, on the house.
Hey, Rummy!
Mr. Hodling, I swear it was an accident. I didn't even draw. I sure didn't mean to.
Put that glass down and face me, Denton. I want to see you take a bullet in the stomach.
Dan, it's over. Give the guy a break, will you?
Charlie, take this gun quick here. I don't even want it.
Did you see that?
Shot the lamp off the ceiling without even looking.
Fell right down on him.
Knocked him out cold. I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Well now, Al, I'd say you got your eye back all right, in spades.
I wasn't even aiming.
He don't need to.
He shot over his shoulder.
How'd you do that, Al?
I can't really say.
He was looking in the mirror, behind Charlie. How's that for a trick shot?
Mr. Denton, maybe you let us buy you a drink.
What?
Take the bottle.
What did you call me?
I didn't mean no offense.
No, I asked you what you called me.
Nothing, Mr. Denton. I didn't call you anything.
That's what you called me. Mr. Denton. You hear that, Charlie? He called me Mister.
Go on, have all you want.
No, thank you, Charlie. I've had enough.
Al, are you all right?
Oh, yep. I'm just fine. I think I'll go across the street and have a shave.
Where's my gun?
Leave it, Dan.
Come on, let's go.
Get away from me. Hey, Rummy!
What did you say?
Get that player piano going.
Leave it be, son.
I said start it up again. I want to hear some music with singing.
What's the matter, boy? Too quiet for you? Well, let me give you a hand.
Didn't you hear me?
I said...
You're the one that's going to be singing from now on. You pick the tune, and you sing it, and don't call me Rummy anymore.
Well, sir, things are sure going to be different from now on.
I hope you're right, Charlie. I hope to heaven you're right. Al!
Oh, hello, Liz.
I just wanted to tell you, I think things are going to be all right from now on. I believe that.
What things?
Don't you understand? You don't have to worry about bullies like that anymore. I heard what Charlie said.
Charlie?
You're as good with a gun now as you ever were.
Well, that's what he says.
I remember too, Al. And I think he's right.
Oh, I was good. I was real good. I was so good that once a day somebody would ride into town and make me prove it. And every morning I'd start my drinking a few minutes earlier. Until one morning, the guy who asked me to prove it turned out to be 16 years old. I left him lying there on his face right in front of the saloon. I left him bleeding to death with my bullets in him, and he was 16 years old.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Oh, doesn't it? No, I've seen it before. It's gonna start all over again. Every fast and fancy man who owns a gun will come riding down this street. But you know something? This time it will be different. Afterwards, it'll be me lying there face down, bleeding to death.
Oh, Al.
I think I'll go in and get a shave now. I'd like to look proper on the day I die.
Afternoon, Mr. Denton.
I don't want anything.
How's that?
You're a peddler, aren't you? I can't use anything you've got.
Oh, yes, I'm a peddler. Pots and pans, utensils, herbs, medicines, liniments and tonics, men's, women's, children's clothing, farm implements and what have you. Little bit of everything, you might say.
Well, nothing for me, thanks.
No?
Well, what I need, you don't have.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Excuse my bad manners. Fate's the name.
Huh? What?
Henry J. Fate, like it says on the wagon. And you're Al Denton.
How do you know that?
I couldn't help but overhear. The trouble you had a little while ago? Hope it worked out.
It did, for now.
I knew it would.
You knew?
Oh, it always does, one way or another. The way it was supposed to all along. You see, I meet a lot of people. They all have different needs. I've learned to read them. Try to have something for everyone.
Is this yours?
What's that, Mr. Denton?
The .45 Peacemaker. It's an expensive gun.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
It was lying in the street when I came out before. I was thinking maybe it fell off your wagon.
Oh, no. That doesn't belong to me. It's yours now.
Yeah. I guess it is.
Good day to you, Mr. Denton. And I'm sure it will be a good day.
You know something I don't?
Oh, not at all. But when we make changes, it's bound to be a good day. That's always how it seems to work out, don't you think?
Sometimes, maybe. Good day to you.
Well, hello there, stranger.
Sorry to bother you, Ned.
Bother me? Why, you couldn't bother me, Al. Could he, Jake?
Not on your life. He's the man of the hour.
Now, don't say that.
Come on in. We were just talking about you. How we knew you way back when, though I'm the one who knew him the longest.
Why, I knew him when he first rode into town. How many years ago was that, Al?
Well, too many.
So, what'll it be? Shave and haircut?
I was thinking just a shave. If I could owe you, say, for a few hours...
Nothing doing. It's on me.
I'll, wait till you're finished.
I'm done. Just slap a little of that bay rum on my face, Ned, and the chair's all yours.
Here you go, Jake. Specialty of the house.
2 bits?
2 bits it is.
And 1 for my friend Al Denton here.
It's all the same to you. I'll pay my way from now on.
Don't you worry about it.
Why, it's all over town what you did to that no-account kid. We won't be seeing him for a while. You did us all a real service, I'd say. Now, why don't you just sit here in the chair, and I'll make a new man of you.
That's very kind. Both of you. I won't forget it.
Say, is that the gun?
That's it. You want to take it out of your belt and set it down, Al?
I can hold it for you.
Oh, that's all right. Just the shave will be fine.
And a haircut and a hot bath. Now, how would that feel? I got some water heating up in the back room. Then won't you be the man, all right?
There. Clean boots. Now, who is that guy in the mirror? Why, Mr. Denton, I almost didn't know you. Good evening, sir. New shirt makes a big difference. Yeah? All right. Who in the...
They said this was his room.
Well, they did, huh? Who are you looking for?
Tall man. Usually doesn't wear his gun. Has blonde hair. Like you.
Oh? Sounds like that describes...
It describes a fella named Al Denton. Supposed to be the top gun here. That wouldn't be you by any chance.
It would.
Then I got a message for you, Denton.
Message from who?
Pete Grant. You heard of him?
Pete Grant.
He's heard of you.
Well, what's the message?
It's real simple. You don't even have to write it down. Pete'll be in town tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. He'll meet you in the saloon.
Well, for what, a drink?
Not hardly. At 5 minutes after 10, one of you will walk out. I don't think it'll be you.
Is that it?
That's the end of the message, Denton. You got an answer for him?
Well, look, you tell him. You tell him he doesn't even know me and there's no call to...
Yeah?
You tell him. Tell Mr. Grant I'll be here tomorrow night. I'll wait for his pleasure.
That's just what it'll be. His pleasure.
Ah, that didn't take long. Not much time at all. Just enough for one shave, a haircut, and a bath.
Back already?
That's all they took.
You deliver the message?
That I did, Pete.
How'd he look?
What do you mean?
Then they say he's as good as he ever was. Is that how he looked?
I don't really know. It was night and...
No, it was not. It was an hour ago, you dumb, thick-headed steer chasing...
Easy, Pete. You're all riled up. You got the nerves again.
grab your chow. And you better get some sleep.
Sure, Pete, whatever you say. Soon's I water my horse.
Fast he is, then. I bet he's got a case of the nerves, too. Nerves like a sickness. I'm glad I ain't him tonight.
Missed it by a mile. Try this one. Now take it slow and easy. "10 feet off at least, if I could just stop my hand from shaking."
Al,
Oh, it's no good.
you'll get it back. You just need to practice.
It's too late for that. I should have known. It takes more than a shave and some new clothes. It takes more than a hot bath and a shine on my boots. That takes care of the outside, Miss Smith, not the inside.
I don't believe that. You're sober now and your eyes are good.
Yeah, well, look at my hand. It won't hold the gun steady, not long enough to get my aim.
What are you doing?
I want to get out while I still can.
And go where?
Away from here. Far away.
Al, you can't run.
Oh, no? Watch me. I gotta run before it's too late. Gotta run fast and run far.
Al, come back.
Evening, Mr. Denton.
Who are you? Oh, it's you. Mr. Fate.
That's my name, and peddling's my game.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't got no time to talk.
You shouldn't, you know.
Shouldn't what?
You shouldn't run away. That's what you're doing, isn't it?
How do you know that?
I told you I learned how to read people, what they need. And you don't need to run.
I don't. No, I guess not. I should stay here and get shot to death for no reason at all. I guess that's what I should do. Curse this gun. Curse the moment I found it.
Oh, my, no. Don't curse it, Mr. Denton. Use it.
Well, I would if I could. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some packing to do.
Now, hold on. I think I might have what you need. There. Yes, indeed, Mr. Denton. I'd say this is exactly what you need.
I told you before, you don't have anything I need.
Not even this?
What the?
It's one of my potions. You might call it that or an elixir. Either way, it'll help solve your latest problem, Mr. Denton. Oh, my, yes. It'll help solve it in no time at all.
Snake oil, that's all you are, a snake oil salesman. I knew it when you rode in.
Don't be too swift in your judgment. Allow me to explain. I call this my developer.
How's that?
More to the point, my fast gun developer. Very special formula. Now hear me out. The man who drinks this becomes the fastest of the fast. He'll be able to shoot a hole through a silver dollar in midair at 100 feet or better without even aiming. And best of all, it lasts for 10 full seconds, guaranteed.
10 seconds. And after that?
After that, the user's on his own.
10 seconds, I could empty a gun in half the time, or I used to.
Care to test it?
Now?
Go ahead. Feel free. Proof of the pudding, so to speak.
What's in that bottle? An ounce of whiskey or sugar water?
Nothing of the sort, I assure you. Taste it.
Well, let me get this straight. You're telling me all I have to do is drink it?
Mm-hmm. The developer will do the rest. It works almost instantly.
And if it doesn't?
Then what have you lost? A few seconds? A simple test, that's all I ask.
Doesn't taste like much.
Your time starts now. Remember, 10 seconds. There's your target.
Where?
The street lamp, down at the end of the street. See the flicker?
Are you kidding? I couldn't hit that if I was standing right in front of it.
Go ahead, Mr. Denton. Your time's almost up. Draw. 8, 9, 10.
I don't believe it.
There you go, Mr. Denton. Your time is gone. Now, the gun would probably be of no more use to you than a bottle would be to a bowl.
What'd you put in that?
Here's a fresh one. Drink it a few seconds after 10 tonight, just at the moment Mr. Grant walks into the saloon.
You know about Grant?
Oh, I'm afraid everybody knows. It's all over town.
How much do I owe you?
Oh, Why, nothing. There's no charge for this. You might call it a service. That's what it is. A service of Henry J. Fate. Just so you remember at some future time, the night that Fate stepped in.
Look at the time.
Coming up on 10 o'clock.
I don't think that Grant fella's gonna show.
Well, it'd sure be a whole lot easier that way. Save me from getting the place shot up.
I tell you, Al don't miss. One shot is all it'll take.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You gonna fix that lamp on the ceiling?
I might. And I might not. Maybe I'll hang it on the wall like a trophy with a plaque underneath and Al Denton's name on it.
You do that, Charlie, and I'll even pay for the engraving.
Sounds like Al now.
Yep, right on time.
Hello, everybody.
We've been waiting, Al.
Knew you'd be here.
Evening, Ned.
You're looking good tonight.
Thanks to you.
Don't worry none. That gunfighter won't show.
Probably too yellow.
Ah, who ever heard of Pete Grant anyway?
After tonight, nobody. That's who.
How about a drink, Al?
Not right now, Charlie.
You shouldn't be here.
I don't have much of a choice, Liz.
But I thought you were going away.
I thought so too. But here's how I figure it. A man's got to play the cards he's dealt. Because there's no place that's safe. Wherever you go, someone will find you.
You mean Pete Grant?
Yeah, him or someone like him. All the Pete Grants of the world.
You don't have to prove anything. Go, right now. Just go. It doesn't matter where. You've got your life back. Why do you want to throw it away like this?
Ready for that drink, Al?
No thanks. I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself.
It's not 10 o'clock yet. There's still time.
See, now that's just it, Liz. There isn't any more time. I've wasted too much of it already.
Get on a horse and ride. Go to another town. Start over. I could meet you there. If you want me to, we could...
Listen, who's that coming?
That would be him.
Liz, do one thing for me.
What, Al?
This little bottle, it's my medicine.
What kind of medicine?
Never mind. When he calls me out, you pull a stopper and hand it to me before I turn around. Then get rid of it. I don't want anybody to see.
But what is it?
A chance. About the only chance I've got.
What'll it be, mister?
I'm looking for somebody.
Who might that be?
At the end of the bar. You Denton?
That's right.
I heard about you.
Oh, yeah? What did you hear?
Heard tell you're supposed to be fast with a gun.
Well, I'll tell you something, son. You got a good chance to find out.
I aim to do that.
Now, look, I got no quarrel with you.
That's not all I heard. I heard you were a low-down, dirty coward.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Turn around and step away from the bar.
You sure there's no other way to settle this?
I'm plenty sure.
Well, all right, then, if that's your pleasure. Now, Liz. I'm ready.
What's that young fella doing? Sneaking some kind of drink.
Al, look! He has a medicine bottle too, just like yours.
Go ahead. Make your move.
Al!
I got you, Denton.
And I got you.
But that can't be.
You're both right. You shot the guns clean out of each other's hands. This is a push, boys. No winner. Let it end here.
Your hand!
You won't be shooting anymore with that hand, Al. Not anymore. A couple of the fingers are gonna be stiff from now on.
Yeah, I reckon they are.
But that don't make any difference. You were fast. Fast on the draw. The way you stood up, that's something to tell your grandchildren about. And the way it looks now, you just might live to have some.
Here, wrap this handkerchief around to stop the bleeding.
I don't need your help.
No, I guess you don't. Not now. You know, you won't understand this right away, son, but you just got a blessing. 2 fingers stiff like mine, for good and all. That's what it is, a blessing. Took me a whole lot of years lying dead drunk in the street looking up at the sun before I learned it. And you won't have to go through that.
Get away from me.
Get him, Pete?
No more than he got me.
Then it's over and done.
Yeah. It's over and done.
Let's ride.
I'll walk you over to Doc's so you can get that hand looked at.
Thanks, Liz. There's no need. It's gonna be fine. Just fine.
Oh, horse. Time to move on.
Mr. Henry Fate, like his wagon, says, a dealer in everything. Utensils, pots and pans, liniments, and potions. A fanciful figure in a black frock coat, who also deals from time to time in second chances. And while there are some who say that he exists only in the dreams and imaginations of men, others say that he does exist because he must, even if it's only in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mr. Denton on Doomsday, starring Adam Baldwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Jeff Lupetin, Richard Shavsden, Craig Brawley, Brooke Sanford, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Fugitive, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Amanda Amari, Meg Thalkin, David Darlow, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Mike Castle, J. David Ruby, and Clint Todd. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Jenny, that you?
Yes, Aunt Agnes.
And where are you going, young lady?
Oh, no place.
And what are you going to do when you get there?
Well, play, I guess.
Finish your homework first.
I did. English and arithmetic and...
Jenny?
Honest, Aunt Agnes. Go look in my room if you want.
It's late. Dinner will be on soon.
I know. I'll be back in time, I promise.
Well, see that you do.
Bye, Aunt Agnes.
And Jenny?
Yes?
See that you're back before the store closes, in case I need anything.
Yes, ma'am. Ben? Ben, are you in there?
Come in.
Hi, Ben.
Why, who's that? It must be my favorite princess.
Ben, will you help me?
What's the matter?
Howie and the boys are in the park playing softball and...
Well, why aren't you out there with them?
You know they don't like girls on their team, but if I bring somebody else to play...
Now who might that be?
You, Ben. You're so much fun and...
I don't know. I'm getting pretty old, you know.
No, you're not. They like you.
Sometimes they don't like the things I do.
Then do it for me, Ben. We can be on the same side. I need you.
Well, if you put it that way, after all, you are my princess, aren't you?
Of course I am. You know that.
Across the far reaches of time and space.
Yep.
Well, then I'd better provide the transportation. Come on, Princess Jenny. Never mind your leg brace. Just right on my shoulders. There we go.
Oh, thank you, Ben. We'd better hurry. The game already started.
Next batter.
Hey, batter.
Go on, pitcher. Come on, throw the ball.
Leave him alone. He's winding up.
Rally, rally. The pitcher's name is Sally. Go, pitcher. Go, pitcher.
Strike 3. You're out.
Hey, umpire. You're crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't a strike.
Sure was.
Was not.
I call him like I see him.
Howie Gottlieb, you're never gonna get to heaven. That was a ball and you know it.
Was not.
Was too. How about it, Ben? You saw it.
Now, Jenny. Howie's the umpire.
Hear that?
Who's up next?
You are.
What?
You guys are playing me and Ben. If nobody wants to be on our team, we don't care, do we, Ben?
I'd better warm up. I'm pretty old to be playing softball. Where's the, bat?
Right here. Go on, Ben. You can do it.
Well, if you think I can, Jenny, then I'll give it a try.
Spread out, everybody. Let's play ball.
All right, pitcher. Come on. Strike him out.
Hey, batter.
Here it comes.
Swing, Ben.
Whoa!
He creamed it.
Where'd it go?
I can't even see it anymore.
Home run.
No fair. You said you wouldn't use magic anymore.
Did I? I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Who cheated? Nobody cheated.
What do you think?
I'm not sure.
Could be him.
If it is, it's certainly a clever disguise.
Keep walking. Don't let them spot us.
It's been said that science fiction and fantasy are two different things. Science fiction, the improbable made possible. Fantasy, the impossible made probable. What would you have if you put the two together? Well, chances are you'd have a story about an old man named Ben who knows some tricks most people don't know, and an 11-year-old girl named Jenny who walks with a brace on one leg and who loves her friend Ben very much. What happens next? We'd hate to spoil it for you. Better stick around because they've already begun their journey together into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fugitive, starring Stan Freberg, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, let's stop arguing and play.
With what? We don't have a ball anymore. He knocked it out of the park, remember?
I really should apologize for that, I guess.
All right, never mind. We'll play something else.
Like what?
How about Spaceman?
Yeah, that's a good one.
In that case, those who wish to play Spaceman, please raise your hands.
I do.
That's it then. We'll play Spaceman.
Jenny, you be the Martian.
Aw, not this time.
It's your turn.
I know, but gee, Ben, I'm not as good as you are.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
It's true. I can't turn into things the way you can.
Yeah.
Come on, Ben.
Be a good guy.
Jenny's too slow.
Very well. But this is the last time.
Yes!
This is gonna be so much fun.
What should I do?
What are you asking her for?
Because Jenny gets to write the script.
Who says?
I think it's only fair. Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, see that rock over there by the bushes?
Yes?
That'll be the rocket ship.
I see.
And I'm the captain.
What are you talking about?
Whoever heard of a girl being a captain?
Yeah, Jenny.
I'll write you bunch of babies. Howie, you be the captain. The rest of you are lieutenants and stuff.
Who are you?
I'm the beautiful princess.
Aww.
Listen to her now. She gets to choose.
Okay, now, Ben, you go over there to the ship.
Like this?
We just landed, see? This is Mars. We're exploring, trying to find out if any Martians are here. Got it?
What do you want me to do?
Hide behind the bushes. I mean the ship. When we get there, you come out and make it scary this time. You know what I mean, really horrible.
Not too horrible.
Howie, you're a sissy. Okay, man, stick with me. Get out your ray guns. You're supposed to hide, Ben.
Very well. Goodbye for now.
Find anything, Captain Spaulding?
You're Captain Spaulding.
Okay, well, did you?
No, sir. Nothing round here.
Then let's blast off for Earth and go home.
What about the girl?
Leave her here.
Hey, you can't do that.
Sure I can. I'm the captain, aren't I?
You think there's any Martians hiding